In 2051, the Void Chaos Gate opened, triggering a genetic awakening for all of humanity on Blue Planet. Amidst invasions from various alien races, the first wave of gene evolvers held the line, temporarily stabilizing the martial society. At the sports field of the 13th Martial Arts High School in the capital of Xia, an astonishing selection process was underway. Shin Mingxian, the most talented and esteemed student of the Imperial Capital's Gene Martial Battle Academy, was selecting beneficiaries for a poverty alleviation plan. She gracefully held the roster, her beauty unparalleled, exuding an aura of nobility in her every move. "This one," she said, her finger delicate as jade, stopping at a name. Her voice was as melodious as a heavenly tune. "Guchin, where is Guchin?" the head instructor called out loudly. The crowd parted like a tide, revealing a tall and upright figure. Guchin had a refined appearance, a tall stature, and eyes as resolute as iron. The air buzzed with envious and jealous murmurs. Being chosen by Shin Mingxian not only meant access to precious resources, but also the chance to train alongside this goddess, with a future prospect of joining her Celestial Punisher squad. For these impoverished students, it was undoubtedly a golden opportunity to change their destinies. "I don't wish to participate in this poverty alleviation plan. Please give the chance to another student." Guchin's words caused an uproar. The head instructor's face changed dramatically. "Say that again?" Guchin remained calm, slightly bowing to Shin Mingxian before turning to leave. People around him tried to dissuade him. "Are you crazy? This might be your only chance to turn your life around." A hint of confusion flashed in Shin Mingxian's beautiful eyes. According to the school's evaluations, Guchin was an exemplary student, excelling in both genetic studies and training, and was supposed to be the best candidate. She shook her head inwardly, attributing it to the pride of someone from a poor background. "Do you want to remain a low-level warrior for the rest of your life? Get back here," the head instructor shouted angrily. Yet Guchin continued walking, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "Would I refuse such a heaven-sent opportunity for no reason?" Ding refusal successful. Upon rejecting the school beauty, you have unlocked a chaos-level gene sequence. The system's voice echoed in Guchin's mind, followed by the sound of a rapid selection process. "Selection successful. Congratulations on unlocking the chaos-level gene sequence. God Prison Gene. 395 related genetic chains have been activated." Guchin stood on the sports field, feeling the piercing stares of his classmates around him. He initially came to compete for a financial aid spot for underprivileged students, and when Shin Mingxian called his name, joy almost overwhelmed him. However, the long silent system suddenly issued a task. "My fate is like the stars, capable of leaping above the void, needing no charity. Reject the aid program, and the system will reward you with a chaos-level gene." Chaos-level gene. Guchin was shocked. In this martial society, awakening a gene is a rare top-tier talent. Most can only unlock the Shinha sequence of the Shinha universe, which is considered a higher-level existence than our own universe. Shin Mingxian, having unlocked one of the top 10 Shinha sequences, garnered significant attention from the Xia Kingdom, even forming a special Heavenly Punishers team for her. The Heavenly Punishers team is essentially a support group, with Shin Mingxian as the star and others as supporting members, ready to sacrifice for her if necessary. For underprivileged students, even being a supporting member for Shin Mingxian is a way to rise above. But for Guchin now, things were different. The smaller the sequence number, the stronger the genetic sequence. Above the Shinha genes are the stellar genes, and the Xia Kingdom likely has stellar gene holders, as only they could withstand the initial wave of suppression from myriad races. Stellar gene martial artists are undoubtedly the core weapon of the Xia Kingdom. However, a chaos-level gene, no one possesses it. Unlocking a chaos-level gene is a grand spectacle. "Please proceed to an uninhabited area for unlocking," the system advised. Guchin took a deep breath and glanced back at the sports field. Everyone looked at him with puzzled expressions, as if they were looking at a madman. He turned and walked away, leaving behind murmurs of, "Guchin has really gone crazy." The head instructor, feeling a bit uneasy, told Shin Mingxian, "Please continue." "My apologies, Miss Shan." Shin Mingxian merely nodded slightly, seemingly indifferent to these classmates she viewed as insignificant. Guchin arrived at the ancient god forest. The towering cypress trees, a hallmark of the forest, stood majestically. He chose one of the massive trees, sat cross-legged, and began to emit a faint glow. In this martial society that prioritizes physical refinement, most people start strengthening their bodies from a young age. However, impoverished students like Guchin often have no access to expensive body-refining elixirs, destined to remain low-tier martial artists. But now, with the awakening of the chaos-level gene, Guchin's fate might be about to change completely. It is said that today's top martial artists have refined their cells to the utmost, their bodies comparable to divine weapons, with the strength to shatter mountains and split the earth. With a mere wave of their hand, they can release earth-shattering energy. Guchin knows that he has fallen behind most people in the Xia Kingdom, and only by unlocking his genes can he catch up. Begin unlocking, Guchin murmured to himself. In an instant, an unprecedented surge of power erupted from Guchin's back, like the beating of a heavenly drum. He felt as if he were placed within a massive grinding stone, his entire body relentlessly crushed, the pain so intense he couldn't even cry out. Suddenly, Guchin's consciousness seemed to be cast into the vast universe. In this boundless space, every speck of dust was like a towering mountain, exuding a mass that made one's heart race. As he looked around, brilliant stars flickered amidst the chaos. With difficulty, Guchin opened his eyes and gazed at the sky. At this moment, the starry sky revealed intricate patterns and lines, the sequence of chaos, the genetic sequence reflected by the human body. With a thunderous crash, Guchin felt as if he had fallen into hell. Before him was a scene of endless lava and darkness, countless giant beasts imprisoned in a mysterious prison. Thousands of lightning bolts transformed into whips of heavenly punishment and order, mercilessly lashing these beasts. This is the divine prison gene, the chaos level number 1 gene sequence, a body like a prison, suppressing the great terrors of heaven and earth. Guchin's voice echoed like a chant in the void, as the chaos burst into radiant waves, as if an apocalypse was devouring all lower universes. A system prompt immediately sounded. Divine prison gene unlocked successfully. Congratulations, you have unlocked 3 basic gene chains. 1. Body as a prison. Daily cultivation will condense upper universe body factors, enhancing physical tempering. 2. Thunder punishment. Master the supreme power of divine punishment thunder. 3. Prison thunder spear. Coalesce a spear engraved with ancient forbidden runes, capable of shattering the heavens with one strike. Guchin felt reborn, yet the unlocking of the divine prison gene also brought unprecedented destructive power. Instantly, most of his cells were destroyed. However, these damaged cells were frantically repairing themselves, not only restoring vitality, but becoming even stronger. Is this the power of the divine prison gene? Guchin marveled internally. It said that ordinary divine river gene sequences have only 2 to 5 gene chains, but my divine prison gene sequence has nearly 400. Besides a powerful body, I've gained the lightning attribute. Guchin opened his palm, and in a flash, a dark purple lightning mixed with black destructive power gathered in his hand, then dispersed into unstable arcs that expanded outward. The surrounding leaves were instantly tinted dark, creating a scene both awe-inspiring and terrifying. At the same time, Guchin sensed the immense changes within himself had become a Kwasa warrior. While it usually takes others long-term training to activate all their cells, Guchins were not only fully activated, but also brimming with vibrant life and energy. I can begin my true cultivation now. A confident smile appeared on Guchin's lips, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for the future. The comprehensive launch of the Warrior Incubation Program has caused a great stir in today's society. At the center of the playground at Imperial Capital's 13 High, Chen Mingxian stood with a piercing gaze surveying the students around her. Her noble demeanor and commanding presence unmistakably marked her as a member of the starry aristocracy. The Chen family, a superfamily among humanity's explorers of the stars, wielded undeniable influence. Clearing her throat, Chen Mingxian spoke with a voice that was both cold and authoritative. The names of you 3 will soon be reported to the Xia Kingdom's Purple Xian Pavilion. During the National Martial Arts College entrance exam, you will enter the Xia Kingdom's Imperial Capital Gene Warrior Academy as special recruits. I hope you maintain strict self-discipline. The future is no trifling matter. Her words carried a deeper meaning, understood only by the guidance counselor standing beside her. The oppression from myriad races was intensifying, with terrifying alien beasts evolving even faster than human warriors. Humanity was on the brink of a dark era, and warriors bore the weight of a monumental responsibility. The 3 selected students were thrilled, their faces glowing with excitement. After Chen Mingxian left, the guidance counselor stood before them with a complex expression. She couldn't fathom why Guchin would forego such an opportunity. In her eyes, Guchin was steadfast and resilient, the perfect candidate to seize this chance with limitless potential ahead. Yet, Guchin chose to decline. News of Guchin's rejection of Chen Mingxian's warrior support quota spread like wildfire, quickly engulfing the entire 13 High and sparking heated discussions across the imperial capital of Blue Planet. The debates were incessant. A poor student, yet so haughty? Being Chen Mingxian's support case essentially means becoming her future cannon fodder, fighting on the front lines for her. It might not be glamorous, but the Chen family and the Xia Kingdom's Purple Xian Pavilion would never shortchange him. His ambition is sky high, but his fate is fragile. Being a warrior is a costly profession, with resources controlled by the upper echelons. Even if students from 13 High perform well academically, they can only become lower-level warriors in the future. The one chance to change his fate was right before him, yet he refused out of pride. What future does this Guchin have? Most external voices were full of ridicule. deeming Guchin arrogant and naive. Guchin had become the laughingstock of 13 Martial High, a topic of conversation during idle chatter. However, Guchin was oblivious to the external commotion. He returned home in good spirits. Despite modest family income, they owned their house. Materially, they might be lacking, but spiritually, they were rich. In truth, Guchin's family was relatively well off. His parents had stable jobs, bringing in a combined monthly salary of around 20,000. Unfortunately, in this all-encompassing warrior society, the burden per capita was vastly different from the past. The financial and resource demands of nurturing a warrior were like a bottomless pit. Without a strong background, one could only attend schools offering poverty aid, like Guchin's 13 Martial High. In martial arts high schools like this one, be it teaching quality or facilities, they far surpass other high schools. For Guchin's family, this is the best possible outcome. Guchin pushed open the door to his home and was greeted by the aroma of dinner wafting through the air. In the kitchen, his mother, Chen Yuru, was busy cooking. The sound of the spatula hitting the pan was crisp and pleasant. His father, Gu Dongshan, also known as Old Gu, was sitting on the sofa in the living room, flipping through a newspaper. He was a gentle and kind-hearted man, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes held a deep affection for his son. Brother! A cheerful shout broke the silence in the house. Before Guchin could steady himself, his sister, Guling, pounced on him like a little kitten, hugging his waist tightly. Guchin affectionately ruffled his sister's hair and chuckled. Come on, you're too old for this. My brother, I can hug you if I want. Who cares what others think, umph. Guling pouted, showing no intention of letting go. Chen Yuru peeked out from the kitchen, playfully scolding. Guling, stop it. Your brother just got home. Old Gu put down his newspaper, a satisfied smile on his face. Chen, your sister has been specially recruited by the 3rd High School. Guchin raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. The 3rd Martial Arts High School was one of the top institutions in the capital, and getting in meant a promising future. He couldn't help but ask, can we afford it? Old Gu sighed, a hint of guilt in his eyes. The policy has improved, and your sister got lucky. A teacher took notice of her and applied for a scholarship, which covers most of the tuition. I'll work harder to make up the rest. Guchin felt a pang in his heart, recalling how he once had the chance to attend such a prestigious school, but had to give it up due to financial constraints. He swallowed his emotions and reassured. Dad, don't overwork yourself. I'm about to graduate from high school, and then I'll start earning to help out. Silly child. Old Gu shook his head. Your job is to study hard. Don't worry about the family matters. By the way, I heard there's a scholarship for underprivileged students at your school. How's that going? Guchin hesitated for a moment and lied. I didn't get it. He didn't want his father to know that he had declined the opportunity himself. Old Gu nodded, taking a drag from his cigarette. That's probably for the best. Those so-called poverty scholarships are just selecting followers for those privileged students. It's not a path for you. Guchin returned to his room, gazing out at the starry night sky. He didn't feel that his family's financial struggles had held him back. Instead, he was grateful that his parents had instilled in him a resilient and steady character. This was the most valuable trait for the journey of a martial artist. Looking to the future, countless challenges await. For now, my family needs me, the eldest son, to support them. Guchin clenched his fist, determination shining in his eyes. The divine prison gene. I must become stronger. Just then, a bolt of lightning split the night sky, followed by a torrential downpour. The rain poured down like a flood, wild and unrestrained, mirroring the sharp brightness in Guchin's eyes, as if foreshadowing his future path full of challenges, but also brimming with endless possibilities. In the Zishuan Pavilion of the Xia Kingdom, a pinnacle of power, operations never cease. The morning sunlight slants into a spacious office, illuminating the dust-laden air. An elderly man with white hair, yet full of vigor, sits at a desk, his sharp gaze akin to a sword, making those around him avoid eye contact. The entire list for poverty aid has been integrated into the Celestial Punishers program. A secretary reports quietly, excitement gleaming in his eyes. In 5 years, we anticipate training a highly coordinated team of super celestial punishers for extreme solo combat. The old man remains silent, seemingly ignoring the secretary's words. After a moment, he suddenly asks, the Cosmic Sequence Department was quite active yesterday. What happened? The secretary's expression immediately turns serious upon hearing this. He takes a deep breath and replies, Elder, a massive storm appeared in the universe yesterday, with terrifying phenomena at its center. The data center detected a hell of rampant thunder, imprisoning countless dreadful monsters that emit blood-curdling screams. A hell imprisoning monsters? The old man finally reacts, his sharp gaze fixed on the secretary. What exactly is going on? Sweating under the old man's gaze, the secretary quickly explains, the sequence department says the cause is currently unknown. The universe is too mysterious, full of phenomena beyond human explanation. However, they speculate that the image of the Thunder Prison could be a gene sequence surpassing the stellar level. It's somewhat similar to the stellar-level gene sequence that appeared in 2043, only more terrifying. Gene sequence. The old man's eyes flicker with thought. A gene sequence surpassing the stellar level is unprecedented in the history of Blue Star. If it emerges in the Xia Kingdom, it could give rise to an incredibly formidable figure. I understand. You may go, the old man says, waving his hand. After the secretary leaves, the old man rises and walks to the window. His straight back exudes extraordinary presence as he gazes into the distance through the morning light. Is a higher-level gene sequence being born in my Xia Kingdom? Compared to the vastness of the universe, humanity is indeed insignificant. Meanwhile, Guchin is unaware of the significant stir his unlocking of the divine prison gene has caused in the universe. The thunderous cosmic hell and the howls of countless monsters not only instill fear in humanity, but also alert the relevant departments within the Zishuan Pavilion and the mysterious old man. At this moment, Guchin is enjoying the cool morning breeze, stepping out of his home to start an ordinary day. Guchin stood in front of the Xianting Martial Arts Hall, quietly contemplating his upcoming body refinement training. As a high school student who had just become a prospective martial artist, he understood the significance of body refinement training in stepping into the realm of true martial artists. The doors of the martial arts hall were wide open, and a strong aura of martial arts greeted him. Guchin took a deep breath and stepped inside. At the entrance, a strikingly attractive female martial artist approached him with a professional smile. Hello, are you here for the body refinement guidance? Her eyes swept over Guchin, clearly impressed by the tall and handsome young man. Guchin nodded in response. Yes, I would like to use the body refinement device. How much does it cost? The female martial artist appeared slightly surprised. It's 5,000 yuan per session. However, we usually recommend at least 3 sessions for a higher success rate. Hearing the price, Guchin took a sharp intake of breath. The path of a martial artist was indeed an expensive one. Seeing his reaction, the female martial artist showed a sympathetic expression. I'm Jiang Hui. Since it's not busy today, I'll make an exception and let you use it once. Follow me. Guchin followed Jiang Hui through the hall to a room with equipment. Just as they were about to enter, a young man in a black training uniform blocked their way. Hui, you're breaking the rules again, the young man said coldly, his gaze clearly unfriendly. Jiang Hui quickly explained, Senior brother, just this once, please. After some persuasion, the young man reluctantly agreed. He turned to Guchin, his tone full of disdain. Go ahead, but it won't succeed anyway. Jiang Hui hurriedly led Guchin into the equipment room and explained the process. First, we measure your cell activity. It needs to be above 70% for a chance of success. Guchin nodded in agreement, his eyes fixed on the large machine in the center of the room. This was the vital energy and blood guidance device that could invigorate his cells and elevate his energy. He took a deep breath, ready to take this crucial step in his life. Guchin stepped into the instrument center, and the surrounding equipment immediately erupted into a deafening roar. Red beams of light shot down from above, meticulously scanning him from head to toe. He stood tall, awaiting the start of the cellular test, a necessary prelude to activating the body-tempering attractor. As the test commenced, the instruments around him released currents that activated Guchin's cells. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted from within him, as if countless cosmic beasts were roaring in unison, their crimson eyes glinting against the backdrop of the starry sky, the sound waves crashing like a tsunami. This was the astounding power displayed by the cells modified by the divine prison gene, shaking the surrounding machines violently. Your cell activity level meets the requirements to activate the body-tempering attractor, a mechanical voice announced. Standing outside, Jiang Hui furrowed her brow, secretly amazed at the intense reaction of the instruments. She knew well that while a 50-cell activity level was sufficient to activate the body-tempering attractor, only reaching above 70 held the promise of truly entering the body-tempering realm. However, seeing the unusual reaction caused by Guchin, a glimmer of hope sparked within her. The body-tempering attractor roared to life, and Guchin immediately felt an immense pressure and a mysterious energy pulling at his blood and qi. Unlike before, the unlocking of the divine prison gene had fully unleashed Guchin's physical potential. His blood surged like a boiling river, his skin flushed, and a crackling sound filled the air. Guchin gripped the handles of the instrument tightly, feeling the terrifying power it contained. Following Jiang Hui's prior guidance, he focused intently on sensing his cells, experiencing the flow of his blood, and utilizing the extreme external forces to stimulate his entire body, aiming to achieve a synchronous resonance of his qi, blood, bones, muscles, and every cell. Jiang Hui stood before the instrument, unable to conceal her disappointment. She knew all too well that the possibility of breaking through to the body-tempering realm on the first use of the body-tempering attractor was exceedingly slim, something that had never happened in the long history of the Xianting Martial Arts Hall. She couldn't help but sigh at the challenging plight of ordinary martial artists. At that moment, a young martial artist approached Jiang Hui, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Hui, I must warn you, we're not running a charity here at the martial arts hall. You should know who is worth investing in and who is not. Hearing this, Jiang Hui opened her mouth, a hint of displeasure rising within her. Jiang Hui looked helplessly at the young man in front of her. This young man, who had arrived earlier than her and was more valued in the martial arts school, stood with arms crossed, ready to witness Guchin's failure. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble echoed through the entire room. The body refining device shook violently, and its originally black surface glowed red, as if scorched by intense energy. Jiang Hui's mouth opened slightly in shock as she stared at the scene, wondering, could it really be a success? Energy surged like a tide, sweeping through the entire refining chamber via the device. Guchin, immersed in the process, felt his cells vibrating with excitement. With his divine prison genes, his cellular activity had already reached unimaginable levels. Simply put, the hellish scenes observed by Xia country in the universe might just be a reflection of Guchin's physical body. Though a bit exaggerated, Guchin indeed felt his body evolving rapidly along an intimidating path. His cells contained unimaginable life force and evolutionary potential. His body, like a prison, with cells evolving wildly, seemed to be a divine prison designed to suppress those cells that had evolved into monstrous entities. Guchin suddenly realized, the divine prison is a reflection of my physical body. Another massive boom resonated, and Guchin's energy boiled over, achieving a breakthrough. He had officially entered the body refining realm. Jiang Hui and the young martial artist stood frozen in disbelief, witnessing this moment. Guchin had succeeded on his first attempt with the body refining device. If this isn't genius, what is it? He had leaped from a prospective martial artist to a true warrior. The young martial artist's face turned red, speechless. Jiang Hui, after a brief shock, hurried forward to congratulate him. Guchin had a good impression of Jiang Hui, as it was her bending the rules that allowed him the opportunity to use the device alone. The 5,000 yuan, which was supposed to be his martial arts exam fee from old Gu, was now spent. However, now that he was a martial artist, Guchin had some earning potential. After a brief exchange, Guchin left. As he passed through the Xianting Martial School's hall, he paused at the words on the big screen. Ancient God Forest, Body Refining Realm Exotic Beast, Moonblade Rabbit Carcass, valued at 6,000 yuan, must be cleaned and intact. Ancient God Forest, Body Refining Realm Exotic Beast, Long-Armed Ape Carcass, valued at 9,000 yuan, with both arms intact, an additional 2,000 yuan. Every martial arts school had bounties for exotic beasts. Their carcasses were treasures, special mutated parts could be made into weapons, and the flesh served as supplements for warriors, with some parts even being ingredients for expensive biological potions. Guchin pondered for a moment, and then left the Xianting Martial School. However, shortly after Guchin left, a middle-aged man emerged from the body refining room. Judging by his attire, he was likely a senior figure at the Xianting Martial School. He looked shocked and his voice trembled. Who was using this body refining room just now? Jiang Hui and the young martial artist rushed over at the sound. The young martial artist glared at Jiang Hui, thinking the unauthorized use of the device had been discovered. But the middle-aged man continued. I've never seen such powerful cells. The device scan showed 100% cellular activity. What kind of monster is this? With cellular activity over 90%, every additional percent is considered an astonishingly brilliant super genius, possessing limitless evolutionary potential. 100%, this is simply monstrous. What? Jiang Hui and the young martial artist were utterly stunned. Jiang Hui and the young man suddenly realized a significant oversight. They forgot to get Guchin's contact information. The middle-aged man, Chen Feiyong, anxiously said, find him. Our Xuani martial arts school must not miss out on such a super talent. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous loss. His words were like a wake-up call, jolting Jiang Hui and the young man into realization. They recalled the seemingly awkward young man earlier and couldn't help but be shocked. Standing before them was Chen Feiyong, the chief instructor of Xuani Martial Arts School, who had surpassed the body tempering and divine energy realms, exuding the radiant glow of the glazed realm, a powerful martial artist. Chen Feiyong murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. I've never seen such terrifying cellular activity. The human body cells are the foundation of a martial artist's evolution. He likely has the potential to unlock powerful genes. Has a 100 cellular activity level ever appeared in the history of the Xia Kingdom? I don't recall ever hearing of such a thing. Where did such an extraordinary talent come from? The young man, still somewhat unconvinced, weakly asked, could the equipment be malfunctioning? Chen Feiyong immediately retorted, malfunctioning equipment? I think it's your brain that's malfunctioning. Even if you malfunction, the equipment won't. The young man was left speechless by this remark. Xuani Martial Arts School did not publicize the matter. They understood that such an unprecedented level of cellular activity would stir up a storm in the imperial capital once the news got out. By then, the young man named Guchin would likely have no ties to Xuanyi Martial Arts School. Guchin left Xuanyi Martial Arts School and stood amidst the bustling streets of the imperial capital. The capital was vast and boundless, made up of dozens of districts, forming the most prosperous city in the Xia Kingdom, harboring the strongest martial arts foundation in the nation. Looking at the towering skyscrapers, Guchin softly muttered to himself. He had finally stepped into the body-tempering realm, but this was just the beginning. The body-tempering realm had its own intricate subdivisions. A martial artist who had just completed the body-tempering stage should have a blood energy level of around 100 calories. To increase blood energy, one method is to stimulate the cells through strength training, a long process. Another method is to take biological potions corresponding to the realm, which can significantly shorten the process, but this was not an option for Guchin. Even the lowest grade blood-tempering biological potion cost tens of thousands of yuan per small bottle, far beyond what Guchin's family could afford. When blood energy reaches 1,000 calories, a martial artist can transform it into a sea of blood energy, which plays a significant role in combat. Guchin boarded the bus, constantly pondering his future direction. The forest of ancient gods was home to strange beasts, and currently, hunting them seemed to be his only viable way to earn money. A single low-grade body-tempering beast, as long as the carcass was intact, could earn Guchin nearly 10,000 yuan. The only downside was that this job was fraught with danger. But Guchin was not afraid. He thought to himself, a martial artist is a profession that licks blood from the tip of a knife. Adapting early and stepping out of the comfort zone. Why not? Guchin's gaze grew sharp, causing the elderly woman sitting next to him to edge away slightly and mutter under her breath. Oh my, such a fierce young man. Noticing her reaction, Guchin quickly toned down his intensity and flashed a kind smile. After getting off the bus, the old lady watched Guchin's departing figure with a curious glint in her eyes. An interesting martial artist, and he looks like a high school student. This year's martial arts exam is going to be quite intense, she murmured thoughtfully. The ancient god forest sprawled across the imperial capital. Since the cosmic explosion and the opening of the Void Gate, the landscape of Blue Star had undergone dramatic changes. The land expanded wildly, as if the entire universe was undergoing a mass evolution. The capital city was now enormous, with a single district comparable to an entire city of the past. The forest was home to numerous exotic beasts. As humans evolved, the animals of yesteryear began to mutate wildly. However, lacking intelligence, their evolution often went awry, making them increasingly brutal and ferocious, posing a significant threat to human martial society. This was the fundamental reason for the establishment of martial arts schools. They served as the first line of defense against these mutated beasts. As Guchin stepped into the forest, dry leaves crunched underfoot. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground that swayed with the breeze. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the trees, sending leaves fluttering down. Following the sound, Guchin spotted a rabbit covered in silvery patterns hopping through the woods. Found it so easily? Guchin thought in surprise. This rabbit, resembling a crescent-shaped blade, was known as a moon blade rabbit, with strength equivalent to a tempered martial artist, approximately between 100 and 200 calories. Recalling information from his online research, he knew that the density of the silver moon patterns on its back indicated its maturity. After careful observation, Guchin estimated the moon blade rabbit's strength to be around 150 calories. He reminded himself to be wary of its agile movements and sharp teeth. Suddenly, an unprecedented thrill surged within him. According to the martial artist reports from the Zixin Pavilion of Assassination, this was the unique combat instinct of a gene evolver, continually evolving through fierce battles. The moonblade rabbit seemed to sense the threat and let out a strange cry, charging at Guchin. Its silver patterns glinted like a sharp, curved blade as it leaped at him. Guchin concentrated his strength and delivered a powerful punch. Boom! It was as if lightning collided in the air, and the moonblade rabbit let out a wretched scream, flying backward. Guchin swiftly followed up, grabbing the rabbit midair. Despite its frantic struggles, his grip was as unyielding as an iron clamp. Thanks to a sequence chain, my physical strength seems more terrifying than that of a typical tempered martial artist. Guchin mused, his actions remaining swift. The moonblade rabbit struggled desperately, finally managing to bite into Guchin's hand with its sharp teeth. Die, Guchin said coldly, pressing down forcefully. Boom. The moonblade rabbit hit the ground heavily, barely clinging to life. Guchin inspected his victory, feeling a surge of joy. For my first battle, it felt pretty good. Everything seemed to come from instinct. He carefully handled the moonblade rabbit's body, ensuring its integrity. Although the wound on his hand was a bit troublesome, it was insignificant for a martial artist and would likely heal on the way home. Heh, 6,000 bucks in the bag. Guchin muttered with a smile, pleased with his triumphant debut. Swish, swish, swish. A figure darted through the forest. Guchin had just finished a fierce battle, yet he dared not slack off, continuing to search for traces of the Moonblade Rabbit in the ancient god forest. Each Moonblade Rabbit was worth 6,000 yuan, a fortune for him. Guchin calculated in his mind. His sister, Guling, wanted to enter the third martial arts high school, and the required fees were no small amount. Even with financial aid, the pressure on their father was immense. Tuition was just the beginning. Top-ranked schools also had monthly quotas for purchasing biopotions, fees for using various equipment, and expenses for outside training, all adding up to significant costs. Thinking of his father, who always kept quiet and claimed there was no pressure, Guchin sighed, suspecting his father had already started borrowing money. He resolved to venture into the ancient god forest every day to earn money. Suddenly, Guchin's quick reflexes allowed him to strike down a Moonblade Rabbit. The rabbit squealed, trying to escape, but Guchin firmly pinned it down with his foot. Just as he pondered how to kill it without damage, a terrifying silver flash shot out from the jungle. Guchin's eyes flickered as he realized it was another Moonblade Rabbit. This one was clearly more mature, with dense, vibrant patterns on its body, shining with a silvery glow. Guchin instantly judged that this rabbit's strength was at least at the 200-card blood vitality level. Guchin's expression turned serious as he swiftly retreated. The rabbit beneath his foot seized the opportunity to flee wildly, but Guchin couldn't concern himself with it. He was slightly fatigued from the previous battle, and if the two rabbits teamed up, it could spell trouble. While dodging, Guchin delivered a heavy punch to the first Moonblade Rabbit. With a loud bang, the rabbit howled as it fell like a cannonball, its body somewhat shattered. Wasting no time, Guchin focused his attention on the formidable 200-card opponent. The Moonblade Rabbit was furious, screeching continuously, its eyes blood-red and filled with rage. Sensing the peril, Guchin crouched low, facing off against the rabbit. Whoever attacked first could expose a fatal flaw. Ultimately, the beast couldn't hold back. The Moonblade Rabbit lunged at Guchin, its attack swift like a crescent silver blade. Guchin didn't dare underestimate it, retreating frantically to dodge its fierce assault. Suddenly, Guchin took a step back, as if rooted to the ground. Standing tall like a spear, he decided to try a new move. In an instant, a layer of silver runes surged over him, making him appear crystalline. His blood boiled, and every cell in his body let out a resonant roar. Divine Prison Gene Prison Thunder Spear. Blazing thunder gathered in Guchin's hand, quickly elongating into a divine spear, exuding a heavy aura. The terrifying thunder resonated, light bursting forth. Seizing the moment, Guchin hurled the thunder spear with all his might. The Moonblade Rabbit, still on the offensive, was caught off guard by Guchin's retreat. Midair, the thunder spear hit its mark precisely. With a sizzling sound, the thunder exploded in the air. The rabbit didn't even have time to scream as its body was pierced, shredded into pieces by the blazing thunder. Guchin gave a resigned smile, his face slightly pale. Looks like I won't be getting those 6,000 bucks, he murmured to himself, feeling the exhaustion throughout his body. The Hell Thunder Spear drained his genetic power, not his physical vitality, and now he felt every cell screaming with fatigue, his body heavy, as if filled with lead. He glanced around, his eyes landing on the corpses of the 3 Moonblade Rabbits. I'm still too weak, Guchin thought to himself. In the previous situation, I couldn't take them down without damaging them. Still, the harvest isn't bad. He inspected his prey closely. 2 intact Moonblade Rabbit bodies lay on the ground, while the third was slightly damaged. Guchin estimated that selling these 3 could earn him a few $1,000s. His gaze lingered on the most mature Moonblade Rabbit, and he sighed inwardly. If only it were intact, it could fetch a good price. Unfortunately, it's too damaged now to even recognize it as a Moonblade Rabbit. Reflecting on the scene of using the Hell Thunder Spear, Guchin couldn't help but marvel. The power of the Hell Thunder Spear is indeed formidable, but using it even once leaves me exhausted. I should reserve it as a trump card in the future. He knew the Hell Thunder Spear could evolve with his Divine Prison gene. In the gene sequence of the Divine River, this genetic ability needed to be fully developed to unlock its potential. For Guchin, this was just the beginning of his journey. Taking a deep breath, Guchin decided to leave the area quickly. I need to get out of here. I'm exhausted, and if I encounter another beast, it could be disastrous. He swiftly wrapped the 3 Moonblade Rabbit bodies in the cloth he had prepared and hurriedly left the scene. However, shortly after Guchin departed, rustling sounds emerged from the woods. Several figures stepped out from the trees, drawn by the traces of the battle. They wore combat uniforms emblazoned with various martial arts school emblems, clearly a team on a special mission. Such a strong thunder attribute aura, exclaimed one team member. Wow, there are obvious signs of a battle here. Could a thunder attribute gene warrior have used their powers here recently? A thunder attribute gene warrior, another pondered. I remember there are only 2 in the capital with unlocked thunder attribute genes. It's rare and extremely destructive. They examined the scorched marks on the ground. The leader, a graceful female warrior, knelt and gently touched the ground. Her features were exquisite, her face like a painting, exuding an indescribable noble aura, akin to a proud fairy. Her melodious voice sounded. This thunder attribute power is unusual. It seems to have a mysterious quality not common to typical thunder attributes. Someone with a very strong thunder attribute gene passed through here recently, but this is just the outskirts of the ancient god forest. These young individuals were the elite signed with major martial arts schools, and they all wore serious expressions. One side. The situation lately is becoming harder to understand. The martial arts college entrance exam is approaching. We can only hope the new generation of warriors in Xia country grows stronger. It feels like the sky over the Blue Star humans is about to fall. Sensing the atmosphere was getting heavy and might affect their upcoming mission, a team member tried to lighten the mood. Chu Qingli, I remember you have a good relationship with Shen Mengxian, right? Did you hear that Shen Mengxian was rejected by a guy when she was selecting candidates for aid at the 13th high school in the capital? Rejected. This news piqued everyone's interest, and many found it amusing. However, a young man in the group snorted disdainfully, destined to be a low-level warrior for life. In the capital city, skyscrapers stand in tight formation and the streets are bustling with traffic. As night falls, the streetlights flicker to life and the city is brightly illuminated. Guchin stands alone on the busy street, burdened by the heavy weight of 3 corpses on his back, emanating a strong scent of blood. He had initially considered taking the bus, but with the crowd and prying eyes, he decided to walk instead. As he scanned the street, Guchin pondered his next destination. The martial arts school he just passed was clearly not a good option. They only offered 4,000 yuan for a moonblade rabbit and were picky, obviously trying to lowball him because of his youth. This attitude left Guchin displeased. After a moment of thought, he resolved to head for the more reputable Xianting Martial Arts School, even though it was a bit farther away. Upon arriving at the entrance of Xianting Martial Arts School, Guchin breathed a sigh of relief. It was still open. Just then, he saw Jiang Hui walking towards him, looking dejected. She sighed in frustration, regretting that she forgot to get the contact information of a young man whom the instructor called a 09 million exceptional talent. Looking up, Jiang Hui was surprised to see Guchin smiling and waving at her. She stared in disbelief at the 3 exotic beast corpses on his back, her mind racing with questions. Hey, Hui, does Xianting Martial Arts School take exotic beast corpses? Guchin asked casually. Yes. Jiang Hui replied instinctively, then suddenly realized why she couldn't find Guchin had gone straight to the ancient god forest. She was astounded, observing the young man in front of her who dared to venture into such perilous territory right after becoming a body-strengthening martial artist, especially noting the well-preserved moon blade rabbit corpse. She was thoroughly impressed. Come with me. Uncle Zhang should still be on duty, Jiang Hui said, leading Guchin into the school towards the old man, Uncle Zhang, who was responsible for collecting exotic beast corpses. Uncle Zhang, I brought someone here to sell exotic beast corpses. Take a look, Jiang Hui introduced enthusiastically. Uncle Zhang looked troubled. Xiaowei, the martial arts school has already reached its quota for exotic beast collections this month. If we take more, I'm afraid the instructors might blame me. Upon hearing this, Guchin was about to leave, but Jiang Hui quickly grabbed him, giving him a reassuring look. She leaned closer to Uncle Zhang and whispered, Uncle Zhang, this young man is someone even the head instructor holds in high regard. He's from a poor background and just arrived at the school today. The head instructor is already on his way back. You know what I mean, right? Having worked at the school for many years, Uncle Zhang was experienced. He glanced thoughtfully at Guchin and slowly nodded. Got it. Is adaptability the key? Zhang Bo pondered as he scrutinized Guchin. As the manager of Schwanting Martial Arts Academy, he had never seen anyone who garnered such attention from the chief instructor. In his eyes, the chief instructor was the highest authority he could interact with, second only to the academy's owner. Moonblade rabbits, right? Zhang Bo examined the prey on the table, surprised at how well-preserved they were. Except for some scratches on their backs, there were hardly any fatal wounds. He astutely realized that these rabbits were likely killed by the brute force of the young man before him. Achieving this was no ordinary feat. Just as Zhang Bo was about to name a price, a robust voice called out from behind. Give him 6,000 yuan too, Brother Zhang. Zhang Bo was momentarily stunned but quickly recognized the familiar voice. It was Chen Feiyang, the chief instructor of Schwanting Martial Arts Academy, striding towards them. His imposing figure was wrapped in the instructor's uniform, with his large coat billowing in the wind, exuding an intimidating aura. Chen Feiyang nodded at Jiang Hui before turning his gaze to Guchin, speaking with an unexpectedly gentle tone. You were using the number 3 body tempering traction device today, right? This unusual demeanor surprised everyone present, as Chen Feiyang was known for being a stern instructor. Upon Guchin's confirmation, Chen Feiyang showed a look of admiration. You have great talent. Keep working hard, and you might achieve significant success on the path of a martial artist. Chen Feiyang then inquired in detail about Guchin's background, and was even more astonished to learn he came from the underprivileged 13 high school. Achieving martial artist status in such a deprived environment highlighted his extraordinary talent. Although Chen Feiyong intended to offer financial support, Guchin graciously declined. The young man stated that if there were suitable paid tasks, he could be contacted at any time. After Guchin left, Jiang Hui asked in confusion, "Chief Instructor, I thought you wanted Guchin to join Confronting Martial Arts Academy, but you only asked for basic information." Chen Feiyong smiled faintly. "Of course, I want him to join. But is Confronting Martial Arts Academy truly qualified to have him?" He explained that someone with a 100% cell activity rate was an unprecedented anomaly, far surpassing ordinary geniuses. More astonishingly, Gu Chun had just entered the body tempering stage and could perfectly hunt 3 moonblade rabbits in a single afternoon, which was beyond the capabilities of the average person. He hasn't taken the martial arts college entrance exam yet, so he doesn't meet the criteria to join the academy. If I rashly invited him, it might cause him to harbor reservations. What Chen Feiyong didn't voice was that, given Gu Chin's potential, numerous martial arts academies in the capital would likely compete to recruit him. Watching Gu Chin's departing figure, Chen Feiyong mused, "This young man is neither arrogant nor humble. Though he is in the mire, he has the bearing of a hidden dragon. Can 13 High School really cultivate such a person?" Gu Chin's phone vibrated, lighting up the screen with a bank notification. He glanced at it briefly, then his eyes widened in surprise. "Your account ending in XXXX has received a transfer of 18,000 yuan from Xianting Martial Arts School. Your current balance is 18,093 yuan." Gu Chun took a deep breath, staring incredulously at the numbers. It was the first time he had so much money. Although becoming a martial artist required a significant investment, the earning potential in today's society was indeed remarkable. In just one afternoon, he had made 18,000 yuan, and this was only at the initial stage of body refining. No wonder those second-generation martial artists never lack resources for their training, Guchin thought to himself. A martial artist's ability to earn money is astonishingly powerful. This unexpected windfall lifted Guchin's spirits, lightening the burdens on his shoulders. At least now, he could help ease the financial pressure on his family. With a spring in his step, Guchin opened the door to his home. In the living room, he saw his father, Gu Dongshan, sitting on the sofa with a worried expression. However, upon seeing his son return, the elder Gu quickly put on a nonchalant face and forced a smile. Without saying much, Guchin took out his phone and, in front of his father, transferred 17,000 yuan to his father's account. With a ding, Gu Dongshan's phone buzzed with a notification. He looked at the screen in disbelief and stammered, so much money? Where did you get this from?" 17,000 yuan was equivalent to a month's salary for their family. But after covering the expenses of raising 2 children, they could barely save 10,000 yuan each month. This sudden influx of money made the elder Gu suspect that his son might have done something illegal. Seeing the doubt in his father's eyes, Guchin couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, Dad, times have changed." He showed his father the transfer record from Xianting Martial Arts School on his phone. In a martial artist's world, their earning power is something you can trust. Relieved by the transfer record, Gu Dongshan sighed, but then quickly realized something and looked at Gu Chun in disbelief. "Wait, a martial arts school? A martial artist? You've become a martial artist." A mix of emotions stirred within Gu Dongshan. He always knew his eldest son had a talent for martial arts, which had been a constant worry for him. As a father, watching his son miss opportunities due to financial constraints filled him with guilt and unease. Many sleepless nights were spent agonizing over this, especially considering the situation at their school, 13 High. "My brother's a martial artist now." Gu Ling's voice came from the other room. The young girl rushed out, excitedly throwing herself at Gu Chun. With a light twist, Gu Chun easily lifted his sister, as if she weighed nothing. "Dad, my brother's definitely a martial artist now." Gu Ling shouted excitedly. "He lifted me like I was a little chick." "You." Qin Yueru emerged from the kitchen, playfully scolding Gu Ling with a glance. "You eat so little every day, you're no different from a little chick." She then turned to Gu Chun, her eyes filled with excitement. "Son, have you really become a martial artist?" Guchin nodded solemnly. With his confirmation, the entire family erupted in joy. "We'll go buy your favorite foods right now," Gu Dongshan stammered, overwhelmed with excitement. "We have to celebrate tonight. Old Qin, get those 2 bottles of wine old Gui gave me. We need to celebrate, really celebrate." "Get lost." Qin Yueru feigned annoyance. Though her eyes were already wet, her emotions evident. Gu Ling was equally thrilled, chattering nonstop. "Brother, you're amazing. There's a classmate in my class whose brother is also a martial artist, and he's always so cool, no one dares to mess with him. Haha, I'm going to tell my classmates that my brother's a martial artist too." Watching his family bustling about, their faces filled with happiness, Gu Chun felt a warm sense of joy spreading in his heart. He suddenly felt as if his spirit had found a unique kind of redemption. In that moment, all his hard work and sacrifices seemed worthwhile. This is what home feels like. Standing in front of the familiar door, Gu Chun felt a warm surge in his heart. This place was an eternal sanctuary for his soul, where a light always shone for him, no matter the storms outside. As he opened the door, he saw his father, Lao Gu, insisting on returning the 17,000 to Guchin. His voice was full of love and determination. How could a father take money from his son? I can handle your sister's tuition. Don't worry about it. Now that you've become a martial artist, there will be many expenses in the future, so save it up. And don't spend recklessly outside, understood? Guchin felt a warmth in his heart, fully aware of his father's intentions. He silently decided to save the money for when Lao Gu truly needed it. In the kitchen, his mother, Chen Yueru, was busy preparing Guchin's favorite dishes. The aroma filled the air, bringing back countless memories. At the dining table, father and son enjoyed the rare luxury of a good wine they used to be reluctant to open, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. However, the peace didn't last long. The next morning, a knock on the door shattered the tranquility. It was Gua Haitang, Lao Gu's boss. Despite Lao Gu's respected position in the company, he respectfully invited Gua Haitang in. Behind him was a young man, whom he introduced. This is my son, Guiyong. He became a martial artist last month. Xiaoyong, say hello to your Uncle Gu. Guiyong was tall and confident, a hallmark of martial artists. He greeted Lao Gu politely, but his gaze inadvertently fell on Gu Chun. What? Xiao Chun has also become a martial artist. Gua Haitang exclaimed, scrutinizing Gu Chun with surprise. He was well aware of the Gu family's situation and knew that Gu Chun hadn't had any formal training. In contrast, making his own son a martial artist had required significant effort and resources. Gua Haitang pondered aloud. No wonder you asked me to help get a blood vitality potion. It was for Xiao Chun becoming a martial artist. He silently considered using his connections to help, knowing that in a society where martial artists were revered, the potential of one was immeasurable. Pride shone on Lao Gu's face, a rare moment when Gu Chun saw his father stand tall. Gu Chun felt a mix of emotions, realizing his father had been seeking the expensive blood vitality potion for him, likely costing 2 months' salary. Gua Haidang turned to Guiyong. All right, I have some work matters to discuss with your Uncle Gu. Take your brother Chen outside to train. The martial artist exams are coming. Scoring well will benefit you for life. Guiyong led Gu Chen outside. Although he came from the more prestigious 4th Martial Artist High School, he didn't underestimate Gu Chun and earnestly began teaching him. Brother Chun, I'll show you some training positions. Do them 4 times, with 5 sets each, and 12 reps per set. Guchin picked up the heavy dumbbells and started training under Guiyong's guidance. Guiyong demonstrated while explaining, to enhance blood vitality, you need to train your body to stimulate blood production. These exercises are the best for that, so remember them well. Yet, when Guiyong saw Guchin master these complex moves with ease, he couldn't help but be impressed. Just as his father had said, Uncle Gu's son had exceptional martial talent. These moves usually required intense practice to perfect, yet he learned them instantly. His physical coordination and learning ability were outstanding. Guiyong felt a mix of admiration and regret. He knew that in a world dominated by martial artists, without sufficient resources, even the greatest talent struggled to truly grow. Watching Gu Chun train diligently, Guiyong sighed inwardly. What a pity, in the world of martial arts, without resources, it's impossible to succeed. The sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze was blowing. Gu Chun and Guiyong began an intense training session in the park, using the professional equipment Guiyong had brought in his car. 4, 5, 6, 12. Gu Chun exhaled deeply, placing the heavy dumbbells firmly on the ground. Though small in size, these custom-made dumbbells weighed a hefty 300 pounds each, far beyond the capacity of an average person. After completing 5 sets of complex and challenging exercises, Gu Chun was finally exhausted, drenched in sweat. Guiyong looked at Gu Chun with surprise and couldn't help but praise him. Chun, you're amazing. It took me over a month of training to get used to this intensity, yet you managed to keep up right from the start. Initially, Guiyong had agreed to train Gu Chun as a favor due to an old friendship, but now his attitude had shifted from indifference to genuine admiration. Here, have some of my supplements. Although a bit proud, Guiyong was a decent person and handed his nutritional supplements to Gu Chun. After high-intensity training, a martial artist's body is extremely depleted and hungry. Without timely replenishment of quality nutrients, it could harm their foundation. Do these supplements cost 1,000 yuan per day? Guchin asked, taking the supplements and feeling secretly shocked. Spending 30,000 yuan a month, the path of a martial artist was indeed expensive. He felt the surging energy within him, realizing he had made noticeable progress. Guiyong carefully took out a silver vial from an exquisite box and explained, this is a biological agent, and 1 vial costs 30,000 yuan. Seeing Guchin's puzzled expression, he added with a wry smile, my dad has to go through several middlemen to buy these, so the price is naturally higher than the market rate. Guchin silently began eating the nutritional meal, and the thick nutrients were instantly absorbed by his cells. Suddenly, a hot spark erupted within him, filled with a mysterious and extraordinary aura. Guchin suddenly recalled the first gene chain of his divine prison gene, the body as a prison. Daily cultivation could condense higher cosmos body particles, which in turn could enhance the body's strength. These super body particles from a chaotic level universe, much like the sun producing sunlight every day, continuously nourished Guchin's body through his practice. Guchin began to absorb the physical body factors and immediately felt his blood and energy surging like a fierce wave within him. His energy level skyrocketed at an astonishing rate. 100 units, 110 units, 120 units, eventually soaring directly to 210 units. The speed of this advancement was jaw-dropping. Guchin glanced at Guiyong beside him. Guiyong was sitting cross-legged in pain, with bulging veins all over his body, showing an unusual silver color. This was the effect of the blood energy potion. Guchin could clearly see the constant boiling of blood energy inside Guiyong. Guiyong took a biological potion, which at most increases his blood energy by 50 units. But I increased by 110 units, Guchin thought to himself. The terrifying power of the divine prison gene has become apparent. However, Guchin knew that the physical body factors from the upper universe provided benefits far beyond just 110 units. He could feel that his body had once surged with thousands of units of blood energy, only for it to dissipate. Eventually his body wasn't yet capable of holding it. As I continue to grow, my body is evolving, and the benefits from absorbing upper universe factors will only increase. Guchin clenched his fist, realizing that his need for biological potions seemed less urgent. I just need to ensure adequate daily nutrition, and the upper universe physical body factors can compensate for, or even surpass, the effects of biological potions, he calculated privately. Biological potions are not only expensive, but also a burden on the body. Guiyong can only use them once a month. Otherwise, they would severely damage his foundation. In contrast, the physical body factors from the upper universe, as a mysterious substance, only benefit Guchin with no side effects. Guchin tightened his fist abruptly, feeling the powerful energy surging in his palm, and exhaled deeply. Although I'm behind most of the martial exam candidates in the imperial capital, there are still 13 days until the exam, and there's a chance for a dramatic comeback. At this moment, Guiyong came to his senses. Feeling the surge of blood energy within him, he smiled with joy. Seeing Guchin sitting silently, Guiyong thought he was discouraged and comforted him. "Chen, don't worry, my dad will help you find a way to buy blood energy potions. Then you can also achieve a significant improvement like me." Saying this, Guiyong took out a valuable wrist-bonded device that can accurately measure blood energy levels. He tested himself first. Blood energy level 331 units. Not bad, Guiyong said excitedly. An increase of 231 units in a month is pretty good. It's all thanks to my efforts, nutrition, and biological potions. Chen, you should test yourself too. Estimating on your own is never as accurate as the device. Guchin took the wristband and began testing. However, the numbers displayed on the device left Guiyong in disbelief. Guiyong stared in disbelief at the qi and blood bracelet on Guchin's wrist, which clearly displayed the number 225 calories of qi and blood. This value far exceeded Guchin's previous predictions, confirming that he had fully absorbed the upper universe's physical body factors, achieving an astonishing 125-calorie increase in qi and blood. Guiyong's voice trembled with shock. "Didn't you say you just became a body-tempering martial artist a few days ago?" His eyes widened as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. Everyone starts at 100 calories when they become body-tempering martial artists. But now you... His words stopped abruptly, as if the number had choked him. Guchin stood there, momentarily speechless. He didn't know how to explain this incredible increase, so he chose to remain silent. Guiyong seemed deeply affected, sitting there dazed, his eyes unfocused. He muttered to himself, a genius, a waste. I'm a waste." Guchin observed Guiyong's reaction with mixed feelings. They were only a few months apart in age and should have been peers, yet now it seemed an insurmountable gap had formed between them. Guchin knew well that his qi and blood increase was indeed absurdly exaggerated. Every stage of a martial artist requires long-term accumulation. From laying a solid foundation in childhood to becoming a body-tempering martial artist, and then raising qi and blood to 1,000 calories, it usually takes 3 to 10 years. Guchin's rapid advancement was entirely due to the extraordinary chaotic level genetic sequence, akin to using a PhD's knowledge to solve kindergarten problems. Guiyong had initially thought of himself as the elder brother with a superior family background, intending to take little brother, Guchin, out to train and teach him the ways of martial arts in high school. But reality had dealt him a heavy blow, leaving him utterly defeated. When they returned to Guchin's home, they found their fathers chatting happily. Despite the hierarchical relationship, old Gu was Gua Haitang's most trusted confidant, making them more like longtime friends. "You're back." Gua Haitang noticed his son's unusual demeanor. "Xiaoyong, what's wrong?" He observed Guiyang's absent-mindedness and heard him mumbling, waste repeatedly. Watch your words, young man. Gua Haitang scolded, but saw Guiyang force a smile that looked worse than crying. I am a waste. Gua Haitang was taken aback and turned to Guchin, his eyes questioning. The situation was somewhat awkward for him, being old Gu's boss. He had planned to stay for dinner, but now had to hurriedly bid farewell with Guiyang in tow. It wasn't until they left the Gu family home, under his father's comforting words, that Guiyang spoke. Dad, Guchin is a genius, a true genius. If he really just recently started gathering qi and blood, then he's an unimaginable existence. Uncle Gu's family has held him back. Guiyang's voice still trembled. He's just become a martial artist, yet he's already increased his qi and blood so much. For Guiyang, all of this was truly beyond belief. Wait, he doesn't even know the blood stimulation action set, which I just taught him. Guiyang was momentarily stunned, his face turning extremely grim. His mind raced, and an impossible thought emerged. Could it be that Guchin only increased his blood energy by over 100 calories today? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He denied it 3 times in his mind, then sat silently in the passenger seat, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. Beside him, Gua Haidang noticed his son's unusual reaction. Although he wasn't a martial artist, he had a fair understanding of martial arts to support Guiyang. At this moment, his expression also turned serious. Guiyang's reaction might have been exaggerated, but it undoubtedly revealed an astonishing fact. Old Gu's son is a martial arts prodigy. Gua Haidang recalled hearing that Old Gu's son had the potential to get into one of the top 3 martial arts high schools in the capital, but was held back by the family's inability to afford the high tuition fees. As Guiyang's father, he understood how much financial investment was required to nurture a martial artist. Even if he exhausted all his resources, he estimated he could only barely send Guiyang to a martial arts academy, with no room to spare. True talent cannot be hidden, Gua Haidang thought to himself. It seems I should lend a helping hand to Old Gu's family. It could benefit us as well. Although he was Old Gu's boss now and had outpaced Gu Dongshan for a lifetime, in a society where martial artists reign supreme, the situation could reverse at any moment. A top martial artist could break the existing class barriers. Meanwhile, Gu Dongshan had no idea what was happening and could only exchange bewildered glances with Guchin. During dinner, Old Gu received a phone call, and with a serious expression, he walked away to take it. Whose call is so important that he has to go so far to answer it? Chen Yuro glanced at Old Gu with some dissatisfaction and curiosity. After a while, Old Gu returned, his face showing a complex expression. He looked at Guchin and said slowly, Xiao Chun, your uncle Gua said that Guiyang is getting along well with you. Also, your uncle Gua has decided to cover your nutritional meals until your college entrance exams. Nutritional meals? Chen Yuro asked in surprise. 1 meal a day after high-intensity training? I heard Guiyang's meals cost 1,000 yuan each. Old Gu suddenly realized something, gave Guchin a deep look, and whispered, You, kid, are really something. He also guessed that Guchin's talent must be extraordinary, otherwise, Guiyang wouldn't have reacted that way. He knew Gua Haitang well enough to understand that as a shrewd businessman, he wouldn't do something so charitable without reason. Clearly, this was because he saw Guchin's potential. The college entrance exam is important. Don't worry about pride. Old Gu continued. It's only 13 days, and we can always repay him later. The meals are specially customized, and only Old Gua has the connections for them. The college entrance exam is approaching. I hope Xiao Chun can achieve a good score. It's a matter of a lifetime, Chen Yuro added. Old Gu remained silent for a long time, saying nothing more, but Guchin knew his father had agreed. Despite Old Gu's pride, he chose to compromise for his son's future. Guchin sighed. He could earn money to pay for the meals himself, but just as he was about to speak, his mother Chen Yuro glared at him, silencing him. After dinner, Gu Dongshan and Chen Yuro washed the dishes in the kitchen. With his martial artist's keen hearing, Guchin caught faint voices coming from the kitchen. Xiao Chun has grown up and become a martial artist. He can walk his path on his own now, and perhaps won't need us anymore. After a sigh, the kitchen fell into a long silence. The next morning, Guchin opened his eyes, feeling the vigorous energy surging within him. Xiao Chun, are you heading to school? His mother asked. Guchin nodded. Yes, today is the registration day for the martial arts college entrance exams. I need to go to school. Looking out the window, Guchin thought to himself, by now, he must have become a prominent figure at 13 high school, right? After all, rejecting Shun Mengxian had caused quite a stir in the capital, let alone within 13 high school. 13 middle school remained its usual rundown state, with the surrounding streets equally worn out. However, Guchin's mood was entirely different as he stepped back onto campus. Now he was a legitimate warrior, a unique presence in the entire 13 middle school. The lack of instruction in blood creation ability stimulation movements at the school highlighted how activating one's body cells was an insurmountable challenge for the impoverished students here. As soon as Guchin entered the school gates, he heard a mocking voice. Well, isn't it the young Master Guchin? You're actually attending school? You even gave up the chance to train with the goddess Chen. Are you some hidden ultimate warrior scion? Can't be bothered with the rewards of the warrior incubation program? TSK, young Master Gu with his lofty pride. Who would have thought you'd come to our 13 middle school? It's really hard to know what to say. Looking over, Guchin saw the speaker was Zhang Tianhu, a celebrity in the school. This burly guy had developed an arrogant and domineering personality due to lack of discipline at home, often bullying honest classmates. At this moment, he and a few followers blocked Guchin's path. Zhang Tianhu had also coveted that spot, but Shen Mingxian didn't even glance his way. Meanwhile, Guchin was not only chosen but also declined Shen Mingxian, which burned Zhang Tianhu with jealousy. However, since he had an uncle who was a warrior teacher, everyone had long been accustomed to his domineering behavior, and no one dared to resist. Guchin ignored Zhang Tianhu's provocation and headed straight for the teaching building. He was at school today mainly to register for the warrior entrance exam, a procedure that had to be handled through the school. Seeing Guchin ignore him, Zhang Tianhu taunted even more. See that? This Guchin kid is just a messed-up guy. He's always so gloomy and pretentious. What future does he think he has at 13 middle school? Being Shun Mingxuan's dog is his only way out, his only chance. Haha, and he actually refused it. It's just too funny. One of the lackeys immediately chimed in. Yeah, all high and mighty. But at the end of the day, he's doomed to be a lowly warrior, a lowly life. The whole family is. Before the words were finished, a cold glint flashed in Guchin's eyes. Like a hunting leopard, he crouched and instantly dashed to the lackey's side. The terrifying mobility of a warrior's physique was on full display at that moment. Guchin's voice was as cold as the underworld. Can't speak properly? Then you don't need a mouth. Boom. Guchin punched the guy in the face with such force it was terrifying. The lackey let out a scream, blood splattered, teeth shattered, and he was sent flying backward. Zhang Tianhu hadn't even reacted before he found himself facing Guchin's frost-like eyes. Guchin let out a furious roar and struck suddenly. His movements were as fast as lightning, delivering a precise kick to Zhang Tianhu's abdomen. Before Zhang could react, Guchin swiftly grabbed his shoulder, unleashing an astonishing force that pressed him down. Despite Zhang Tianhu's regular training and his cellular activation reaching 60, making him much stronger than the average person, he was no match for a true martial artist. He didn't even have time to scream before Guchin immobilized him completely. A sharp crack echoed as one of Zhang Tianhu's arms was brutally twisted and broken. His face turned ashen as he collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony. This sudden scene shocked all the onlookers. They stared at Guchin in disbelief, recalling the usually quiet, solitary boy he once was. Now, he seemed like a completely different person, having reduced Zhang Tianhu to a sobbing mess with a broken arm in the blink of an eye. Has Guchin lost his mind? Acting so violently at school, he'll definitely be punished, someone whispered. Doesn't Zhang Tianhu have a martial artist uncle? Even though he's usually a bully, we never dared to cross him because of that, another student said worriedly. Just then, a middle-aged man emerged from the school building with steady, powerful steps, clearly a martial artist himself. This was Mr. Zhang, a teacher for the first-year students. Mr. Zhang glanced coldly at the wailing Zhang Tianhu on the ground, then fixed his gaze on Guchin. His voice was filled with menace. You broke one of his arms, so I'll break both of yours. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Guchin appeared like a phantom in front of Mr. Zhang, his expression icy as he pointed at the teacher's arms. Fine. Guchin smirked internally. These teachers who abused their martial artist status to bully students were nothing but trash. Their cellular vibration was incomplete, and they had only barely reached the body refining stage at an older age. Their blood energy was pitifully low, with no potential to speak of. Such people could only flaunt their power in a mediocre school like the 13th High. Mr. Zhang felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could react, Guchin's hand was already on his shoulder. You said it, break both arms. Guchin's voice was cold and piercing, like a demon from hell. The students of 13 High School were stunned, as if they were witnessing a scene from a movie. Guchin moved with lightning speed, and Zhang Yuan's face turned ashen as he frantically mustered all his strength to resist. However, as soon as he made contact with Guchin, a terrifying realization dawned on him. You're a warrior? Zhang Yuan stammered. And you've completed your body refinement at the prime age. Before he could finish his sentence, Guchin had already seized Zhang Yuan's wrist. A torrent of overwhelming power surged like a flood. Zhang Yuan struggled to break free but found the disparity in their strength insurmountable. A sharp crack echoed, accompanied by a harrowing scream, as Zhang Yuan's arm was forcibly broken. The surrounding students gasped in disbelief at the scene before them. One voiced, trembling, Guchin, are you crazy? You'll be severely punished for injuring a teacher. Another student exclaimed, how are you so strong? Teacher Zhang Yuan is a warrior. Yet Guchin seemed oblivious to the outcries. With an impassive expression, he grabbed Zhang Yuan's other arm, and another bone-chilling snap was heard. Students exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. Guchin has changed. He was never like this before. Attacking a teacher so aggressively is going to cause serious trouble. Even though warriors have many privileges, maliciously harming classmates and teachers at school will definitely get Guchin into big trouble. At that moment, the three discipline deans of 13 High School hurried to the scene, their faces grim. They initially thought it was an altercation with students from another school, but seeing Zhang Tianhu and Zhang Yiyuan writhing on the ground left them all stunned. Hold on. Guchin, the grade-level dean exclaimed in surprise. She was strikingly attractive, yet now wore a look of disbelief. You've become a warrior? This news hit everyone like a bombshell. No student at 13 High School had become a warrior in 3 years. It seemed impossible. Yet the facts before them were undeniable. The students finally processed the information, and a buzz of conversation erupted. Oh my god, Guchin really became a warrior. This is incredible news. Finally, someone at 13 High has managed to activate all their cells and break through to the body refinement stage during their time here. This means the school can apply for more resources. Maybe we'll have a chance to become warriors too. The disciplined deans exchanged complex glances. The absence of warriors at 13 High had been a long-standing concern. Now, this unexpected event might be the turning point for the school's future. However, the current situation was still critical, and they needed to handle this unprecedented incident carefully. The news that a martial artist had emerged from 13 High School spread like wildfire, instantly igniting the excitement of everyone present. Directors Zhang, Wang, and Lu were ecstatic, their eyes gleaming with joy as they eagerly surrounded Guchin, completely ignoring Zhang Yiyuan, who was groaning in pain nearby. Your arm is broken? Step aside. The three directors' attention was solely on Guchin, whom they regarded as a precious young martial artist. He's really a martial artist, one of the directors exclaimed excitedly. Judging by your robust energy, you must have surpassed 200 calories, right? Zhang Yiyuan's face turned pale as he regretted his earlier actions. No wonder he was utterly powerless against Guchin. His recent energy measurement was only 65 calories, whereas Guchin had surpassed 200. The difference was vast. At this moment, Guchin's mentor, Lu Shuero, stepped forward. With a captivating figure and alluring looks, she glanced at Guchin with a glint in her eyes and then whispered to the other two directors, Gentlemen, Guchin is a student from my department. I'll report to the principal and ensure that he receives special training. As for Zhang Tianhu and Zhang Yiyuan, I'll leave them to you. With that, Lu Shuero led Guchin away, leaving Zhang Tianhu and Zhang Yiyuan looking utterly defeated. The other two directors' expressions turned cold as they sneered. A martial artist is a treasure for our school. It's been 3 years since we've had such an outstanding talent. Zhang Yiyuan, what do you think we should do with you? Zhang Yiyuan trembled, knowing he had hit a brick wall this time. In the past, when they bullied other students, embezzled funds, and exploited poor families, the school turned a blind eye. But this time was different. He had crossed the school's rising star. Guchin becoming a martial artist at 13 High is an incredible feat. He might even rise to the upper echelons of martial artists in the capital one day. He's truly a treasure for us. The directors discussed excitedly. Old Zhang, with your arm out of commission, you might not be able to teach anymore. Everyone present was visibly shocked. Previously, the directors might have shown some leniency due to their years of working with Zhang Yiyuan. But now, everything had changed. Guchin's value as a martial artist far surpassed that of an aging fighter. Meanwhile, in the director's office, Guchin was momentarily distracted by a pleasant fragrance. Lu Shuoro, who was somewhat famous in the area, was said to have reached a level beyond body refinement and had come to 13 High for practical experience. She was in high spirits. You've become a martial artist and are under my department, which will be a highlight in my career record, Lu Shuoro said with a smile. This achievement will smooth my career path. Training a young martial artist under such challenging conditions at 13 High is quite an accomplishment. She then shifted her tone and asked, but you need to explain why you refuse to be on the poverty aid list. I know your family's background, and they can't support you on the martial path. If you became a beneficiary of Shun Mingshuan's aid, even though life might be a bit restrictive, you'd gain a wealth of resources. The 3 students today already received a vial of energy medicine and guidance from the Shun family martial artists. Indeed, for ordinary people, biological agents and martial guidance were rare opportunities. In the past, Guchin might have been tempted by such offers. However, with the god prison gene, he was no longer willing to bow to the so-called goddess for these benefits. Director, I think the poverty alleviation quota is indeed a good opportunity, but it's not suitable for me. Guchin's eyes were bright, and his voice was firm, causing Lu Shuoro to pause for a moment. She carefully observed the young man in front of her, silently sighing. It's hard to believe this child is a student of the 13th middle school. Although Lu Shuoro had only been here for 3 years, she had already felt the suffocating sense of despair that permeated the school, a pervasive atmosphere of a bleak future. The society of warriors might eventually be fair, but that is a distant future. Currently, the human race is facing a huge threat, and the Summer Nation has no choice but to concentrate most of its resources at the top to nurture a group of extraordinarily powerful evolvers capable of withstanding the pressure from alien races and eliminating the threat of exotic beasts. Guchin's ability to stand out in such an environment can only mean one thing: talent. Lu Xiaoro had been paying close attention to Guchin because he initially had the qualifications to enter the third martial arts high school in the capital. Unfortunately, the high tuition fees became a barrier, leading him to the 13th middle school. Never mind, Lu Xiaoro said softly. You are already a warrior now. By taking on tasks at the martial arts hall and hunting exotic beasts, you can earn a decent salary. Your life will be better, and if you get into the martial arts gene academy, your future will be limitless. Her words carried a faint fragrance, and she wore a gentle smile. I'll inform the principal. She'll definitely be interested in you. The principal? Guchin asked, puzzled. In the 3 years he had been there, he had never seen the principal of the 13th middle school. Lu Xiaoro explained. Our principal is actually just a figurehead. She is also the principal of the third martial arts high school in the capital, a significant figure. These words made Guchin's heart sink, making him more aware of the disdain towards the 13th middle school. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoro gestured for Guchin to come closer. She retrieved a small box from under the table, revealing a silver blood energy potion inside when she opened it. The 13th middle school lacks educational resources. This is something I left from back then. Consider it my personal help for you. She pushed the box towards Guchin. Guchin glanced at the instructor, feeling a surge of warmth. Unlike others, Lu Xiaoro was always striving to help the students at the 13th middle school, as evidenced by Shun Mingxuan's poverty alleviation list. Director, Guchin hesitated. Take it, Lu Xiaoro insisted. I've already registered you for the martial arts college entrance exam. You, young man, work hard and aim to get into a good gene academy. Guchin finally accepted the potion, remembering Lu Xiaoro's kindness. Director, thank you. I will do my best, he promised earnestly. Watching Guchin's departing figure, Lu Xiaoro felt her heart race. She had a special premonition that this young man would make a remarkable impact in the martial arts college entrance exam. Maybe I'm overthinking it. The martial arts exam attracts millions from all over the country, divided into 4 major regions: East, South, West, and North. So many outstanding individuals participate. Still, he should be able to achieve a good result. Guchin left the 13th high school, holding on to the blood and energy potion. His heart felt warm as he recalled Director Lu Xiaoro's generosity. According to Guiyong, such a potion would normally cost someone of Guchin's status at least 30,000 yuan, plus a favor. Yet, Lu Xiaoro had given it to him freely. Although he wasn't in dire need of it, he appreciated the gesture and vowed to repay her kindness someday. Finding a secluded spot, Guchin began his daily training. He opened the insulated container he carried, which contained a nutritious meal prepared by Uncle Gua. After completing 5 sets of blood-enhancing exercises, he sat down, panting, and devoured the meal before consuming the blood and energy potion. Suddenly, a surge of energy flooded his body like a tidal wave. His veins glowed with a silvery hue as he felt the energy permeating through his bloodstream. His cells and muscles seemed like voracious demons, eagerly consuming the energy. My absorption rate for the potion is much faster, Guchin thought to himself. Is this the advantage of strong cells? Amidst the boiling energy, a spark of excitement flashed in Guchin's eyes. He estimated his energy level had increased by about 60 calories, nearing the 300-calorie threshold. Clenching his fist, he felt the power coursing through him. Meanwhile, the upper universe's physical essence within him was slowly solidifying. After the absorption, Guchin's energy intensity reached an unprecedented level. He thought, I should probably get a blood and energy testing ring. Relying on estimations isn't very professional. With this in mind, Guchin headed to the Xianting Martial Arts Hall. As he entered, he saw Jiang Hui looking pleased. Guchin, my little brother. Jiang Hui beamed. I got a nice bonus, thanks to you. It turned out that Jiang Hui had received a reward from Chief Instructor Chen Feiyang for introducing Guchin. For her, who usually struggled with training resources, it was a pleasant surprise. Happy for her, Guchin explained his purpose. Jiang Hui said, a blood and energy testing ring? We have them at the Martial Arts Hall, priced at 1,199 yuan each. Without hesitation, Guchin purchased one. Just then, an unharmonious voice echoed in the hall. Is the genius martial artist the chief instructor mentioned yesterday in the group chat you? The speaker was a young man with a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Jiang Hui's pupils contracted slightly as she whispered to Guchin. He's a newly joined talent at Xianing Martial Arts Hall, named Mu Siyu. His energy level is already at 400 calories, and he's a student at the 4th Martial Arts High School. Guchin turned to look at Mu Siyu, puzzled. He hadn't provoked him. So is it just because the chief instructor praised him in the chat that this person wanted trouble? Jiang Hui broke into a cold sweat. She was in the chat group and knew what had happened last night. Mu Siyu had been criticized by the chief instructor for skipping training. Perhaps in a moment of frustration, the instructor compared him unfavorably to Guchin, calling Guchin the real genius. This must have been a blow to Mu Siyu's pride. 400-calorie energy level, not a bad opponent, Guchin remarked, causing Jiang Hui's eyes to widen in shock. Guchin had just become a martial artist, and challenging someone with 400-calorie energy seemed like a death wish. Mu Siyu hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. The information he received was that 2 days ago, Guchin had successfully become a body-tempering warrior on his first use of the body-tempering device at Xianing Martial Arts Hall. This led him to underestimate Guchin's strength, thinking he was just a lucky newcomer. Inside the martial arts hall, Mu Siyu stood with his arms crossed, a disdainful glint in his eyes. He thought to himself that if members of the martial arts hall could attack outsiders so casually, then the rules of the hall would become a joke. He was contemplating whether to throw in a few more sarcastic remarks to provoke Guchin into making the first move. Unexpectedly, Guchin got straight to the point. Do you want to spar with me? Mu Siyu was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. He watched as Guchin approached him step by step, hearing him say calmly, I've recently made some progress in my vital energy and blood, and I could use an opportunity to sharpen my skills. I know you have some dissatisfaction with me, but regardless of your reasons, you're a decent whetstone. Mu Siyu wondered if he had heard wrong, and his anger was ignited instantly. He gritted his teeth and said, Unbelievable. I've never heard such an outrageous request. I'm a warrior with 400 calories of vital energy and blood. In the senior year at the 4th Martial Arts High School, I rank in the top 40. A whetstone? You think of me as a whetstone? Bring it on. His voice echoed through the martial arts hall, immediately grabbing the attention of those around. The hall quickly became lively with chatter. TSK. Isn't Mu Siyu that genius who recently joined Xianing Martial Arts Hall? Someone's looking for trouble, daring to challenge him? Ha ha ha, looks like a hothead to me. I'm a yearly member here at Xianing Martial Arts Hall, and I haven't seen this kid before. Another chance to witness a fight between warriors. The onlookers were thrilled, gathering around the arena. Meanwhile, in a concealed room within Xianing Martial Arts Hall, 2 figures sat before a LCD screen, watching the situation unfold in the arena. These 2 were none other than Chief Instructor Chen Feiyang and the Hall Master, Feng Wu. Chen Feiyang squinted, scrutinizing Guchin on the screen. This kid doesn't seem like someone who just entered the body tempering stage. His vital energy and blood are quite robust. Feng Wu nodded and explained. He indeed only broke through 2 days ago. But right after that, he went to the ancient god forest and hunted 3 moonblade rabbits. Hearing this, Chen Feiyang regarded Guchin more highly, though with a hint of regret. I do feel a bit sorry for the kid. Last night, I might have been too excited and said something harsh about Mu Siyu, which is why he holds a grudge against Guchin. Feng Wu was indifferent. It doesn't matter. Young warriors need to clash to improve. But who do you think will win? Chen Feiyang answered without hesitation. Mu Siyu will win. In terms of vital energy and blood, martial arts, and combat skills, Guchin is still too inexperienced. It's understandable, given he hasn't been a warrior for long. At this moment, Guchin stood on the arena, staring at Mu Siyu before him. He could feel his body instinctively becoming excited, a sense of unprecedented anticipation surging within him. This battle would be his first real test since becoming a warrior. Mu Siyu was undoubtedly the strongest opponent Guchin had faced so far. As Guchin stepped forward, the entire arena shook violently, as if an ancient tyrannosaurus was charging forward. His physical strength was so terrifying that everyone present was left speechless. Guchin launched a punch, his stance as steady as a rock, and the force of his fist was like thunder. Mu Siyu's pupils contracted sharply, and in a rush, he crossed his arms in front of him. However, an unimaginable force still surged forward, sending him flying backward. Mu Siyu staggered back several steps before he could barely stabilize himself. How is this possible? Mu Siyu was shocked. Is this really the strength of a warrior who has just tempered their body? He felt his blood and energy churning, and his entire body was in discomfort. What was even more shocking was that Guchin had already appeared in front of Mu Siyu like a phantom. Their fists collided, forcing Mu Siyu to retreat step by step, his blood and energy in turmoil, his skin flushed red. The audience gasped in disbelief. Who was this young man who could dominate Mu Siyu? Even from afar, they could feel a suffocating sense of oppression. Little did they know, this oppression came from the innate suppression of the divine prison gene, an absolute advantage at the cellular level. Finally, Mu Siyu was sent flying like a cannonball, landing heavily on the ground, his internal organs almost displaced. I lost, he thought bitterly, realizing the fight had been a one-sided crushing match from start to finish. Jiang Hui's mouth was agape, her face full of disbelief. Mu Siyu had lost, and without any chance to fight back. It was known that Guchin had just successfully tempered his body, while Mu Siyu had completed his 2 months ago. Surprisingly, Mu Siyu did not lose his temper. He stood up and respectfully bowed to Guchin, who quickly returned the gesture. This was a sign of mutual respect between warriors. Did you really just temper your body? Mu Siyu asked. Seeing Guchin nod, he drew in a sharp breath, exclaiming, You monster! Guchin took out a blood and energy detection wristband and put it on. The numbers flickered and finally settled. 465 calories. Jiang Hui and Mu Siyu both looked up, staring at Guchin in disbelief. How is this possible? Jiang Hui's voice trailed off. Didn't you just temper your body? How did you improve so quickly? Guchin scratched his head, offering a vague explanation. I just practiced, and this happened. Practiced, and this happened. Mu Siyu scoffed. Is that even something a person would say? Jiang Hui pondered. Was this the monstrous talent of someone with 100 cellular activity? She recalled asking Chief Instructor Chen Feiyang about it yesterday, who uncharacteristically smiled, saying, 100 cellular activity is an unprecedented potential in Xia Nation. Any unbelievable events occurring with him are to be expected. By the way, Guchin suddenly asked, can I test my strength and other data at Xianing Martial Arts Hall? Haha, of course, no problem. Despite his bruised face, Mu Siyu was cheerful and generous. You monster, I'm also curious about your physical capabilities. Come on, I'll take you. After they left, the people in Xianing Martial Arts Hall were still in shock. Did I see that right? What kind of monster was that? Someone murmured. In the depths of the Xianing Martial Arts Hall, Feng Wu and Chen Feiyang exchanged a startled glance. They had both assumed Guchin would be defeated without a doubt, but the outcome was unexpectedly different. Mu Siyu not only lost, but was utterly crushed, completely overpowered by Guchin from start to finish. Feng Wu furrowed his brow, sensing something unusual about Guchin's movements. As a well-known strongman in the imperial capital, he noticed that Guchin's exaggerated movements seemed to surpass the limits of an ordinary martial artist's physical strength. Cell activity at 100%, and you call him an ordinary martial artist? Chen Feiyang couldn't help but retort quietly. Feng Wu was momentarily speechless, having to admit that Chen Feiyang had a point. His eyes flickered as he pondered this year's martial arts examination. The top candidates from the 4 major examination regions should be eligible to go to that place, he thought with anticipation. Meanwhile, Guchin followed Mu Siyu to the area for physical strength assessment. However, upon arrival, they found it already occupied. Yi Qingxian from the Yi family? What's she doing at our Xianing Martial Arts Hall? Mu Siyu exclaimed softly. Guchin followed Mu Siyu's gaze and saw a graceful figure standing in front of the assessment equipment. She wore a silver-white training outfit, her tall stature complemented by long hair, cascading like a waterfall. Her lively eyes held a hint of mist, exuding an innate aura of pride and nobility. Jiang Hui, who had accompanied them, unconsciously lowered her head, feeling a palpable sense of pressure. Yi Qingxian is the pride of the Yi family in the imperial capital and the goddess of the top martial arts high school, Mu Siyu added, his eyes flickering with admiration mixed with a hint of self-doubt. Guchin mused silently about this extraordinary era where continuous genetic evolution made martial artists far superior in both temperament and appearance compared to ordinary people. With the elite selection process within prominent families, it's no wonder such outstanding individuals emerge. He scrutinized Yi Qingxian, sensing the immense energy within her. Despite her slender figure, her blood vitality likely exceeded his own. Third-tier physical potential. That's incredible, Guchin thought to himself. At that moment, the machine in front of Yi Qingxian roared and suddenly emitted a black light, making the entire apparatus appear as intimidating as a black hole. The Yi family is an aristocratic lineage among the stars, prominent in the imperial capital. Only they could nurture a genius of this caliber, Mu Siyu explained. Physical potential is categorized into 3 levels, Bai Li, Zixian, and He Yuan. Reaching Bai Li is already considered a mid to high level of talent, and Yi Qingxuan's He Yuan level physique has undoubtedly been cultivated with significant resources since childhood. Of course, her own talent is also quite remarkable. In simple terms, for an ordinary martial artist, reaching the level of a black source physique is nearly impossible. Even with exceptional talent, without ample resources, this realm is hard to attain. In this unique setting, an air of reverence permeated the crowd. Their gaze was fixed on a figure exuding noble aura and formidable strength, Yi Qingxian. Her presence naturally instilled a sense of inferiority among those present. Yi Qingxian sighed inwardly. She had reached the black source physique level a year ago, yet progress beyond that had been elusive. Despite her weekly intake of specialized growth factors and employing unique training methods considered the most scientific and rapid way to enhance the physique in the entire Xia kingdom, her advancement stalled after crossing into the black source level. Was this her limit? At that moment, Yi Qingxuan's attention was drawn to the side. She noticed members of the Xianting Martial Arts Hall leading a young man over. With her affluent background, she could instantly tell that this young man was not from the elite circles of the capital. Losing interest, she was about to leave when she saw the young man calmly approach the testing machine, place his hands on the handles, and begin to exert force. Yi Qingshuan's halted steps turned back for a glance. Suddenly, a thunderous boom. The testing machine erupted with an unprecedented sound, trembling violently as a radiant light burst forth. Mist began to envelop the area, causing the onlookers to retreat in shock. What level of physique is this? Wow, what a terrifying sensation. It seems even stronger than the black source physique demonstrated by Goddess Yi earlier. The machine is glowing so brilliantly. What level of physique is this? Countless people stared at the young man in front of the machine as if they had seen a ghost. Despite his plain attire, his skin was smooth as jade, exuding an undeniably sharp aura. Fourth stage, radiant gold level. Mu Siyu was too stunned to speak at the sight. Fourth stage, radiant gold level. The crowd buzzed with astonishment. Higher than the top-tier prodigies nurtured by star-dominating families like the Yi family? How did this monster train? Guchin silently observed the test results. Possessing the divine prison gene, he had once absorbed upper universe physique factors. Compared to this, the growth factors consumed daily by the elite heirs of wealthy families were insignificant. Upper universe physique factors were top-tier resources, transcending dimensional levels. Your physique level is terrifying, Mu Siyu exclaimed, unable to remain calm as Guchin's displayed strength was overwhelmingly formidable. At that moment, a light sound of footsteps approached. Yi Qingxian, who was about to leave, returned, her captivating eyes fixed on Guchin. Yi Qingshuan's beauty was breathtaking, and the closer one got, the more they felt the creator's favoritism. Her flawless face and exquisite figure could drive anyone wild. Hello, I'm Yi Qingxian. She initiated the conversation. A collective gasp of envy swept through the crowd. They had all been eager to approach Goddess Yi, but were deterred by their own sense of inferiority and fear of her intimidating background. Yet now, Goddess Yi had taken the initiative to speak to a plainly dressed young man. I'm Guchin, the young man replied calmly. Guchin. Yi Qingxian searched her mind, realizing there was no prominent Gu family among the Dominion-level families of Xia Kingdom. Who was this person? To possess a radiant gold physique at just the tempering stage? Her heart was filled with curiosity and intrigue. After Yi Qingxian left, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. Everyone's gaze was like a sharp sword directed at Guchin, their eyes burning with an unmistakable fire of jealousy. Just now, did Goddess Yi add his contact information? I didn't see it wrong, did I? Someone said through gritted teeth, their voice seemingly squeezed out from between clenched teeth. The martial artists present were overwhelmed with complex emotions. Yi Qingxian was the undisputed goddess of the top martial arts high school, a paragon in terms of family background, appearance, figure, and talent. Yet, just now, this unattainable goddess had actively asked for Guchin's contact. The most popular messaging app in Xia country now is Enin app. Yi Qingshuan's contact. Damn it, a martial artist exclaimed in frustration. You're really lucky. Even Mu Siyu, standing nearby, couldn't help but grit his teeth. If he were not currently no match for Guchin, he might have already dragged him back into the ring for another fight. Faced with the hostility of the crowd, Guchin merely shrugged helplessly. He wasn't particularly concerned about the so-called goddess contact. At this moment, Guchin's mind was focused on one thing, becoming stronger. He knew very well that, as someone from a poor background, hoping for anything with the daughter of the Yi family overlord was nothing short of a pipe dream. Fourth tier's scintillating gold-level body. What do you think, Feiyang? Fang Wu asked, using an old-fashioned reference. Chen Feiyang's expression turned serious, his eyes full of shock. This guy is breaking my understanding of what a genius is, he said in a deep voice. Yi Qingxian grew up immersed in biological potions, even consuming cosmic dust brought back from the stars. Her vitality had long surpassed the limits of ordinary martial artists, making her the top presence among martial artists in the capital high school. I was already amazed that her body had reached the black source level, but I didn't expect Guchin to have achieved a scintillating gold-level body. Fang Wu smiled, crossing his arms over his chest, and explained softly. The difference in strength at the scintillating gold level isn't that significant. At most it affects combat power at the same level and some special martial techniques. But it also represents a terrifying potential. Becoming stronger as a martial artist is a process of constantly breaking one's own shackles and evolving. Early limits often impact later cultivation, offering great benefits. Chen Feiyang nodded in agreement, then added, I've also learned a bit about Guchin's background. He's a student from the 13th high school. His father works at a small company with an average income. By martial artist standards, his family background is indeed quite poor. At this point, Chen Feiyang's expression turned playful. Oh, and I've learned something interesting. Fang Wu raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue without keeping him in suspense. You know about the martial artist incubation plan, right? Chen Feiyang lowered his voice. Didn't they allocate a batch of poverty aid slots? At that time, Shen Mingxian went to the 13th high school and happened to choose Guchin. And guess what? Guchin refused Shen Mingxuan's aid slot. This was quite a buzz in the capital a few days ago. So the protagonist of that incident was Guchin. Feng Wu recalled the scene and couldn't help but sigh. Back then, everyone mocked Guchin for being arrogant, naive, and out of touch, seeing him as nothing more than a stepping stone. However, Guchin's refusal revealed his innate pride and unique vision for the future. Feng Wu nodded in satisfaction and turned to Chen Feiyong, asking, "Do you think we might witness a poor kid rise against all odds and surpass the scions of wealthy families?" Chen Feiyong was taken aback by the thought, knowing how rare such an occurrence was in the current society of warriors. Feng Wu pressed on. "Feiyong, how should our Xianting martial arts school treat Guchin?" Chen Feiyong smiled wryly and candidly replied, "Master, to be honest, with the potential Guchin has shown, our school might not be able to keep him. Once he makes a name for himself in the martial arts entrance exam, not just us, but every school in the capital, even those top-tier Sacred Path schools, will vie for him. I suggest we build a good relationship with him and offer appropriate support to leave a positive impression of Xianting Martial Arts School. That should be enough." Feng Wu nodded in agreement. He was well aware that Guchin was a student of Yu Shunli, who herself was a formidable figure. If not for the suppression by several major families, she would have long surpassed her roles as the principal of a martial arts high school and the honorary principal of 13 middle school, possibly even traversing the stars by now. Feng Wu thought to himself that competing with Yu Xinli for talent was a fool's errand. They watched the young man on the screen, sensing that an extraordinary talent was about to rise like a bright star. After leaving Xianting Martial Arts School, Guchin headed straight for the ancient god forest. His hunting target had now upgraded from the moonblade rabbit to the more challenging long-armed ape. These apes not only sold for a high price of 9,000 each with both arms intact, but also had combat abilities far exceeding the moonblade rabbit. Guchin decided to challenge them to earn money and hone his combat skills. He searched carefully in the forest and soon spotted a long-armed ape. Guchin estimated, its vitality is about 500 calories, slightly higher than mine, making it a perfect opponent for training. With a sudden stomp, the ground shattered, and he shot towards the ape like an arrow. His punch landed heavily on the ape, covered in thick fur, with silver-white arms and bulging muscles. The ape roared in anger, caught off guard as it was sent flying. Its crimson eyes flashed with ferocity, immediately launching a counterattack. Guchin marveled at its strength, clasping its fists and nimbly climbing up its body. The ape shrieked repeatedly, but Guchin was already hanging onto its arm, delivering a powerful kick. The long-armed ape was instantly disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Guchin landed and unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike resounding like thunder, raising dust all around. The ape tried to retaliate, sweeping its long arm towards him. Guchin swiftly executed a low sweep, knocking it to the ground, then closed in and delivered a crushing punch. Boom! The ground shattered, blood splattered. The long-armed ape finally fell. The torso is intact, so it shouldn't result in too much of a deduction. Guchin nodded slightly, his gaze falling on those muscular arms, inwardly pleased. That's money right there. He struggled to hoist the gibbon's body, feeling its heavy weight, and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This thing is really heavy." Guchin roughly estimated that the gibbon could fetch over 10,000 yuan, but the exact price would have to be determined at the Xianing Martial Arts Hall. On his way back, he was fortunate enough to encounter a few moonblade rabbits. Like a seasoned hunter, Guchin swiftly captured 2 of them, feeling secretly delighted with his luck. As he stepped into the Xianting Martial Arts Hall, Uncle Zhang immediately recognized the prey on Guchin's back and looked up in surprise. "Is that a gibbon?" He gave Guchin a once-over, furrowing his brow. "That's quite a leap, isn't it? Don't think just because I'm old that I don't understand martial artists. That gibbon has at least 500 calories of blood energy." Uncle Zhang recalled how Guchin had already surprised everyone when he first became a martial artist by bringing back an intact moonblade rabbit carcass. And now, just 2 days later, he had returned with a gibbon's body, perfectly preserved. Uncle Zhang couldn't help but wonder, just how strong is this kid now? How has his strength increased so rapidly? Other martial artists nearby were also drawn to the scene, expressing their astonishment. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Did you really take down this gibbon yourself?" Guchin nodded in confirmation. Immediately, a chorus of admiration erupted around him. "Wow, so young and already so powerful. The future is bright for this young man," a middle-aged man remarked. "If only my own kid could show such promise, I wouldn't have to spend all my money buying this and that for him." It's frustrating to compare. Most of the onlookers were middle-aged individuals there to buy supplements for their children, all of whom praised Guchin. Embarrassed by the compliments, Guchin looked to Uncle Zhang for help. Seeing this, Uncle Zhang found it amusing and said, "Even though the gibbon's head is slightly damaged, it's within normal limits. The valuable part isn't the head, but the intact arms, so I'll give you the highest price. That's 11,000 yuan for the gibbon, and the 2 moonblade rabbits, perfectly preserved, will be 12,000 yuan. Altogether, it's 23,000 yuan. I've noted it down, and I'll transfer it to your account, the same one as last time." Guchin nodded in confirmation and quickly left the martial arts hall, as if escaping. A hero at such a young age. Uncle Zhang. Is this young man from your martial arts hall? Someone nearby couldn't help but ask. Uncle Zhang, hearing this, shook his head with a wry smile and said, if he were one of ours, that would be great. Unfortunately, he's not. Our head instructor said this kid is the most extraordinary talent he's ever seen. The surrounding middle-aged individuals all showed expressions of shock. As night fell, the lights of the imperial capital were dazzling and colorful. When the night fully enveloped the bustling city, the skyscrapers reflected a brilliant and splendid array of lights, a sight to behold. At this moment, in a high-end restaurant, a few figures stood out. Yi Qingxian wore a red dress, her tall figure exuding a noble and charming aura. She gently swirled the wine in her glass, her red lips slightly parted, revealing a glimpse of her teeth. The night softened her features, making her even more captivating. However, she seemed a bit distracted, her gaze unfocused, lost in thought. Qingxian, what's wrong? It's rare for us to get together, and you seem a bit distracted. Did something happen? Chu Qingli softly asked. Under the gentle light, her stunning beauty appeared even more captivating. Being a few years older than Yi Qingxian, she exuded the elegant aura of an upper-class socialite. Yi Qingxian snapped out of her thoughts, her gaze moving from Chu Qingli to their other companion, Shen Mingxian. The three of them hailed from dominant families, and their families' businesses frequently interacted, fostering a close personal friendship. Tonight, they had the rare chance to enjoy some private time together. Oh, nothing, Yi Qingxian sighed lightly. I just met an interesting martial artist today. Her eyes seemed distant as if she was recalling the young man with the golden grade physique, and that surreal feeling washed over her again. Do you think it's possible for someone to reach a golden grade physique at the body tempering stage? Golden grade. Shen Mingxian raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain flickering in her glass-like eyes before she chuckled and shook her head. Qingxian, you know how difficult it is to enhance one's physical level. You've reached the black source level at the body tempering stage, which is already the most extraordinary I've seen. Golden grade? Come on, you're joking. One of my uncles just entered the glazed stage, and his skin emits a glazed light, yet he hasn't reached that level of physique. Shen Mingxuan's words left Yi Qingxian stunned. Right? How could it be possible? Is that guy a monster? You encountered someone at the body tempering stage with a golden grade physique? Chu Qingli also showed a look of surprise. Yi Qingxian nodded in confirmation. Yes, his blood vitality wasn't as strong as mine, so he must be at the body tempering stage. Yet, he tested for a golden grade physique. The news plunged the three women into silence, an air of disbelief filling the room. Really? Are you sure the machine wasn't malfunctioning? Shen Mingxian couldn't help but ask. Yi Qingxian smiled wryly and shook her head. No, he tested right after me, so the machine was definitely fine. If that's true, then he must be an extraordinary genius. I wonder where such a prodigy came from, Shen Mingxian said with a hint of wariness in her voice. Chu Qingli elegantly swirled her wine glass and took a sip, leaving a tempting lip print on the rim. The waters in the capital are getting deeper lately, she mused. Just the other day, I was on a mission and passed by the ancient god forest. I noticed traces of gene abilities being used, and it was the most destructive thunder attribute gene. The key is, only 2 people in the capital have unlocked the thunder attribute gene, and I asked them they weren't in the forest at the time. Thunder attribute gene? That's probably one of the top 10 powerful genes in the Divine River gene list, Shen Mingxian exclaimed. The 3 women continued discussing recent events, marveling at the changes in the capital's dynamics. This time's martial exam. Qingxian, you're going to feel the pressure, Chu Qingli joked. Yi Qingxian, however, appeared confident. The more strong opponents there are, the more interesting it becomes. Do you know that martial artist with the golden grade physique? Shen Mingxian suddenly asked. Yi Qingxian shook her head. No, but I did get his contact information. We can meet up sometime so you can all meet him. Oh, the god, is he taking the initiative to get someone's contact? That's rare, Chu Qingli teased. The goddess of the first martial high school, taking the initiative like that? Just making a friend, Yi Qingxian admitted openly. He's very mysterious, and I'm quite interested. The conversation soon shifted to Shen Mingxian, as everyone heard about her being refused when selecting a list for a poverty alleviation program. That person was indeed quite young and didn't seem to understand how beneficial the program could be for students at 13 high, Shen Mingxian commented. But what about his talent? Average, Shen Mingxian gave a measured assessment, then continued. Missing this opportunity, his future prospects might not be very bright. These 3 women probably don't realize they're all describing the same person. At this moment, that person is at home, facing a unique situation. Brother, what are you doing? Gu Ling huddled in the corner, trembling as she watched her brother approach. Guchin looked serious, getting straight to the point. How much is your tuition? Hearing this question, Gu Ling breathed a sigh of relief. It was about this matter. She showed a hint of guilt, knowing her parents were worried sick about her education expenses. It's 150,000 a year. Tuition is 50,000, plus fees for biological agents, extracurricular activities, and other expenses, totaling 100,000. Over 3 years, that's 450,000, Guling explained. But I have a special recruitment subsidy that waives 30 of the cost. So over 3 years, it's 315,000, which is 105,000 per year. Guchin nodded, calculating in his mind. He glanced at his bank card, the latest message showing, your card ending in XXXX has received a transfer from Xianting Martial Arts School, totaling 23,000 yuan. Current balance, 39,994 yuan. Including previous expenses for a blood and energy bracelet, he had saved up 40,000 yuan. Listen, Guchin's tone softened. I'll pay your tuition. Don't tell our dad yet. You know he's proud and stubborn. Brother, where did you get so much money? Guling asked, surprised. Guchin gave a warm smile. Your brother is a martial artist now. Earning money is easy for me. Be good. Our parents are getting older. They deserve a break. Guling was first delighted. Then her eyes welled up with tears. Suddenly, she burst out crying. Brother, I will become a great martial artist. When you're old and can't walk, I'll take care of you. Get lost, Guchin said, exasperated, as he ruffled her hair, then returned to his room. Opening his phone, Guchin saw a new message. It was from Yi Qingxian, whom he added today, with the online name Lilac-Colored Leaf. The name was a bit unconventional, but considering his own online name, Dust Covers the Sky, he didn't mind. Lilac-Colored Leaf, are you there? Dust covers the sky, yes. Lilac-Colored Leaf. Can I ask what your current blood and energy level is? Dust covers the sky, image. Guchin sent a photo of his blood and energy detection ring, showing a level of 465. Lilac-Colored Leaf, you're a monster. I've never seen anyone with such a physical level at just 465 energy. Dust covers the sky, just lucky. Lilac-Colored Leaf, let's train together sometime. Dust covers the sky, sure. Meanwhile, in a mansion, Yi Qingxian was wearing pink pajamas, deeply buried in heavy blankets. She felt incredibly embarrassed. It was her first time initiating a chat, and even inviting someone to train together. Her whole body felt uncomfortable, as if ants were crawling all over her. Despite this, the fact that someone could have a radiant golden physique at just 465 energy still amazed her. It was the first time she had shown interest in a martial artist her own age. If others knew about it, they would surely be shocked. Guchin awoke with a strong desire to make money. At the break of dawn, he rushed eagerly to the ancient god forest. He had a stroke of luck today, swiftly capturing 3 moonblade rabbits and successfully catching a large black armored sheep. These trophies earned him a rewarding 25,000 yuan, allowing him to return to the Xianting Martial Arts Hall with satisfaction. Jiang Hui thoughtfully arranged a private training room for Guchin. He focused on completing a series of blood production stimulation exercises and then devoured his nutritional meal. Guchin could feel the energy boiling within him, as the upper universe's physical body factors began to flourish. Once he fully absorbed and digested it, he was pleasantly surprised to find his vital energy had reached 605 calories, breaking the 600-calorie threshold for physical strength. Guchin calculated silently. If he maintained this incredible rate of improvement, reaching the limit of vital energy before the college entrance exam was not impossible. A confident smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. However, at that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Guchin stepped out of the training room with curiosity, his gaze turning cold instantly. Jiang Hui was surrounded by a group of young people, her face pale. The leader of the group spoke provocatively. We need a training room. Is your Xianting Martial Arts Hall, ranked 72nd in the capital, so big yet without a single training room? Guchin quickly approached Jiang Hui and quietly asked what was going on. Jiang Hui briefly explained. These people are from the neighboring martial arts hall and often cause trouble. They probably noticed our members were out on tasks and decided to stir up trouble. Guchin scanned the group, noting they were all martial artists with vital energies around 500 calories. The leader squinted, eyeing Guchin unfriendly. Are you a member of the Xianting Martial Arts Hall? You look unfamiliar. Guchin calmly replied. I'm not a member of Xianting, but she's my friend. He positioned himself protectively in front of Jiang Hui, recalling her assistance and feeling grateful. He said coldly, I'll give you to the count of 3 to leave Xianting Martial Arts Hall or face the consequences. The martial artists burst into mocking laughter. Face the consequences? What big talk? Haha, they jeered. Where did this kid come from? He looks like he's still in high school. Young and bold. Get lost before you get hurt. Jiang Hui tugged at Guchin's sleeve, softly urging. The leader is Wang Kaya, with vital energy already at 500 calories. You should go back to training. They'll leave after a while. It's no big deal. Guchin glanced around, noticing many people had already retreated, afraid to get involved. His voice was icy. 3, 2, 1. The faces of the martial artists instantly darkened. The atmosphere inside the Xianting Martial Arts Hall suddenly turned tense. A group of martial artists in various uniforms surrounded the area, their eyes glinting with danger. Standing in the center was a young man dressed in a light blue training outfit, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if it could pierce through one's soul. You're courting death. The faces of the martial artists instantly darkened, their eyes filled with fury. However, at this critical moment, the young man Guchin softly uttered the final number, 1. This single syllable landed like a heavy hammer, stunning everyone present. Guchin's body suddenly dropped into a crouch, adopting the stance of a predator ready to leap, and he dashed towards the martial artists. Boom! Wang Kaiha, the leader, felt as if he had been struck by a mountain, the intense pain rendering him pale. He stared in disbelief at the seemingly frail young man before him, whose terrifying strength seemed to swallow him whole. Whoosh! Wang Kaiha's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. In that split second, he vaguely heard a monstrous roar emanating from Guchin, the sound of Guchin's entire being unleashing its power. This must be fake. I must have misheard, was the only thought left in Wang Kaiha's mind before he crashed heavily at the entrance of the Xianting Martial Arts Hall, losing consciousness with his head tilted. 500 units of vitality, Guchin calmly assessed. His strength is decent, but he clearly underestimated me. This kid's strength is not to be underestimated. Everyone attack. Take him down. The others, both shocked and angered, rushed towards Guchin. A martial artist quickly moved to Guchin's left side, ready to strike, only to meet Guchin's icy gaze. In that instant, his heart sank. Bang! With a terrifying sound, the martial artist's body flew out like a cannonball. Guchin's figure moved like a phantom, flickering among the crowd. With vitality surpassing his opponents and a radiant golden physique, Guchin was like an invincible war god in his realm, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the continuous sounds of impact, all the troublemaking martial artists were thrown out like trash by Guchin. What's your name? Just you wait. The fallen individuals groaned in pain, yet still spat threats at Guchin. Guchin let out a cold laugh. After a fight, you want me to tell you my name? Do you take me for a fool? Get lost. His voice thundered like an explosion, causing the group to flee in panic and disarray. Jiang Hui stood behind Guchin, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Like Guchin, she was a martial artist from a modest background. Such individuals typically shared a common trait, avoiding trouble whenever possible. In the past, when Jiang Hui faced bullying, she chose to endure silently. This was the first time someone stood up for her. Thanks, Jiang Hui said softly, warmth flooding her heart. Guchin turned at her words, flashing a bright smile. Sister Hui, if they come to cause trouble again, just call for me. As long as I'm here, no one will bully you. To Guchin, Jiang Hui was a rare and good friend. She was kind-hearted and had been good to him. Naturally, Guchin would not stand by and let her be bullied. Jiang Hui nodded gently, gratitude filling her eyes. At that moment, many passers-by stopped to watch the scene at the Xianting Martial Arts Hall, their eyes focused on Guchin's back, filled with admiration. What a fierce young man. Someone in the crowd murmured in awe. The young man's movements were captivating. Every punch and kick exuded a dramatic sense of power. His body seemed to be charged with explosive energy, ready to be unleashed at any moment. Fang Wu sat inside the Xuani Martial Arts School, his gaze fixed on the young man training, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. As the owner of the school, Fang Wu was well aware of everything that went on within it. When members from the neighboring martial arts school came to provoke them, he initially didn't want to intervene, as bullying the weak would only invite ridicule. Unexpectedly, Guchin stepped forward on his own, and his skills had noticeably improved. What kind of prodigy is this kid? Fang Wu couldn't help but sigh. His future is bound to be extraordinary. We won't be able to keep him here, but we should at least do something. That afternoon, Jiang Hui received some good news. She was officially hired as a contracted martial artist at Xuani Martial Arts School, and she received a valuable resource package for martial artists, which even included biological serums. For someone from a modest background like her, this was a godsend. Jiang Hui knew that all of this was because of Guchin. Although Guchin claimed he acted for her sake, in most people's eyes, it was Guchin intimidating other schools on behalf of Xuani. She looked at the silver serum in her hand and couldn't help but smile wryly. If I hadn't experienced it myself, it'd be hard to believe a genius could make a top-ranked martial arts school in the capital go to such lengths. The following days were uneventful, yet fulfilling for Guchin. His blood and energy levels increased rapidly each day. On the third day, with a muffled sound, an intense roar erupted within him, causing his cells to vibrate wildly. Blood energy level is at 954 calories now, Guchin thought to himself. It's only been 5 days since I entered the body refinement stage, and I've gone from 100 to 954 calories. An ordinary genius might take a year to reach this level. He knew it was all thanks to the chaos-grade divine prison gene, which was transforming his body into a terrifying prison capable of containing cosmic monsters. The enhancement from the upper universe's physical factors was immense. In recent days, Guchin often chatted with Yi Qingxian. It wasn't for building a relationship, but rather because Yi Qingxian, being from a prominent family, had comprehensive knowledge about cultivation realms and could provide information that was hard for ordinary martial artists to access. After several days of communication, their relationship gradually became more familiar, no longer prone to awkward silences. Glazed leaf. Why are you suddenly asking about martial artists with 1,000 calories? Have you reached 1,000-calorie blood energy? Chen. No, just curious about future realms. Glazed leaf. I see, you scared me. If you had reached 1,000 calories so quickly, you'd truly be a monster. Looking at the phone screen, Guchin thought, 900 plus, indeed not 1,000. But by tomorrow, it should be. Little leaf, I'm not lying to you. However, Yi Qingshuan's next words made Guchin squint. Glazed leaf. In the body refinement stage, reaching 1,000 calories of blood energy is just the beginning for a martial artist. The leaves of a lustrous shade gently swayed, glistening under the sunlight. Guchin and Yi Qingxian were seated on a bench in the campus, discussing the mysteries of martial cultivation. With a serious expression, Yi Qingxian explained, when a martial artist reaches 1,000 units of vital energy, they can break through to the next level. However, true genius martial artists, especially the elites of the upper echelons, view 1,000 units as merely a starting point. She continued, after reaching 1,000 units, the real challenge begins. We must constantly push our limits and solidify our foundation. Take me, for instance. I am currently undergoing my third body refinement, and my vital energy has reached 3,500 units. This might just be my limit. Guchin was deeply engrossed and couldn't help but ask, so, after the martial arts exam, will you be advancing to the divine power realm? Yi Qingxian nodded, confirming, that's right. The next stage after body refinement is the divine power realm. At that point, we transform our vital energy into super divine power, resulting in a significant leap in combat strength. Guchin was astonished. The average martial artist he knew often rushed to enter the divine power realm upon reaching 1,000 units of vital energy. Yet, geniuses like Yi Qingxian chose to keep pushing their limits. He couldn't help but remark, that's intense. Yi Qingxian seemed unfazed by Guchin's comment and continued, of course, the benefits of doing this are obvious. The body refinement stage is like the foundation of a skyscraper. The more abundant the vital energy, the smoother the future cultivation. It not only enhances combat power in the same realm, but also impacts the ease of future breakthroughs. She suddenly paused, noticing Guchin seemed a bit distracted, and asked discontentedly, hey, are you listening? Guchin quickly responded, yes, I'm just overwhelmed by what you've said. Yi Qingxian smiled satisfactorily. That's good. But you don't need to worry too much about this now. Your vital energy is just around 500. However, your physical level has reached the fourth stage, golden radiance, which means you have the potential for a fourth breakthrough. Guchin pondered, the fourth breakthrough, meaning breaking through to 4,000 units of vital energy? Yi Qingxian nodded. For other martial artists, this is an insurmountable peak. But for you, it might be possible. After all, you can absorb higher dimensional physical factors, allowing your vital energy to increase rapidly. Guchin sincerely expressed, thank you for the guidance. Suddenly, Yi Qingxian suggested, how about training together tonight? I happen to have time. How about after dinner at the Lujin Martial Hall? Guchin was taken aback. The Lujin Martial Hall was ranked fourth among the sacred extreme martial halls in the capital, reportedly overseen by city-level figures. He couldn't help but marvel at Yi Qingshuan's high status, as ordinary people probably couldn't even get through the door. However, Guchin had unfinished work tonight. He had been busy cultivating all day and hadn't gone hunting in the ancient god forest yet. He currently had 80,000, and he planned to increase his funds to 100,000 today to pay for his sister Gu Ling's tuition. Guchin had to politely decline. Sorry, I have something to do tonight. Maybe another day. Yi Qingxian sat on a comfortable sofa, gritting her teeth. In 18 years, this was her first time actively inviting a boy, only to be turned down. Fine, she replied, the series of exclamation marks clearly reflecting her current mood. Guchin felt a bit embarrassed on his end. Yi Qingxian had answered all his questions without reservation, yet he had declined her invitation to train together. Guchin quickly explained, Chen, don't be upset. Haha, I really have something to do. Let's train together another day, and I'll treat you to a meal to apologize. Hearing this, Yi Qingxian felt slightly better. She lazily reclined on the sofa, her perfect figure in full display. She sighed. Ugh, I suddenly lost the motivation to train. At that moment, Yi Qingshuan's phone lit up. She pondered for a moment, seemingly weighing something. Is the class organizing a trip to the ancient god forest tonight? As night fell, the ancient god forest was shrouded in a mysterious and terrifying atmosphere. People often said that one should never step into this forest at night, as ferocious and ruthless beasts would be active. However, Guchin fearlessly moved through the forest. Suddenly, he struck out with a punch, shaking countless leaves from the trees, causing the entire forest to rustle. Immediately, a thunderous beast roar erupted in the woods, making the ground tremble. Guchin's eyes lit up, a golden-eyed ironhide bear. What luck to encounter one of these. This thing can sell for 30,000 at the Xianting Martial Arts Hall. He quickly analyzed. Blood energy approximately 900 calories, extremely strong defense combined with overwhelming power, truly a tough opponent. Without a moment's hesitation, Guchin charged at the ironhide bear. Boom! His fist met the bear's, sending a jolt up Guchin's arm. But the ironhide bear wasn't unscathed. Its massive body staggered back, a flicker of shock in its golden eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Guchin swept a low kick at its legs. The ironhide bear lost its balance, and Guchin followed up with a punch to its chest, then a kick. Boom! The ironhide bear crashed to the ground. TCH, its defense is too terrifying. I have to use this move. Guchin mounted the ironhide bear, raising his right hand. Prison Thunder Spear. Intense lightning gathered in his hand, forming a formidable long spear. Slash. The Prison Thunder Spear tore open the ironhide bear's chest, shattering its heart. The golden-eyed ironhide bear finally succumbed. Guchin exhaled deeply, thinking to himself, I still lack martial skills and a suitable weapon. Fighting these tough-skinned beasts with bare hands is too difficult. He recalled seeing an entry-level martial skill once, but it was priced at 100,000, prompting a wry smile. No, I can't think about it anymore, my heart aches. Guchin couldn't help but envy someone like Yi Qingxian, who came from a prominent family. From childhood, she's probably had countless martial skills at her disposal. She can learn whatever she wants, and if there's nothing suitable, a powerhouse from her family might even develop one on the spot. He self-deprecatingly thought. Comparing myself to her is just maddening. Meanwhile, in the ancient god forest, a group of high school students cautiously made their way through. Among them, a tall figure stood out. Who would have thought that even Goddess Yi would join this class activity? Someone murmured. Goddess Yi is as aloof and beautiful as ever. But she seems a bit down today. Did someone upset her? Feeling dejected after being rejected by Guchin, Yi Qingxian lost her enthusiasm for cultivation. Just as she was sulking, a message came through the class group chat announcing a training session in the ancient god forest that evening. Remembering she hadn't been back to school for months, Yi Qingxian, on a whim, decided to join. As night fell, Yi Qingxian followed her classmates to the ancient god forest. The trees were tall and dense, and the air was filled with a mysterious aura. Suddenly, a classmate exclaimed, "It looks like there was a battle here." Everyone immediately gathered to take a closer look. Deep claw marks and fallen trees were evidence of a fierce battle. The air was still tainted with a foul stench, the distinctive smell of a beast's blood. A male student crouched down to examine the ground closely and said in surprise, "These footprints must belong to a golden-eyed ironhide bear." At the mention of this name, everyone gasped. The golden-eyed ironhide bear was notorious among the beasts for its ferocity, immense strength, and incredible defense. They recalled their teacher's warning. Before reaching the divine power realm, encountering such a creature meant running away, never confronting it. Who killed the golden-eyed ironhide bear? Someone whispered. All eyes instinctively turned to Yi Qingxian. As a limit-breaking body-refining martial artist, she was the only one in the class who could possibly defeat such a dominant beast. Yi Qingxian ignored her classmates' speculations, her gaze piercing through the dense forest to focus on the distance. There, she vaguely saw a familiar figure carrying away the massive carcass of the ironhide bear. The silhouette felt inexplicably familiar, yet she couldn't recall where she had seen it before. At that moment, a girl approached Yi Qingxian and softly asked, "Qingxian, what's wrong?" This girl was one of the few in the class who dared to approach Yi Qingxian. Most classmates kept their distance due to Yi Qingxian's background from a starry sky overlord family, leaving her often isolated at school. Yi Qingxian snapped back to reality and briefly replied, "Nothing. I have something to attend to." With that, she turned and left, leaving her classmates puzzled. Her mind was filled with questions. Who was that familiar figure? Why were they here? With these questions lingering, she decided to investigate on her own. She spoke briefly and then walked in the direction of the figure. Guchin had just placed the corpse of the golden-eyed ironhide bear aside when he heard another beast's roar in the distance. His face turned grim instantly, as the roar indicated a power level equivalent to 1,000 Ka. Guchin cautiously surveyed his surroundings and quickly identified the source of the sound, a tiger covered in bone spikes, exuding an incredibly fierce aura. His eyes flickered, and without hesitation, he raised his hand to unleash the Hell Thunder Spear. The blazing lightning exploded in front of the bone-spiked tiger's face, leaving it bloodied and severely injured. Bone-spiked tiger, a Thisanka-level beast. Have I stumbled into a den of these powerful beasts today? Guchin thought to himself, a strange thrill surging within him. He charged at the dazed bone-spiked tiger, taking advantage of its impaired vision from a protruding eyeball, and delivered a lethal punch to its neck. Each move was deadly. showcasing Guchin's rapidly improving combat skills from numerous battles. At that moment, a graceful figure stood in the moonlight in the distance, like a celestial being under the moon. A crisp voice, slightly tinged with irritation, rang out. It really is you. Yi Qingxian had just arrived and witnessed Guchin's battle with the beasts. Now, having successfully slain the bone-spiked tiger, he sat on the ground, panting. Yi Qingxian was somewhat displeased. She had intended to invite Guchin to train at the Supreme Martial Arts Gym, which boasted the best facilities and training conditions in the capital. She hadn't expected him to choose to train in the ancient god forest instead. This was the first time she felt so angry. She sent a message. Are you there? Guchin replied. I am, but busy. Very busy. Yi Qingxian glanced at the figure lying among the two beast corpses and continued to ask. Busy as hell. Guchin responded. Damn man. Yi Qingxian laughed in exasperation. She shook her head, unable to understand why Guchin would choose to fight beasts in the ancient god forest instead of gaining greater improvement at the martial arts gym. Meanwhile, Guchin was also puzzled. What's up with Yi Qingxian today? Why so many questions, he wondered. Look up, Yi Qingxian suddenly messaged. Guchin looked up and saw a deliberately annoyed yet delicate face. He was startled. Wow, a goddess making such a face at me. It was well known that Yi Qingxian was famous for being aloof, usually with a cold expression. Is this what you're busy with? Yi Qingxian asked in a cool voice, her face breathtakingly beautiful. In her view, killing beasts was the least cost-effective form of training. The Supreme Martial Arts Gym had virtual combat simulators specifically for developing combat awareness, which were far more effective. However, at this moment, Guchin's eyes lit up as he looked at Yi Qingxian, his worries dissipating. What are you up to? Yi Qingxian, a martial artist who had broken through limits 3 times, was now unnerved by Guchin's gaze. The golden-eyed ironhide bear's corpse is incredibly heavy, and now I've taken down a bone-spiked tiger too. I was wondering how to bring them back. Luckily, you're here, Qingxian, Guchin said excitedly, as if he had found a savior. Yi Qingxian regretted coming to find Guchin. This guy is really something. In the capital's top martial arts high school, Yi Qingxian is widely recognized as a goddess. She is a prodigy who has broken through the 3rd level of limits, a rarity among the younger generation, and a favored daughter of the Yi family, a family with cosmic dominance. Yet here she was, in the ancient god forest, helping a little-known boy carry the carcass of a fierce beast. Under the moonlight, the skeleton of a ferocious tiger swayed gently on her shoulder with each step. For a martial artist who has broken the limits 3 times, it wasn't heavy, but if word got out, it would certainly cause an uproar throughout the capital. Yi Qingxian pondered to herself, wondering if coming to the ancient god forest tonight was a mistake. What surprised her even more was that she hadn't refused Guchin's request. She glanced occasionally at the boy beside her, filled with curiosity. Soon, they arrived at Xianding Martial Arts Hall. Guchin, familiar with the place, went to find Uncle Zhang, while Yi Qingxian curiously observed her surroundings. She was full of questions about why Guchin needed these beast carcasses. Her confusion grew when she realized Guchin was there to sell them. Uncle Zhang carefully examined the prey Guchin brought in and suddenly exclaimed, Is this a golden-eyed iron-skinned bear? Guchin, you've already managed to kill such a beast. His gaze then fell on the skeletal tiger, and this white-boned tiger, which is comparable to a 1,000-calorie beast. Even the usually composed Uncle Zhang couldn't remain seated. He stood up, scrutinizing Guchin with eyes full of amazement. However, when he noticed the beautiful, aloof figure beside Guchin, his gaze turned slightly suggestive. Despite this, Uncle Zhang maintained a professional demeanor. He began to quote prices. The golden-eyed iron-skinned bear, I can offer 30,000. The chest is damaged, but the real value is in the eyes. Since they're intact, I can raise the price to 32,000. The white-boned tiger is heavily damaged, 20,000. Is that acceptable? Guchin readily agreed. Soon, his phone chimed with a notification. Your account ending in XXXX has received a transfer of 52,000 from Xianding Martial Arts Hall. Current balance, 122,000. Seeing the balance, Guchin was visibly pleased. Yi Qingxian looked at him in confusion and asked, Are you in need of money? As someone who had grown up with wealth and privilege, she didn't have much concept of money and found Guchin's reaction puzzling. Guchin answered honestly, Of course. My family's financial situation is average, and being a martial artist is expensive. Plus, my sister is about to attend the 3rd martial arts high school, and the tuition is high. I need to save up for her. Hearing this, Yi Qingxian's impression of Guchin rose even higher. Her eyes sparkled with thought. She noticed that Guchin's energy level seemed off. 3 days ago, his energy level was only 465 calories, but now he was able to kill an iron-skinned bear. Yi Qingxian speculated that Guchin might have reached 1,000 calories. With a golden tier physique, his energy levels had increased rapidly in just a few days. Yi Qingxian couldn't help but wonder, how does this guy train? He's a genius beyond my comprehension. Despite everything, Yi Qingxian found being around Guchin interesting natural, and comfortable. People she interacted with usually couldn't avoid fawning over her because of her family status. But Guchin was different, offering a relaxed and genuine interaction that she found refreshing. Yi Qingxian softly said to Guchin, "How about this? Next time there's a well-paid task, I'll call you. Most tasks pay around 200,000, and even after splitting, it's a decent amount." Guchin's eyes lit up, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he thanked Yi Qingxian. After the two parted ways, Chen Feiyong, who was about to head home from work, happened to witness Guchin and Yi Qingxian walking side by side. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Feiyong's eyes flickered with curiosity. The little princess of the Yi family, he mused to himself. This guy is quite lucky. Yi Qingxian of the Yi family was reputed to be as cold as ice, with hardly any friends her age, yet here, she was with Guchin. Late at night, just the two of them, Chen Feiyong couldn't help but show a gossipy expression. Afterwards, Guchin returned home. Opening the door, he saw his family gathered around the dining table, seemingly in discussion. Old Gu bore a hint of worry on his face, but quickly masked it upon seeing Guchin's return. "What's going on? Did something happen?" Guchin asked, sensing something amiss. Old Gu hesitated. "It's nothing. Did you go to train today? You must be tired, go rest." But Guchin wasn't buying it. He knew Old Gu too well. "Is it about the tuition fees?" Gu Dongshan and Qin Yu looked at each other, eyes filled with helplessness. "You don't need to worry about the tuition," Guchin said firmly. "I told you I'll handle it. I'm a martial artist now, and with the earning potential that comes with it, I can make money quickly. I've already earned the first-year tuition for Guling." He took out his phone, showing them the balance on his account, 120,000. Gu Dongshan and Qin Yu were too stunned to speak. If they didn't know their son had become a martial artist, they might have suspected he was involved in something illegal. "But you need resources for your training too," Old Gu said, frowning. Guchin shook his head. "I don't lack training resources, you can rest assured about that. The martial arts exam is coming up, and I know what's important. Our son has grown up," was the thought that touched Gu Dongshan and Qin Yu, mixed with a bittersweet feeling. Guchin's voice softened. "I will become a strong martial artist, and then I can take care of Guling. Don't overwork yourselves. Your health is what matters most." He then transferred 110,000 to Old Gu for Guling's tuition and headed back to his room. "Phew, still have over 10,000 left," Guchin calculated silently. Just then, his phone vibrated, and a message popped up. "Lu Lycée de Yizi. Tomorrow morning at 6, Ancient God Forest, hunt a divine rabbit equivalent to the first limit-breaking level. Reward is 15,000, 3 participants." What do you think, Master Gu? Clearly, the relationship between Yi Qingxian and Gu Chun had grown close, her playful words starkly contrasting with her reputed cold demeanor. Gu Chun felt a warmth inside, guessing that Yi Qingxian had found this task for him after learning about his situation. Her access to tasks was something Guchin could not match. Yi Qingxian, cold on the outside, warm on the inside, truly a good friend, Guchin thought. "Chen Zhitian, I'm in. Thanks a lot." Yi Qingxian had no personal interest in the task. She found it purely for Guchin. Earning 50,000 from a single task was an incredible opportunity. Guchin was filled with anticipation, ready for the upcoming challenge. Early morning, at the edge of the ancient god forest, Guchin stood at the designated task location specified by Yi Qingxian, looking around as a sense of unfamiliarity welled up within him. The vast forest seemed endless, with towering trees whose intertwined branches blocked most of the sunlight. Suddenly, a mature female voice emerged from the depths of the forest, breaking the morning silence. Guchin turned towards the sound and saw a figure slowly emerging from the shadows of the trees. It was a young woman in her early 20s, tall and graceful with a hint of languor in her movements. However, upon seeing Guchin, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, quickly replaced by a look of displeasure. The godly rabbit is as formidable as a first limit-breaking body refiner, combining speed and strength. This mission is extremely perilous, and a slight mistake could result in serious injury. And yet, we're assigned such a teammate. Her voice was sharp and cutting. "Aren't you afraid of dragging us down?" Guchin frowned at her words, about to speak, when he noticed two more figures emerging from behind her. One was a young man in his mid-20s with dark skin and a sturdy build, while the other was a middle-aged man with a kind face, though beads of sweat were forming on his forehead, clearly feeling the pressure exuded by the warriors. The young man with dark skin sized up Guchin, his tone filled with skepticism. "Are you kidding me? You look like you're still in high school. Dealing with limit-breaking beasts is no joke, and the godly rabbit is one of the tougher ones. I thought 3 of us against it was already a stretch, and now the third teammate is a high schooler. Boss Wang, are you sure this isn't a joke?" Guchin felt a sense of helplessness but understood their concerns. After all, in the perilous ancient god forest, a warrior's life was their only one. Typically, such dangerous tasks would reject young participants, unless they were top-tier geniuses or scions of affluent families from the imperial capital. The middle-aged man, Boss Wang, quickly stepped in to mediate. He pulled the 2 warriors aside for a quiet discussion. After a brief exchange, they returned to Guchin. Although the warriors still looked displeased, their attitudes had noticeably softened. Even if he's sent by the Yi family, we can't gamble with our lives, the young man with dark skin muttered. After all, he's just a high school student. Does he have any experience fighting beasts? Nonetheless, upon hearing the mention of the Yi family, their attitudes became more restrained. Zhang Yunxia, first limit break, blood energy 1,250 calories. The woman introduced herself succinctly. Wang Furong, first limit break, blood energy 1,300 calories. The dark-skinned young man followed. Guchin also shared his data. Guchin, blood energy 1,000 calories. Upon hearing this number, Zhang Yunxia and Wang Furong exchanged a meaningful glance, silently communicating. This mission might just be a matter of hoping for the best. The rewards are substantial, but risking one's life could make it all not worth it. With that, the four of them began their journey deeper into the ancient god forest. Along the way, Zhang Yunxia and Wang Furong remained cold and distant towards Guchin, clearly still viewing him as a burden. The shadows of the trees danced, and the leaves rustled, as if playing the overture for the dangerous mission ahead. Zhang Yunxia took a deep breath, her expression grave as she warned. In the depths of this ancient and mysterious forest, any lapse in attention could be fatal. We must be extremely cautious. Wang Furong, clutching the documents, shared crucial information. Our target is the divine power rabbit, a beast entirely black with extremely developed thigh muscles. Its explosive power can crush a small mountain, and both its speed and strength are considered top tier, making it incredibly dangerous. Guchin listened silently, feeling the surge of energy within him. He had just increased his energy level to 1,000 calories this morning, yet it seemed as if he had encountered some invisible barrier. As the confrontation with the divine power rabbit loomed, every cell in his body trembled with excitement, eager for the intense battle. Suddenly, Zhang Yunxiao alertly pointed to a giant tree 50 meters ahead. Look there. Indeed, a rabbit, completely black, appeared in their line of sight. Though not large in size, it exuded an overwhelming sense of power. Its wary eyes scanned the three of them, and its chewing motion paused. In the next moment, the divine power rabbit transformed into a black streak, charging towards them. Even from a distance, they could feel the terrifying force capable of pulverizing a seasoned warrior. Scatter! Wang Furong shouted, and the three quickly dispersed. With a thunderous crash, the spot where they had stood turned into ruins. Amidst the swirling dust, a black figure flashed by, its eyes red, leaving behind shattered stones, its destructive power chilling. Had they hesitated for a moment, they might have perished. Zhang Yunxia's face was ashen. This divine power rabbit's strength far exceeds our expectations, with an energy level likely reaching 1,500 calories. Coupled with its tricky nature, this mission is a death wish. She watched in despair as the rabbit vanished again, its speed too swift to track. However, at that critical moment, the high school student they had overlooked suddenly charged forward, moving so fast that Zhang Yunxia was left speechless. A deafening collision erupted in the air, followed by a black shadow crashing heavily to the ground. Guchin stumbled a few steps, but managed to stay on his feet. Zhang Yunxia exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? She watched in astonishment as Guchin had knocked the divine power rabbit out of the air. Although Guchin was clearly at a disadvantage in terms of raw strength, his ability to contend with a rabbit of such power was astonishing. Guchin shook his numb arm, his eyes filled with an even stronger fighting spirit. Every cell in his body was clamoring for this fierce battle. In the next instant, Guchin and the divine power rabbit vanished from where they stood. When they collided, it was as if two mountains had clashed, shaking the entire forest. The rabbit's leg muscles bulged as it tried to crush Guchin, yet he moved deftly, supporting himself on one hand to dodge, then used the momentum to deliver a sweeping kick, hitting the rabbit precisely. With a thud, the divine power rabbit slammed into the ground, creating a deep pit. Before it could react, Guchin had already lifted it with one hand, shouting, "Prison Thunder Spear." At that moment, Wang Furong and Zhang Yunxiao were left speechless by the scene before them. Having sensed the immense vitality of the divine force rabbit, they had been ready to give up. Yet, the high school student they had dismissed as a burden, Guchin, had launched into a fierce battle with the creature. Their eyes were fixed on the thunderous spear raised high in Guchin's hand. The spear emitted a devastating power that left them in disbelief. The nature of this force sparked a shocking guess within them. Could this be a genetic power? Was Guchin a genetic warrior? In the Xia Kingdom, those who awaken genetic powers are 1 in a million, with a status that sets them apart. Genetic warriors are even rarer, each considered a highly valuable resource. Wang Furong and Zhang Yunxia suddenly realized that their actions along the way had been nothing short of foolish. Guchin, with a power level of only 1,000 calories, was overpowering the divine force rabbit, which boasted 1,500 calories. The disparity in strength was unimaginable. Boom! Guchin hurled the infernal thunder spear. The air exploded with destructive energy, but the divine force rabbit reacted swiftly, vanishing instantly. Boom! The spear tore the ground apart, leaving a massive crater where endless thunder crackled. Zhang Yunxia and Wang Furong were stunned, overwhelmed by the sheer destructive force. They couldn't help but wonder, which genetic sequence had Guchin awakened? Could such power really be wielded by a warrior at just 1,000 calories? The two were utterly dumbfounded, realizing they couldn't participate in the battle at all. They couldn't even track the rabbit's movements. As a genetic warrior, Guchin's senses far exceeded those of ordinary people, and his cells harbored immense potential. Faced with the rabbit's speed, he only needed a thought to tap into his full potential, greatly enhancing his physical abilities. Wang Furong and Zhang Yunxiao were filled with envy. Just then, Guchin struck the divine force rabbit to the ground with a punch. Trying to escape? Guchin sneered, pinning the rabbit underfoot. His body surged with terrifying thunder, like a god of thunder incarnate. He conjured the infernal thunder spear once more, driving it through the rabbit's body and into the ground. The divine force rabbit let out a pitiful scream and fell. This creature, considered one of the hardest to defeat, was vanquished. Was the mission completed? Zhang Yunxia and Wang Furong exchanged glances, realizing they hadn't contributed at all. Guchin, drenched in sweat and showing signs of fatigue, knew that while the rabbit's strength surpassed his own, victory in battle wasn't solely about raw power. Many factors influenced the outcome. Even a warrior with a blood vitality of 1,600 calories might lose if they couldn't handle the rabbit's speed and strength. The rabbit was a freak, with all its attributes focused on agility and strength. But Guchin, with his chaos-level genes, had a body that surpassed ordinary limits. What others found difficult to counter, his eyes tracked with ease. As for strength, the enhancement from his golden tier physique was significant. Regardless, the mission was complete. Guchin hoisted the rabbit's corpse over his shoulder and glanced at the complex expressions of Zhang Yunxia and Wang Furong. The mission's done, let's go report back, he said calmly, as if the intense battle had been just another mundane task. Along the way, Zhang Yunxia and Wang Furong couldn't help but whisper to each other, their eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. Is this guy really sent by the Yi family? Zhang Yunxia asked in a low voice. Wang Furong frowned thoughtfully. Could he be a top-notch prodigy the Yi family has been keeping hidden? Unlocking such a powerful gene, he's definitely worth being nurtured by a star-level dominant force. The Yi family already has Yi Qingxian, a super prodigy who has broken through the limits 3 times. Now there's another genetic warrior. Zhang Yunxia sighed. They both sighed simultaneously, thinking to themselves, is this the depth of a dominant family? Meanwhile, outside, Boss Wang saw the 3 of them coming out and immediately showed a surprised expression. You came out so quickly? The task. He hesitated, already assuming the task had failed due to their short time inside. However, when he noticed the divine power rabbit's corpse behind Guchin, his eyes widened and his voice trembled with excitement. The task completed? This. Boss Wang quickly adjusted his emotions and apologized to Zhang Yunxia and Wang Furong. Thank you both. This task was successful thanks to you. Zhang Yunxiao and Wang Furong quickly waved their hands, explaining with a wry smile. Boss Wang, don't say that. We didn't contribute at all to killing the divine power rabbit. It was all thanks to Guchin. Guchin. Boss Wang's eyes flashed with shock as he turned to the young man. You. Truly someone Miss Yi would vouch for. In Boss Wang's view, if the aloof Yi Qingxian vouched for him, there must be the Yi family's influence behind it. In a good mood, he immediately arranged payment. Here's the reward for the task, a total of 150,000. With that, he led the 3 to collect the cash. Zhang Yunxia sighed. Brother Guchin, we didn't help at all, and we even spoke disrespectfully at first. I can't accept this reward. Wang Furong also added, neither can I. Guchin calmly replied, there's no need for that. The task was inherently dangerous, and eliminating uncertainties is the right approach. It's understandable. His words left Zhang Yunxia and Wang Furong with a newfound respect for the high school student. Despite their repeated refusals, Guchin insisted on splitting the reward with them. Ultimately, Zhang Yunxia and Wang Furong reluctantly accepted 25,000 each, but their impression of Guchin greatly improved. This high school kid really knows how to handle things, they silently praised. As they parted ways, Guchin didn't forget to say, if there are similar tasks in the future, don't forget about me. That was his real intention. Warriors like Zhang Yunxia and Wang Furong, who have surpassed limits, have a strong, gold mining ability. They are no longer satisfied with the rewards from martial arts schools for beast carcasses. Take this divine power rabbit, for example. Selling it to a martial arts school would at most fetch 50,000 yuan. But Boss Wang clearly needed one urgently, and other schools couldn't supply it. So he had to post a high reward task. There are many such opportunities, and Guchin hoped they would think of him in the future for similar tasks. Watching Guchin's departing figure, Wang Furong couldn't help but remark, young people these days are truly remarkable. He had to admit that this high school student had opened his eyes. Not only did he have top-tier strength and talent, but he also possessed a lightning attribute gene, making him seem like a prodigy from nowhere. Zhang Yunxiao and Wang Furong didn't expect that. Despite not helping at all, they still received a share of the reward. This left a great impression of Guchin in their minds, like a rising star shining brightly. After completing a mission, Guchin earned a direct payout of 100,000 yuan. Seeing the balance in his bank account, he smiled with satisfaction, marveling at the substantial gain. Today, Guchin skipped training. His vital energy had reached 1,000 calories, which was his limit. Further training would be futile, as any additional energy would just dissipate. His phone vibrated with a message from Yi Qingxian. You've reached 1,000 calories by now, right? Guchin replied immediately, yes. Yi Qingxian continued, haha. Do you feel like there's a faint barrier of vital energy hovering above your head, blocking you from going higher or lower? Guchin was surprised by Yi Qingxuan's insight and quickly responded, yes, yes. Please, Goddess Yi, enlighten me. Yi Qingxian warned, don't force a breakthrough, as it might accidentally push you into the divine force realm, leading to lifelong regret. She explained further, breaking the limit requires you to push yourself to the extreme. Once your body reaches its limit, you will faintly touch the energy barrier and make a breakthrough. Meanwhile, at the Lu Jin Martial Arts Hall, Yi Qingxian, clad in a tight-fitting training outfit and covered in a sheen of sweat, sat by, her eyes glued to her phone screen. Her unusual behavior caught the attention of those around her. Hey, don't you think Goddess Yi has been acting strange lately? Someone whispered. Could it be that she's in love? Don't talk nonsense. Another person immediately retorted, secretly hoping. As long as Goddess Yi stays single, there's still hope for everyone. If she really is in love, things could get crazy. At that moment, Yi Qingxian looked at her phone, recalling how she met Guchin. She had few friends growing up and unexpectedly met Guchin when she went to the nearby Xianing Martial Arts Hall for a test, because the equipment at Lu Jin was full. She smiled, thinking, he's already reached 1,000 calories so quickly, and with a golden level physique, he should be able to break through soon. Meanwhile, Guchin, having learned the key to breaking through, decided to seek help from the Xianting Martial Arts Hall. He quickly got in touch with Jiang Hui, and soon a friend request came through. As soon as Guchin accepted it, his phone was flooded with messages. You are going to break through the limit. As Guchin stepped into the main entrance of the Xianting Martial Arts Hall, he was greeted by the astonished voice of Chen Feiyang coming through his communicator. The head instructor's tone was filled with disbelief, as if he had just heard something utterly incredible. Guchin chuckled to himself. Indeed, he had only recently entered the body tempering stage, yet he was already on the verge of breaking through his first blood energy limit. In just a few days, his blood energy had surged to 1,000 calories, an astonishing rate of progress. Even someone as experienced as Chen Feiyang couldn't help but be amazed. Guchin quickened his pace, heading further into the martial arts hall. Inside the Xianting Martial Arts Hall, an unusual silence prevailed. Normally, the dignified head instructor Chen Feiyang was seen sitting in the outer hall, intently watching the entrance. As the second-in-command of the martial arts hall, Chen Feiyang was responsible for all internal affairs, and his authority was deeply respected by all members. Witnessing this scene, the other members of the hall speculated. Was the head instructor waiting for some important figure? Someone significant enough to warrant his personal attention must be extraordinary. However, when they saw a young man who appeared to be an ordinary high school student walk in, everyone was stunned. How could a seemingly unremarkable teenager warrant a personal welcome from the head instructor of the Glazed Realm? What kind of astonishing talent was this? Could he be a descendant of some powerful clan? The members of the martial arts hall were both shocked and envious. To receive such an honor from the head instructor was truly exceptional. Chen Feiyang led Guchin to a quiet training room and carefully sensed Guchin's aura, involuntarily gasping. You've really reached 1,000 calories of blood energy, and it's incredibly solid. How on earth have you been training? In his heart, Chen Feiyang had a suspicion. Had Guchin unlocked his genetic potential? But, respecting Guchin's privacy, he refrained from asking. The most important thing now was to build a good relationship with this immensely talented individual. Let's proceed. I'll help you enter the extreme state, Chen Feiyang said with a serious expression. But I must warn you, breaking through the blood energy limit carries significant risks. A single misstep could result in serious injury or even irreparable internal damage. Very few have successfully broken through the blood energy limit. Guchin nodded in understanding. I understand, Instructor Chen. Let's begin. Seeing Guchin's calm demeanor, Chen Feiyang smiled approvingly. As someone who appreciated talent, he admired top-notch geniuses like Guchin, though he regretted that Guchin wasn't a member of the Xianting Martial Arts Hall. All right, Chen Feiyang took a deep breath. Next, I'll unleash my full aura. I'm currently in the third stage of the glazed realm, with my cells tempered to a glazed color. I'll push you to the extreme state. As soon as he finished speaking, a vast, ocean-like aura erupted from Chen Feiyang, surging toward Guchin. The glazed realm, the third stage of a warrior's evolution, possessed power that could leave one breathless. Guchin felt as if he were immersed in a boundless ocean, with the immense pressure threatening to swallow him whole. At that moment, he truly understood the difficulty and danger of breaking through. Boom. The entire training room shook violently under the immense aura of Chen Feiyong, as if an earthquake had struck. Beads of cold sweat formed on Guchin's forehead, and his legs trembled involuntarily. Is this the power of the Liuli realm? For the first time, he truly felt the overwhelming presence of this level, vast and unstoppable, like a towering mountain pressing down on him. Guchin was deeply astonished. Can humans evolve to such a level through mere physical development? And this is just the Liuli realm. What terrifying heights do higher realms reach? However, a flicker of surprise crossed Chen Feiyong's eyes. He was amazed to find that Guchin had not been immediately crushed by his aura. Is this what it means to have a 100% cellular activity? He pondered, then increased the pressure of his aura. Boom. At that moment, Guchin finally felt the sensation of being overwhelmed. It was as if his body had been thrown into a massive millstone, with every inch of muscle trembling in intense pain. His strength was completely stifled by the powerful aura, and his consciousness began to blur. Chen Feiyong was secretly alarmed. This kid's physical resilience is incredible. I have to exert my full pressure. If this continues, he might be in danger. He quickly shouted, Guchin, don't fall asleep. Quickly feel your blood and chi barrier. Just as Guchin was about to lose consciousness, a crisp sound suddenly echoed from within him. Snap! Chen Feiyong's face showed a look of shock. Guchin succeeded? He broke through his blood and chi limit so swiftly, so effortlessly. He couldn't help but marvel. Is this the highest level of human talent? Guchin breaking through his blood and chi limit seemed almost effortless. Indeed, with such unprecedented cellular activity, his body's potential is unimaginably terrifying. To what extent can such a physique eventually evolve? As Chen Feiyong retracted his aura, Guchin's body began to respond. A wave of heat surged from his dantian, quickly flowing through his limbs and bones. Powerful chi and blood began to surge, spreading warmth throughout his body, prompting him to let out a satisfied sigh. It felt like breaking through a wall only to discover a whole new world inside. Guchin glanced at his blood and chi testing ring, which now read 1,100 calories. After breaking through the first limit of his blood and chi, he felt his body was lighter, and his physical strength even more formidable. Thank you, Instructor Chen, Guchin said sincerely. Chen Feiyong waved his hand and patted Guchin on the shoulder, saying, You're the most extraordinary martial artist I've ever seen. His expression was complex, and after a moment of contemplation, he continued, I know you probably have no intention of joining the Xianting Martial Hall. A genius like you, the Xianting Martial Hall indeed cannot retain, which is why we haven't asked you to sign a contract. But I only hope that if the Xianting Martial Hall ever faces difficulty in the future, you would lend a hand. Guchin looked puzzled. The Xianting Martial Hall is located within the imperial capital. What danger could it possibly face? Hearing this, Chen Feiyong gazed deeply into the distance. Who can say what the future holds? Humanity is currently facing too many crises. The homes where we live in peace today might be destroyed overnight. Chen Feiyong's words sent a chill through Guchin's heart. He solemnly replied, Rest assured, Instructor Chen. The Xianting Martial Hall has shown me kindness. If that day ever comes, I will not stand by idly. Chen Feiyong's lips curved into a smile as he casually remarked, Those are just speculations, nothing more. Let's focus on getting stronger. The human race truly needs top talents like you to rise. Guchin didn't leave immediately. Instead, he expressed a desire to choose a martial technique. Chen Feiyong nodded and led him to the spacious and well-lit technique repository of the Xianting Martial Arts Hall. In the center of the room, for martial technique manuals were carefully placed in crystal display cases, illuminated by brilliant lights. Our Xianting Martial Arts Hall houses 4 techniques, Chen Feiyong said with a hint of pride in his voice. That's quite a solid foundation for a martial arts hall. Typically, one needs to become a contracted member and pay 300,000, but core members only need to pay 100,000. Seeing Guchin's surprised expression at the price, Chen Feiyong quickly added, But since I've brought you here, I can make an exception for you. I've just spoken with Master Fong, and you can choose one to practice for just 100,000. If funds are tight, I can even lend you the money. Guchin respectfully bowed in gratitude, then promptly took out his bank card and transferred 100,000 to Chen Feiyong. It was the reward from his task this morning, and he hadn't expected to spend it by the afternoon, but acquiring a martial technique was undoubtedly worth it. Chen Feiyong gave Guchin a surprised look and chuckled. You've been hiding your abilities well. Go ahead, make your choice. Guchin carefully examined the 4 techniques, and ultimately chose the Divine Thunder Force, known for its destructive power. This technique emulates the explosive force of thunder, allowing the user to unleash thunderous energy in an instant. Chen Feiyong nodded approvingly and briefly explained the origins of the Divine Thunder Force, It was created by a golden body level grandmaster from the imperial capital. It once shone brightly in the hands of a warrior who had unlocked the thunder gene, reportedly tearing through alien races with no equal. Guchin caught the crucial detail that a warrior with the thunder gene could unleash even greater power with this technique. He was secretly delighted. This was practically a tailor-made, destined technique for him. The Divine Thunder technique is an advanced martial arts skill, highly valued, and only available to the top 100 martial arts schools in the Imperial City. At this moment, in the training grounds of the Xian Ting Martial Arts School, Chen Feiyong is intently instructing Guchin in mastering this profound technique. Channel the energy to your palm, open your five senses, and merge all your power into a single point, Chen Feiyong patiently explained. Imagine the state of thunder, then unleash it with all your might. Guchin listened attentively, and then began to follow the instructions. His rapid learning pace left Chen Feiyong astonished. Incredible, Chen Feiyong marveled. The difficulty of mastering the Divine Thunder technique far surpasses the other three techniques in our school. It requires grasping the form of thunder, which is usually extremely challenging. The most gifted individuals I've seen need at least 10 days to reach your current level. Just as Chen Feiyong finished speaking, Guchin was ready to strike. He delivered a palm strike with a thunderous sound, causing the copper dummy in front of him to shake violently. The metallic collision sound piercing and sharp. The energy from his palm was already showing a form akin to the spirit of thunder. Chen Feiyong was dumbfounded, thinking to himself, what a terrifying talent. Guchin's speed in learning this martial art is truly astonishing. He took a deep breath, trying to remain composed. All right, you've grasped the basics. Now it's about integrating them fully. I have some matters to attend to, but you have my contact information, so feel free to reach out if you have any questions. As the chief instructor, Chen Feiyong rarely personally guided students. Even other contracted members of the Xian Ting Martial Arts School didn't have the privilege to consult him directly. But Guchin was evidently an exception. After Chen Feiyong left, Guchin once again activated the Divine Thunder technique. This time, he held nothing back. With a thunderous crash, the power he displayed far exceeded what he had shown in front of Chen Feiyong. The copper dummy shook violently, endless thunder spreading across it, nearly breaking it apart. If Chen Feiyong were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim monster. Guchin thought to himself, using my thunder attribute gene ability, the power of the Divine Thunder technique becomes truly terrifying. This technique must have been created specifically for those with thunder attribute genes. He nodded, impressed. Although his Divine Prison gene itself didn't possess the thunder attribute, he had a thunder attribute gene subchain thunder punishment, containing the power of divine punishment. My thunder attribute seems to be stronger than other thunder genes, Guchin mused. It's a pity I haven't encountered another thunder attribute gene user yet. Otherwise, it would be interesting to compare. He practiced the Divine Thunder technique a few more times, then bid farewell to Jiang Hui and prepared to head home. By now, it was late, and the air had grown cooler. Feeling a bit tired, Guchin decided to take the bus. Sitting by the window, the evening breeze ruffled Guchin's black hair as he prepared to return home. However, he soon noticed something was amiss. The person sitting in front of him sat with a straight back, with a habitual slight hunch clearly, a martial artist, and a well-trained one at that. Guchin immediately became alert. It's not uncommon to see martial artists on the bus. Guchin looked around in shock and realized that the entire bus was filled with martial artists. These weren't ordinary passengers. They sat upright like pine trees, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Guchin quickly scanned the bus and was startled to find that these martial artists were all experts around the 1,000 calorie body refinement level. There was even one martial artist surrounded by a faint energy, clearly having reached the divine energy level. Guchin's heart raced as he considered the target of this martial artist squad. He quickly ruled himself out, as he was just an unknown nobody, not worth such a grand operation. His gaze fell to the back of the bus, where a radiant young girl was seated. This girl was like a crystal-clear pearl, ethereal and adorable, with a refreshing elegance. Her aura surpassed even the cold, noble Yi Qing Xian that Guchin had seen before. The unique blend of etherealness and tranquility made her stand out. However, Guchin soon realized he might have been caught in a meticulously planned assassination attempt. At that moment, the leader of the martial artists stood up and said regretfully, "We finally found our chance, Shen Yushi. It's a pity that such a radiant girl will become a corpse today. Who told you to be his daughter?" Before the words had finished, a chilling killing intent erupted within the bus. However, the girl called Shen Yushi maintained her ethereal and tranquil demeanor, though her delicate face gradually turned cold. She spoke. "My father once said that a group of human traitors, once raised by an alien race and now worshipping the purple god of the aliens, have infiltrated the imperial capital. You've been dormant for decades, and now you can't hold back anymore." Shen Yushi's voice was powerful and resonant, startling Guchin. She continued, "Divine energy level martial artists. This is the strongest force you can muster within the imperial capital, isn't it? The capital is heavily guarded, with countless martial arts schools and unity among the people. Your traitor organization dares not be too ostentatious. Using divine energy level martial artists now is already risking exposure. The leader of the martial artists sneered. To kill you and shake Grandmaster Shen's resolve. Sacrificing our lives is worth it. Hearing this, an unnamed anger rose in Guchin's heart. He couldn't imagine that the children of those human warriors who shed blood on the border battlefield could still be threatened like this. At that moment, one of the martial artists noticed Guchin and said coldly, "There's a brat here too. Looks like he got on at the last stop. Kill him as well. It's just bad luck that you boarded this death bus." Shin Yushi glanced at Guchin, her heart sinking. An innocent person had been caught up in this turmoil. "Where is Miss?" A worried voice broke the silence of the night on the streets of the imperial capital. Chen Feiyang had just stepped out of the Xianing Martial Arts Academy, wrapping up a busy day. His eyebrows furrowed as a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. The air in the capital was filled with an unusual tension, and the streets were crowded with unfamiliar faces exuding an aura of menace distinct from ordinary martial artists. These people, they seem like evolutionaries from the border, Chen Feiyang thought to himself. Could it be related to the Border War Department? The Border War Department is one of the 3 highest authorities in Xia, teeming with powerful figures and masters. Unlike the Preparation Department, which focuses on cultivating martial artists, the Border War Department gathers the top-tier warriors who guard the frontiers against foreign invasions. Every master emerging from there is a feared warrior. Amid the undercurrents in the capital, an ordinary bus became the center of a brewing storm. Inside the bus, Shen Yushi's voice was clear and resolute. "This matter started because of me. It has nothing to do with you. Remember our route. The driver is under control, and the bus is heading out of the capital. When I engage them, break the window and escape." Guchin looked at this seemingly delicate girl in surprise, sensing a chilling determination in her. Shin Yushi continued, her voice tinged with pain. "My father is battling a royal-level expert of the Zishan clan at the border. They want to use my death to awaken his bloodline sense and distract him." "Huh, Miss Shun, there's no need to struggle," a cold voice interrupted. "We've prepared thoroughly today. No one will escape." As soon as the words fell, an astonishing aura erupted in the bus, with over a dozen kilocalorie-level martial artists revealing their strength. Yet, what shocked Guchin even more was Shun Yushi's reaction. The temperature plummeted, and a bone-chilling cold enveloped the entire bus. Frost began to form on Shun Yushi's charming face, and a crackling sound emerged as a crystalline ice armor gradually took shape around her, transforming her into a goddess of ice and snow. Jin River Number 4, Glacier Jin. Guchin marveled silently. Is this the power of a Jin warrior? With a wave of her jade-like hand, Shin Yushi froze half the bus in an instant. The pupils of the martial artists contracted as they exclaimed, "Quick, take her down. Jin warriors are too strong." Boom, boom, boom. The sound of shattering ice echoed continuously. Shin Yushi struck a kilocalorie-level martial artist, instantly encasing him in thick ice, immobilizing him. In the next moment, a delicate short blade flashed, and blood spurted from his neck. Shin Yushi showed no mercy to the traitors of the human race. Her figure moved like lightning through the bus, blocking numerous attacks from the martial artists. Suddenly, a scream from behind broke the rhythm of the battle. Everyone's attention snapped toward the sound. A previously overlooked young man was now gripping the neck of a martial artist who had just broken through his limits, lifting him high. This unexpected scene left everyone stunned. "Kid, how dare you?" The god-level martial artist's pupils contracted in disbelief at the sight. Who would have thought that the boy who accidentally got involved was also a limit-breaking martial artist? With a crack, the martial artist's neck was snapped by Guchin. Coldly, Guchin stated, "You scum of the human race deserve to die." Knowing Shun Yushi's connection with these martial artists, his killing intent surged uncontrollably. He respected those who shed blood on the borders and would never allow their descendants to be killed by traitors. Boom! Guchin roared, divine thunder force. His body moved like a dragon as he joined the fray. The overwhelming power, carrying the weight of thunder, struck, causing the hearts of the martial artists to constrict. A limit-breaking martial artist was struck by the thunder from Guchin's palm. His body shot out like a cannonball, shattering the bus's body, and his life force quickly dissipated. "Thunder attribute Jin warrior," someone exclaimed. "This kid is also a Jin warrior. And it's the most destructive Thunder Jin." Guchin made no attempt to hide his power this time. Facing the danger brought by the martial artists on the bus, he unleashed his divine punishment power. Shin Yushi was surprised that the boy caught up in her crisis was also a Jin warrior, and a thunder attribute one at that. What shocked her even more was that his thunder power seemed more potent, more terrifying than any Thunder Jin warrior she had ever seen. The god-level martial artist's face darkened, muttering to himself, "Trouble. This kid is also a Jin warrior, facing 2 Jin warriors at once." He hadn't expected a second Jin warrior to appear during this mission. Jin warriors' powers far exceed those of the same level. and their mysterious abilities are their trump cards. Damn it. Where did so many Jin warriors come from in the capital? He said through gritted teeth. Kill. Instantly, all the martial artists charged at Shen Yushi and Guchin. Shen Yushi and Guchin stood back to back, one an ice attribute Jin warrior, the other a thunder attribute Jin warrior, both top-tier attributes among Jin warriors. Guchin's body resonated with a thunderous roar, like a thunder god of war. Martial artists around him were thrown to the ground, their faces filled with horror. A martial artist suddenly attacked Guchin, his fist aimed at Guchin's abdomen. However, he was met with Guchin's icy gaze. Boom! The man was struck as if by lightning. Guchin's thunderous palm instantly crippled half of his body. As he lay dying on the ground, struggling to rise, an ice crystal dagger shot from the shadows, slicing his neck. Shen Yushi glanced at Guchin. The surroundings instantly turned to a frozen wasteland, covered in snow. Guchin couldn't help but be amazed by the girl's terrifying strength. Most frightening was her combat intelligence. She had merely observed Guchin's fighting style and immediately coordinated with him seamlessly. Guchin approached a limit-breaking martial artist, who swung a large knife at him. Its momentum so great that even Guchin had to avoid it. Suddenly, with a crack, the martial artist cried out in terror. What the hell is this? His feet were suddenly frozen, and his powerful force dissipated in midair. Die! Seizing the opportunity, Guchin delivered a punch infused with thunderous rage, exploding in the martial artist's abdomen. Boom! A limit-breaking martial artist was instantly killed in one strike. Courting death, the god-level martial artist finally couldn't hold back, his immense power surging forward. Guchin's pupils contracted. This was his first time facing a god-level martial artist. This man's physical abilities far surpassed his own, surrounded by an invisible force. Tear the sky and earth. Divine strength. The god-level martial artist roared, a terrifying force rushing toward Guchin. Boom! With a loud crash, the battle entered a fever pitch. Guchin's body was suddenly thrown backward, a stream of blood spurting from his mouth. Just as he was about to fall, a gentle hand firmly supported him. The force within that hand skillfully neutralized the immense impact on Guchin, and a wave of soothing energy surged into his body, temporarily relieving his physical pain. I'm sorry, I got you involved. Shen Yushi's ethereal and gentle voice carried deep guilt. She looked at Guchin, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. I didn't expect you to be a genetic warrior too. Inwardly, Shen Yushi calculated. Every genetic warrior is a precious asset to the Xia kingdom. No matter what, I must find a way to ensure his safe escape. However, as she pondered, Guchin's voice suddenly broke through, low and filled with fury. Help me restrict his movements, I'll kill him. Shen Yushi's expression changed dramatically, and she hurriedly shouted, No. But Guchin had already shot out like a cannonball. In an instant, the entire carriage was filled with flashing lights and rolling thunder. The surrounding warriors retreated in shock. The divine strength warrior sneered, overestimating yourself. Guchin's hands gathered the power of divine retribution, fully activating the divine thunder force. Boom! A loud explosion ensued as the two collided fiercely. The divine strength warrior's pupils contracted, clearly not expecting Guchin to unleash such astonishing power. Something's not right with this kid. Finish this quickly. Alarm bells rang in the divine strength warrior's heart. At that moment, Guchin was like an enraged thunder dragon, launching a frenzied attack. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning transformed into a divine whip, striking the divine strength warrior hard. Splat! Blood splattered, and the smell of burning filled the air. The divine strength warrior's face turned ashen, shock filling his heart. How is this possible? How can a body refinement level warrior possess such terrifying physique? I feel like I'm hearing the roar of an ancient beast. Meanwhile, Shen Yushi watched the scene in shock. Quickly regaining her composure, she activated her genetic powers, beginning to take down the surrounding warriors. Seeing the situation rapidly deteriorating, the divine strength warrior gritted his teeth. I'll kill you. His hand erupted with eerie purple light, an evil and twisted aura spreading. This move was originally intended as a killing strike for Shen Yushi's high-level martial skill, the purple blade hand. Yet, facing this deadly attack, Guchin remained unfazed, as if he had been prepared all along. I've been waiting for you. They came prepared to kill Shen Yushi, the Jin warrior. Guchin keenly noticed that the formidable warrior had been hiding his ultimate move, and now he was finally forced to reveal his true strength. Watch out! Guchin shouted, and Shen Yushi immediately reacted. Her figure became a blur as crystalline ice formed in front of her. She was about to rush forward to help Guchin fend off the deadly strike. However, at that critical moment, an astonishing energy burst forth from Guchin. Boom! With a deafening explosion, a deep shout came from Guchin's mouth. Divine Prison Gene, Thunder Lance. In an instant, a spear formed purely of lightning appeared in Guchin's hand. With a casual sweep, he shattered the purple blade extending from the warrior's palm. The warrior let out a blood-curdling scream as most of his shoulder was obliterated by Guchin's strike. He desperately tried to retreat, but Shun Yushi had already set a trap behind him. Surging ice crystals rapidly converged, sealing him in place. Seizing the opportunity, Guchin charged forward. A powerful punch struck the vital point, and the warrior fell on the spot. The boss is dead, the other warriors shouted in terror. By this time, the entire carriage was in ruins, twisted and deformed as if torn apart by a giant beast. Amidst the chaos stood a sharp-eyed young man, his body enveloped in the power of thunder. He seemed like a manifestation of lightning itself, emitting strange, incomprehensible sounds. Behind him was the ethereal ice crystal girl. The aura of the two Jin warriors intertwined, creating an overwhelming pressure. Phew! Guchin exhaled deeply, momentarily relaxing. Standing behind Guchin, Shin Yushi was stunned by the scene before her. Who was this young man? Why had she never heard of him before? With his thunder attribute gene and cells that emitted strange roars, combined with his incredible combat prowess, his strength was terrifying. These traitors to humanity deserve to die, Shin Yushi said coldly, stepping forward. Without the warrior to support them, the remaining fighters were in disarray. They were instantly frozen in place by Shun Yushi's ice attribute gene, unable to move. Guchin then advanced, methodically eliminating them all. At that moment, a series of system notifications echoed in Guchin's mind. Congratulations on successfully using the Divine Prison gene to kill a body-tempering warrior, earning 10 gene points. Congratulations on successfully using the Divine Prison gene to kill a body-tempering warrior, earning 10 gene points. Congratulations on successfully using the Divine Prison gene to kill a formidable warrior, earning 100 gene points. A system? Guchin was shocked. During his time training with the Divine Prison gene, he had almost forgotten that it was still in its initial stage, with most of its abilities yet to awaken. It turned out that by using the Divine Prison gene to defeat warriors, he could earn corresponding gene points, which could unlock gene chains and grant him even greater abilities. Guchin's Divine Prison gene had nearly 395 gene subchains, each with formidable powers. He was ecstatic. These human traitor scum are useful after all, Guchin thought. At least they can serve as nourishment for my genetic evolution. Meanwhile, Shin Yushi had finished dealing with the battlefield. As she searched the bodies, she discovered something that made her expression grave. I underestimated the power of these traitors, Shin Yushi said worriedly. They may have already taken root in Xia country and even formed a special warrior guild. If that's true, it would be a huge blow to Xia country, dealing with both internal and external threats. Shin Yushi seemed anxious. I need to report this to the War Preparation Department. Everything in the capital is managed by them. Guchin also realized the gravity of the situation. He turned to Shin Yushi and sincerely said, by the way, thank you. Without you, I might not have made it out alive today. At this point, Shin Yushi had withdrawn all her genetic energy, returning to her ethereal and charming self. She was truly beautiful, with an overwhelming allure. Looking at Guchin, Shin Yushi couldn't help but feel amazed. That final move to kill the formidable warrior made her sense a threat. It was an extremely powerful genetic ability. In Xia country, such a top-tier talent has emerged. Shin Yushi thought in awe. A shocking piece of news swept through the elite martial arts circles in the capital like a storm. Shun Chongqing's daughter, Shin Yushi, the deputy minister of the Border Defense Department, had mysteriously disappeared in the capital. This immediately triggered high alert among various factions, with an atmosphere of conspiracy hanging in the air. The entire city was abuzz with activity as noble families and powerful clans mobilized. The streets were crowded with search parties, moving like swarms of ants. Elite forces from the Purple Pavilion of the Defense Department, major dominant clans, and even martial arts schools were dispatched, plunging the city into a tense and eerie atmosphere. Meanwhile, the recent frequent incursions by the Purple God clan only worsened the situation. Half a month ago, Grandmaster Chen had already entered the border battlefield, engaging in a titanic battle with the 5 kings of the Purple God clan, nearly tearing the battlefield apart. Now, with his precious daughter vanishing in the capital, one couldn't help but wonder, had the claws of the Purple God clan already reached deep into the heart of the capital? What was even more worrying was the fact that Grandmaster Shun, as an ice-type genetic warrior, was bloodbound to his daughter Shin Yushi. If anything were to happen to her, it would undoubtedly affect his combat state. On a battlefield of that level, even a moment's distraction could lead to a reversal of the situation. On the streets, people whispered and speculated. Some thought they were hunting a notorious criminal, but soon realized something was amiss. Never before had the Defense Department gone to such lengths to capture a criminal. Under the cover of night, Yi Qingxian from the Yi family led a search team. Her cool presence flitted through the streets like a night elf. Frowning, she felt a sense of foreboding. She had just texted Guchin, but he, who usually responded instantly, was uncharacteristically silent this time. Could something have happened to him too? Yi Qingxian muttered to herself, quickening her pace. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, a battered bus stood quietly by the roadside. Shen Yushi and Guchin stepped out, Shen Yushi still shaken from their recent ordeal. I never expected the Purple God clan to have nurtured such a group of human traitors, Shen Yushi said, still unsettled. They've been brainwashed from a young age and lost their sense of belonging to humanity. Guchin nodded. Indeed, if we hadn't discovered them in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Over 40,000 calorie level tempered warriors, plus a divine force warrior. It's a challenge, even for a genetic warrior to escape unscathed. What's your name? Guchin asked. My name is Shen Yushi, a senior at Expedition High School, Shen Yushi replied. A flicker of surprise crossed Guchin's eyes. He knew the uniqueness of Expedition High School. It trained the children of the Border Defense Department with hellish regimens, and graduates went straight into the department. Shen Yushi's capabilities were evidently formidable, and Guchin sensed that at her full strength, she might even surpass him. I'm Guchin, he introduced himself simply. I just heard those people say that your father is none other than the Grandmaster Chen of the Border Battle Division. Could you tell me more about the situation on the border battlefield? Guchin asked, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. He had long been filled with questions about the border battlefield, often hearing in the capital about the oppression of humans by foreign tribes. It's considered the greatest disaster hanging over humanity, but few seem to know the specifics. Hearing Guchin's question, Shen Yushi couldn't help but feel a bit more favorable towards him. She took a deep breath and began to explain, the biggest enemy of humanity now is the Guchin clan. They worship foreign gods and call themselves the children of the great god of purple light. Physically, they don't look much different from humans, but they have faint purple markings on their backs that extend to their limbs. These guys are cunning and will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. A flicker of anger appeared on Shen Yushi's ethereal face as she spoke. Guchin could understand her feelings. The border battlefield must be incredibly perilous, with countless human pioneers having fallen there. No wonder the descendants of the Border Battle Division harbor such intense hatred for the foreign tribes. Shen Yushi continued. After 3 years of training at the Jin Advanced Academy, most martial arts students from the capital choose to go to the border battlefield. While human martial artists may seem dazzling, they also bear significant responsibilities. It's dangerous there, but it's also a brilliant path of evolution. She paused, her expression turning serious. Half a month ago, 5 kings of the Guchin clan entered our territory, opening a new battlefield to challenge our border battle division. My father, along with 3 other golden body grandmasters, has been fighting them ever since. As far as I know, my father has already slain one of their kings, striking fear into the Guchin clan. They targeted me in an attempt to use my genetic bloodline to influence my father's battle. Guchin nodded thoughtfully and asked, what level are the grandmasters and the king-level powerhouses of the Guchin clan? Under the moonlight, Guchin's determined face exuded a unique charm. Shen Yushi's heart inexplicably quickened, and she hurriedly explained, the current cultivation levels are body tempering, divine strength, and glazed. After glazed, one needs to forge a golden body to reach the grandmaster level. It's a leap to the heavens, with physical strength evolving to the extreme, capable of collapsing mountains with a flick and lifting ranges with a gesture. Refining the entire body into golden bones qualifies one as a grandmaster, comparable to the kings of the Guchin clan. My father, Shen Chongqing, is such a grandmaster. She continued, there are levels above grandmaster among humans as well, but those are revered elders who usually remain hidden. They only emerge to save us when humanity faces true disaster. At this point, Shen Yushi spoke with reverence, and so did Guchin. Thank you. I've learned a lot, Guchin said sincerely. Shen Yushi smiled softly, her skin glowing faintly in the moonlight, like a pure fairy. Guchin sighed inwardly, knowing this girl would eventually face the sandy, vast border battlefield. Her father was there, and so too would her destiny lead her there. Let's go, Guchin suggested. All right, Shen Yushi agreed. The two stood up, but their pace was slow. Having just gone through a fierce battle, they were clearly exhausted. The use of genetic power had taken a toll on their bodies, requiring time to recover. Please keep my genetic issue a secret, Yushi, Guchin said quietly. I understand, Shen Yushi nodded. Knowing Guchin's background, she understood his concerns. If the Guchin clan could target her, then the geniuses of the capital could also face danger. Those from wealthy families had strong family protectors, but Guchin had none. Shen Yushi decided to keep his secret, recalling the hardships of her own family's struggles with her father in her younger years. The road back to the capital passed through the ancient god forest. Just then, the thing they feared most happened. A deep roar erupted from within the forest. Shen Yushi's face turned slightly pale, and she whispered, it's equivalent to a once limit-breaking silver tiger, which is extremely difficult to deal with. A fierce tiger appeared silently, its silver claws glinting coldly in the night. Guchin and Shen Yushi immediately became alert, their expressions changing slightly. This was a flying silver tiger, a beast as powerful as a warrior who has broken through limits for the first time, almost a dominant creature in this realm. The two had just gone through an intense battle, and now facing this challenging flying silver tiger, Shin Yushi straightened her slender frame and resolutely said, Guchin, this is because of me. You go first, I'll hold it off. Guchin's admiration for Shin Yushi grew, but he shook his head firmly. Letting you, a girl, take the risk while I run away? No way. If we join forces, we might defeat it. After all, it's just a first limit-breaking beast. As long as it hasn't reached the second limit, we have a chance. Both of them were genetic warriors, their combat power far surpassing those of the same level. However, at that moment, the atmosphere around them changed abruptly, becoming cold and deadly. Even the flying silver tiger sensed the danger, showing a look of terror and attempting to retreat. Suddenly, several sharp beams shot out from the forest. In the blink of an eye, the beast, comparable to a first limit-breaking warrior, was instantly torn to pieces. Guchin was shocked, silently marveling at the power. So strong. The flying silver tiger was killed in an instant. From the forest emerged a graceful and cold figure. Her black hair flowed like a waterfall, her skin fairer than snow, and her face was exquisitely beautiful. It was Yi Qingxian, the leader of the Yi family's team. Miss Shun, I found you, Yi Qingxian said calmly. Having been searching with her team and coincidentally coming across Shin Yushi, she decided to help. Guchin was stunned. Is this the power of a top genius who has broken through the third limit? Although he was puzzled by Yi Qingshuan's appearance, her display of strength was astounding. Yi Qingshuan's gaze shifted between Guchin and Shin Yushi, her expression odd. Guchin, you're here too. She had sent him many messages without a response, feeling quite worried. Seeing him with Shin Yushi now, she felt unexpectedly uneasy. Sister Yi, Shin Yushi spoke. Being a few months younger than Yi Qingxian, they had some interactions before. Guchin inexplicably felt a chill down his spine. Yi Qingxian hesitated. Well, you too, Shin Yushi explained. Sister Yi, thank you for your help. Guchin was a great help this time. I'll explain what happened. After learning about Guchin's accidental involvement in the bus assassination incident and his collaboration with Shin Yushi to eliminate all the traitors, Yi Qingxian breathed a sigh of relief, though feeling a bit embarrassed. She pondered silently. What was I thinking just now? Why am I so concerned about Guchin and Shin Yushi's relationship? Yi Qingxian had never experienced such a feeling before, similar to when a beloved toy was snatched away by a neighbor's child. Her gaze involuntarily fell on Guchin, and an unusual emotion stirred within her. At that moment, Guchin looked down at his phone and saw 49 unread messages on the screen. One was from Chen Feiyong, warning him not to go out tonight because there was some unrest in the capital. What surprised him even more was that the remaining 48 messages were all from Yi Qingxian. Thanks for your concern. Guchin felt a warmth in his heart, and a smile crept onto his face. He didn't expect the aloof goddess in others' eyes, Yi Qingxian, to care so much about his safety. Yi Qingxian noticed Guchin's gaze, and her cheeks flushed slightly. It's normal for friends to care for each other, she said softly, trying to explain. Shin Yushi glanced at Yi Qingxian in surprise. Friends? She knew Yi Qingxian too well. This goddess, known for her aloofness since childhood, had rejected countless people who tried to get close to her. And now, she was actively showing concern for someone else? Yi Qingshuan's expression suddenly turned serious. The Zishan clan scoundrels have actually implemented their plan from back then, she murmured. It seems there are considerable hidden dangers within the capital. As the eldest daughter of the Yi family, she knew much more than the average person and understood the gravity of the current situation. Well, I should get going, Guchin said, standing up to bid farewell to the two. He was aware that with Shin Yushi's identity, probably the entire capital was searching for her. More people would surely arrive soon, and he didn't want to be exposed to the upper echelons of the capital. Thanks to you, Shin Yushi suddenly said, taking out her phone. Can I add you as a contact? Guchin was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in agreement. After all, he didn't want to offend Shin Yushi. Soon, a notification chimed. Kong Ming Sinyu has successfully been added as your friend. Guchin sensed something unusual in Yi Qingshuan's gaze, but didn't dwell on it, turning to leave. Before long, people began arriving at the ancient god forest one after another. Martial artists from the upper echelons of the capital gathered, relieved that Shin Yushi was safe. It's good that the daughter of Master Shun is all right. Minister Shun has worked tirelessly. If something happened to you in the capital, we wouldn't be able to face anyone. With the border battles intensifying, it's a relief you're safe. Meanwhile, at the scene, a group of members from the preparedness department was examining a severely deformed bus. Inside lay 47 corpses of martial artists, the heavy scent of blood causing them to frown. There are 46 kilocalorie level body refining martial artists here, many of whom have broken limits, plus one divine force level martial artist, a member reported. Their blood and energy are solidified, as hard as iron, indicating the presence of a divine force level martial artist. The scene was shocking. A team of such powerful martial artists dispatched to kill Shin Yushi showed the audacity of these scoundrels. The most terrifying part was that all these people were now dead. The intense scent of blood made them frown. The battle was evidently fierce, yet something seemed off. Isn't Shinyushi an ice attribute gene holder? Why do we feel residual lightning attribute energy here? This question made the group uneasy. Moreover, the lightning attribute gene's aura felt distinctly different. Can you sense the anomaly in this lightning attribute gene? The group from the preparedness department wore expressions of shock. What kind of lightning attribute gene is this? It's far more formidable than any lightning attribute gene I've encountered before, mixed with a higher level force we can't comprehend. Can we get the sequence department to test it? No. The lightning attribute energy here is fading fast. By the time the sequence department arrives, it'll be too late to detect anything. What exactly happened here? Is there another lightning attribute gene martial artist we don't know about besides Shinyushi? Inside the Zishuan pavilion, a tense conversation was unfolding. Shinyushi, who had been rescued, sat on the sofa facing a spirited elderly man, a representative of the highest authority in Huaxia. Despite his advanced age, the old man's eyes still shone with a sharp gleam. Yushi, don't worry, the old man began, his voice firm. I promise you that what happened in the capital of Xia will be addressed. We can't let old Shin down. He paused, frowning slightly. However, I didn't expect that the Zishin clan would indeed cultivate such an organization. They worship the Zishin and are rebels against humanity. The information you've brought is very important. The old man's tone grew serious. If we don't completely eradicate the power cultivated by the Zishin clan, it will become a cancer within Xia. With both internal and external issues, Xia cannot afford such a blow right now. Suddenly, the old man shifted the topic. By the way, Yushi, on that bus, did you notice anyone else present? Shin Yushi chuckled softly. No, Elder Guan. Why do you ask? She knew they were inquiring about Guchin, but she decided to keep silent. Ah, it's nothing. The old man rubbed his temples, appearing slightly pained. It's just that there are undercurrents in the capital lately, and I have a feeling something big might happen. He reassured her. Go and rest. I assure you, such incidents will not occur again. After Shin Yushi left, a flash of anger erupted in the old man's eyes. Dark guards, he called out sharply. Instantly, several ethereal figures appeared before him. This was the elite force secretly trained by the Zishuan Pavilion, with each member said to be a master above the Liuli realm, and the leader a true grandmaster. They only took orders from the old man. You are authorized to utilize the resources of the readiness department, the old man commanded, his voice full of authority. Dig deep and uncover this force for me. Also, assign more personnel to protect the promising talents in each city district, as well as the descendants of the border combat department. These are the pillars of Xia's future and must not be compromised. The old man pinched his brow and continued. The martial arts examination is approaching. With the ongoing improvement of the human martial society, this year's exam will be the highest level competition among talents in history. Security must be flawless, or Xia will suffer greatly. He shook his head with a wry smile. But Yushi, that little girl, is clearly hiding something. The mysterious thunder attribute gene wielder on the bus seems to distrust our security capabilities, worried that revealing their identity might lead to safety issues. This old man, usually decisive and ruthless, always showed a peculiar fondness and indulgence toward the youth of Xia. Mysterious cosmic phenomena, a mysterious thunder attribute gene warrior. Could there be a special connection? The old man mused aloud. The gene sequencing department has confirmed that the mysterious hellish scene in the cosmos is an ultra-high-level gene sequence phenomenon. That mysterious gene wielder might indeed be one of our own. At this point, the old man clenched his fist, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Meanwhile, Guchin returned home, his eyes reflecting a faint glow as he silently calculated. Gene points, 510 points. This time, by defeating the warrior on the bus, he had gained a total of 470 gene points. Guchin carefully examined the structure of the divine prison gene and discovered that unlocking the gene subchains required a substantial number of gene points. The divine prison gene was divided into 10 stages, each with numerous subchains that needed to be unlocked one by one. The cost to unlock each subchain in the first stage was as high as 500 gene points. As Guchin opened the directory of gene subchains for the first stage, a vast and intricate structural diagram unfolded before him. This structure resembled a giant tree with lush branches, extending infinitely into the sky and exuding a mysterious and grand aura. Guchin felt overwhelmed and couldn't help but marvel at the complexity of chaos-level genes. Ordinary divine river genes typically had only 3 or 4 subchains, whereas his divine prison gene had as many as 395 subchains, with the first stage alone containing an astonishing number of gene chains. Realizing the difficulty in acquiring gene points, Guchin decided to choose wisely and look for subchains that could most enhance his current cultivation level. After careful selection, he focused on a subchain called Divine Thunder Meridian. The description of this subchain captivated him. Once unlocked, pure thunder power would flow through his meridians, significantly enhancing his thunder attribute abilities and infusing this power into his chi and blood, completely transforming his body. After much deliberation, Guchin made his decision. He found that most of the other chains in the first stage were aimed at higher realms, while the divine thunder meridian was perfectly suited to his current body refinement stage. This choice would not only lay a solid foundation for him, but also complement his already mastered thunder prison spear, becoming another formidable weapon at his current level. With the expenditure of 500 gene points, the divine thunder meridian subchain was successfully unlocked. Guchin immediately felt a surge of electricity sweeping through his entire body. His meridians infused, as if with molten lava, and his skin glowed with a silver sheen. The blazing thunder meridians emerged on his body's surface, shimmering with dazzling silver light, like miniature lightning bolts coursing across his skin. As Guchin underwent this transformation, the gene sequence department in Xia country on Earth also detected something unusual. Since witnessing the cosmic divine prison phenomenon last time, they had been tirelessly researching this occurrence, but with little success. Human civilization was at the lowest level of the universe, and attempting to glean secrets of the higher universe from projected phenomena was a fool's errand. However, today, the universe underwent another astonishing change. Level 1 Cosmic Change Alert. All Gene Sequence Department members, please gather in the conference room immediately. The urgent notification echoed throughout the department, and researchers hurried to the meeting room. On the giant screen in the conference room, the recently captured cosmic phenomenon was displayed. In the vast depths of the universe, a peculiar pattern suddenly emerged, spreading at an unimaginable speed, like a terrifying cosmic storm, burning silver patterns into the black background. This was a mysterious thunder pattern, and based on our initial assessment, this cosmic storm is likely another special gene phenomenon, undoubtedly linked to the cosmic divine prison phenomenon we observed earlier. If the divine prison phenomenon represents a gene from the upper universe unlocked by a warrior, then this person is now gradually developing an incredibly terrifying gene. Guchin sat at home, focused on unlocking his gene chains. Little did he know, this seemingly ordinary action was causing a terrifying storm in the universe. Silver lightning patterns spread like a web, permeating the dark, deep canvas of the starry sky, creating a chilling scene. Meanwhile, the genetic sequence department in Xia Kingdom was overwhelmed with work. This department, established for researching the universe and celestial changes, found its workload for the past month entirely generated by Guchin alone. A crackling sound emanated continuously from Guchin's body, as if thunder was roaring within him. This energy surged through his limbs like a torrent, making his already strong vitality even more vigorous and fierce. His eyes shot out beams of light, akin to the rumble of thunder. Passers-by near Guchin's house showed expressions of surprise, as they seemed to hear thunder, yet when they looked up, the sky was clear and cloudless. Gu Ling stood by, unable to hide her astonishment. My brother's cultivation is terrifying. No wonder he usually trains outside. If he practiced at home for too long, he might just bring the house down. Gu Dongshan rarely showed a look of pride. Your brother is a genius, different from ordinary martial artists. In recent days, his boss, Gua Haitang, had changed his attitude towards him significantly. Although they were friendly before, now there was a newfound respect, all thanks to his son, Guchin, a martial artist with immense talent and limitless potential. Guchin felt the changes within himself. My vitality level has increased to 1,400 calories, quite a jump from the previous 1,100. This is just a side benefit. The quality of my vitality is now unmatched. Even martial artists with over 1,600 calories of vitality energy might not match my explosive power. Pure thunderous energy coursed through his veins, making his aura even more fierce and formidable. Glancing at his phone, Guchin noticed Yi Qingxian had only asked if he got home, with no further messages. He speculated, could she be upset because I added Shen Yushi as a friend? But soon, Yi Qingxian messaged saying she was busy and might not reply often, which put an end to Guchin's idle thoughts. Of course, the goddess of the Yi family, an exceptional martial artist who has broken limits 3 times, wouldn't get jealous over something like this. Guchin mused self-deprecatingly. At that moment, Yi Qingxian sat within the Yi family residence, a triumphant smile on her lips. Humph, quite the social butterfly, aren't you? Not replying to my message, I won't reply to yours either. Within the Yi family, strong individuals were abundant, and the atmosphere was tense and heavy. Clearly, with the command from the elder of the Zixin Pavilion, the entire capital is on the brink of a significant reshuffle. In this storm of change, the actions of the Yi family are particularly noteworthy. Inside the Yi family's mansion, several members were whispering among themselves. Have any of you noticed something strange about Qingxian lately? One family member asked with a furrowed brow. Another nodded in agreement. I have. She's always glued to her phone, staring at it non-stop, sometimes even giggling at the screen. These words reached the ears of Yi Tianming, the head of the Yi family. This dignified middle-aged man, with a sharp and handsome appearance, felt a twinge of concern. Could it be that Qing Xian is in love? This thought pierced his heart like a sharp blade. Yi Tianming cleared his throat. Ahem. Yi Qingxian remained engrossed in her phone, unresponsive. Ahem ahem. Yi Tianming raised his voice. Dad, you're so noisy. Yi Qingxian complained without looking up. Crash. It was as if something shattered inside Yi Tianming. The formidable head of the Yi family, now thunderstruck, experienced the sound of a breaking heart. The family members watched the father-daughter interaction, barely suppressing their laughter. Clearly, they were accustomed to this scene. The mighty head of the Yi family, who commanded respect outside, was a typical, doting father at home. But who could blame him? His daughter was truly outstanding. In the elite martial arts circles of the capital, Yi Qingxian was undoubtedly among the best of her generation. In truth, Yi Qingxian was merely teasing her father, throwing a minor tantrum. She was indeed incredibly busy lately. Qingxian, Yi Tianming said seriously, discarding his previous expression. The martial arts entrance exam is approaching. You shouldn't get involved in family affairs during this time. Focus on improving your skills and aim to achieve the 4th limit break. Your grandfather has already set a series of training goals for you. This year's exam is special, with rumored rich rewards, so pay close attention. Hearing this, Yi Qingxian put away her playful demeanor and nodded solemnly. This year's martial arts entrance exam was said to take place in a highly mysterious and unique location, possibly featuring stardust. With only 3 days left before the exam, the entire capital was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and anticipation. Families with exam candidates were on high alert, doing everything possible to meet the needs of the candidates. Meanwhile, the candidates themselves were sweating it out, racing against time for final preparations. Sharpening the blade just before battle. This phrase became the most frequently heard motivational slogan on the streets of the capital. Meanwhile, at Yuanzheng High School, a disciplined military academy, students were also preparing for the upcoming exam. Good luck with the martial arts exam. Kong Ming Xinyu cheered for her friends through a chat app. Wow, I'm so jealous you don't have to take the exam, Chen Jitian replied. Hee hee, we have our own exams too, Kong Ming Xinyu explained. Otherwise, we can't graduate, and we'll have to be graded. This affects our starting point at the Frontier Battle Department. Anyway, I have to put my phone away now. In recent days, Guchin occasionally chatted with Shen Yushi. However, Yuanzheng High School usually required students to put away their phones, allowing usage only at designated times. Guchin noticed that Yi Qingxian seemed genuinely busy lately, as their chats had become less frequent. She must be preparing for the martial arts entrance exam, Guchin thought. He exhaled deeply, then glanced at the wristband on his arm. It displayed, blood energy level, 2,000 calories. I've reached the 2nd blood energy limit. Guchin was secretly thrilled. Just a bit further, and I'll achieve the 2nd limit break. Then, I should be able to perform well in the martial arts entrance exam. However, Guchin was also aware that this year's exam would see countless formidable talents emerging from the 4 major exam regions: East, South, West, and North. Even someone like Yi Qingxian, who had achieved the 3rd limit break, couldn't confidently claim to outshine everyone. According to Yi Qingxian, other regions also harbored many prodigious talents, and there were likely many like Guchin in other areas as well. I need to find instructor Chen Feiyang, Guchin resolved. Soon, Guchin contacted Chen Feiyang. On the other end of the line, Chen Feiyang's voice erupted in shock, almost breaking through the receiver. You've achieved the 2nd limit break. Chen Feiyang stood inside the Xianting martial arts gym, his eyes fixed on Guchin with a slight frown. You're quite the anomaly, he remarked. Your physical body seems to hold endless potential. Breaking through the limit a 2nd time might prove challenging. Chen Feiyang fell into contemplation. Attempting to push Guchin's body to its limits using his aura was risky. A small misstep could lead to a loss of control. This was the first time he had encountered such a prodigious talent. How long has it been since he became a martial artist? Chen Feiyang calculated privately. About 10 days, I suppose. In just 10 days, he's reached 2,000 calories of vital energy. Truly, a monster among monsters. With 2,000 calories of vital energy, Guchin already stood at a mid-to-upper level for the upcoming martial arts entrance exam. Chen Feiyang suddenly found himself anticipating Guchin's exam results. However, the current problem was indeed tricky. Guchin's physical capabilities were so formidable that the pressure he could withstand was increasing. Even though Chen Feiyang possessed a Lula-level aura, pushing Guchin back into a limit state was still somewhat daunting. At that moment, Guchin spoke up. I'll exercise until I'm exhausted first. With that, he immediately began a high-intensity physical workout. As time ticked by, Chen Feiyang closely monitored Guchin's condition. When he felt the moment was right, he decisively shouted, "Begin!" Boom. A tremendous pressure surged towards Guchin, enveloping him whole. This time, Chen Feiyang unleashed his full aura. He clearly sensed that Guchin's physical limits were far greater than during his first breakthrough. Anything less than full effort would merely tickle Guchin. Guchin was once again engulfed by that powerful aura, entering a familiar limit state. However, this time, he seemed well-versed in handling it. Crack, crack, crack. In just a few seconds, Guchin successfully broke through his second limit of vital energy. Chen Feiyong watched in astonishment, exclaiming, "This is what a genius looks like." Feeling the immense power coursing through him, Guchin smiled with satisfaction. Vital energy, 2,100 calories, he calculated silently. Now, everything was in place, just waiting for the exam to begin. Time flew by, and the highest level exam that would determine the fate of young martial artists in the Summer Nation finally commenced. In recent days, members of the preparation department could be seen patrolling the streets of the capital. It was said that the department had borrowed 50,000 martial artists from the top 100 martial arts gyms and major families to ensure the safety of all examinees during the exam. The scale of this operation was undeniably impressive. This year's martial arts exam seems to be receiving more attention. People discussed on the streets. It also indicates that the martial artist society has reached an unprecedented peak. Security in the city has become increasingly strict, a citizen shared. I heard that a few hooligans who were too loud last night were detained. They won't be released until after the exam. TSK, TSK. Even I, a young woman, feel safe walking around at night these days. The entire capital could feel the changes brought by the martial arts exam. Public interest in the exam reached new heights. Meanwhile, a strikingly beautiful female reporter stood in front of the camera for the morning report. Seeing the record-breaking viewership, she felt her early rise was worth it. After all, this nationwide martial arts exam deserved her utmost dedication. On July 13th, the aspiring martial artists of Xia Nation faced a pivotal moment in their lives as the half-month-long National Martial Arts Examination officially commenced. This life-defining event is held simultaneously across 4 major regions: East, South, West, and North, with the winners advancing to compete on the highest stage for young martial artists in Xia. A female reporter's coverage caused a sensation at the venue. She not only highlighted the significance of the examination but also revealed a startling piece of news. This year's test might take place on the mysterious foreign star. This rumor, akin to a bombshell, instantly ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. The foreign star? Is that the place contested by the 5 kings of the Purple God clan? Gasped someone in the crowd. It's said to be fraught with dangers and can transform into all sorts of bizarre scenarios. Looks like the preparation department aims to nurture top-tier talents through this. Despite the dangers, the foreign star represents boundless opportunities, even containing the star dust coveted by martial artists. As the news spread, the entire capital buzzed with excitement. People eagerly anticipated the upcoming live broadcast of the examination, with tens of thousands of cameras set to showcase this battle of elite talents to a nationwide audience. Meanwhile, at the Xianting Martial Arts Hall, Guchin was making his final preparations for departure. He hadn't returned home the previous night, choosing instead to consolidate his 2,100-calorie blood vitality at the hall. At the entrance of the Martial Arts Hall, a commanding figure appeared. Feng Wu, the master of Xianting Martial Arts Hall and a grandmaster, had come to personally see Guchin off. In his hand, he held a pitch-black spear emitting a stellar glow, its metallic sheen awe-inspiring. "This is a star-level spear, our investment in you," Feng Wu said, handing the spear to Guchin. Those around gasped in amazement. A star-level weapon? That's crafted from precious metals of the cosmos, worth over $1 million. Don't you know? Guchin is the genius of our martial arts hall, having already broken through the second blood vitality limit, a young man proclaimed loudly. Guchin recognized him as the person who had previously reprimanded Jiang Hui over the body refining device issue, now seemingly a supporter. Chen Feiyong, standing beside Feng Wu, also showed a look of anticipation. "Guchin, I look forward to your performance in the martial arts exam." As someone who had witnessed Guchin's growth, he had immense confidence in this prodigious talent. Guchin nodded solemnly. "Understood. Martial arts examination, here I come." In the heart of the capital city lies the notorious 13th High School, a dilapidated institution that seems particularly desolate during the intense exam preparation season. Unlike other schools bustling with activity, the number of students eligible for the martial arts college entrance exam is notably sparse. Nevertheless, the school's 3 dedicated deans have organized a small group of students at the school gate, hoping to instill a sense of participation in these students whose futures seem uncertain. Just then, a familiar figure caught everyone's attention. Guchin had arrived. As a student of 13th High, he naturally came to collect his exam admission ticket. The students whispered among themselves, exchanging information about Guchin. A week ago, he had already become a martial artist. Entering the martial path at such a young age, his future achievements were likely unimaginable. Some couldn't help but recall how Guchin once turned down Shinmeng Xian, marveling at how, even without the favor of a goddess, he had grown into a promising martial artist. Guchin's arrival stirred a wave of excitement. with envy gleaming in the students' eyes. However, three figures seemed particularly uneasy, turning their heads to avoid Guchin's gaze. Guchin instantly realized that these were the lucky ones who had been selected by Shun Mengxian to receive poverty aid slots. In just over 10 days, they too had become martial artists, a testament to the power of those aid slots. Contrary to her usual demeanor, Dean Lu Shuero greeted Guchin with a gentle smile. Guchin, you're here. This scene sparked jealousy among the surrounding students and the three new martial artists, as the usually fiery-tempered dean was surprisingly cordial to Guchin. Lu Shuero continued, these three are our school's martial artists. If you encounter them during the exams, please take care of each other. This statement sparked doubt among the crowd. Hadn't Guchin and these three completed cellular resonance and entered the body refinement stage almost simultaneously? Their blood energy levels should be similar. Guchin glanced at the three, noting their apparent hostility, but he remained unfazed. At that moment, a car pulled up in front of 13th High, and several members of the preparation department, dressed in white uniforms, stepped out. One of them asked, 13th High, how many have successfully completed cellular resonance? Lu Shuero quickly stepped forward to report, 4. 4. The person expressed surprise. That's quite good for 13th High. I remember you had 3 poverty aid slots this year, and those 3 seem to have become martial artists. What about the other one? He flipped through his documents, a trace of surprise crossing his eyes. Impressive. There's actually one who became a martial artist without using a poverty aid slot. His gaze fell on Guchin, showing a look of admiration. Guchin, right? Your school's year-end summary can definitely include his nomination. A special test was held at the 13th High School, the blood energy measurement. This was not only an evaluation of the students' abilities, but also crucial for their future college entrance exams. On campus, a vehicle carrying sophisticated equipment slowly approached, drawing everyone's attention. The trunk opened to reveal a massive machine, the most advanced blood energy tester in Xia. The students held their breath, waiting for their results. Ji Dahai, as the name was called, a young man stepped forward. He stood before the machine, his expression slightly tense. Blood energy, 230 car. As soon as the result was announced, a wave of admiration spread through the crowd. Ji Dahai, handpicked by Shun Mengxian, had impressively increased his blood energy by 130 car in just a few days, reaching 230 car. Such a score was enough to make other students envious. Next, 3 more martial artists took the test, each scoring around 200 car. Although they didn't match Ji Dahai, their results were promising enough to boost their confidence in getting into the Jin Academy. Guchin, you're up. At the call of the staff, an ordinary-looking boy walked up to the machine. He appeared calm, seemingly indifferent to the outcome. Blood energy, 2101 car. The number caused the entire place to fall silent. Everyone stared at the display in disbelief. How is this possible? Lu Shuero exclaimed. Isn't the maximum blood energy supposed to be 1,000 car? The discipline director's expression changed. He scrutinized Guchin closely, his mind in turmoil. How could a student from the 13th High possess such an extraordinary blood energy level? What did this mean? Was this a second breakthrough? Members of the preparation department exchanged bewildered glances. They had encountered many prodigies, but someone like Guchin was usually only seen in the top martial arts high schools. For a student from the 13th High to reach such a level, either he had powerful support, or he was truly a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Are you really a student from the 13th High? A member of the preparation department couldn't help but ask. Guchin simply nodded, yes. This simple response hit everyone like a bombshell, causing their hearts to skip a beat. Lu Shuero still couldn't accept the reality and loudly questioned. Director, how is this possible? The machine must be broken, right? Isn't 1,000 car the limit for a tempered martial artist? The discipline director took a deep breath, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. He replied solemnly, what do you know? This is called breaking the limit, surpassing the blood energy threshold. Every martial artist who can achieve this is a rare genius. His words were like a heavy hammer, striking everyone's hearts. They realized they might be witnessing the rise of a legend. And Guchin, this seemingly ordinary boy, might become a key figure in changing the landscape of the martial arts world. Breaking the limits of blood and energy is nothing short of a fantasy for the students of 13 High School, who aren't even close to becoming martial artists. The words of the training director were like a bolt of lightning, momentarily illuminating the door to an unknown world in their hearts. However, the harsh reality quickly extinguished the spark of hope that had just ignited within them. The students were well aware that they would likely reach the body tempering stage around the age of 25. By then, the strength of their blood and cells would begin to decline. Although the difficulty of becoming a martial artist would decrease, they were destined to become incomplete warriors. Forget about breaking the limits of blood and energy. Even reaching 1,000 calories was an unattainable dream. Yet, the information revealed by the training director's words left everyone shocked. The name Guchin instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. A martial artist who broke the limits twice was a top-tier existence even at the first martial arts high school. And now, such a genius appeared at the unremarkable 13 high school. Guchin had long been mentally prepared, knowing that his blood and energy levels would undoubtedly cause a stir. Sure enough, the training director's next words made everyone present gasp in surprise. I just informed the preparation department, the director said with undisguised excitement in his voice. A martial artist who has reached the blood and energy limit is eligible to skip the first and second tests. After all, the purpose of these tests is to select candidates who meet the martial arts college entrance requirements and avoid wasting educational resources. Someone will come to pick you up shortly. The teachers and students of 13 high school were stunned, and discussions erupted. Skipping the tests. This kid is a real prodigy. Lu Shuiru found it hard to believe at first, but then she understood why Guchin had refused Shun Mingxuan's assistance plan. With such incredible talent, why would he settle for being someone's lackey? She couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking that if Guchin had been born into a wealthy family, his treatment wouldn't be any worse than Shen Mingxuan's. Before long, a black sedan stopped at the entrance of 13 high school. The window rolled down to reveal a face filled with surprise and skepticism. 13 high school really produced a genius who can skip the first two tests? You're not kidding, are you? If you're messing with me, you'll be in big trouble. The middle-aged man seemed to hold a higher position than the test personnel. The test personnel quickly pointed to Guchin. It's him. The middle-aged man glanced at Guchin, and his eyes immediately lit up. As a strong person of the divine strength level, he had keen eyesight and could tell at a glance that this young man was extraordinary. Let's go, follow me. Under the awestruck and reverent gazes of all the students at 13 high school, Guchin got into the car. The black sedan drove away slowly, as if carrying him into a brand new world. Director, a student couldn't help but ask, his voice tinged with undeniable melancholy. From today on, is Guchin's fate different from ours? A genius martial artist who can directly gain privileges, how could they possibly share the same fate as us, the future incomplete martial artists? Lu Shuiru wanted to comfort them, but didn't know what to say. Because the reality was indeed harsh, the fork in the road of fate was right before them, and they were powerless to change it. In the car, the member of the preparation department warmly introduced himself. My name is Zhang Ku, but you can call me Brother Zhang. His attitude was exceptionally friendly, even slightly ingratiating, clearly aware of the potential the young man before him held for the future. What kind of prodigy is this, breaking the blood and chi limits twice at 13 high school? Zhang Ku had just learned about Guchin's situation and immediately accessed his records. The file in front of him was astonishing. A student with a humble background and poor family conditions, who was not even a martial artist half a month ago, had now broken the limits twice. Such an impressive turnaround is truly rare. Zhang Ku frowned, pondering. Could it be that Guchin was noticed by some top financial group? But even so, such rapid progress in a short time is too incredible. Regardless, this young man's future is limitless and deserves to be treated well. The car soon reached its destination. Guchin looked out the window and saw that they were on the outskirts of the imperial capital, in the opposite direction of the ancient god forest. The range of mountains loomed in the distance, making one feel small. Zhang Ku explained that this remote location was chosen to facilitate the use of a special passage opened by the grandmasters of the preparation department to travel to the alien stars. As soon as Guchin got out of the car, he drew everyone's attention. The surrounding students whispered among themselves. Did Brother Zhang leave in such a hurry just to pick up this guy? Who is he? Why is he the last one to arrive? Not sure, but anyone who comes here should be a limit-breaking martial artist. Some female martial artists couldn't help but nod in admiration at Guchin's looks. Guchin indeed inherited the best features of his parents, and combined with the intangible pressure from the god prison genes, he exuded a powerful aura that caught the eyes of many girls. This stirred some discontent among the boys. Humph, what good is being handsome? Martial arts exams and genetic academies don't care about looks. Are you jealous? I'm not. You're the one who's jealous. Oh, he's getting defensive. At this moment, a kind-hearted girl reminded Guchin, since you just arrived, you need to go over there to register your information with the preparation department. We will soon be sent to the alien stars. Guchin thanked her sincerely. He looked around and noticed that all the young people here were exceptionally talented and exuded an extraordinary aura, speaking with confidence. These limit-breaking martial artists were undoubtedly potential recruits for major universities. A staff member from the preparation department calmly asked, "What's your name?" Guchin. Which school are you from? 13 high school. 13 high school. There was a hint of doubt in the staff member's tone. 13th middle school. The word struck like a thunderbolt, exploding across the camp. Everyone paused, their eyes collectively turning towards Guchin. The air was thick with disbelief, as if time itself had frozen. A top-tier warrior from a poor school, someone murmured, their voice filled with shock and skepticism. The warriors present were all accustomed to earning over $1 million annually, with monthly incomes in the tens of thousands. How could a school like 13th Middle, known for its lack of resources, produced such an outstanding warrior? The preparation department staff quickly verified Guchin's details. After a thorough look at him, one staff member gave a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. 2,101 units of qi and blood? Impressive. This gesture effectively served as an official endorsement of Guchin's status. A gentle voice came from nearby. Are you really from 13th Middle? It was a beautiful girl speaking, her eyes alight with surprise and curiosity. Guchin nodded, responding briefly, yes. Incredible. You must have great talent. The girl sincerely praised him. I'm Yang Ro from 5th High School. Guchin, he introduced himself simply. Their conversation eased the tension a bit. In such an unfamiliar setting, having a companion was comforting, especially for someone like Guchin who was alone. Suddenly, the center of the camp began to distort, energy gathering in the air to form a dark portal. A figure appeared beside it, his skin emitting a faint golden glow from the gaps. His gaze was piercing as he scanned the crowd. Standing among the group, Guchin shivered as that gaze swept over him. Was this the legendary Golden Body Grandmaster? His aura was so powerful that a single glance felt life-threatening. Yang Ro quietly explained. The foreign star is quite special, a resource cast by the universe's grand rules. The transmission channel has been shaped by these rules, and a Grandmaster only needs their coordinates for guidance. Only a Grandmaster can withstand the grand aura of the spatial passage. The Grandmaster's voice resonated through the crowd. Remember, this martial arts examination is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You're lucky to be among these candidates. The foreign star is a resource acquired with the blood of countless veteran warriors from the Border Defense Department. It's a place filled with both danger and opportunity. Crossing this portal marks the official start of the martial arts exam. His words, though calm, ignited the candidates' spirits, making them feel restless and eager. Everyone knew that on that unknown land, they would face countless dangers and challenges. In these perilous areas, ranked from C to S, natural disasters, ferocious beasts, and even mysterious creatures lurk. Candidates must wisely choose based on their own abilities, as one wrong step could lead to disaster. The shadow of death looms over everyone, and Guchin understands that while this martial arts exam is enviable, it is also unprecedentedly dangerous. The alien constellation resembles a vast universe, a precious space wrested from alien races at the cost of countless lives of human warriors. For this reason, the preparation department has decided to take a bold move, aiming to cultivate a group of top martial arts talents tempered by blood and fire in this starry sky. The exam rules are straightforward. Passing a level perilous area earns 5 points, level 10 points, a level 50 points, and level 100 points. These scores are directly added to the final results without any adjustments. With the master's command, the massive space portal finally stabilized. Candidates clenched their fists and stepped into the mysterious gateway one after another. Before leaving, Guchin glanced at his phone. A message from Lioli Leaf encouraged him. Good luck in the martial arts exam. We might meet in the alien constellation. He smiled, thinking that Yi Qingxian must be in another camp, given the vast number of candidates nationwide. At that moment, Chen Jintian suddenly messaged, begging the goddess Yi to lead us to victory. Standing before the portal, a breathtaking figure caught everyone's attention. She looked down at her phone and suddenly smiled radiantly, like a plum blossom blooming in winter, stunning the surrounding warriors. The usually aloof and elegant goddess Yi smiled, eliciting gasps of admiration. Yi Qingxian then stepped into the portal, leaving behind a trail of astonished gazes. In the alien constellation, countless candidates landed. The dark starry sky exuded coldness and mystery, making everyone feel as if they were on a desolate plain, with the devouring darkness of the universe above. Countless stars drifted in the void, highlighting the insignificance of life. The biting cold instilled fear in some candidates with weaker wills. Someone murmured, "This year's exam venue is terrifying. It seems haunted and dangerous everywhere. I want to quit." Upon hearing this, someone immediately rebuked, "If you want to quit, then get lost. This is precious resource gained by countless predecessors from the Border Battle Department with their lives. Acting like this is wasteful. Find a place to end yourself instead of affecting our exam." The frightened chubby boy with glasses curled up on the ground. He looked around and saw everyone watching him with disdain, nearly breaking down. Guchin stood silently among the crowd, his gaze fixed on the vast starry sky. He felt the genes within him boiling, as if responding to the unknown universe. He silently vowed that one day, he would conquer this starry sky. In a vast, uncharted realm of stars, cold and profound like an endless universe, Guchin and other martial arts examinees seemed exiled to this mysterious and perilous domain. This place was filled with dangerous areas shaped by the power of great rules, each containing deadly threats and unimaginable opportunities. As Guchin surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that other warriors had already begun to explore. He recalled hearing about the coveted Stardust, a supreme resource sought by martial artists. It's said that this rare substance, extracted from the stars, could significantly enhance one's abilities and even help unlock and strengthen genetic chains. As time passed, the number of warriors around him dwindled. Guchin realized it was time to begin his own exploration. He couldn't help but reflect on why the War Department was willing to battle the Zetian clan for control of this star region. Aside from the dangers, it truly was an ideal place for martial examinations. Before long, Guchin discovered a crade danger zone, the Cliff Grudge Mansion. This eerie building nestled among the mountains was connected by a winding, treacherous path. A number of examinees had already gathered around the mansion, tension and fear palpable in the air. "This is terrifying," one examinee exclaimed. "Those who went in just now haven't come out. Is this really only a crade danger zone?" Another questioned. "There's a martial artist inside with a blood energy level of 1,000 calories." At that moment, a pale blue screen suddenly appeared above the mansion, displaying a chilling statistic. Deaths, 5. The scene fell into a deathly silence. 7 had entered, and 5 had perished. Doubt and fear about this crade danger zone gripped everyone. Yet, amidst the collective unease, a solitary figure resolutely stepped onto the path leading to the mansion. "Wow, who's that so bold?" someone exclaimed. "Either they're incredibly strong or just rushing towards their death," another voice remarked. All eyes focused on the lone figure, filled with admiration and concern. This mysterious individual was about to face what might be the most dangerous trial in the crade danger zone. The outside world had become a place of fear, where no one dared to venture. The bloody death toll was enough to deter anyone. Yet, in this moment, one figure resolutely stepped into the clevel haunted site, known as the Cliff Grudge Mansion. As soon as Guchin entered, he was overwhelmed by the chilling aura of resentment. The ground was stained with blood, and spider webs covered the walls, silently speaking of the horror within. He lightly brushed against an old newspaper, and instantly, a swarm of grotesque insects scurried out from beneath, creating a spine-chilling scene. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed from behind. "Who's there?" Through the wall, Guchin vaguely saw a distorted silhouette, its icy presence seeping through, making even his prepared mind shiver. The voice continued to murmur, "I died so miserably. Come keep me company. Keep me company." This ghost, born of resentment, was beginning to agitate Guchin. Sensing the change in Guchin's mood, the ghost sneered. "Ha ha ha. When you get agitated, it's easier for me to kill you." However, what met it was Guchin's thunderous retaliation. Divine Thunder Force. Guchin spun around, unleashing a powerful surge of divine thunder. The ghost immediately felt a lethal threat and shrieked in terror. "What is this aura?" Guchin's thunder was no ordinary force. It was derived from the divine punitive power of the god Prison Gene. This heavenly thunder, embodying strict justice, posed a fatal threat to entities born of resentment. Boom. The ghost, upon contact with Guchin's thunder, let out a piercing scream and was instantly obliterated into nothingness. Guchin noticed that the resentment carried by the ghost was also completely eradicated by the divine punitive force. TSK, the universe's divine punitive power wiping out these resentments. Isn't it a bit overkill? Guchin mused. These damned ghosts are so hard to eradicate. Even if killed, their resentment remains, preventing them from truly dying. Is this Cliff Grudge Mansion truly just a clevel haunted site? Meanwhile, in a secluded room within the mansion, 2 frail figures were hiding, their hearts sinking into despair. These 2 female students, gripped by fear, whispered to each other. "This clevel haunted site is terrifying. These ghosts are all born of resentment. We've never seen anything like this in Xia country. The universe is vast, and there are so many bizarre things out there." One girl said, trembling. "All the seniors are dead. Can the 2 of us still escape?" The other added, "Even if a ghost is killed, it can revive through its resentment. This means that as long as the resentment isn't eradicated, these ghosts can never truly be killed. We can't escape at all." Just then, they suddenly heard the raspy, eerie voice of a ghost outside, causing their anxiety to spike. "Boss is dead. Completely dead. What killed the boss? He can't revive, can't come back. What was it that killed him so thoroughly?" The 2 female students exchanged shocked glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. They recalled that the boss, mentioned by the ghosts, was the very one who had gruesomely torn out the hearts of 3 seniors from behind. "What? The ghost is dead? The boss?" They whispered in disbelief. At that moment, boom. A massive explosion shook the entire mansion. It was as if something terrifying had burst in. The 2 female students held their breath in terror, uncertain of what would happen next. Boom. A deafening explosion rocked the entire ancient mansion, causing the walls to collapse instantly and sending bricks and debris flying everywhere. 2 girls were terrified, their hearts pounding as if something dreadful had invaded this eerie place. With trembling fingers, they cautiously opened a crack in the door, and the sight before them left them speechless. A young man stood proudly amidst the swirling dust, his entire body radiating a dazzling light. He was a martial arts candidate, At that moment, 7 grotesque and terrifying spirits lurking in the dark corners of the mansion were startled by his presence and revealed themselves. The 2 girls gasped, recalling the fierce battle they had just fought with 3 of the spirits. They couldn't help but wonder, were there really 8 spirits hiding here? How could this martial arts candidate possibly defeat so many enemies? As they hesitated about whether to step in and help, the young man suddenly punched, shattering one of the spirits into pieces. However, the girls felt no relief, knowing that the spirits could revive. Then, an unexpected change occurred. A blinding bolt of lightning burst forth from the void, completely obliterating the spirit, turning it into black mist. The 2 students were stunned, incredulous at what they had just witnessed. The spirit was utterly annihilated, along with its lingering resentment. A genetic warrior, they exclaimed. This martial arts candidate was actually a genetic warrior, and one with the most destructive lightning attribute. The value of a genetic warrior was equivalent to tens of thousands of ordinary martial artists. Guchin didn't pause for a moment, his figure becoming a series of afterimages as lightning crackled around him. Boom, 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 boom. All the attacking spirits were instantly shattered by him. The ground bore the marks of lightning, and Guchin stood unyielding, like a thunderous sovereign. The 2 girls, hidden in the shadows, witnessed all of this, too shocked to speak. They couldn't believe that this martial arts candidate could annihilate all the spirits in the blink of an eye. Recalling how just 3 spirits had nearly led to their demise, if it hadn't been for their senior sacrificing himself to give them a chance to escape, they might have already met their end. The girls exchanged glances, their hearts filled with disbelief and awe. And just then, congratulations on successfully clearing the Clevel haunted site, the Cliff Resentment Mansion. Your student ID 130-219-9951 is being registered. You've earned 5 points. Keep up the good work. Guchin frowned slightly, showing a look of surprise. Was it really that easy to clear? He hadn't expected it to be so effortless. Come out. Guchin's voice echoed through the empty mansion. 2 girls slowly emerged from the shadows, exchanging nervous glances. Their presence had long been detected by Guchin. Hello, my name is Wang Yang. I'm Wang Tsung. Thank you. The girls' voices trembled with evident fear towards Guchin, but he paid no mind, his gaze sweeping the interior of the mansion. Help me search for any resources here, Guchin said calmly. Behave, and I'll take you out. The Cliff Resentment Mansion was intricate and filled with numerous doors. Searching each one would be time-consuming, so Guchin decided to enlist the help of the 2 girls. Wang Yang and Wang Tsung understood the underlying threat in Guchin's words obey, and they could leave. Otherwise, the death toll in the mansion would rise. Before long, they found a metal rod. Is this all? Guchin's disappointment was evident in his tone. Yes. This is really all we found, the girls hurriedly explained, fearing Guchin might think they were lying. In truth, they had only found this metal rod. Guchin swung the rod, gauging its weight and texture. It's a metal I've never seen before. Seems quite powerful, he thought to himself. For now, the heavy rod could serve as a makeshift weapon. Meanwhile, outside the mansion, since Guchin had entered, no one dared approach the Cliff Resentment Mansion. Onlookers were abuzz with speculation. That guy just went in alone. He's probably already dead inside. Even if the death count hasn't updated yet, it's only a matter of time. This Cliff Resentment Mansion is too dangerous, full of heavy resentment. Who knows what happened there before? Anyway, it's best to stay away and avoid dying. At that moment, a thunderous crash shook the ground. The mansion trembled violently, and the layers of resentment outside seemed to react, cracking and then dissipating in an instant. What just happened? The Cliff Resentment Mansion has been cleared. Clearance rating S. A grand voice echoed throughout the realm. The Clevel haunted site, Cliff Resentment Mansion, has been cleared. This is the first S-level clearance rating for a martial arts examinee, hence the announcement. S-level rating? I just saw some top-tier martial artists clear a Clevel haunted site and only get a B-level rating. How did he get S-level? The conditions for S-level clearance are extremely strict, probably requiring a flawless, incredibly quick solo clearance. Damn. In a corner of the alien starscape, a graceful and cool figure paused slightly. Yi Qingxuan's bright eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. She had just cleared a B-level dangerous area at an astonishing speed, yet only received an A-level rating. It seems I must clear it solo to earn an S-level rating. Yi Qingxian murmured to herself, a contemplative look on her pretty face. But what exactly is the use of an S-level rating? At that moment, a message suddenly appeared before her. 3 S-level ratings can be exchanged for a key to the Starry Secret Land. The Starry Secret Land randomly appears in the alien starscape and may yield weapons forged from mysterious metals and rare resources like stardust. This information caused an uproar among the martial arts candidates. Starry Secret Land? Isn't that the Starry Treasure Vault? Someone exclaimed. Can anyone tell me how to get an S-level rating? An experienced martial artist calmly analyzed. Forget it. With your strength, needing help just to clear a Clevel dangerous area, it's impossible. S-level rating requires a flawless, injury-free solo clear within the hidden specified conditions. Meanwhile, Guchin had already obtained S-level rating. He was strolling through the alien starscape, casually playing with a cosmic metal staff he had acquired from the Cliff Resentment Manor. Suddenly, he slammed the staff into the ground, causing a tremor that shook the surroundings. Passing martial artists stopped in their tracks, shocked by the scene. Is that a cosmic metal weapon? Someone gasped. Using a staff is rare among today's martial artists, but how is his power so immense? Facing the envious gazes of the crowd, Guchin also drew out a star-level spear called the Sky Thunder Spear. It was a treasure given to him by the master of the Xianting Martial Hall before the college entrance exam. He seemed to be comparing the power of the two weapons. That's a star-level spear. The onlookers were even more astonished. Who is this martial arts candidate? He even has a star-level weapon. Everyone present knew that even within the Xianting Martial Hall, a star-level spear was a treasured artifact. The two weapons Guchin casually displayed were enough to leave most martial arts candidates in awe. The Schwanting Martial Arts School gifted Guchin a star-grade spear, which was not just a present, but a carefully calculated social investment. In their eyes, Guchin's path to success began with this martial arts examination, and the value he would bring in the future would far exceed that of the weapon. Surrounding examinees watched Guchin in awe, whispering among themselves about the identity of this handsome young man. However, Guchin didn't linger and headed resolutely in a specific direction. Noticing the direction Guchin was heading, the crowd's expressions turned serious. Wasn't that the direction of the newly appeared level danger zone? Could this seemingly ordinary examinee be planning to challenge such a perilous place? Rumors about the danger zone were rampant. It was said that not long ago, two limit-breaking body refiners entered together, only to perish. This news caused a stir among the examinees. If limit-breaking warriors couldn't survive, what chance did ordinary candidates have? Despite the rich rewards within the danger zone, the risks were deadly. While everyone debated, they couldn't help but follow Guchin, eager to see what would happen. Details about the level danger zone soon spread. The misty forest, shrouded in a devouring fog. Challengers needed to fend off and defeat all the Nightclaw cat demons within. These creatures were not only incredibly fast, but could perfectly hide in the fog. More terrifyingly, their claws carried a poison that could evaporate all the blood in a victim's body in an instant, turning them into a desiccated corpse. However, high risk often came with high reward. Achieving an A-level rating would earn the challenger a precious cat demon elixir, permanently enhancing agility. This tempting prize intrigued Guchin, though he was acutely aware of the immense risk involved. At that moment, a melodious voice interrupted Guchin's thoughts. A girl with waterfall-like hair and fairy-like beauty approached, her eyes exuding an elegant, yet solemn aura. "Are you here to challenge the Misty Forest too?" she asked, her voice tinged with concern. "I advise you to leave. Although it's just a level danger zone, it's far more perilous than others of the same level. A single misstep could be fatal. The purpose of the exam is to strengthen the nation and cultivate warriors who can shoulder the future of the Xia Kingdom, not to cause unnecessary casualties." The crowd quickly recognized the beautiful girl. "That's Yu Qingsong from the Northern Territory," someone whispered. Despite the harsh climate up north, she's stunning, with delicate features and a striking figure, truly a gem. Yu Qingsong seemed oblivious to the murmurs and continued. "Two limit-breaking warriors have already fallen. This misty forest is too dangerous and should be temporarily closed." She thought her words would be enough to change the young man's mind. However, Guchin ignored her advice and continued steadfastly towards the misty forest. "Hey, don't you understand what I'm saying? Leave now." Yu Qingsong stomped her foot in frustration. "It's too dangerous here, and the reward isn't worth it. Why not challenge other level danger zones?" Watching Guchin insist on entering the misty forest, Yu Qingsong's face flushed with anger, yet she was powerless to stop him. The advice from the goddess Yu was like a gentle breeze, yet it was unable to sway the determined warriors. A young warrior, his eyes filled with admiration for the northern goddess, couldn't help but speak up. "Goddess Yu, we truly understand your kindness and concern for the Xia Kingdom. However, some people are set on their path to destruction, and no words can dissuade them. If he's determined to go his own way, perhaps it's best to let him face the consequences himself." Yu Qingga frowned slightly at these words, a hint of displeasure crossing her beautiful face. She thought to herself, the Northern Territory has long faced threats from beasts, and these young martial candidates have experienced numerous battles and received aid from the Xia Kingdom, naturally developing a strong sense of belonging to the nation. In her view, the martial exam should be like a well-balanced test, with moderate difficulty. But this challenge was excessively tough, potentially life-threatening. Why not replace it with something more suitable? These talented warriors are the future pillars of the Xia Kingdom. The young warrior noticed Yu Qingga's lack of response and felt a twinge of disappointment. His gaze shifted toward the direction where Guchin had disappeared, a cold glint in his eyes. "Foolish guy," he thought. "Venturing into the misty forest alone is sheer suicide." From a distance, The misty forest appeared hazy, with thick fog obscuring the view, revealing only vague shapes. As Guchin stepped into the mist, the fog thickened around him, drastically reducing visibility. He frowned, weighing his options. In such an environment, combined with the swift and deadly Dark Knight demon cats, it indeed posed a lethal challenge. Suddenly, a flash of movement burst from the fog. Guchin reacted swiftly, clenching his fist and striking fiercely at the cat demon. In an instant, terrifying lightning erupted, and a shrill scream pierced the forest. The cat demon was pierced through by Guchin's punch. At that moment, his blood surged with 2,100 calories of energy, and the power of thunder coursed through it. Outside, the martial candidates watching the scene were astonished. Guchin's speed of reaction was truly remarkable. From their perspective, something had appeared suddenly at Guchin's side, attempting an attack. Such incredible speed left most people unable to respond. Yuchinga suddenly felt something unusual, frowning in thought. Did I just sense a special power? That warrior seems anything but ordinary. She even vaguely saw a flash of lightning. Could it have been an illusion? However, a greater concern quickly arose. The blood of that Dark Knight demon cat could very well provoke others of its kind, and no one knows how many such beasts lurk in this forest. Meanwhile, within the misty forest, a confident smile played on Guchin's lips. He thought to himself, this fog is truly annoying. I wonder if my thunder power can evaporate it all at once. Boom. Guchin's body suddenly erupted with a formidable, thunderous power. Intense electric light spread rapidly like a spider web, instantly covering the entire forest. The surrounding sinister mist recoiled swiftly in the face of this naturally countering force, emitting a sizzling sound. Thunder attribute gene? The spectators widened their eyes, exclaiming in disbelief. He's a thunder attribute gene warrior. No wonder he dared to enter the misty forest. As the mist dissipated, the sinister forms of the Dark Knight cat demons hidden on the dark tree trunks became visible. Their withered bodies and sharp claws gleamed coldly under the moonlight, sending shivers down many spines. Guchin's eyes were sharp as lightning as he quickly assessed. 1, 2, 3, 13 of them. Despite the mist's dispersal, it continued to regenerate, and Guchin knew he had to act swiftly. He suddenly drew out the Sky Thunder Spear, with lightning crackling along its shaft. In an instant, he dashed forward, hurling the spear like a bolt of lightning. Thud! The Sky Thunder Spear pierced through a cat demon, pinning it to the tree trunk. Using the momentum, Guchin leaped onto the swaying spear, soaring through the air like an agile monkey. Arg! The cat demon screeched and lunged at Guchin. Divine Thunder Force! Guchin shouted, lightning flashing from his palm as he struck. The nearest cat demon was instantly torn apart. He then retrieved a cosmic metal staff, sweeping it out. A few nimble cat demons dodged the staff, but couldn't escape the ensuing thunder strike. They shrieked as they fell from the air. Seizing the moment, Guchin hurled the staff like a javelin, pinning another cat demon to the ground, its body shattered. Guchin's movements were fluid, as if he had rehearsed them countless times. With one hand on the Sky Thunder Spear, he swiftly grasped the shaft, using it to pivot. Lightning gathered at his feet, and he kicked a cat demon, sending it crashing to the ground like a cannonball. Bang! In mere seconds, 5 Dark Knight cat demons were annihilated. The observing martial arts candidates were stunned, exclaiming, that combat prowess is terrifying. Such a pleasing battle to watch. Every move is perfect, someone praised. He's either a battle-hardened warrior or a prodigious combat genius. Yuchinga's eyes sparkled, thinking to herself, it's talent. He lacks that seasoned feel, but possesses supreme combat talent. Who is this young man? Guchin seemed like a war god descended, wielding the Sky Thunder Spear, each strike precise and lethal. The remaining cat demons began to fear, but he dared not relax for a moment. These creatures were venomous, leaving no room for carelessness. Clang! Guchin wielded a weapon in each hand, thunder and metal intertwining in a dance of death. In the blink of an eye, the remaining cat demons were all slain. Monsters, someone exclaimed. These gene warriors are monsters. So envious. Why can't I unlock my genes? Another lamented. Someone began to explain. In our Xia kingdom, millions of martial arts candidates emerge each year, but fewer than 10 become gene warriors. These individuals are the nation's key focus for cultivation. During the initial invasions by alien races, it was these gene warriors who bore the brunt of the defense. However, just as everyone thought the battle had concluded, someone suddenly asked in confusion, strange, all the cat demons are dead, so why hasn't this dangerous area been cleared? At this moment, Guchin stood amidst a forest of towering, pitch-black trees, cautiously scanning his surroundings. The ground was littered with the bodies of the murky night cat demons he had just slain. However, the danger in this ominous place was far from over. Suddenly, a piercing screech erupted from behind him. Hidden in the woods was yet another murky night cat demon. This creature moved with incredible speed, like a dark lightning bolt, having waited for the perfect moment to strike. Despite the slaughter of its kin, it remained silent, biding its time. The martial arts examinees watching from outside gasped in shock, a chill running through their hearts. If such a place was only considered a level danger zone, how terrifying must a level zone be? Fear spread among them. Guchin spun around swiftly, lightning powers surging through his body. Yet, even with his reflexes pushed to the limit, leaving afterimages in his wake, his back was slashed, leaving a bloody gash. His clothes were torn, and blood trickled down the exposed flesh, while a wisp of dark smoke burrowed into the wound like a persistent parasite. Without hesitation, Guchin hurled his thunder spear, instantly pinning the murky night cat demon to a massive dark tree. He immediately sat down cross-legged, realizing the severity of his situation. The claws of the murky night cat demon were venomous, capable of rapidly corroding blood. The martial arts examinees expressed regret. Was a genetic warrior to fall here? At that moment, a system notification sounded. Misty Forest, level danger zone, successfully cleared. Clearance rating. A. You have received the cat demon elixir, which permanently enhances agility upon consumption. While an A rating wasn't as prestigious as an S rating, it was still impressive. Guchin received the reward elixir, but his immediate concern was the wound on his back. The poison had already penetrated deep into his body, and the situation was dire. The martial arts examinees rushed over, with a graceful, tall figure arriving first. Yue Qing Song, a girl from the Northern Territory. She immediately asked if anyone had a solution or special medicine to save Guchin, offering to exchange equivalent resources. However, the other examinees could only offer resigned smiles and shake their heads. This rare poison, which attacked the very essence of life, could even evaporate and drain a warrior's vitality, leaving no known cure. You got us. We are all young people from Xia country and understand the importance of a genetic warrior to the nation. My dream is to join the border battle division, but right now, we are truly powerless. One examinee sighed. With each sigh, a sense of helplessness enveloped the group. The fall of the genetic warrior is undoubtedly a significant loss for the Xia kingdom. At this moment, Guchin feels a burning sensation on his back, as if an invisible flame is consuming his vitality. The toxin from the dark night cat demon is indeed insidious and aggressive, capable of corroding the life force and evaporating all the blood within the body. However, Guchin's blood is no ordinary matter. The divine thunder veins flow within him, with pure thunder coursing through his meridians, not only enhancing his thunder attribute abilities, but also permeating his vitality, transforming him completely. Guchin suddenly stirs his life force, and the powerful energy waves instantly intimidate the surrounding martial arts examinees, forcing them to involuntarily step back. What an overwhelming amount of vitality, someone exclaims. Where did he come from? A second limit-breaking genetic warrior. If he can grow, he will definitely become a master in the future, perhaps even reach the pinnacle of the Xia kingdom. What a pity though. By stirring his vitality now, he's only accelerating the toxin's erosion. Is such a genius really going to fall? As everyone laments, a terrifying aura suddenly bursts from Guchin. The overwhelming presence, mixed with a volatile temperament, leaves everyone on the scene with their hearts pounding. Standing behind Guchin, Yuchinga keenly notices something unusual. Look at the wound on his back. At the wound on Guchin's back, the toxin is continuously invading. However, the moment it touches the fresh blood, the toxins seem to encounter a natural enemy and begin to agitate violently. Between Guchin's flesh and blood, a formidable force is surging that is pure thunder power. Sizzle. The sound of electricity crackles as the toxin from the dark night cat demon is immediately incinerated upon contact with the thunder. Guchin channels the thunder flowing within him to extend throughout his body, and wherever it reaches, the toxins are completely dissipated. Guchin slowly opens his eyes, and the surrounding martial arts examinees gasp in shock. What the hell is this monster? This is unbelievable. The deadly toxin of the dark night cat demon was just cleared like that. Even for a thunder attribute genetic warrior, this is too terrifying. Everyone shakes their heads, admitting they have never heard of Guchin's name. But as Guchin stands up, all their gazes change. This isn't just a genetic warrior. He's a monster. Yuchinga smiles wryly. I initially offered some good advice, but now I seem like a fool instead. Guchin looks at this girl from the northern frontier who prioritizes the greater good and feels a sense of admiration. The bold and generous spirit of the northern people impresses him. Still, thank you for the reminder. Guchin smiles and extends his hand to Yuchinga. I'm Guchin. Yuchinga is momentarily stunned but quickly extends her hand in return. As she looks at the smile on Guchin's handsome face, her cheeks inadvertently flush slightly. Yuchinga, she softly replies, a peculiar glint in her eyes. On the first day of the martial arts college entrance exam in the Xia kingdom, Gu Ling sat anxiously on the soft sofa at home. She asked for the umpteenth time, Dad, do you think my brother will do well? Everyone in my class says that getting into the Advanced Gene Academy is a huge achievement. Gu Dongxuan sighed at her words, but didn't respond immediately. He sat next to his daughter, gently straightening her messy collar. Are you ready? In a few days, you'll be starting school. Guling huffed in annoyance. Dad, I know. But my classmates say that this year's martial arts exam is the most valuable, the most advanced, and the toughest. Do you think anything could happen to my brother? Finally, Gu Dongshan couldn't hold back anymore and sat down beside his daughter. How could we not worry about Guchin taking the martial arts exam? I didn't even sleep well last night. He paused before continuing. I heard that on the third day, Xia Kingdom will start broadcasting the exam live. According to official news, they'll also announce the star rankings, which can be checked using a candidate's ID. They'll have 500 simultaneous live streams, so everyone in the country can watch. Guling pursed her lips. Dad, it's not that simple. With millions of examinees and only 500 live streams, they'll definitely pick the best ones. I'm not saying my brother isn't excellent, but standing out among millions is such a long shot. Gu Dongshan was frustrated by his daughter's words, but had to admit she had a point. He could only say helplessly, well, we can only hope your brother gets a good score. Meanwhile, Guchin was oblivious to the turmoil outside. Having just taken the cat demon potion, he felt his body become extraordinarily light, as if it had lost all weight. These potions are amazing. They actually enhance physical abilities, he marveled to himself. Just then, Yuchinga's voice rang out beside him. She had followed Guchun here and explained briskly. This place is like a cosmic garden. Many resources here are still in development in Xia Kingdom and not yet perfected. Like the staff you just picked, Yupit surpasses Xia Kingdom's craftsmanship in some forging techniques. Hearing this, Guchin looked surprised and began to reassess the weapon in his hand. The origin of the exoplanetary stars has long been a topic of speculation. Many believe it might be the remnants of an extinct race, swept up by cosmic storms and altered by the grand cosmic laws to persist. This could explain why the exoplanetary stars possess technologies beyond our current understanding. Guchun glanced at Yuchinga, thinking to himself that this girl from the Northern Territory had an extraordinary background, knowing secrets far beyond the ordinary. He couldn't help but remark, in this era, the existence of other races in the universe is common knowledge. The universe is vast and boundless, and humanity, along with all known alien races, is probably just a drop in the ocean, insignificant. We are truly small. Yuchinga's eyes sparkled with a hint of a smile as she softly replied, being small doesn't matter, as long as there's hope. An elder in the human divine plan once said that humanity has unlimited potential, a glorious and endless path of evolution. Perhaps in the future, someone will evolve to become the center of the universe, exploring the mysteries of the infinite cosmos. Hearing this, Guchun felt a surge of excitement and curiously observed Yuchinga. This tall girl, with bright eyes and white teeth, stood nearly as tall as his ear, about 1.75 meters. He couldn't help but ask, why are you following me? Sensing Guchen's gaze, Yuchinga's eyes momentarily flickered as she explained, it's just a coincidence. I'm actually headed to a special dangerous place, which has reached in a level classification. Some friends from the Northern Territory asked me to go there. Earlier in the misty forest, I just happened to pass by and reminded you. She paused briefly before continuing. Actually, I also wanted to invite you to come along. My friend said that place is very dangerous, so they suggested gathering as many people as possible. The more people there are, the stronger we'll be, and the higher our chances of success, though the score each person can get will be slightly less. Yuchinga elaborated on the scoring mechanism of the dangerous place. The scores are evaluated based on specific criteria. For example, a level dangerous place offers 5 points for a solo clearance. For 2 people, the scores are adjusted based on their performance. The better performer might get 3 points, and the lesser, 2 points. Although the total might exceed 5 points, no individual can surpass the 5-point limit. This ensures fairness and prevents people from hiring strong companions to clear it for them. The martial arts exam strives for fairness and justice, excluding the unfair advantages of background and strength enhancement. Yuchinga added, an 11 dangerous place can earn you up to 50 points. Guchen's interest was piqued. Seeing his interest, Yuchinga flashed a genuine and beautiful smile, continuing, it's said to be a sword abyss, filled with intense sword energy. Several martial arts candidates who have long practiced swordsmanship entered and were backfired, perishing in less than 10 seconds. However, reaching an 11 clearance score grants you a top-tier swordsmanship martial skill. Such a top-tier swordsmanship skill could sell for millions in Xia country, and it's priceless. Even a wealthy family like the Chu family would be tempted. A million. Guchun quickened his pace upon hearing the figure. Hey, what are you doing? Yuchinga exclaimed in surprise. An 11 danger zone has emerged, and the legendary sword abyss has finally appeared. Talents from the Northern Territory swiftly occupied this mysterious land, gathering a large number of elites to explore it. However, the situation inside the sword abyss remains largely unknown, with only sporadic reports several sword-wielding martial exam candidates have already perished, highlighting the terrifying dangers within. As the news spread, The entire alien star realm was shaken. Talents from the four territories were eager to compete, secretly vying against each other. The young elites of the Northern Territory found themselves in a difficult position. The sword abyss was perilous, and any misstep could lead to severe casualties, yet they had no retreat. Abandoning the mission would cause the Northern talent status in the alien star realm to plummet. To protect their reputation, the Northern talents began extensive promotions, calling for more experts to join the effort to conquer the sword abyss. Among the swarm of young people rushing forward, Guchin was always closely following behind Yuchinga. A few northern youths recognized Yuchinga and quickly approached. "Chinga, you're here? Who is this?" Their demeanor showed Yuchinga's esteemed position among the younger generation in the north. Yuchinga introduced, "This is a friend I met on the way, from the imperial capital, a martial artist who has broken through the limits twice." Upon hearing about Guchin's background and strength, the crowd's gaze became more complex. Achieving a second breakthrough at such a young age was no ordinary feat. Among the crowd, a young girl named Sun Qingqing showed a puzzled expression. She wondered to herself, shouldn't those who reach a second breakthrough from the imperial capital all come from the top 5 martial arts high schools? How come I've never seen him before? A nearby youth noticed Sun Qingqing's unusual expression and asked, "What's wrong, Qingqing?" Sun Qingqing spoke candidly. "I don't think I've seen him in the imperial capital." She turned to Guchin and politely inquired, "Hello, I'm also a martial exam candidate from the imperial capital. May I ask which school you're from?" Guchin answered frankly, 13th High School. Sun Qingqing's expression instantly turned peculiar. The youth trying to curry favor with her noticed something amiss and asked, "Qingqing, what's wrong? You seem off. Is there something wrong with this young man?" Sun Qingqing's tone carried obvious disdain. 13th High School is a poor school in the imperial capital. You should know what that implies. The top 5 high schools receive significant support from the Ministry of Defense, and only a few students achieve a second breakthrough each year. How could 13th High School possibly produce a talent of this caliber? She despised those who were full of lies. No one would lie about being from the 13th school, so how could he be a second-level martial artist? Who is the female candidate who brought him here? This question lingered in Sun Qingqing's mind as she unconsciously focused on Yuchinga. With the sword abyss being so perilous, joking about such matters could endanger everyone. Sun Qingqing's dissatisfaction grew stronger, and she couldn't help but voice her doubts. However, as soon as she spoke, the atmosphere around her became tense. A young man's expression turned dark, and he spoke with a voice both deep and intimidating. "Do you know who she is?" "She is the only daughter of the Lord of the Northern Territory." His words struck Sun Qingqing like a hammer blow to her heart. He continued, "The Lord of the Northern Territory has achieved great military feats, his reputation holding sway over the Xia Kingdom. The Northern Territory is the most chaotic of the 4 regions. Without his lifelong protection, over 70% of its people would have lost their homes and families." As the young man spoke, those present seemed to envision the war-torn land of the Northern Territory. His voice was filled with respect. Yuchinga has always been humble, never displaying the arrogance typical of those born into privilege. She often helps civilian martial artists, earning her high regard among them. Sun Qingqing was caught off guard by this unexpected rebuttal and stammered. Tu was just saying that the person she brought might be a fraud. With so many martial arts candidates from the Northern Territory here, both first level and second level, can't we distinguish between real and fake? Her explanation elicited no sympathy. The young man's attitude left Sun Qingqing feeling extremely wronged. She underestimated the solidarity of martial arts candidates from such a place as the Northern Territory. Just then, Guchin looked around with a surprised expression. From the discovery of the sword abyss until now, it hadn't been long, yet more than 30 Northern Territory talents had gathered, all drawn by the news. Yuchinga noticed Guchin's expression and smiled knowingly. "Right." The young man who had just reprimanded Sun Qingqing approached and warmly shook Guchin's hand. "Hello, I'm Wang Beichen." "Hi, I'm Guchin," Guchin replied. During the handshake, Wang Beichen was taken aback. He sensed Guchin's vigorous energy and the dominant, fierce aura it carried. He secretly admired, thinking, as expected, a martial artist brought by the goddess, you must be exceptionally powerful. Wang Beichen's impression of Sun Qingqing dropped a notch. He thought this little fairy from the capital was short-sighted and too obviously jealous. He turned to Guchin and spoke sincerely. "We rely on you, Brother Gu. This is a new challenge for the martial arts candidates from my Northern Territory, and we appreciate your willingness to assist." Guchin smiled and replied calmly, "We all have something to gain." By now, the crowd had mostly gathered. Someone reported, a total of 43 people. 43 people, preparing to tackle in a level danger zone. The air was thick with tension and excitement. Suddenly, a mysterious voice announced, "Sword Abyss successfully opened for entry, 43 people. Current casualties, 0. You are entering a super training ground formed by terrifying sword energy. The spiritual energy and resources here are imbued with intense sword energy. All your actions will be recorded, so please carry your identity ratings. Terrifying sword energy? Guchin showed a puzzled expression. At that moment, a stream of light suddenly entered Guchin's forehead. Immediately, information appeared in his mind. Grade A sword disciple, Guchin. After evaluation by the Sword Abyss, you are found to have intense power within you, rated as a Grade A sword disciple. Beside him, Yuchinga exclaimed in surprise. I'm only a Grade B sword disciple, and you're a Grade A sword disciple, Guchin? A Grade sword child? Yuchinga's voice rang out like a clear spring, instantly drawing the attention of everyone around. They all turned their gaze to Guchin, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. The rating system of Jin Yuan was gradually becoming clear in everyone's minds. A D-grade sword child corresponded to warriors with less than 1,000 units of power. A C-grade sword child was a warrior who had broken through once. An A B-grade sword child was one who had broken through twice. However, Guchin was obviously also at the second breakthrough level. So why was he rated as an A-grade sword child? Among the crowd, only Yuchinga had a knowing smile. She understood that Guchin was not only a warrior at the second breakthrough level, but also a genetic warrior. This secret was likely the key to Guchin's A-grade rating. As everyone stepped into Jin Yuan, a vast ocean of swordsmanship unfolded before them. The air became exceedingly heavy, and each person felt a powerful pressure bearing down on them. Different voices echoed in their ears, warning them to adapt to the pressure within the allotted time, or they would be swallowed by the sword tide. Suddenly, everyone understood why the sword cultivators who had entered earlier had fallen so quickly. They failed to adapt to the terrifying pressure and ultimately perished in the sword tide. The Northern Martial exam candidates who were subjected to the B-grade pressure began to tremble involuntarily. They felt countless sharp sword energies rushing from all directions, attempting to pierce their skin and turn their insides into mush. Some people's skin even began to bleed, a sight that left other candidates terrified. This Jin Yuan is like a hell-level challenge, someone exclaimed. Even those geniuses who had completed the second breakthrough struggled under the B-grade pressure, let alone others. As the pressure hit, everyone was left speechless, their faces pale, their bodies shaking. Some shouted internally, adapt? How can anyone adapt to this? I'm about to be crushed. A few even began to regret stepping into this dreadful place. At that moment, someone suddenly remembered something and looked at Guchin in disbelief. Wait, isn't he an A-grade sword child? He should be enduring a grade pressure. Once again, all eyes focused on Guchin. Unlike the painful struggles of others, Guchin, though also adapting to the pressure, appeared exceptionally calm. He stood still, murmuring softly, this A-grade pressure isn't as terrifying as I imagined. These words undoubtedly dropped a bombshell in everyone's mind, further highlighting Guchin's uniqueness. And this was merely the beginning of their adventure in Jin Yuan. Guchin's words struck like a bolt of lightning, causing an uproar among the martial arts candidates present. They looked at this young man in disbelief, as if he were some kind of monster. Is alpha-level pressure really just like that? Someone murmured, their voice filled with shock and a hint of barely detectable fear. Those near Guchin suddenly felt an inexplicable dread. It was as if they could hear the terrifying resonance of his cells, sending chills down their spines. Alpha-level pressure was indeed terrifying, but Guchin's physical body was even more formidable. Having unlocked the chaotic gene sequence, Guchin's physical potential, quality, and cellular strength far surpassed those of the other candidates present. For an ordinary person, this kind of pressure would be enough to crush them instantly. But for Guchin, it was like a gentle breeze, barely noticeable. It was akin to the difference between a bomb falling into a lake versus the ocean. The former would cause massive waves, while the latter would only create a small ripple. Goodness, he's a monster, someone muttered, struggling to suppress the urge to spit blood, unable to hold back their exclamation. Guchin smiled calmly. Cursing me? You should be thanking me. With every step I take forward, the pressure you face lessens. The sword abyss is entered in turns, and if someone adapts and enters first, the difficulty decreases accordingly. It's like I'm dragging you all into the sword abyss with me. The person's expression changed instantly, anger turning to a fawning smile. Don't be mad, brother Chen. You're like a brother to me. I was being immature. Please go on ahead. I can't hold on much longer. Guchin shook his head, amused at the man's quick change of heart. He continued walking deeper into the sword abyss, each step easing the pressure on the surrounding candidates, allowing them to finally breathe easier. Chinga, what kind of monster have you brought with you? Several renowned second-tier limit-breaking martial artists from the Northern Territory exchanged glances, beginning to doubt their own abilities. They were struggling under beta-level pressure, while the top sword cultivators who had entered earlier had already perished in the sword tides. The terror of alpha-level pressure was unimaginable, yet Guchin adapted effortlessly, leading them to wonder just how terrifying his physical potential was. Yuchinga, although aware of Guchin's extraordinary nature, hadn't expected him to be this powerful. Her eyes shone with surprise and admiration. In the crowd, Sun Qingqing's face was grim. Earlier, she had questioned the authenticity of Guchin's strength, But now she had to admit that Guchin was not only a second-tier limit-breaking powerhouse, but clearly surpassed other top talents from the Northern Territory. The straightforward nature of the Northern Territory talents led them to salute Guchin. We often hear about the three-time limit-breaking genius girl, Yi Qingxian from the imperial capital, but we never expected there to be someone as monstrous as Brother Gu there as well. Truly impressive. Sun Qingqing, upon hearing Yi Qingshuan's name, couldn't resist boasting. Yi Qingxian is a top talent in the imperial capital. Even without the halo of being a Yi family princess, her talent overshadows the younger generation. It's said she's preparing to break through the fourth blood limit. Though everyone knew Sun Qingqing was seeking attention, they were nonetheless shocked. I've heard of Goddess Ye's fame even in the Northern Territory, someone remarked. If I could meet her and say just one word, I'd die without regret. Sun Qingqing chuckled, lifting her chin slightly. That's Goddess Ye we're talking about. You think you can speak to her? She's always been solitary. Someone like her doesn't need friends, nor does anyone deserve to accompany her. With such talent, beauty, and the Yi family background, she's always been aloof and proud. You think you can talk to her? Keep dreaming. Hearing this, Guchin couldn't help but touch his nose, thinking to himself, is that the persona Yi Qingxian has outside? Why does it feel a bit unfamiliar? In the depths of an abyss, powerful waves of sword energy surged from all directions, sharp and menacing, as if intent on tearing everything apart. Fortunately, we stood in a safe zone, where the sword tides were held back by an invisible barrier, roaring around us. Wang Yonggang from the Northern Territory let out a sigh of relief and looked gratefully at Guchin. Without Guchin's leadership and his formidable presence, the Northern Territory's prodigies might have suffered significant losses. Sun Qingqing glanced around worriedly and softly asked, what exactly do we need to do to pass through the sword abyss? Her question drew the attention of the Northern Territory talents, slightly lifting the mood. This change in attitude from the capital's little fairy was intriguing. She had previously questioned Guchin's abilities, but was now actively seeking to engage with him. Brother Chen, you're the strongest here. We'll all listen to you, Sun Qingqing said with a playful smile. Guchin responded calmly. In such a dangerous place, we should all look out for each other. It doesn't matter who leads. Brother Chen, look at the sword tides over there. They look so beautiful, Sun Qingqing continued, trying to catch Guchin's attention. Average, Guchin replied tersely. Brother Chen, my leg hurts. Could it be from the pressure earlier? Did it crush a bone? Sun Qingqing asked again. Guchin retorted mercilessly. Did a Class C pressure break your bone? Are you a fragile shark? The Northern Territory's prodigies suppressed their laughter. Guchin's words were blunt and sharp, leaving no room for tact. Although Sun Qingqing had some charm, she paled in comparison to truly stunning women. Not to mention Yi Qingxian. Even Yu Qingsong present could outshine her by far. Suddenly, a voice announced, please shatter the sword heart stone with utmost force. Use your strength to break the sword heart stone ahead within 3 minutes, or the sword tides will destroy this place. Everyone looked up to see a crystal-clear stone floating ahead, known as the sword heart stone. Wang Yonggang quickly grasped the rule and said solemnly, so, we must break the sword heart stone to proceed. Any delay in the sword abyss could lead to us being engulfed by the sword tides. With that, the burly warrior stepped forward. I'll give it a try first. Brother Wang's sword is quite famous in the Northern Territory for its power and destructive force, someone explained. Guchin nodded slightly. As a warrior who had broken through twice, Wang Yonggang's strength was formidable. Despite Guchin's personal preference for spears, he did not underestimate a powerful sword cultivator. Wang Yonggang drew a massive sword from his back, and a heavy pressure spread instantly. He channeled all his energy, unleashing an unprecedentedly terrifying sword attack. Boom! With a loud crash, the sword energy shot towards the sword heart stone. However, the crystal stone merely wobbled slightly, remaining intact. The atmosphere froze. Failed. Sun Qingqing's voice broke the silence. Wasn't Wang Yonggang's sword supposed to be one of the more renowned ones in the Northern Territory? Yet the sword heart stone barely budged. Her words made the Northern Territory talents look displeased. I'll try to, someone shouted. Subsequently, several sword-wielding examinees from the Northern Territory stepped forward to attempt breaking the stone. Each gave their all, yet the sword heart stone remained unmoved, seemingly mocking their helplessness. Their swords didn't even have the power to make the sword heart stone tremble. Boom. The last martial arts candidate failed, and despair spread across everyone's faces. Time was running out, with only 5 minutes left. The sword tied around them suddenly turned violent, roaring like a raging wave, ready to swallow everything. What do we do? We can't break the sword heart stone, someone shouted in panic. In 5 minutes, we'll all be consumed by the sword tide. At that moment, Guchin sighed heavily with a serious expression. Let me give it a try. He had thought Wang Yonggang could solve the problem, but he also failed. Yu Qingga said worriedly. But Guchin, it seems you've never used a sword before? Guchin walked over, patting the shoulder of the remorseful Wang Yonggang. There's no rule that says I have to use a sword. What matters is the aura of attack, and it's not something exclusive to swords. All eyes were on Guchin, filled with questions. Could he succeed? Brother Chen is the strongest among us. Now we have to rely on him, someone murmured. But can he really do it without a sword in the sword abyss? Suddenly, Guchin shouted, Divine Prison Gene, Prison Thunder Spear. In an instant, a blazing thunder burst forth in Guchin's hand, transforming into a spear. He hurled the spear, causing the air to tremble with its power. Boom. Crack. As the prison thunder spear struck the sword heart stone, the indestructible stone shattered. We did it. The onlookers were in awe. Wang Yonggang and the others stood frozen, looking at Guchin in disbelief. What kind of power is this? It's not martial arts. Martial arts don't have such a terrifying aura. And the destructive power just now was incredible. Is that a genetic ability? Brother Gu, are you a genetic warrior? A genetic warrior? Someone exclaimed. No wonder he was rated as a top-tier sword child. The difference between a genetic warrior and an ordinary warrior is like the sun, moon, and stars compared to the dust on the ground. One is destined to shine brightly in the cosmos, while the other is bound to wander aimlessly. Wang Yanggang's eyes were filled with admiration for Guchin. For the Xia Kingdom, the value of a genetic warrior is immeasurable. There have been cases where several strong warriors at the Glazed Realm sacrificed their lives on the battlefield just to rescue a talented individual who had unlocked their genes. Sun Qingqing was truly amazed. A genetic warrior from 13 High School? Is this for real? Her eyes sparkled, and she thought to herself, if the forces behind me could align with a genetic warrior, our status in the capital would soar. She calculated. Normally, many noble families invest in top talents, but only the highest-level organizations in the Xia Kingdom, like the Purple Xin Pavilion, can invest in and manage genetic warriors. But I have other means, like, perhaps, using my charms. Sun Qingqing was quite confident in her appearance. Her gaze inadvertently swept over Wang Beichen, and she felt a sense of smugness. However, Wang Beichen merely snorted, his eyes filled with disdain. Ever since Guchin showcased his formidable power, Sun Qingqing's attitude towards him had noticeably cooled. Although Wang Beichen wasn't exceptionally clever, he wasn't a fool either. He could guess the reason behind this change. What did you say? Sun Qingqing glared coldly at Wang Beichen, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. Wang Beichen spoke mercilessly. Do you think you can latch onto a genetic warrior? Dream on. As long as a genetic warrior is interested, the major upper-class families from the four corners of the land, even within the imperial capital, would rush to offer their daughters to him. I admit you have some looks, but compared to those high-quality girls, what do you count for? Sun Qingqing's face turned pale upon hearing this, but she remained defiant, stubbornly saying, the early bird catches the worm. Huh, Wang Beichen scoffed. I might have had some thoughts about you initially, but now I just want to distance myself from a woman who doesn't know her limits. I don't want to offend a genetic warrior by being too close to you. Don't delay me from catching up with my buddy Chen. With that, he hurried over to Guchin's side and fawningly said, Chen, that shot just now hit me right in the heart. It was amazing. Damn, Sun Qingqing cursed inwardly. How shameless can he be? I have to watch out for that incredibly well-built and graceful Yuchinga, and now I have to deal with these sycophantic guys too. At that moment, a grand voice echoed around. The sword heart stone is shattered. Please proceed. Everyone looked up to see a gap forming in the sword tide ahead. Guchin spoke. Let's leave here. The sword tide should soon engulf this place. As soon as he finished speaking, the Northern Region martial arts candidates immediately followed behind him, as if they had found their leader. Most of them were geniuses from the Northern Region, yet they willingly stood behind Guchin, a testament to their genuine admiration. Clearly, they were all impressed by Guchin's strength. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Guchin said, You don't have to do this. I was brought here by Yuchinga to help. Yuchinga shook her head and explained, In our harsh Northern Region environment, it's always survival of the fittest, and the strong are revered. You're a genetic warrior, so it's natural for them to instinctively choose this stance. Though our region is small, we've experienced several wars. The most intense one saw the Northern Region's divine gate opened and foreign invaders pouring in. A grandmaster who had unlocked their genes came from the imperial capital and forcefully suppressed everything. These Northern Region youths will never forget that grandmaster's unparalleled demeanor and terrifying combat prowess. Yet, that grandmaster stood at the forefront, with all Northern Region grandmasters only able to stand behind him. This is the essence of a genetic warrior. Hearing this, Guchin was at a loss for words. He hadn't anticipated such a backstory. In truth, he hadn't intended to hide his identity as a genetic warrior because there was no need. Guchin had kept it under wraps before the martial arts exam simply to avoid disruptions in his preparation. Laying low was all about making a stunning impact during the 14-day martial arts exam. Demonstrating one's worth at the right moment is the most strategic choice on the path of evolution. Guchin observed the changing expressions of the Northern Region's prodigies and thought to himself, When the National Martial Arts Exam broadcast begins, the news of an unknown individual unlocking mysterious genes will explode like a bomb, causing a huge stir in the martial arts world. As everyone ventured deeper into the sword abyss, they felt its acknowledgement. Guchin reminded them, the quality of cosmic energy here is extremely high, suitable for cultivation at any level. As soon as he finished speaking, a dense wave of energy surged in like a tide. Wang Beichen asked in surprise, "Are we safe now?" A sense of relief washed over him, as they had all been prepared for sacrifice in this a-level danger zone. Wang Yanggong looked at Gu Chun with gratitude. "If it weren't for you, Brother Gu, we might have been wiped out." Yu Qingge also expressed her relief. "It's truly fortunate that we met you." She recalled advising other martial arts exam candidates in the Misty Forest, not expecting her own salvation as a result. Gu Chun waved his hand dismissively. He glanced around and explained, "The energy here is close to sword energy, volatile and difficult to control, but highly effective. It's not a problem for me." The other martial exam candidates began to try absorbing the energy, only to curl up in pain. "It hurts too much. It's like being pierced by swords all over." Even those who had broken limits twice found it unbearable. Suddenly, a fierce vortex stirred in the air. All the energy madly rushed toward Gu Chun, as if drawn by an invisible black hole. Gu Chun felt his vitality soaring rapidly. 2,100 calories, 2,200 calories, 2,300 calories, 2,400 calories, 2,500 calories. A terrifying aura erupted from Gu Chun, with his cells emitting thunderous roars. The Northern Region martial exam candidates were stunned, their hearts filled with awe. Is this the power of a genetic warrior? Truly a monster among monsters. Gu Chun pulled out his blood energy wristband, but suddenly remembered that all devices had malfunctioned in this foreign star realm. Nevertheless, he could clearly sense that his blood energy level had risen to around 2,500 calories. Even more astonishing was the fact that the cells within his body were voraciously absorbing the high-level spiritual energy from the surrounding air, as if they were famished, greedily drawing in the essence of this universe's energy. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound came from within Gu Chun, akin to chains breaking. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy rushed towards him, so dense it was suffocating. The surrounding warriors quickly retreated, with only a few who had broken their limits twice daring to approach. Yu Qingge and the others exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. From Gu Chun, they sensed an aura that made their hearts tremble, as if they were facing a being of an entirely different level. Wang Yonggang spoke gravely. "I don't know what's happening, but something special is definitely occurring with Gu Chun." In that moment, I felt my whole body tremble, as if facing an entirely different class of existence. Other candidates from the Northern Territory nodded in agreement. Someone sighed. "This year is truly filled with prodigies. Gu Chun has unlocked his genes. He's now a genius of another level. On the frontier battlefield, we might be following his lead." These words stirred within everyone a sense of anticipation for the future. Gene warriors on the battlefield are akin to nuclear weapons, and Gu Chun could very well become their future leader. At that moment, Gu Chun was immersed in his own transformation, pleasantly surprised to discover that his physical level had reached the critical point between the 4th stage, Radiant Gold, and the 5th stage, Divine Rainbow. He mused to himself, "Perhaps in a few days, I'll break through to the 5th stage. Who knows, maybe I'll wake up one day and inexplicably have advanced." As dusk fell, everyone ended their training on schedule. Suddenly, the prompt for clearing Sword Abyss rang out. "Congratulations to everyone for successfully clearing the A-level perilous zone, Sword Abyss." Now proceeding with score allocation. 1. Gu Chun, Grade A, awarded 45 points. 2. Wang Yonggang, Grade C, awarded 15 points. 3. Yu Qingge, Grade C, awarded 15 points. 4. 45 points. That's equivalent to clearing 9 level perilous zones directly, someone exclaimed. The Northern Territory warriors, though envious, harbored no jealousy. They knew that without Gu Chun, clearing Sword Abyss would have been impossible. They might have already faced total annihilation. Someone sincerely remarked, "Brother Gu deserves it. Without you, we might have all perished here. Next time, we shouldn't be so reckless." They also realized deeply that they must not be so reckless next time. If this A-level danger zone had truly wiped them out, it would have been an immeasurable loss for the Northern Territory. Although the top geniuses of the Northern Territory were not present, everyone here was among the best of the mid to upper echelons. Wang Yonggang lowered his voice and said, "Our martial arts candidates from the Northern Territory owe Brother Gu a favor." At that moment, a system notification sounded in Gu Chen's mind. "Congratulations to Gu Chun for successfully obtaining the A-level clearance reward, top-tier swordsmanship technique." Immediately, a purple booklet transformed into a stream of light and instantly settled into Gu Chen's arms. Overjoyed, Gu Chen thought to himself, "Great. $1 million in the bag." This top-tier martial technique, called Starry Sky Sword Chi, was extremely valuable in the current martial arts society. Just this one technique could fetch a high price of millions in the market. For Guchin, it was an enormous fortune. Excited, he glanced at the Northern Territory geniuses beside him. Although Wang Yanggong's eyes showed a hint of envy, he kindly reminded, "Wow, a top-tier martial technique could sell for millions, but I think Brother Gu should keep it for his own cultivation. After all, this is top-tier swordsmanship, a rarity even in the imperial capital, only available in the most elite martial arts academies." Others chimed in, "Yeah, what's a million compared to the value of a top-tier swordsmanship? This Starry Sky Sword Chi seems quite advanced and valuable. The products from the exotic stars are always top-notch. So we suggest you keep it for your own practice. Just practice more swordsmanship. After all, before reaching the glazed realm, we are only at the initial stage of martial evolution." Listening to these Northern Territory geniuses persuading him, Guchin felt a pang in his heart. He silently shouted, "Do you all not care about millions? Truly, the well-fed don't know the hunger of the starving." Guchin held his head high, not out of pride, but to prevent tears from falling. As they left the sword abyss, the crowd outside erupted in astonishment. Wow, they really cleared it. These Northern Territory geniuses are something else. A level danger zone, cleared just like that? And it seems they didn't suffer any casualties. The Northern Territory is not to be underestimated in this year's four-region competition. Amid the admiration of outsiders, the Northern Territory geniuses blushed with pride. However, some keen observers showed puzzled expressions. Did you notice how the Northern Territory people seemed to be unconsciously following behind that young man at the front? Even Yu Qingge and Wang Yonggang. This remark made more people notice the peculiarity. Does anyone know who that is? Look him up, see which genius he is. Could there be a game changer in the four-region competition? Besides the well-known figures, does the Northern Territory have another remarkable talent hidden away? Suddenly, discussions erupted everywhere. Meanwhile, Guchin remained unaware that he had been drawn into some special conflict. The four regions east, south, west, and north are situated at different directions from the imperial capital, each with its unique customs and character traits. Although all part of the Xia kingdom, there is a competitive relationship among them during the national examinations, which can be considered a healthy rivalry. Could this be a hidden genius from the Northern Territory? This question arose in everyone's mind. Guchin was laughing and chatting with the geniuses from the Northern Territory, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Sun Qingqing occasionally tried to join the conversation, but Guchin maintained a polite distance. As the crowd helping out began to disperse, Sun Qingqing lingered. Her interest in Guchin was evident. The geniuses from the Northern Territory exchanged glances, and someone nudged Wang Beichen, whispering, "Hey, this girl is with you. Can't you control her?" Guchin is a top-tier genetic warrior. They didn't have a good impression of Sun Qingqing and secretly hoped to see Yu Qingge and Guchin as a pair. As soon as this thought occurred, they felt a pang of guilt. Wasn't Yu Qingge their goddess? How could they entertain such an idea? Wang Beichen glanced at them impatiently. "Don't interrupt my chat with Jean bro." He then turned to Guchin, his face full of admiration. "Chen bro, your performance in the Sword Abyss was amazing. I'm totally impressed. I have 3 sisters at home. Do you wanna?" Sun Qingqing gritted her teeth at this, inwardly cursing, shameless. But soon, she noticed something unusual, her expression turning serious. She leaned closer to Guchin and whispered, "Guchin, we need to leave immediately. Have you noticed? There are more and more martial candidates around, probably from the Eastern, Western, and Southern territories, who heard about the Northern Territory passing the level danger zone and came to cause trouble. This is about the 4 territories' rivalry." Guchin had already noticed the change around him. The exotic stars were vast and usually sparsely populated, yet now the crowd was growing. Initially, they pretended to be indifferent, but now they were all staring at the group from the Northern Territory. Without Sun Qingqing's reminder, Guchin wouldn't have realized this was tied to the 4 territories' rivalry. Being a native of the imperial capital, he knew little about the open and hidden conflicts between the territories and had no intention of getting involved, but now he realized escaping wouldn't be easy. The situation quickly became clear, with 3 factions forming. The group of Northern Territory geniuses was also growing, gathering around 200 to 300 people in just half an hour, led by the top contenders in their second limit break. Yu Qingge whispered to Guchin, "We didn't expect this either. Don't worry, Brother Gu. This is the 4 territories rivalry, and it doesn't concern you. We'll escort you out first." Clearly, they didn't anticipate the news of passing the level danger zone would spread so quickly, prompting the other 3 territories to take action. In the Southern Territories group, a young man shouted, "Yu Qingge, we didn't expect you guys to have some skills. We thought you'd die for sure in the level sword abyss, but you actually made it through." The tension between the 4 territories groups was palpable, reaching a critical point. Apart from those from the imperial capital, it seemed no one could remain unaffected. This storm was likely just beginning. A look of disgust flashed in Yu Qingge's eyes as she spoke with a voice as cold as ice. "Li Yuanxing, today we are passing through Jianyuan. I understand you're unhappy about it. So many of you are looking for trouble. The geniuses from the Northern Territory will take it on. But those not involved in the four territories dispute should be let go. She gestured for the crowd to let Guchin and Sun Qingqing leave, but Li Yuanxing suddenly revealed a playful smile. Could it be that the Northern Territory wants to send others out? Everyone saw those two enter Jinyuan with you. How can we be sure they aren't from the Northern Territory? The warriors from the Southern Territory and others immediately blocked Guchin and Sun Qingqing's path. Yu Qing's expression turned instantly grim, her sharp features paired with a cold demeanor exuding a powerful presence. What do you intend to do? Do we need to prove they are from the imperial capital? She quickly realized this was not just an ordinary four territories dispute. Most of these warriors were sword cultivators, and their target was the reward for passing through Jianyuan top-tier sword technique. Guchin's eyes darkened as he realized his oversight. To him, a top-tier sword technique was merely a few million in cultivation expenses, but to other sword cultivators, it was priceless. He had overlooked this, exposing his lack of experience. Seeing their intentions exposed, Li Yuanxing and his group no longer hid their motives. He looked directly at Guchin and said calmly, I know this isn't honorable, but for sword cultivators, a top-tier sword technique is worth losing face over. Hand over the sword technique, and we'll let you go. The surrounding crowd looked on eagerly, while the geniuses from the Northern Territory stood united by Guchin's side. The sword technique was indeed precious, but they would never betray their benefactor. Have the warriors from the other three territories no shame? Bullying the few with the many? Dream on. The warriors from the Northern Territory stepped forward, forming a human wall. Li Yuanxing and his group smirked, as this was exactly what they had hoped for. If the Northern Territory intervened, they would inevitably face attacks from the other three territories. Not only could they obtain the sword technique, but they could also weaken the Northern Territory's performance in the martial arts examination, killing two birds with one stone. Just as the tension reached its peak, the crowd suddenly stirred. The appearance of a figure instantly changed the atmosphere. She wore a fitted white martial artist's outfit, her waist slender and her face stunningly beautiful. Her eyes were lively yet cold, exuding an aura that kept people at a distance. She walked towards them slowly, causing a wave of exclamations. Yi Qingxian. What? The Yi Qingxian from the imperial capital? Princess of the Yi family? What's she doing here? Could she be here for the sword technique too? That can't be right. As the Yi family princess, any sword technique should be easily within her reach. However, this woman, who made every male warrior's heart race, was now walking directly towards them, each step drawing everyone's attention. In the capital city, Yi Qingxian, the goddess of the Yi family, is already a renowned figure throughout the Xia kingdom. Not only is she the pride of the Yi family, but she is also considered the top genius in the entire Xia kingdom, rumored to have surpassed her physical limits 3 times. From birth, she has been the center of attention, admired by all. At this moment, Yi Qingxian walked gracefully, her beauty so breathtaking that everyone present held their breath. The face that had once appeared fleetingly in broadcasts now seemed even more stunning up close, almost suffocating in its allure. Among the crowd, many female martial artists cast envious glances. She's coming our way, someone whispered in amazement. Could she be here for that top-tier sword technique? That's unlikely, another person countered. Why would the princess of the Yi family need a top-tier sword technique? The geniuses from the northern frontier, who could remain calm in the face of the pressure from the three realms, were now flustered by Yi Qingxuan's approach. Only Guchin remained composed, with a faint, elusive smile on his lips. Yi Qingxian, what are you doing here? Li Yuanxing suddenly spoke, with a hint of displeasure in his voice. This is a contest among the 4 realms. You're from the capital. It's best if you don't interfere. Yi Qingxuan's icy gaze swept over the crowd, her voice as cold as ice. I have no interest in your 4-realm contest. I'm here today to take him away. Her slender, jade-like finger pointed at Guchin among the martial exam candidates from the northern frontier. This action was like a bombshell, causing a huge uproar among the crowd. All eyes focused on Guchin, filled with confusion and shock. What's their relationship? Someone whispered. Isn't the goddess Yi known for being aloof and solitary? Why would she intervene in the 4-realm contest for an unknown martial exam candidate? Among the crowd, Sun Qingqing's face turned pale. Yesterday, she had been proud of knowing Yi Qingxian, but now, in the presence of the true princess of the Yi family, she felt deeply inferior. Those cold, frosty eyes made her afraid to meet them. Come with me, Yi Qingxian said to Guchin, her voice carrying a barely perceptible softness. You are a martial exam candidate from the capital. No one here has a reason to keep you. No way, Li Yuanxing shouted sternly. Leave that top-tier sword technique behind, or not even you can take him away. We've gathered here today to ensure he stays. The other 3 realm exam candidates echoed his sentiment, especially Li Yuanxing, who, as a sword cultivator, had long coveted the top-tier sword technique and was unwilling to let it go easily. Today, there are over 100 martial exam candidates from the 3 realms gathered here, Li Yuanxing said. his eyes fixed resolutely on Guchin. Even you, Yi Qingxian, cannot take him away unless he hands over that top-tier sword technique. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp sound suddenly pierced the air. Whoosh! Yi Qingxian erupted with a chilling aura, like a dormant volcano suddenly erupting. In the next moment, Li Yuanqing's body was sent flying back like a cannonball. Yi Qingxian stood proudly, her aura overwhelming. Her icy demeanor combined with her immense presence made her particularly terrifying. Everyone present felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if they were facing not a person, but a towering mountain. Li Yuansheng fell heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. He looked at Yi Qingxian in horror, utterly shocked. Despite his blood energy reaching 2,950 calories, on the brink of breaking through a third limit, he seemed insignificant before Yi Qingxian. What baffled him even more was that Yi Qingxian, a seemingly obscure martial arts candidate, had dared to strike him. At this moment, the faces of the talented individuals present were grim, yet none dared to act rashly. Partly out of concern for Yi Qingxuan's identity, but also because the aura she had unleashed just moments ago left them deeply unsettled. The air was thick with the smell of blood, as if it had been stained red. Everyone stared at Yi Qingxian in terror, wondering, is she even human? What level had her blood energy reached? Yi Qingxian walked slowly to Guchin, a slight smile on her lips, tinged with a hint of coldness, perhaps due to the crowd around her. She softly said, let's go. Guchin silently gave a thumbs up, marveling at her dominance. It was hard for him to reconcile the normally adorable and slightly clumsy Yi Qingxian in casual conversation with this formidable presence. The burst of aura from her just now had even made him feel a deadly threat. If he were to face Yi Qingxian, he feared he wouldn't last a single encounter. He couldn't help but wonder if Yi Qingxian had broken through the limit, reaching 4,000 calories of blood energy. Everyone watched as Guchin and Yi Qingxian left side by side, their silhouettes gradually elongating. If today's events were to spread, it would surely cause a tremendous stir. The goddess of the capital, Princess Yi, had unleashed her fury for the sake of a male martial arts candidate. Tomorrow's headlines would likely read, Capital's goddess enraged for a young man. Li Yuansheng gritted his teeth, struggling to get up from the ground. Just then, Yu Qingsong's voice came from behind. Li Yuansheng, do you want to continue? Consider the consequences of acting against her. Although Yi Qingxian isn't sociable and has few friends, think about her status among the capital's martial arts candidates. She may not have friends, but she possesses a level of influence you can't imagine. She's a symbolic figure among the capital's candidates. In the Four Realms competition, the capital's geniuses have always stayed out of it. Do you want to disrupt this balance? These words left Li Yuansheng pale. The capital, as the center of Xia, was home to the most terrifying geniuses. If those people gathered together, the consequences would be unimaginable. He, too, was a genius from the capital, forced to admit that the capital breeds monsters was always true, and Yi Qingxian was indeed a complete monster. Yu Qingsong watched Guchin's departing figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss. The person hailed as a legendary figure among this year's martial arts candidates in the capital had been taken away by Yi Qingxian just like that. She stood there, unsure of how to describe her current feelings. After Yi Qingxian took Guchin away, Guchin curiously asked, thanks, but how did you know I was here? Yi Qingxuan's timely appearance was too coincidental. Yi Qingxian lightly twirled a strand of her hair, a gesture that would drive others wild if they saw it. She smiled mysteriously and said, guess. As Guchin was about to speak, Yi Qingxian interrupted him. I. Guchin shook his head speechlessly. Seeing this, Yi Qingxian chuckled and stopped teasing him. She softly stated a well-known fact. The perilous place known as Jian Yuan has long attracted widespread attention. After all, in Xia country, where sword cultivation is mainstream, how could such a perilous place not draw notice? With so many people gathered here, it's hard not to pay attention. Guchin suddenly understood and nodded, saying, indeed, the influence of an a-level perilous place is quite significant. At that moment, Yi Qingxuan's gaze fell on Guchin, and she keenly noticed a change in the aura he was emitting. She couldn't help but ask, your current blood energy level? Guchin replied frankly, I've gained some benefits in Jian Yuan. It's now at 2,500 calories. 2,500 calories? Yi Qingxian was a bit stunned with surprise. She recalled when she first met Guchin at the Xianing Martial Arts Hall. That day, she had to go there because the appointments at the Shengpin Extreme Martial Arts Hall were fully booked. At that time, Guchin's blood energy level was only around 400. And now, in just 2 weeks, it had soared to 2,500 calories? Such a rate of improvement was beyond the reach of even those young elites from top families she knew, who enjoyed abundant resources. Yi Qingxian couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder you acquired that sword technique in Jian Yuan. Top sword techniques are rare, even in the capital, mostly monopolized by elite families. Since this is an alien star, the value of this sword technique is likely even higher. Without a word, Guchin took out the sword technique and handed it to Yi Qingxian, asking, "Do you want to learn it?" Yi Qingxian was taken aback and glanced at Guchin. She knew well what a top sword technique meant to someone with Guchin's modest background. Her heart warmed, but she said seriously, "This is your martial skill. You should be the one to practice it. How can you just give it to someone else?" This martial skill obtained in an alien star is a rare addition in Xia country, making it even more precious. You should value it and not show it to others lightly. She gave Guchin a stern look and continued, "The most fearsome martial skills are those unknown to others. They will become your trump card. Many martial skills in Xia country have been thoroughly studied. Once you use them, others will know how to counter them." Hearing this, Guchin chuckled and said, "Go ahead and look at it. I'm not planning to practice this sword technique. I'm not particularly interested in swordsmanship. But you've reminded me that this sword technique is unique in Xia country." So, Yi Qingxian looked at Guchin speechlessly. "Got to raise the price," Guchin laughed. "How much do you think it should sell for?" Yi Qingxian didn't have much concept of money. The value of a top martial skill far exceeds that of money. They belong to different realms. However, considering Guchin's situation, she understood. After thinking for a moment, she suggested, "List it for 10 million. Normally, top sword techniques can be acquired for between 2 and 5 million. But this one is priceless and can be priced higher. 10 million should be the upper limit for a top sword technique." Since Guchin had already decided, Yi Qingxian didn't hold back. She began to browse through the Starry Sky sword chi, while Guchin sat beside her. Although he planned to sell it, he decided to study it thoroughly. After all, if he ever faced an opponent using Starry Sky sword chi, understanding it in advance could be an advantage. Within his body, a sword aura that reflects the stars is cultivated, a sword technique born from these foreign celestial bodies that surpasses the current martial arts standards of the Xia Kingdom, epitomizing the pinnacle of advanced technology. Guchin and his companions watched intently, utterly captivated. On the second day of the martial arts examination, a shocking piece of news spread like wildfire throughout the foreign celestial realm. Rumor had it that the aloof goddess Yi Qingxian not only appeared in the Four Realms contest, but also took away an obscure martial arts candidate. This news caused an uproar, leaving many unable to accept it. "What a joke!" exclaimed one martial arts candidate, who was enjoying a nutritious meal when he heard the news, so shocked that he knocked his meal box to the ground. As he painstakingly picked up the food with his chopsticks, he muttered to himself, "The goddess Yi has always been a lone wolf. How could she possibly take a guy away from the siege of over 100 martial arts candidates? This is absolute nonsense." However, reality is often stranger than rumor. Someone had witnessed Yi Qingxian walking side by side with a male martial artist in a perilous area. The two were chatting and laughing, the atmosphere congenial. This news was like a bombshell, causing a massive stir among the martial arts candidates. "Is that damned guy Guchin?" someone said through gritted teeth. "I saw with my own eyes that the goddess Yi took him through several level perilous areas with ease." In fact, on the second day of the examination, Guchin and Yi Qingxian conquered 3 level perilous areas together, even managing to triumph over in a level 1. The power Yi Qingxian displayed left Guchin in awe. He witnessed a divine strength beast being effortlessly torn apart by Yi Qingxian with a flick of her finger, and he couldn't help but think, "She's definitely broken through the limit for the 4th time, and her blood energy must be at least 4,000 calories. This woman is a monster." However, despite the ease of achieving high scores with Yi Qingxian, Guchin decided to part ways with her. "Miss Yi," Guchin said with a wry smile, "teaming up with you boosts my scores rapidly, but I can't achieve an grade rating like this." After spending a day together, he had gradually adapted to Yi Qingxuan's aloof personality, and their interactions had become more natural. Yi Qingxian looked at Guchin calmly and asked, "Then what do you propose?" Guchin explained, "Let's act separately. If the starry secret realm appears, and we don't have the key, it would be awkward." Yi Qingxian nodded in agreement. The starry secret realm is undoubtedly the greatest opportunity in the foreign celestial realm, with starry dust being its most precious resource. After they parted, Guchin watched Yi Qingxuan's figure recede into the distance and took a deep breath. He still found it hard to believe that he had become Yi Qingxuan's only friend. As the third day of the martial arts examination dawned, the entire Xia kingdom held its breath. The martial artist leaderboard in the foreign celestial realm was about to be announced. An exciting moment awaited. Everyone closely followed this competition that would shape the future, eagerly anticipating the revelation of astonishing results. On the third day of the martial arts examination, the entire nation of Xia focused its attention on this highly anticipated event. The internal scenes from the alien stars were about to be publicly revealed, and the stellar rankings would soon be announced. The spectacle of 1,000,000 martial arts candidates competing at the same time had the whole country buzzing with excitement. On the streets, people eagerly discussed this unprecedented examination. "This is the golden age for martial artists," a middle-aged man remarked with a sigh. "Back in our day, exploring martial arts was like walking on thin ice. Now, young people stand on the shoulders of giants, with limitless prospects. I hear this year's exam is unprecedentedly challenging. An elderly man chimed in, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Last year, the top candidates from the 4 main examination regions were already second-time limit breakers. Who knows how formidable they'll be this year? Absolutely, a young man interjected. The official count of super geniuses is already over 100, not to mention those hidden masters. With so many gathered, who knows what kind of sparks will fly? However, amidst this joyful atmosphere, the parents of the candidates were filled with anxiety. Guchin's parents, Lao Gu and Chen Ru, were restless as they sat in front of the computer, trying to check their son's results. Any luck? Have you found it? Lao Gu's hoarse voice revealed his deep worry. Ever since Guchin entered the alien stars, they hadn't had a peaceful night's sleep. Chen Ru sighed. The website's crashed, too many people are trying to check. She tried to reassure her husband. Don't worry, take it easy. Lao Gu frowned. Those kids taking the exam with Chen have access to top-notch resources every day. Do you think our Chen will be at a disadvantage? Just then, the computer screen flickered, and finally, the results page loaded. Lao Gu and Chen Ru held their breath, their fingers trembling as they entered Gu Chen's exam number. Gu Ling noticed her father's hands trembling slightly. She rolled her eyes but felt a hint of joy. Dad, if you're nervous, just say so, she teased. Come on in. Old Gu's cigarette fell to the ground, and Chen Ru quickly bent down to pick it up, giving her husband an understanding look. Gu Ling swiftly sat down at the computer, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she entered Gu Chen's student ID number. The screen displayed the report card. Gu Chen, student ID 130-219-9951, total score 106, rank 98th in the war zone. Dad, Mom. Gu Ling jumped up from her seat, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. Look, I'm not seeing things right. 98th in the war zone. She excitedly explained. This year, the exam was held in a foreign star realm, with 4 major test zones merged into one unified war zone. There were 2,594,939 candidates in total. That means my brother ranked in the top 100 among over 2 million warriors. The whole family erupted in cheers. Even the usually composed old Gu couldn't help but spread his arms in celebration. Meanwhile, in the Xianting martial arts school, Feng Wu and Chen Feiyong sat at the desk, their faces filled with astonishment. Old Chen, Feng Wu murmured, 98th in the war zone, among over 2 million candidates, and this year is considered the most outstanding batch. This kid is extraordinary. Chen Feiyong chuckled wryly. He really is a monster. Just think, half a month ago he only just became a warrior, and now he's in the top 100. Feng Wu pondered. Every genius in the top 100 is a key focus for national development, with limitless potential. Befriending him would be beneficial for our martial arts school. Just then, a notification appeared. A live broadcast will now commence for the top 100 geniuses in the entire war zone. Please enter the live stream in an orderly manner to watch the spectacular performance of Xia country's top talents. At the same time, Guchin received a message. Congratulations on ranking 98th in the war zone. A live channel will now be open to broadcast your upcoming performances. Guchin smiled slightly. Rank 98th, not bad. But my goal is to be first in the war zone. He thought to himself, Xia country's move this time isn't simple. It's probably an opportunity to showcase strength to the entire nation in response to the increasingly fierce pressure from foreign races. On the official martial artists forum, 100 live stream links gleamed like shining stars, drawing countless eyes. The Xia Kingdom decided to first showcase the top 100 exceptional talents, unveiling the mysterious veil of intense battles on foreign stars for the national audience. Instantly, an uncountable number of viewers flooded into the live streams. Though the video stuttered slightly, the officials were clearly prepared, and the servers did not crash. Bullet comments flew densely like raindrops, filled with exclamations from the audience. Wow, are these the top 100 geniuses of our Xia Kingdom? Their vigor and spirit surpass anyone we've seen before. Of course, someone explained. These geniuses usually keep a low profile, growing under the protection of prominent families. The resources and education they receive from a young age are unimaginable for ordinary people. They are the future pillars of Xia Kingdom. When they all mature, they will shoulder the nation's responsibilities. Suddenly, I feel hopeful about the future. At that moment, Gu Ling clicked the mouse to enter the live stream of the 98th rank. She excitedly called out, Mom, Dad, come and see my brother. Old Gu and Chen Ru hurriedly put down their work and rushed over. Seeing Gu Chen's figure, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The live stream was filled with rolling comments. Who is this guy? He looks quite handsome. To be ranked 98th, he must have a strong background, right? Even though he's on the edge of the top 100, remember he stood out from 2.5 million martial exam candidates. On screen, a spirited young man came into view. He stood tall, holding a long spear, his slightly long black hair fluttering in the fierce wind, yet appearing completely unruffled. Old Gu and Chen Yuro watched their son in the footage, feeling a hint of unfamiliarity. They couldn't help but wonder when they started feeling this way about their own child. Probably since Guchin became a martial artist. Since then, he has been changing dramatically every day. Currently, the camera showed Guchin in a perilous area. Surrounding him was a tide of beasts, and the official commentary chimed in. Candidate Guchin is currently in a level danger zone, the celestial python nest. Danger zones are classified into SABC levels, each with different challenges. Celestial pythons are gregarious exotic beasts, massive in size, and after mutation, their skin is extremely tough, making it hard to penetrate. These explanations gave the audience a more direct sense of the on-site danger. The bullet comments exploded once more. Celestial pythons are mutated giant snakes. Thick-skinned, they can swallow a person whole, and they're incredibly strong, terrifying to behold. Oh my god, do all candidates on foreign stars face such monsters? If they're not careful, they'll become snake food. Is my child also going through such trials? What on earth is the Xia Kingdom's official thinking? This is too dangerous. They're just kids. Many non-martial artist parents were now deeply worried, their words becoming sharper. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Guchin was facing an even more severe challenge. Boom. A deafening explosion suddenly echoed through the heavens and earth. The thick-skinned heavenly serpent was pierced through by a spear, sending blood gushing out like a fountain. The giant snake thrashed in its death throes, its massive body writhing wildly on the ground, shattering the surrounding boulders. Yet, this earth-shattering scene didn't faze the young man holding the spear in the slightest. Did you see that? Gasped the audience. Just one spear. That heavenly serpent was huge, and compared to it, this examinee named Guchin seemed as small as an ant. But his movements were sharp and decisive, and with one thrust, he pierced right through the giant snake. Dad, Mom, my brother is amazing, cheered Guling excitedly. Guchin's parents finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had been terrified when they saw those fearsome heavenly serpents approaching him. Now, seeing their son defeat the enemy with such overwhelming force, their hearts were at ease. However, the danger was far from over. More heavenly serpents swarmed in, and the air was filled with the hissing of snakes and the sound of their heavy bodies dragging across the ground. The audience grew anxious, and their concerns filled the comment section. There are so many heavenly serpents. Can Guchin handle this? If he falls, it would be a huge loss for the Xia Kingdom. This place is too brutal. How can anyone pass? Gu Ling and the others were sweating with tension, and Qin Yuru couldn't even bear to watch. Just at this critical moment, a blinding light suddenly erupted on the screen. Silver mixed with dark gold light was so dazzling that it seemed to tear the image apart. This scene left the audience in shock. What just happened? What a terrifying light. What's going on with Guchin? As the light dimmed slightly, people finally saw the scene clearly. The young man stood with his spear, surrounded by rolling thunder, as if he were the master of divine retribution. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying thunder shattered all the heavenly serpents around him into pieces. Wherever Guchin's spear light reached, it unleashed a fierce energy and pressure. In just an instant, all the heavenly serpents were reduced to fragments. The young man swung his spear, dispersing the bloody storm. The audience was dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at what they had just witnessed. What just happened? All the heavenly serpents were slain in an instant. The ground is covered with serpent fragments. The light was so blinding, I couldn't see what happened. Suddenly, several striking comments caught everyone's attention. Master of Thunder. He's a genetic warrior. And not just any genetic warrior, but one with immense destructive power, sweeping across the battlefield like a storm. This revelation was like a bombshell, instantly electrifying the entire livestream. Oh my gosh, a genetic warrior has appeared. This Guchin is actually a genetic warrior. Becoming a genetic warrior is like soaring to the skies. What is his background? What force could cultivate such a powerful genetic warrior? Genetic warriors in the Xia Kingdom are incredibly rare, and unlocking one's genes sets them on a path of unlimited evolution. Suddenly, everyone realized that this young man named Guchin was extraordinary. This unassuming young man had not only unlocked his genes, but also possessed the incredibly destructive Thunder gene, which could play a decisive role on the battlefield. This discovery was like a bombshell, instantly drawing the attention of countless people, including the officials of the Xia Kingdom. In a spacious research room of Xia Nation's official facility, the atmosphere was tense and focused. 100 members of the preparatory department were scattered at their respective workstations, staring intently at the live surveillance equipment before them. These devices were broadcasting real-time footage from 100 different live rooms across distant star realms, showcasing the talents of Xia Nation's new generation of top geniuses. An invisible pressure permeated the air. The 14-day martial arts examination had been underway for 3 days, and for the next 11 days, these prodigies would continue to demonstrate their prowess to the entire nation. However, Everyone was well aware that these future top warriors could not afford to reveal too much on camera. Just as a commanding officer of the preparatory department was about to issue new instructions, an unexpected commotion shattered the silence in the room. A young monitor operator suddenly leaped from his seat, instantly drawing the attention of his colleagues around him. What's going on? The officer frowned, striding towards the source of the disturbance. At that moment, the young man's voice reverberated through the room. A genetic warrior. The student I'm monitoring, he's unlocked his genes. The revelation sent shockwaves through the research room. Faces were filled with disbelief. The appearance of a genetic warrior during the martial arts examination was unheard of. It was well known that the vast majority of top talents could only unlock their genes at the Genetic Academy, which boasted Nation's most advanced gene activation facilities, hence its name. Unlocking genes before entering the Genetic Academy was almost as difficult as reaching the sky, unless there was another genetic warrior in the family who could activate genes through blood resonance. And even then, the success rate was extremely low. The renowned Master Chen of the Border Combat Department had successfully activated Shen Yushi's genes this way. Known genetic warriors were usually exempt from the martial arts exam and directly admitted to the Imperial Genetic Academy. A missed genetic warrior? And the young man wanted to reveal more about this genetic warrior, but a heavy hand suddenly clamped down on his shoulder. In that moment, he felt as if he had been doused with cold water, sweat instantly beading on his forehead. Nation's emphasis on genetic warriors was almost obsessive, especially after recent discoveries of Zishan clan spies infiltrating the country, prompting an unprecedented level of protection. The young man was relieved he had stopped in time, refraining from disclosing the specific abilities of the warrior. He swallowed nervously, anxiety gnawing at him. Shut down the live feed, the officer ordered sternly. Yes, sir. The young man promptly complied but immediately realized a problem. But the live feed has been running for a while now, and considering the public's current interest in warriors, this news might spread quickly online. The officer's brow furrowed as he made a quick decision. Deploy 20 tech personnel to form a task force to erase all related videos, audio, and posts. Understood, sir. In addition, the officer added, retrieve his information file and give me a copy. With these orders issued, the research room returned to its tense yet orderly working state. However, everyone was acutely aware that a significant discovery, one that could alter the future of Xia Nation, had quietly arrived. As soon as the officer from the War Preparation Department finished speaking, he hurriedly left the scene and headed straight for the Purple Pavilion. His steps were rushed, and his expression was grave, clearly indicating that something significant had occurred. A genetic warrior had emerged within the alien realm. This was undoubtedly a momentous event. Even more astonishing was the fact that this genetic warrior possessed the lightning attribute. Currently, in the entire Xia Nation, there are only 2 lightning genetic warriors. This powerful genetic attribute can unleash dominating force on the battlefield. The officer regretted that this newly emerged genetic warrior was still trapped in the alien realm. Due to the realm's unique nature, it was impossible to extract him prematurely. Otherwise, this strategic talent would have been directly sent to the Genetic Academy for special protection. Although other genetic warriors were unable to enter the alien realm directly, which was indeed a loss, the Genetic Academy would naturally compensate them with even more valuable resources. This resource allocation would also apply to Guchin, the martial arts candidate. At that moment, the livestream suddenly went black. Viewers were surprised to find that only this particular livestream had been shut down. People began to speculate whether it was because the authorities had just learned about the unique identity of this martial arts candidate named Guchin. More unsettling was the discovery that certain words could no longer be typed in the comments section. The term genetic warrior was censored. Even Guchin couldn't be entered after a while. Many realized that this genetic warrior's matter might have alarmed the upper echelons of Xia Nation. On Suba, the most popular forum in Xia Nation, the trending list is akin to the highest search terms nationwide. Just moments ago, a term skyrocketed in popularity like a rocket. However, it vanished into thin air shortly after. An information worker, who was following the official martial arts exam livestream on his computer, looked stunned. He thought he had seized an excellent opportunity for traffic, as news about a genetic warrior would undoubtedly explode across Suba's trending list. Indeed, his video attracted massive attention instantly, as if a promising future beckoned him. But just as he was about to reach the pinnacle of excitement, the video disappeared. Worse, his account was banned for violating regulations. He quickly switched to a secondary account to repost, only to find it blocked too. While he was still perplexed, there was a rapid knock on the door. A cold voice came from outside. Hello, War Preparation Department. Please come out immediately for investigation. He opened the door to see several imposing figures standing there. They swiftly deleted all his videos, clips, and screenshots related to Guchin. They warned him, if you release any more video information about this individual, we will arrest you for violating the S-level mysterious archive rules. The man's face turned pale as he noticed a file in the visitor's hand. boldly labeled Divine Plan. That day, this worker, who had long fought on the information front, seemed to have touched a terrifying and forbidden world. It flickered before his eyes, yet stood firmly on an unreachable shore. It was the ultimate cultivation plan for warriors in Xia Nation, a mysterious realm he had never imagined. News about Guchin spread like a wildfire, creating a sensation across major platforms. However, these pieces of information were swiftly taken down, and many even received warnings. The storm came and went quickly, like a fleeting dream. At this moment, inside the purple pavilion, an old man sat alone at a table, his hands clasped in front of him, staring intently at the video before him. The screen showed a young man wielding a gun amidst a storm of lightning, tearing the sky serpents into fragments that rained down to the earth. Lightning attribute gene, someone from the capital, the old man murmured, a look of understanding flashing in his eyes. He immediately connected it to the day Chen Yushi disappeared, recalling the traces of a fierce battle left by lightning attribute gene warriors on a bus filled with assassins. According to the battle readiness team's description, the lightning aura was overwhelmingly strong, with silver and gold gene elements mixed in, suggesting a very powerful lightning attribute gene. It seems it's him, the old man thought, realizing the young man's immense potential and the need to protect him. Suddenly, he sighed, a hint of guilt in his expression, like a parent not trusted by their child. The old man understood that after Chen Yushi's assassination attempt, this young man feared his identity being exposed and meeting the same fate. So he asked Chen Yushi to conceal his information. Xia country cannot let its children feel unsafe. The old man sighed deeply, a fierce determination flashing in his eyes. His frail body exuded an intimidating aura. Meanwhile, the Gu family was in the midst of a heart-pounding moment. "Mom, Dad, what's going on?" Gu Ling asked urgently. "Just now, I could find lots of information about my brother online. I thought he had gone viral. But suddenly, it's all gone. I bragged to my classmates about my brother's heroic deeds, and now they're calling me a liar. It's infuriating." Gu Ling continued to explain. Gene warriors have unlocked a type of forbidden and mysterious power within them, allowing them to wield extraordinary abilities. Like my brother mastering lightning, which is a very strong gene. It said these are just a small category within genes, which are vast and boundless like the universe, with many more strange and mysterious genes hidden within. Gu Ling's words filled the Gu parents with joy, as it confirmed their son Guchin was indeed a gene warrior. However, their faces also showed concern. While they hoped for their son's success, the complexities of reality made them anxious about his future. Gu Dongshan and Qin Yuru sat anxiously, their hearts filled with waves of worry. Their son, Guchin, had reached heights they could scarcely imagine, and this sudden change left them both delighted and apprehensive. Just then, a hurried knock on the door shattered the silence in the room. Standing outside was Gu Dongshan's boss, Gua Haiteng. His plump body trembled slightly with excitement, and he held various expensive gifts in his hands. "Old Gu, congratulations." Gua Haiteng's voice boomed through the hallway. Gu Dongshan was momentarily stunned, frozen in place. His eyes fell on the gifts in Gua Haiteng's hands, his shock evident. Those were not cheap items, especially the mysterious small metal box that piqued his curiosity. "I watched Xiao Chen's livestream," Gua Haiteng explained with a cheerful smile. "As his uncle, I had to bring him some nice things to reward him. The stream was too short, though. I had just started watching when it ended. I don't know what the official platform was doing." Gu Dongshan finally understood. In this society where martial prowess was revered, Guchin had not only become a genetic warrior, but had also ranked 98th in the war zone examination. This news was undoubtedly a bombshell in the upper circles where Gua Haiteng moved. After Gua Haiteng left, another knock came at the door. Again, Gu Dongshan and Qin Yuru exchanged puzzled glances. "Congratulations, old Gu. Our Xiao Chun has made us proud," came an enthusiastic voice from outside. In the following hours, the Gu couple truly experienced what it meant to have a bustling household. Colleagues, neighbors, long-lost relatives, and even people who had once had differences with them all came to visit. The scene left the couple astounded, and they finally realized the immense influence a top-tier martial arts prodigy could bring. Meanwhile, Gu Chun was oblivious to the commotion outside. He was immersed in his own world, savoring the joy of successfully clearing the sky python nest. "Congratulations on successfully clearing the sky python nest, earning an S-level clearance rating," the system's voice announced in his ear. "You have received the S-level rating reward, Divine Python Bioserum." Guchin looked down to find a test tube in his hand, filled with a thick, pale green liquid. Without hesitation, he drank the serum. A torrent of energy surged into Guchin's body. Ordinary people had to be extremely cautious when consuming such bioserums, often seeking solitude in case of unforeseen reactions. But for Guchin, who possessed the God Prison gene, this was no issue. His body was like a vast furnace capable of containing the universe, with cells vibrating wildly and greedily absorbing the incoming energy. Guchin contentedly felt the changes within him. His vitality was increasing, and his skin became thicker yet remained smooth. He patted himself lightly and realized that his defense had significantly improved. While he couldn't yet withstand sharp weapons, ordinary punches and kicks were now unlikely to harm him. Guchin felt the surging power within him, with his vitality reaching approximately 2,700 calories. Although the vitality detection ring had failed, preventing him from knowing the exact figure, this immense power filled him with a secret joy. However, he quickly reminded himself not to become arrogant or complacent. Being in the top 100 of the war zone was just the beginning. Breaking through the third limit of vitality was the urgent task at hand. I need an opportunity, Guchin thought to himself, his gaze sweeping across the vast foreign stars. He knew that this land was full of hidden talents, and a single misstep could lead to his downfall. Little did he know, if the foreign stars hadn't been sealed off, the officials of the Xia kingdom would have probably already taken him out, fearing that this rising star might meet with misfortune. System alerts kept flashing. You have successfully completed the level danger zone, Heavenly Horn Cliff, with ins level rating. You have successfully completed the level danger zone, Heavenly Force Field, with ins level rating. You have successfully completed the level danger zone, Great Demon Ruins, with ins level rating. Guchin's strength had reached a whole new level, and level danger zones were now easily within his grasp. Who is this monster? Someone exclaimed, averaging just half an hour to perfectly clear a level danger zone. Considering the time spent finding the zones, the actual clearance time might be only about 10 minutes. Did you see that young man just now? Another person asked in awe. Wielding a star-level spear, his presence was overwhelming, his vitality boiling. Just being near him made me feel chest tightness and dizziness, with my vitality flow disrupted. Truly, the foreign stars are full of hidden talents. Countless people witnessed the young man with the spear's incredible feats of clearing level danger zones, utterly amazed. This guy is at least in the top 10,000 of the war zone, someone speculated. No, he might even be a top 1,000 genius. Damn, are you all idiots? A northern genius bluntly remarked, causing the nearby martial arts examinees to look displeased. What did you say? You barbarian, how crude, someone retorted in dissatisfaction. The northern genius sneered, crossing his arms and calmly said, he's a top 100 genius in the war zone. Guchin. Top 100 in the war zone. The crowd, upon hearing this, quickly checked the star ranking list. Ranked 98 in the war zone. Damn, someone exclaimed, what a terrifying monster. Standing out among 2.5 million examinees. No wonder he can clear zones so perfectly. I saw a martial arts examinee ranked around 10,000 earlier, and they were quite pleased with themselves. Another person sighed. A top 100 anomaly is simply unimaginable. Getting into the top 100,000 already promises a bright future, with a chance to join the Southeastern, Western, or Northern Gene Academies, someone analyzed. The top 10,000 can enter the Imperial Capital Gene Academy, gaining even more opportunities. Beyond that, the ranks are beyond our reach. Hey, where did he go? Someone suddenly noticed that Guchin had disappeared. It seems he went into that complex of buildings. Damn, the A-level danger zone. Songhing ancient building, someone exclaimed. It's said to have trapped many experts, including Wang Yuan, ranked 731 on the star ranking list. Meanwhile, Guchin had already stepped into that mysterious complex, ready to face an even greater challenge. Level dangerous grounds were no longer a challenge for Guchin, whose experience was as vast as a mountain. This time, he set his sights on achieving a perfect clearance of an A-level dangerous ground. Recalling his time at Jianyuan, where despite his strength, he missed its level rating due to the sheer number of participants, Guchin resolved to showcase his skills in the unpredictable A-level grounds. Songhung Ancient Tower, an A-level dangerous ground lost amidst a cosmic storm, lay in silence, awaiting challengers. Ancient rules and taboos lingered within, like invisible warnings. Another reckless soul has come. A voice eerily broke the tower's silence. The unfortunate souls, trapped there, watched as a lone figure boldly entered the ancient structure, sparking murmurs among them. Going solo? That's a bit too bold. Is it arrogance or true capability? Huh. Even Wang Yuan, ranked 731st on the star rankings, got stuck here. How strong could this person possibly be? Amidst the discussions, a young man stood in the land of exile, his expression dazed. The states of those around him varied, but all resembled dim spirits, cursed to be imprisoned there. These were the failures of the recent martial exam. Wang Yuan's heart was heavy as iron. As a mere observer, left with only eternal despair, he sighed. This young man has an extraordinary aura, but like me, he is too reckless. Venturing into Songhung Ancient Tower alone is bound to end in the same fate as ours. Suddenly, deafening thunder erupted in the sky. A terrifying bolt of lightning, like divine retribution, struck the lone figure, engulfing him instantly. Talk about bad luck, getting struck by lightning right at the start. There's probably nothing left of him. What kind of heinous act did he commit to deserve such a fate? The crowd exclaimed, yet understood it was the nature of Tsang Hung ancient tower. It was said that the place had once been caught in a chaotic cosmic storm, tainted with special forbidden power, and thus cursed greatly. The sea of lightning from that storm was an insurmountable barrier. However, just as everyone thought the person was doomed, a blinding light burst forth where the lightning had struck, and an ancient building collapsed with a thunderous crash. Amidst the swirling dust, crisp footsteps suddenly echoed. A tall figure emerged and scathed from the sea of lightning. It was none other than Guchin, who had ventured in alone. How is that possible? The crowd was dumbfounded. He came out unharmed? Wang Yuan, with keen eyes, noticed a layer of silvery light flashing over Guchin. It vanished in an instant, yet seemed to inherently repel the lightning, causing it to retreat like mice before a cat. This is the lightning storm of the cosmos. How overwhelmingly powerful. Wang Yuan muttered to himself. Who on earth is this guy? The level of thunder here pales in comparison to the chain of divine punishment unleashed by the activation of the divine prison gene. Guchin effortlessly cloaked himself in the power of divine punishment, moving like a fish through the falling sea of lightning. He mused that the core challenge of the perilous Songheng ancient tower lay in traversing this cursed cluster of ancient buildings. As long as he moved quickly, a high score was within reach. As Guchin pondered, he suddenly felt numerous eyes watching him. Ever since the activation of the divine prison gene, his senses had become extraordinarily keen. The sensation of being observed made him vigilant, and he scanned the surrounding darkness for potential threats. Not far away, a group of failed martial arts candidates had become wandering souls in the darkness. They watched in awe as Guchin easily navigated the thunderstorm, whispering among themselves, "Have we been discovered? What kind of monster is this guy? Damn, an extraordinary presence has entered this grade A danger zone," a ghostly figure exclaimed in a low voice. These souls had once entered this place full of hope, only to be eternally imprisoned. The Songheng ancient tower, like a cursed building in the starry sky, devoured the hopes of all who entered. Now, Guchin's display left them in terror. Guchin moved forward quickly, and suddenly the surrounding buildings shook violently. Beams of light emerged, and black mist gathered, coalescing into three terrifying beasts in front of him: a lion, a tiger, and a leopard. These creatures, with their dark skin covered in meteoric crystals, exuded a suffocating aura. The three beast gods? I doubt he can easily defeat them, the souls muttered in disbelief. Yet, in the next moment, Guchin moved with fluid grace. He swiftly drew the star-grade spear from his back, and with a thunderous crack, the spear swept out. The charging lion was instantly shattered, its body torn apart, blood spraying forth. Guchin's figure darted among the beasts like a phantom. He quickly assessed. These beasts are at the extreme state of the second limit breaking level, with slightly more vitality than me, but they pose no threat. The leopard lunged with the speed of lightning, but Guchin unleashed a surge of thunder from his palm, striking forward. With a boom, the leopard's head was crushed, its body falling back like a cannonball. Without pausing, Guchin continued to advance, not wanting to lose points due to delay. The last tiger was fierce, its dark brown body covered in gill-like crystals, menacing and terrifying. Yet Guchin didn't spare it a glance. He hurled the cosmic metal staff, wrapped in surging thunder, with fearless force. With a resounding boom, the tiger was pinned to the ground. This scene left all the souls in shock, their eyes wide as they witnessed Guchin effortlessly defeat the three beast gods, as if witnessing the birth of a legend. What incredible power is this? Could he be a prodigy who has broken through the limits for the third time? Guchin moved like lightning, each action showcasing unimaginable resilience and explosive force. The three beasts, each formidable in their own right and capable of overwhelming even a warrior who has broken through the limits 3 times, fell instantly under Guchin's thunderous assault. His pace never faltered, even during the fierce battle with the three beasts, as he continued to advance. The crowd was shocked to realize he intended to perfectly clear this a-level danger zone. He's a genetic warrior, and a thunder attribute one at that, with tremendous destructive power. Wang Yuan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, his voice filled with astonishment. As a top genius ranked within the top 1,000 in the war zone, his assessment carried significant weight. With these words, all the souls were thrown into shock. Just then, a fierce storm swept in, threatening to tear Guchin apart. However, with a swing of his thunder spear, he shattered the storm with pinpoint precision. The thunder prison spear unleashed endless thunder, carrying immense power, its roar echoing without end. The surrounding dark and gloomy buildings trembled continuously, as if trying to hinder Guchin's advance. The oppressive curse power surged persistently, transforming into countless shackles from the cosmic void, attempting to imprison this incredible intruder. Is this all so fragile? Guchin sneered at the shackles. The divine prison gene within him seemed provoked, and despite being bound by countless shackles, he felt no resistance. The divine prison gene seemed to silently mock. What kind of nonsense is this? Guchin stepped forward, the sound of breaking shackles echoing ceaselessly. Wherever he passed, buildings collapsed with a crash, dust billowing. Cleared. Monster. Impossible. How can someone be so extraordinary? The souls exclaimed in disbelief. They felt insignificant in the Songheng ancient tower, not knowing how they had died, while this young man cleared it effortlessly, highlighting the vast difference between individuals. A system notification sounded. Congratulations on perfectly clearing the level danger zone. You have obtained Cosmic Silver Thunderwood. Achieved level rating, awarded 50 points. Following this, another special announcement arrived. Due to the special nature of the Songheng ancient tower, all souls who perished in its danger zone will undergo a special trial. The ultimate winner will escape the exile of the Dark Plains and return to the exotic stars. This news was like a bombshell, igniting the emotions of the souls. They had resigned themselves, yet Guchin's perfect clearance granted them a chance at rebirth. Unaware of the soul's commotion, Guchin only sensed many prying eyes. He shook his head, silently marveling at the mystery and peculiarity of the exotic stars. A dark silver, lightning-imbued ancient wood fell into Guchin's hands, about the size of an adult's arm, appearing extremely unique. Cosmic Silver Thunderwood? A special plant in the universe. Guchin speculated. It might enhance my genes by producing thunder-attribute exotic fruits. When Guchin stepped out of the Songheng ancient tower, another wave of exclamations erupted around him. He's out. Did he clear it perfectly again? Is this what a top 100 genius in the war zone looks like? Truly extraordinary. Getting its level rating in a level danger zone, the difference between people is too vast. Compared to him, I feel like I might as well find a place to hang myself. Guchin had become numb to the praises. Over these days, he had heard so many compliments, initially feeling smug, but now they no longer stirred any emotions. He was undergoing a transformation. At that moment, a star suddenly streaked across the sky, accompanied by an incredulous exclamation. The starry secret land has opened. The light of the celestial secret grounds suddenly burst forth, enveloping the entire alien star realm in a mysterious radiance. Above, the constellations wavered, adding a mystical hue to this enigmatic place. Guchin stood amidst the crowd, his gaze fixed on the legendary land rumored to hold endless resources. The conditions to access the celestial secret grounds are stringent, Guchin mused to himself, requiring 3 rank evaluations, meaning perfect completions of 3 perilous lands. He shook his head slightly. It seems just breezing through 3 crank perilous lands won't suffice. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. It's different, someone explained. The rank evaluation for a crank perilous land is not the same as for a brank. The celestial secret grounds is like a 4-tiered treasure trove. The higher the score, the deeper you can enter and the more benefits you can gain. A crank score only grants access to the 1st tier, while an rank score takes you straight to the 3rd tier, where the true cosmic treasures lie. Upon hearing this, the faces of the surrounding people turned grim. Someone sighed. So that's how it is. I thought I could just breeze through 3 crank lands and strike it rich. Seems like there's no easy way to wealth in this world. Guchin gazed at the ever-changing starry sky, frowning slightly. He silently calculated his achievements. For perfect cranks, for perfect branks, and 2 perfect ranks. It's a pity that the sword abyss was with you Chinga and the others, and we only got an A rank, he murmured. Now I just need 1 more rank evaluation for an A rank. Where can I find another A rank perilous land? A martial arts candidate nearby overheard Guchin and helpfully pointed out, there's an A rank perilous land called the Divine Bear Forest just 300 meters north. It's quite dangerous. Are you thinking of exploring it? I know a few teams planning to go there. I could introduce you, but it might cost you a little. He flashed a knowing smile. Guchin simply thanked him and headed straight north, leaving the candidate standing there, bewildered. This guy really doesn't know the rules, he muttered. However, just half an hour later, the alien star realm broadcasted an astonishing announcement. The Divine Bear Forest has been cleared, achieving an rank evaluation. The martial arts candidate was dumbfounded, wondering how it was possible, when he saw several familiar teams returning, visibly dejected. Their expressions said it all. They had clearly encountered an unbelievably formidable individual. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, what happened? A martial arts candidate just came by. The other person said at a rapid pace, eyes filled with disbelief. That guy is a monster. He single-handedly took down the entire Xinxiang forest with just a spear. What? His face turned pale instantly, and he immediately thought of the young man who had asked for directions earlier carrying a long spear, who walked towards Xinxiang forest without hesitation after hearing about it. You know, the other continued, voice full of shock. A divine bear, comparable to a 3rd limit martial artist, was pinned to the mountain wall with just 1 spear thrust by him. We've been waiting in vain. He just swooped in and cleared it perfectly. At this moment, Guchin, arms crossed, spear on his back, stood tall like a pine tree, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. His intimidating presence made the nearby candidates step back in whispers. This guy's aura is terrifying. Wow, he's so tall and graceful, waving his spear like the wind, exuding confidence. The pressure from this year's geniuses is immense. Guchin ignored them and began exploring this foreign star realm. It was vast and boundless, and wandering aimlessly would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. He looked up, his dark eyes searching the starry sky. The stars in the sky corresponded to secret lands on the ground, so finding the target required following the stars. Guchin followed the stars and finally stopped in a desolate area. Here, many martial arts candidates had gathered around a patch of yellowish soil. It was spewing spiritual mist mixed with dazzling starlight, like shooting stars flying into the sky. This is the secret land of stars, someone sighed. It's said to be the greatest treasure in the foreign star realm. Our school has long heard of it, urging us to seize this opportunity. It might be our biggest chance. It holds immense treasures, another added. Does anyone have 3 perfect strength scores to unlock this secret land? As soon as these words were spoken, silence fell, and everyone wore a helpless expression. Achieving 3 strength scores was no easy feat. Suddenly, there was a loud boom. The secret land ahead trembled, the soil erupted, and beams of light shot out like bright spears. The secret land of stars has been opened. Everyone's eyes widened with jealousy. Who did it? Could everyone please make way? A slightly exasperated voice came from behind. Everyone turned to see a handsome, sharp-featured candidate with a spear on his back walking in. Under everyone's gaze, he walked straight into the light and disappeared. The Arank's secret land is open, someone exclaimed. That young man just used 3 strength scores from Arank Fierce Lands as a key to open it? No way. A master among us, someone couldn't help but marvel, then boldly wondered. Can we get in and share the loot? Before the words were finished, the person touched the starlight and was blasted away by a terrifying force, landing heavily unconscious. The onlookers fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Meanwhile, Guchin had entered a mysterious realm. Before him stretched a vast starlit plain, covered with cosmic flowers he had never seen, and the colorful starry sky was mesmerizing. There was no danger here, only endless opportunities. The starry secret land is a mysterious place composed of independent small spaces, and its origin remains an unsolved mystery for humanity. This newly acquired foreign starry land by the Xia Kingdom is speculated to be the remnants of a long-lost civilization, containing traces of its existence. Standing on the vast plain, Guchin bent down to grab a handful of soil. He could sense the high-density spiritual energy within, indicating that this was soil of exceptional quality. Immediately, he took out the cosmic silver thunderwood he had obtained from the Songheng ancient tower, a piece of deadwood as thick as an arm, etched with thunder patterns. This silver thunderwood should be a high-grade cosmic plant. Maybe I can cultivate it temporarily here, Guchin thought, burying the roots of the thunderwood into the soil. As expected, once buried, the thunder patterns on the silver thunderwood became more vibrant, flickering intermittently. This further confirmed the extraordinary quality of the soil in the starry secret land. Guchin left the silver thunderwood there and continued his exploration. He had used inscribed rating from 3 grade dangerous lands to open the starry secret land, and the air was filled with high-quality spiritual energy. Guchin could feel his cells rejoicing as the surrounding energy naturally seeped into his body, rapidly enhancing his vitality. Suddenly, a unique light surged from the starry sky, quickly spreading across the starry secret land, transforming into countless crystalline words. Top-tier martial skill, Azure Dragon Spear Technique. The spear falls like a startled dragon, knocking down 35,000 stars. A legendary spear technique created by a mysterious spear master from the ancient vast universe kingdom, known to have destroyed stars with a single spear, stirring endless waves. Guchin was astonished. Another top-tier martial skill, and a spear technique at that. Ancient vast universe kingdom? Could it be, as many believe, that these foreign stars are the remnants of ancient civilizations that perished in the universe, turning into cosmic dust drifting through the cold expanse? A stream of light instantly entered Guchin's forehead, and a remnant image appeared in his mind. It wasn't in the form of a regular book, but rather a projection for martial skill teaching. Guchin couldn't help but marvel. The level of civilization in this ancient vast universe kingdom must have been far more advanced than ours. In his mind, he saw a brilliant figure with a rusty spear on their back. The figure suddenly transformed into an awe-inspiring azure dragon, like a grim reaper extinguishing stars, bursting forth with terrifying brilliance. The Azure Dragon Spear technique consisted of just one spear move, with all its momentum concentrated on this single thrust. Guchin was overwhelmed by the power of that move. Like the celestial sword Qi, this was a unique martial skill never circulated in the Xia Kingdom, unstudied by anyone. Once unleashed, it would be an absolute lethal strike. Guchin couldn't help but nod, already contemplating how to harness this newly acquired ultimate skill. So he began to train. Guchin wielded his long spear on the vast expanse of the starry plain. The spear's dark glow cut through the night sky like a mighty dragon swimming across the heavens. The young man repeated the same move over and over, each swing carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. Not right. Let's try again, he muttered, swinging the spear once more. Swish, swish, swish. The spear's shadow danced like a dragon under the boundless night sky. Faintly, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed through the air, sending shivers down the spine. Behind Guchin stood a withered tree, silently surrounded by thunder. Above the tree floated a strange dark cloud, from which a fine rain fell continuously, occasionally lit by flashes of lightning and accompanied by thunderous booms, creating a scene of mystical wonder. While mastering the Azure Dragon Spear technique, Guchin kept a close eye on the growth of the cosmic silver thunderwood. He could see the strange phenomena surrounding it and felt a surge of anticipation. Time flew by in the secret realm of the stars, and before he knew it, 6 days had passed in the outside world. This day marked the second update of the star rankings. In the Gu household, Guling excitedly watched the computer screen displaying the star rankings and exclaimed, "My brother has risen to 54th in the battle zone. Wow, he's amazing." It's important to note that the top 100 talents on the star rankings are all extraordinary prodigies. In these 3 days, they too had been fiercely improving their scores, yet Guchin still managed to climb significantly. Guling couldn't help but admire. "My brother is truly incredible." Over these few days, the expressions of old Gu and Qin Yuru were also glowing with joy, radiating a cheerful aura. Visitors came in an endless stream, and although Guchin's parents were honest folks who had never experienced such attention before, they gradually adapted to the situation from their initial bewilderment. Watching her parents, Guling suddenly turned serious. "Mom, Dad, I'm about to start school soon, right? I need to work hard too. The tiger doesn't have a weak sibling. I'm sure there's untapped potential within me waiting to be unleashed." Amused by their daughter's seriousness, old Gu replied, "Yes, it's almost time for school. Maybe your brother will come back from the martial arts exam and be able to take you to school." Really? Guling's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of being escorted to school by her brother, who ranked in the 50s. It would surely make her a standout figure at school. Meanwhile, in the purple profound pavilion, an elderly man gazed at the star rankings in front of him. Upon finding Guchen's name, he breathed a sigh of relief. "My greatest worry was that you might encounter trouble in the alien star realm," he muttered. "This is the only competition venue not entirely controlled by Assassination, and its dangers have kept me from sleeping well these past few days." The elderly man sighed, continuing to ponder. The alien star realm is a fragment of a fallen ancient nation, where the ancient martial arts and biological concoctions far exceed Assassination current technological level. However, it is also fraught with peril. Blood and fire forge the most exceptional talents, who will become the future pillars of Assassination. Yet, if genetic warriors are lost there, it would be Assassination's greatest sorrow. Genetic warriors are the top-tier talents included in Assassination's divine plan, its ultimate trump card, and cannot be lost. Among the vast population of Assassination, fewer than 100 names are part of the divine plan, a staggering statistic that is truly alarming. The elderly man murmured his final thoughts. 14 days, let nothing go wrong. In the entire Xia kingdom, the name Guchin initially did not attract much attention. Among the galaxy of geniuses on the stellar list, Guchin shone, but he wasn't the brightest star. However, an unexpected live broadcast revealed his identity as a genetic warrior, completely changing everything. Although the term genetic warrior was completely censored on Xia's internet, and members of the preparation department were busy requesting the removal of any videos related to Guchin, people's memories could not be erased. Thus, a peculiar phenomenon emerged. People stopped discussing Guchin openly, but silently followed his every move on major forums. Soon, on the website's attention statistics page, Guchin's name skyrocketed to the top. This phenomenon sparked heated discussions among netizens. "Wow, does this guy Guchin have a flower on his face? How does he attract so much attention? What on earth is going on? Can someone explain this to me?" However, whenever someone asked, the response was always a string of mysterious asterisks. This atmosphere of secrecy only fueled more curiosity, causing Guchin's popularity to soar. An esteemed elder in Xia was quite concerned about this. He was unsure whether such high attention was a blessing or a curse for a genetic warrior. So he instructed those around him. "Recently, visit the Gu family more often, understand? I'll take you there this time, and you must build a good relationship with Qin Yuru." Ranking 54th in the war zone, it's incredible. How did old Gu educate his child to raise such a genius? Meanwhile, Gua Haidang, carrying 2 bottles of fine wine and accompanied by his wife Wang Lu, was preparing to visit Gu Dongshan's home. He hoped to establish a closer relationship with the Gu family. However, Wang Lu, who came from a privileged background, had her reservations. After all, old Gu is your subordinate. Why are you always so deferential? Usually gentle and indulgent, Haitong's expression suddenly darkened, and he said sharply, "What do you know? Do you understand what a powerful warrior represents in today's society? Do you know how long I've been out there, begging and scraping to gather resources just to train our son Xiao Yong to become a warrior? Do you think I'm foolish?" Wang Lu, startled by her husband's sudden anger, shrunk back. Typically haughty, she dared not speak further. Seeing this, Haidang slightly calmed down, but still spoke with a stern tone. "Do you remember the wealthy businessman we visited in the Southern Territory last year?" Wang Lu nodded. The wealth of that businessman had indeed astonished her, even as someone accustomed to luxury. In the commerce-rich Southern Territory, the accumulation of wealth by true businessmen was simply staggering. Wang Lu stood still, her expression complex. Her thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected topic about a once prominent figure. "He's bound to a wheelchair for the rest of his life now," the speaker said with a tone of regret. "Recently, he took his 3 sons to the factory in Huayuan, and they were attacked by strange beasts. All his sons perished, and if it weren't for the timely arrival of martial artists from a nearby martial arts school, he wouldn't have survived either. Although he was saved, his legs are now useless." These words sent Wang Lu into deep thought. She suddenly realized that her understanding of this new era was superficial. In her world, money seemed to be all-powerful, but reality had given her a harsh lesson. "Do you know why Xia country is vigorously developing a society of martial artists?" The person continued, with a hint of caution in their tone. "No matter how wealthy you are, what does it matter in the face of natural disasters and beast invasions?" This statement was like a bolt of lightning, awakening Wang Lu from her entrenched mindset. She finally understood that in this perilous new world, the importance of martial artists was far greater than she had imagined. "Let's go, right now," Wang Lu said urgently, as if trying to seize a last opportunity. "In the future, beast invasions will only become more frequent," the person said meaningfully. "Meeting a martial artist, especially a top-tier talent, is invaluable." Just then, Old Gu suddenly asked, "Did someone just flash past near Old Gu's place? Or am I seeing things?" "You must be seeing things. I didn't see anything," his companion replied. Meanwhile, in the secret starry location, Guchin was intensely focused on his training. A brilliant spear light pierced through the clouds, so powerful that even a martial artist who had broken through 3 times would find it difficult to evade. Guchin exhaled deeply, silently assessing his progress. "My current level should be proficient," he thought. "Reaching perfection will take time. It's said that at perfection, one can unleash a dragon into the clouds, but that seems far off now." He glanced back at the cosmic silver thunder tree, its trunk enveloped in a crystal-clear mist, vibrant with accumulating thunder. A tender fruit had formed on the branch, not yet ripe, but already filling Gu Chun with anticipation. "This is a fruit infused with cosmic thunder," Gu Chun mused. "Each time I gaze at it, my cells quiver with excitement, as if yearning for something. This fruit should greatly benefit my genetic evolution." With this thought, Gu Chun continued to explore deeper into the starry secret place. The Azure Dragon Spear technique had reached proficiency, and further practice would yield minimal results. The most crucial task now was to wait for the cosmic silver thunder tree to mature. In this vast expanse, Guchin's steps suddenly halted. His gaze was drawn to a distant fiery red, a lone plant exuding a scorching aura on the cold, dark plain. Approaching quickly, Guchin discovered it was a cultivated plant. The base bore an inscription, "How You Starry Sky Divine River Project Experiment. Celestial Fire Vitality Fruit 3rd Generation Star River Body Lu Shenyang. Number 2578. What does this mean?" Guchin pondered, furrowing his brow. "A technological product of the Haoyu civilization? Specifically cultivated for Lu Xingyang? What is the 3rd generation Star River Body?" A series of questions arose in Gu Chen's mind, and this unexpected discovery seemed to unveil a piece of a larger secret. Gu Chen suppressed his doubts deep within. The technological level of the Haoyu civilization far surpassed that of the Blue Star martial artists, making many things beyond his understanding. However, the blood essence fruit before him held an immense allure. He gazed at the plump Tianhua blood essence fruit, marveling at it. It was incredible that it maintained its tenacious vitality even in this fragmented world. Guchin reached out, plucked the fruit, and unhesitatingly swallowed it. Instantly, a surge of scorching energy erupted in his mouth, sweeping through his body like a volcanic eruption. This intense force would have been excruciating for an ordinary person, causing them to tremble all over. Yet, Gu Chun merely shuddered as his cells began absorbing the energy at an astonishing pace. Guchin couldn't help but let out a satisfied murmur. He felt his blood essence rapidly increasing, surpassing 2,900 calories in the blink of an eye, approaching the threshold of the 3rd blood essence limit. This barrier was an insurmountable obstacle for many young people in the Xia Kingdom, but Guchin felt he could easily break through it. However, as he pondered how to surpass the blood essence limit, a severe problem emerged. The energy of the Tianhua blood essence fruit was too violent, far exceeding the limits his body could withstand. The unabsorbed energy began to recklessly assault his body, causing a booming noise. Guchin looked helplessly at his body. If not for the Xinyu gene improving his physique and making his cells indestructible, he might have already exploded and died. He quickly made a decision. Instead of forcibly breaking into the god strength realm, he would use this blood essence to help him break through the third blood essence limit. Initially, Guchin was troubled about how to break through the third blood essence limit. Normally, his physical body would need the assistance of a master-level expert to achieve the limit state from the outside. However, the energy of this blood essence fruit was precisely helping him enter the limit state, as if paving the way to break through the blood essence barrier. Guchin mused to himself, the third-generation Xinghe body was indeed an extremely powerful physique. If not for it, the domineering energy of the Tianhua blood essence fruit might have killed an ordinary martial artist on the spot. He couldn't help but wonder how advanced the martial artist society of the Haoyu civilization had become. Enduring the intense pain throughout his body, Guchin sat cross-legged and began to meditate. His skin gradually turned crimson, as if countless bright fire snakes were slithering over him. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the martial arts entrance exam had entered its 9th day, with the third-star rankings about to be updated. This long-awaited moment finally arrived, but the content of the rankings left everyone dumbfounded. Guchin, who was previously ranked 54th on the highly anticipated celestial rankings, unexpectedly dropped to 137th place. This change left everyone shocked and full of questions. What happened? How did this guy's ranking fall so much? Someone exclaimed, unable to believe their eyes as they repeatedly checked the list. I thought Guchin would be a dark horse and give us a huge surprise. So what on earth happened? Another person pondered with a frown. Even more troubling was that during the third update of the celestial rankings, Guchin's ranking plummeted this drastically. Keen observers quickly noticed the issue. Something's not right. Did you notice? Guchin's score hasn't increased at all in the past 3 days. 3 days with no increase. This discovery made everyone gasp. Could something have happened to him? Meanwhile, in the Zishuan pavilion of the Xiaogua, an elderly man was staring at the celestial rankings. Seeing Guchin's drop in rank, with his score unchanged from 3 days ago, his expression grew serious. No change in score? What is going on? He muttered, furrowing his brow. The celestial rankings hadn't reached the point where a name would disappear upon demise, but there was a gray area at the bottom where scores of fallen martial candidates were frozen at their life's final moment. Could Guchin have fallen too? This terrifying thought flashed through the elderly man's mind, but he quickly forced himself to remain calm. It's only been 3 days. Maybe he's encountered a new opportunity, possibly entering a celestial secret realm. Despite this rationalization, the worry on the elderly man's face was palpable, and the surrounding atmosphere seemed to grow heavier. He continued his analysis. Most celestial secret realms can be completed in a day. Even in a level secret realm shouldn't take more than 2 days. As a Thunder Attribute genetic warrior, Guchin was an invaluable asset to Xiaogua, one they couldn't afford to lose. He must have had an opportunity. A genetic warrior wouldn't fall so easily, the elderly man reassured himself. Yet, the fact that his score hadn't moved in 3 days was deeply unsettling. Previous candidates who had experienced this situation had almost all fallen. At the same time, in the Gu household, the atmosphere was equally tense. Gua Haidang and his wife Wang Lu had been visiting the Gu family frequently, and today was no exception. Seeing Gu Dongshan and Qin Yu looking pale, Gua Haidang quickly comforted them. Old Gu, it's nothing. Xiao Chun must be delayed by something. He'll be fine. Qin Yu sat weakly on the sofa, her voice trembling as she asked, Xiaoling, your brother should be okay, right? He should be fine, right? It's so far away, we can't see what's happening there. Guling didn't dare to respond, only glancing down at her phone. A classmate had just sent her an alarming message. Xiaoling, it's been 6 days, and my brother's score hasn't updated. Xiaoling, could something have happened to him? A man in uniform just came to my house, spoke to my dad, and then left. My dad looks so lost. I'm scared. Could something have really happened to my brother? Guling recalled that this classmate's brother was also a martial artist, often showing off in class. But now, the despair in the message was evident. She quickly sent a brief, comforting reply and deleted the message, afraid her parents might see it and become even more distressed. My brother is so strong. He won't be in trouble, right? He definitely won't. Guling prayed silently. Unbeknownst to everyone, Guchin was completely unaware of the turmoil outside. Inside the celestial secret realm, he was fully focused on using the energy of the blood essence fruit to break through his third blood energy limit. The energy surged like waves, permeating his physical limits. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed, accompanied by the shattering of some barrier. Guchin's eyes snapped open, his sharp gaze shooting out like lightning. I did it, Guchin thought joyfully, feeling the surging power within him. My blood energy is around 3,100 calories now. The air was turbulent, as if a storm had erupted within the secret realm of the stars. Guchin stood firm at the eye of the storm, the pressure around him shifting dramatically. This was the phenomenon caused by him breaking through the third limit of his vital energy and blood. Feeling the surge of power within him, he thought to himself, with my body enhanced by divine genes, breaking through the third limit alone caused such a massive upheaval. If I reach the fourth, I might be like Yi Qingxian, with a faint mist of blood surrounding me with every move. Guchin's gaze fell on the withered branch of the heavenly fire vitality fruit on the ground. He crouched down and carefully dug it out by the roots. The roots are still intact. If I find some high-quality soil and nurture it diligently, it might bear new fruit. He carefully stored the branch, contemplating the fruit's value. Recalling the moment he consumed the heavenly fire vitality fruit, Guchin couldn't help but marvel at its potency. Not only did his vitality increase by 400 calories, but it also directly shattered his limit. I thought breaking the third limit would be difficult, but this fruit is truly miraculous, he mused with relief. To achieve success in this foreign star realm, reaching the third limit is essential. Although I've lost some time, if I leave now, I might only make it to the top 50 in the battle zone. To excel, I must find another way. Guchin turned back to the place where the cosmic silver thunderwood was located. The scene before him was breathtaking. Dense clouds enveloped the tree, with lightning cascading down like a waterfall, the entire space filled with violent energy. Above the towering tree, a thunderous azure dragon coiled slowly with awe-inspiring majesty. This sight heightened Guchin's anticipation for the tree's maturity. As he continued to explore the secret realm, Guchin took stock of his gains. High-grade spiritual soil suitable for cultivating the cosmic silver thunderwood, the top-level azure dragon spear technique, and a heavenly fire vitality fruit. Not bad, but not enough, he muttered to himself. The most precious should be the star dust, which is the rarest resource in Xia country, something I've never seen before. With this expectation, Guchin tirelessly searched the secret realm. On the first day, despite finding nothing, through constant training and absorbing cosmic body factors, his vitality increased to 3,300 calories. On the second day, Guchin ceased his training. He arrived at an area of the secret realm shrouded in a dust storm. Though his vision was obscured, he could sense the special power within. It seems the ultimate reward of the secret realm is hidden here, he thought, deciding to stay put. That night, Guchin waited quietly, hoping for a breakthrough in this mysterious place. Guchin held the thunder spear, leaving marks along the silver thunderwood to avoid getting lost in the starry secret land. He resolutely advanced toward the center of the sandstorm, his body like an immovable tower, unaffected by the raging winds. Utilizing his masterful Tsunglong spear technique, Guchin tore through the winds, advancing step by step. Finally, at the eye of the storm, he discovered a floating speck of dust, vibrant and seemingly infused with starlight. Guchin cautiously approached and grasped the speck of dust. In an instant, endless light burst from between his fingers, as if he held a miniature star. The intense energy was far beyond anything he had ever encountered, so potent it was astonishing. An a-level starry secret land indeed contains star dust, Guchin remarked with a look of surprise, his eyes gleaming with excitement. As the sandstorm subsided, Guchin sat in the center of the starry secret land, gazing at the vast night sky. He murmured to himself, I need to keep track of time. It should be the evening of the 8th day of the martial exam now. Tomorrow is the 9th day. I have to make the most of the last 3 days to score. The martial exam is crucial. Meanwhile, at Guchin's home, there was a heavy knock on the door. When the door opened, a staff member asked, Is this the home of candidate Guchin? Candidate number 130-219-9951. Guling hurriedly called for Gu Dongshan. From a distance, she watched as Gu Dongshan had a brief conversation with the person, his figure swaying. Guling quickly checked Guchin's ranking on the starry leaderboard, and found he had dropped to over 400, with no change in his score. Her face turned pale with worry, thinking, could it be that something really happened to my brother? At that moment, in the Zishuan pavilion of the Xia kingdom, an elderly man trembled slightly. He pondered whether a promising thunder attribute genetic warrior had indeed met with misfortune in the alien star domain. His eyes were somber, and his concern was evident. Yet, before he could dwell on Guchin's situation, someone hurriedly reported, Master, there has been an incident in the alien star domain, possibly involving the discovery of remnants of a mysterious civilization. What? The old man's pupils contracted, clearly shocked by the news. Simultaneously, in the alien star domain, a group of martial exam candidates stumbled upon a mysterious underground base. They navigated through thick dust into this seemingly centuries-old site. The young explorers were thrilled, hopeful of uncovering treasures left by an ancient civilization. They cautiously ventured deeper into the base, finding it more like an ancient laboratory beyond their understanding. Various unknown instruments and desiccated biological specimens stirred their unease and curiosity. Suddenly, a thick smoke erupted from the deepest part of the base, as if an ancient freezer had been opened. From the smoke, a towering figure emerged. This mysterious person wore a form-fitting black armor, with long hair flowing and a face partially covered by steelcraft facial bones. His initially numb gaze turned cold and disdainful. After a long silence, the mysterious figure finally spoke, his voice filled with contempt. Pathetic, backward civilization worms. What on earth is this thing? A group of martial arts examinees stared in horror at the presence before them. It wasn't a robot, but a flesh and blood being clad in an exoskeleton. Was he a warrior? Why did the aura he emitted send shivers down their spines? A strong killing intent radiated from him, and his eyes were filled with disdain, as if looking down on ants. The examinees trembled in fear, and one of them happened to be live streaming to the star of the other world, broadcasting the scene in real time. What's happening? What is that? The audience in the live stream exclaimed. Is it a native of the star of the other world? Wasn't it supposed to be just a barren space? His gaze was unsettling, as if staring at inferior beings with disgust. This feeling reminded one viewer of his ex-girlfriend, and he muttered to himself, "Come on, I just got tense. Get out of here." Meanwhile, the elders in the purple pavilion watched the live broadcast with worried expressions. Their worst fears had come true. Although they knew the star of the other world was a remnant of an ancient civilization, how could there be life there? As a speck of dust in the universe, the star of the other world must have endured cosmic storms. While precious martial resources might be preserved by the universe's rules, no life could survive in such harsh conditions. Suddenly, a mechanical broadcast echoed from the underground base of the star of the other world. Experiment number 29134, second-generation galaxy body, Jiang Zixing, has successfully awakened. A hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes. Out of 10,000 experimental subjects, am I the only one left? He moved his body slightly and coldly remarked, "Low-level civilization, your path as warriors is just beginning. Have you considered the consequences of treading upon this land so carelessly?" As his words trailed off, he vanished from sight. The martial arts examinees immediately sensed a deadly threat, their cold sweat pouring. "Run! This guy is a monster," someone shouted. "He must be a second-time limit-breaking warrior, but why does he feel so terrifying?" A scream pierced the air. The mysterious being suddenly appeared behind one of the examinees, his exoskeleton-covered hand unleashing a dreadful force that instantly pierced through the person's body. Blood gushed out, and everyone was horrified. "Die!" Another examinee attacked in desperation, thrusting a sword at the creature's chest. However, the sharp blade couldn't penetrate the mechanical exoskeleton. The being casually grabbed the sword, and with a snap, the blade shattered. "Star level," he mused. "It seems the universe's monsters have succeeded, unifying the warrior's evolutionary path through the power of rules." Screams erupted one after another, and blood splattered in the air. The individual's movements were so exaggerated and monstrous, displaying unprecedented physical abilities that struck fear into everyone present. In the live broadcast room of Xia, countless viewers witnessed this scene, feeling a chill run down their spines. Although by 2051, humanity had long known that they were not the only life in the vast universe, witnessing the revival of the second-generation star river entity on this alien star was still overwhelmingly terrifying. The remnants of a high civilization seemed to harbor an innate disdain and aversion for humans, instantly plunging the citizens of Xia into panic, as if their blood had frozen. Meanwhile, in the Zixuan pavilion of Xia, an elderly man entered the archives room. With humanity's continuous exploration of the stars in recent years, many precious sealed archives were stored there. A group of Zixuan pavilion members, sweating profusely, searched and finally found records of the ancient Hallyu civilization. The elderly man wore a grave expression. He understood that the more one explored the stars, the more one felt a sense of insignificance. The archives room of Zixuan pavilion was divided into 3 levels: the modern layer, the ancient layer, and the archaic layer. The records they found indicated that the Hallyu civilization was from 1,000 years ago, and it perished after a cosmic storm. "From the data we have," the elderly man said solemnly, "the Hallyu civilization had mastered the technology to artificially create individuals with top-tier martial talents. We suspect that the so-called cosmic storm might have been due to their mastery of this technology, but they lacked the ability to safeguard it, ultimately leading to their downfall." The star river entity developed to the 3rd generation is said to be able to swallow rivers and shine like the sun, with every cell in an extraordinary state, making it the most terrifying evolution, one member added. However, it said that only one 3rd-generation star river entity might be born from tens of millions of 2nd-generation ones. The elderly man's brow twitched violently. Did they create millions of 2nd-generation star river entities? No, it should just be a concept, another member explained. The creation of a star river entity required the Hallyu civilization to use embryos with suitable talents for artificial cultivation, consuming vast resources. They couldn't produce so many. Otherwise, the Hallyu civilization would have already dominated the universe. The elderly man's expression grew heavier. The entity on the alien star is a second-generation star river entity, a top genius, equipped with advanced technology. Our current martial arts candidates. His concern was evident. Yet, at this moment, a secretary beside him said, Pavilion Master, I think this is an opportunity. The warriors of Xia will eventually have to face the stars. This is advanced technology from an ancient civilization. Let these young ones give it a try. The elderly man fell silent. He knew that no matter what he said, it was futile, as the alien star could not be closed midway and had to remain open for 14 days. What worried him more was whether only one second-generation star river entity would be left on the alien star. At this time, several martial arts candidates on the alien star had been coldly killed. The second-generation star river entity stood there, its dark mechanical skeleton clearly outlined, with muscular physique perfectly proportioned, exuding an eerie sense of perfection. Suddenly, he felt a sense of being watched, lifted his head, and looked sharply in a direction. My name is Jiang Zixing. He introduced himself, a second-generation star river entity holder of the Haoyu Nation's divine river plan. His voice was transmitted through the live broadcast to Xia, followed by a contemptuous smile, his eyes revealing cold cruelty. Pathetic and inferior civilization, he said coldly. Your warriors are no match. Dare to set foot on this land. I will, along with my companions, initiate a complete cleansing plan. Boom. Xia was in an uproar. Everyone was horrified, and fear swept over them like a tidal wave. Clearance plan. The words struck like a bolt of lightning, shattering the defenses of the audience in the Xia Kingdom. On the live stream, the mysterious figure's face came into view. The dark mechanical skeleton of his face glistened coldly on the screen, and the chill and mystery in his eyes sent shivers down the spines of countless viewers. As they looked at this solitary figure, an inexplicable sense of insignificance welled up inside them. Many instinctively began to hurl curses, attempting to dispel the fear that gripped their hearts. Yet, keen observers caught on to a crucial word in his speech companions. This word seemed to unlock Pandora's box, sparking more speculation and fear. Could it be that in this mysterious alien realm, there were more beings from such advanced civilizations? This thought spread like wildfire in people's minds. The hearts of the Xia Kingdom's people were thrown into turmoil. This year's martial arts college entrance exam in the alien realm struck them with an impact far beyond imagination. Unlike the carefully designed exam venues of the past, this alien realm was a world fraught with unknown dangers. Every treacherous area seemed like a giant maw ready to devour life, leaving one in awe. So far, the exam had seen the number of casualties among the martial candidates surpass the 10,000 mark. Behind this number lay countless broken families and dashed hopes. Now, with the emergence of this self-proclaimed second-generation galactic entity, parental fears peaked like never before. So many have fallen. Isn't Xia Kingdom being too hasty this time? Has the War Preparation Department gone mad? Why can't they preemptively address all the dangers? They're just kids. Voices of doubt rose one after another. Faced with these new biotech products of an advanced civilization, clad in star-grade mechanical exoskeletons and possessing formidable combat skills, how could ordinary martial candidates stand a chance? Fear spread like a plague among the people. Someone suddenly recalled the genius martial candidate named Guchin, whose scores hadn't been updated for 2 rounds. If even a top-tier genius in the war zone could fall, what hope was there for children from ordinary families? The atmosphere in the Xia Kingdom grew heavy and oppressive, with fear, panic, anxiety, worry, and anger intertwining to form an invisible net that weighed on everyone's hearts. At this moment, a series of urgent reports resounded like thunder among the Xia Kingdom's leadership. Master, a hidden underground base has emerged in the southeast of the alien realm, exposing itself after breaking through the surface. 2 second-generation galactic entities from the Haoyu ancient nation have emerged from it. In the barren giant woodlands of the southwest, the bare trunks are actually filled with Haoyu ancient nation's experimental subjects. They've used the so-called immortal cosmic wood to store these entities. Although most perished in cosmic storms, one second-generation galactic entity has successfully revived. In the northwest, beneath the abyss, there's an icy spring where bodies have started to float up. Yet, just yesterday, a live stream captured a wet figure climbing out from there. As these reports came in, Xia Kingdom continuously adjusted the live stream footage, discovering traces of the Haoyu ancient nation throughout the alien realm. These galactic entities, who had slumbered for millennia using special technology, were awakening one by one, unleashing a brutal assault on Xia Kingdom's martial candidates and initiating a bloody massacre. The second-generation galactic warriors, legendary super soldiers, have had their meridians replaced by rare, star-grade metal. This rare cosmic life metal not only grants them incredible defense, but also significantly enhances their ability to perceive spiritual energy. As a result, the martial skills they unleash are astonishingly powerful, and the energy their bodies emit is unimaginable. While a meeting was being held within the Xian nation to analyze the situation with these galactic warriors, a terrifying storm erupted among the stars of the alien realm. Upon encountering Xian nation's martial candidates, these second-generation galactic warriors launched immediate and thunderous attacks. Their strength was approximately between the second and third limit-breaking stages, yet their displayed combat prowess far exceeded this level, as if they were in a completely different league from the Xian nation's warriors. Is this the martial skill you pride yourselves on? A galactic warrior genius, clad in a black mechanical exoskeleton, remarked coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. With a casual squeeze, he shattered a surging blade light as if it were nothing. The surrounding martial candidates watched in shock, their pupils contracting involuntarily. What kind of monster are you? You're not from Xian Nation? Someone asked, trembling. I come from the Hao civilization, the true rulers of this land. He replied, raising a hand covered in mechanical bones and pointing to the ground, his eyes radiating a chilling indifference and murderous intent. The oppressive aura was so overwhelming that those around him broke into a cold sweat. In just 2 days, the warriors within the alien realm suffered severe losses. This action enraged many of the alien realm's prodigies. The Hao civilization, a civilization long extinct, dares to act so brutally against the people of Xian Nation. Since they seek death, we shall oblige them, declared several figures sitting cross-legged in a hidden cave, their expressions filled with boundless fury. Although they competed against each other within the alien realm, any foreign force that dared to challenge Xian Nation's bottom line would be met with unity and resistance. Let us be the ones to lay the Hao civilization to rest, to turn them into the dust of history. These prodigies coldly declared. Not just us, even the top 100 monsters in the battle zone will take action, someone added, causing everyone present to show expressions of shock. Each of the top 100 was an elite prodigy. They had once witnessed the prowess of someone ranked 73rd, whose sheer dominance was truly awe-inspiring. Meanwhile, Guchin was entering the final stage of absorbing stardust. His skin became crystal clear, and a kaleidoscope of light emitted from his pores. Guchin's heart beat powerfully, causing the ground around him to tremble. Faintly, a sizzling sound could be heard from his body, as if something was about to break free. Suddenly, a sound of breaking through shackles emanated from within Guchin. Beams of divine light streamed outward from his pores. At the same time, the starry sky revealed a magnificent divine rainbow, like a bridge supporting the stars, standing above Guchin's head. Guchin opened his eyes, and a mighty sound echoed around him. The effect of the star dust was astonishing. Guchin's physical level had broken through, surpassing the 4th stage of golden brilliance, and entering the 5th stage, the divine rainbow. Guchin felt his pores emitting light, indicating that his physical potential had reached an unimaginable level. The advancement in his physical level meant further development of his physical potential, allowing him to continuously break limits at every stage. The path of martial cultivation is a journey of constant evolution. My blood energy should be around 3,600 calories now, Guchin thought to himself. He turned around and suddenly noticed a stormy scene in the distance, with raging wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Under a giant tree, a pale blue fruit grew, surrounded by fierce lightning. Finally, the cosmic silver thunderwood had matured, and a joyful smile spread across Guchin's face. He had lingered in the starry secret ground for a long time, waiting for this moment. The sight before him was astonishing. What was once a withered tree as thick as an arm had grown taller than a person, wrapped in flickering lightning, with a pale blue fruit at the top. Guchin cautiously approached the thunderwood, and a bolt of lightning suddenly struck at him. However, such a level of electricity had no effect on him. He reached out and plucked the fruit, swallowing it without hesitation. Absorbing the fruit beneath the thunderwood was a wise choice, as the surrounding aura of the tree could neutralize the fruit's violent energy. In an instant, Guchin felt a surge of lightning explode within his abdomen, coursing through his meridians. Even with his strength, he couldn't help but be awed by this energy. An ordinary person who took the fruit recklessly would likely have their meridians torn apart by the raging lightning, resulting in instant death. Guchin's blood coursed with the purest lightning, the power of the divine thunder bloodline. He absorbed the fruit's energy ravenously, like rivers flowing into the sea. A system notification sounded, informing him that he had gained 500 gene points. His divine thunder bloodline had evolved, and the purity of the lightning in his blood had increased from 20 to 40. Feeling the surging power within, Guchin raised his fist and struck out. A vast force mixed with the power of thunder whipped up a storm in the void. He realized with joy that the thunder fruit had not only strengthened his divine thunder bloodline, but also granted him the opportunity to unlock a new gene subchain. After careful consideration, Guchin decided to activate a defense-type gene chain, the Black Prison Armor. As he confirmed his choice, a vast and mysterious power erupted from within him. Ancient and forbidden voices echoed across his skin like an ancient ritual. Guchin endured the searing pain, looking down to see dense, mysterious symbols appearing on his skin. After a period of torment, the black prison armor finally took shape. Feeling the newfound power, Guchin was filled with anticipation for the future. Crackling sounds erupted as a pitch-black armor materialized on Guchin's skin. The plates were evenly aligned, exuding an aesthetic appeal and an aura of cold, unbreakable strength. When Guchin gently touched the black prison armor, a chill seeped into his soul, causing him to shiver. He silently assessed the armor's astonishing defensive capabilities, contemplating an opportunity to test its true power. Time had quietly slipped into the 10th day, leaving only 3 days until the martial exam concluded. Guchin realized it was time to end his seclusion and catch up on the outside world's developments. However, he was entirely unaware of the events outside. Meanwhile, battles on the alien stars had reached an unprecedented level of brutality. The martial candidates from the Xia Kingdom were encircling opponents with the second-generation galaxy body. These opponents were like combat machines, possessing unmatched fighting skills. For a time, the Xia Kingdom's prodigies suffered heavy losses. Yet, good news followed. This generation of Xia Kingdom was filled with extraordinary talents, most notably Yi Qingxian. A cold silhouette walked through the alien stars, leaving a bloody path in her wake. In her hand, she held a dripping head, a peculiar one with metallic bones attached like a unique armor, and a face filled with terror. Wow, that's one of the ancient geniuses from the Haoyu Ancient Kingdom, someone exclaimed. Yi Qingxian, ranked among the top 3 on the star rankings, continued to showcase her extraordinary prowess. She casually tossed the head onto the ground, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings as she calmly stated, "The galaxy bodies from the Haoyu Ancient Kingdom, although only at the second limit-breaking level of vitality, possess martial skills and combat techniques surpassing our current level. Warriors below the third limit-breaking level should avoid the battlefield to prevent unnecessary casualties. This is a contest between Xia Kingdom and ancient civilizations, and we will act." Yi Qingshuan's words were like a shot of adrenaline, stirring the blood of the Xia Kingdom's martial candidates. Her influence was immense, not only because she was the goddess of the imperial capital, but also because she had just discarded the head of a second-generation galaxy body like trash. Her words, akin to a declaration of war, spread rapidly across the alien stars, igniting the fighting spirit of Xia Kingdom's prodigies. "Our goddess of Xia Kingdom is mighty. Fight! What's a higher civilization? If humanity wishes to explore the stars, we'll face many advanced civilizations. If we cower here, how can Xia Kingdom conquer the stars? Haoyu civilization is nothing. If it were truly powerful, it wouldn't have been destroyed 1,000 years ago. Xia Kingdom symbolizes rebirth and infinite possibilities. Let's fight." The martial candidates on the alien stars were young and passionate, and their blood was fully ignited at this moment. Meanwhile, back in the Xia Kingdom, parents were beaming with pride. "My boy has grown up. These kids are remarkable, stronger than we ever were. Kids, be sure to stay safe. This generation faces such challenges in the martial exam. Could this be a signal? The first wave to explore the stars might be this very generation." At that moment, a cold voice echoed across the alien stars, unmistakably from a second-generation galaxy body. "Yi Qingxian, right? We will come for your head." Facing this blatant threat, the goddess Yi responded with a resolute single word, "Come." As the words of both sides spread like a storm across the alien stars, an unprecedented super battle unfolded. The second-generation Xinghe bodies, like beasts unleashed, began a large-scale hunt of the martial arts candidates on the alien stars. The top 500 geniuses in the war zone were not to be outdone. They joined the battlefield, becoming the main force against the Xinghe bodies. In the initial clashes, the martial arts candidates suffered losses, but their fighting spirit was fully awakened. Cries of "kill" echoed continuously. The top 100 prodigies in the war zone scattered in various locations, forming a giant net to capture the elusive Xinghe bodies. As time passed, more Xinghe body geniuses awoke. The number of second-generation Xinghe bodies on the alien stars climbed to dozens. The martial arts candidates realized that defeating these powerful, yet isolated opponents was only a matter of time. However, if these second-generation Xinghe bodies were to gather in one place, the situation would become dire. These Xinghe bodies, with physical capabilities far surpassing ordinary people, seemed like perfect machines born for battle. The martial arts candidates couldn't help but wonder what kind of civilization could create such terrifying weapons of war. Facing these natural-born warriors, a sense of instinctive fear arose within them. The cold experiments of body modification were chilling. But at this moment, the martial arts exam became secondary. The enemy before them came from the vast universe civilization. "No matter what they are, Xiao will prevail," someone shouted, boosting the morale of their companions. At that moment, a fierce battle erupted in the southeast. 2 second-generation Xinghe bodies had gathered, working together like finely tuned machines in seamless coordination. In an instant, over 20 martial arts candidates fell, including the genius Wang Jun, ranked 201st in the war zone. Without a core leader, the martial arts candidates fell into chaos. Damn it, we're no match for them, someone cried out in despair. The Xinghe bodies relished the thrill of the hunt, viewing the martial arts candidates as prey. Over 30 martial arts candidates from Xia frantically fled through the forest. Suddenly, a cold figure appeared, a metallic hand swiftly capturing a lagging candidate. A flash of a blade, a spray of blood, and another candidate fell in the forest. This brutal scene was broadcast live across Xia. In recent days, similar one-sided battles had played out repeatedly, each time leaving viewers on edge, deeply concerned for the fate of the martial arts candidates. They suddenly realized how insignificant Xia Kingdom, just stepping onto the path of martial arts, was in the face of advanced civilizations. Without the intervention of the top 100 geniuses of the war zone, it was impossible to contend with these galactic beings. Is this the power of an advanced civilization? The gap is suffocating. The martial skills they prided themselves on were nothing but flawed tricks in the eyes of the galactic beings. Their physical capabilities were terrifyingly powerful. Muscles, cells, and even mechanical skeletons integrated into their flesh granted them immense strength. When two galactic beings joined forces, their combat power was astonishing, even surpassing third limit-breaking warriors. They were ruthless, slaughtering martial examinees as if crushing ants. Countless people watched this unfold live, filled with anger yet powerless. Is the chasm between civilizations really this terrifying? How many formidable civilizations will humanity encounter in its future battles across the universe? In the vast galaxy, the Hallyu civilization might be nothing more than an insignificant grain of sand. These words plunged the entire Zishuan pavilion into silence. Their technological civilization had touched upon galactic being technology artificial geniuses, a taboo in the universe. Mastering this technology could lead to a qualitative leap for a civilization, but the Hallyu civilization perished because of it. On the first day of war with the galactic beings, over 5,000 martial examinees had fallen on foreign stars, and this number continued to rise. They sighed deeply, realizing the only path to survival was seeking refuge under the top 100 geniuses of the war zone. Although these geniuses couldn't guarantee victory against the galactic beings, they could at least confront them. With the cooperation of other martial examinees, they might be able to stem the slaughter. Facing the pursuit of the galactic beings, the martial examinees turned pale. If this continues, we'll all die? Scatter and flee. Look for any top 100 martial examinees nearby. Try to gather help, but don't call anyone outside the top 100. It'll only increase casualties. Several examinees with excellent agility immediately fled in all directions. The two galactic beings exchanged a glance, and one holding a star iron long knife immediately gave chase. Jiang Feishuan felt the cold, oppressive pressure behind him, like a dark wave threatening to engulf him. He ran with all his might, his knees feeling as if they were on fire. The live broadcast happened to be following him, the hearts of countless viewers pounding wildly with tension. Where are the top 100 geniuses of the war zone? We're under attack by Hallyu civilization's galactic beings. Several Xia Kingdom examinees have already died. Is there anyone who can save us? Jiang Feishuan's voice was hoarse, filled with despair. He shouted desperately, but received no response. At that moment, a figure appeared ahead, with wild black hair and sharp eyes, carrying a long spear on their back, walking towards him. Jiang Feishuan cried out in despair. A galactic being is following me. No one but a top 100 genius can stand against it. If you're not one of them, run, don't mind me. However, the figure brushed past him, casually patting his shoulder. A calm, powerful voice sounded, as if mixed with the rumble of thunder. A galactic being? Interesting. The figure moved with incredible speed, brushing past Jiang Feishuan in an instant. Before he could react, a thunderous battle erupted behind him. Blinding lightning surged through the dark sky, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daylight. Jiang Feishuan whipped around to see a tall silhouette standing firm, black hair whipping in the fierce wind like a dragon soaring into the heavens. In the person's hand was a blood-soaked round object, with blood dripping onto the cold ground. A headless corpse lay on the earth, a blood-stained, gleaming silver spear embedded in its chest. It was the second-generation galaxy body that had been pursuing him. In shock, Jiang Feishuan realized that all of this had happened in the blink of an eye. The mysterious martial arts candidate who had brushed past him had instantly slain the immensely powerful second-generation galaxy body. In the live stream, viewers erupted in astonishment after a brief silence. The screen had only shown a blurred figure passing by Jiang Feishuan, followed by a flash of intense light. When the image became clear again, the young man was already holding the severed head of the galaxy body, standing with the spear firmly planted in the ground. Wow, this young man is incredibly strong. A second-generation galaxy body was actually taken down in a second? Who else but Yi Qingxian from the imperial capital could achieve this? Too bad the video quality is poor. We can't see his face clearly. In the purple Xian pavilion, The old man was initially stunned but then broke into a wide grin of joy. Despite the blurry silhouette, the distinctive thunder and spear unmistakably pointed to one person, Guchin, whose martial arts exam results hadn't changed for 6 days. This highly anticipated lightning attribute gene holder had finally appeared, and he had become even stronger. The old man's feelings of guilt vanished, replaced by limitless expectations for Guchin's future. Where had he been all these days? Why had his strength increased so dramatically? These questions swirled in the old man's mind. But one thing was certain: Guchin's appearance would completely change the dynamics of this martial arts exam. The ability to instantly defeat a second-generation Star River entity shocked everyone present. The leader wore a relaxed smile, as if the appearance of this mysterious young man would solve all problems. The high-ranking officials gathered around watched the figure intently, their eyes filled with amazement. Jiang Feishuan stood there, bewildered. "What is a Star River entity? Can you tell me more about it?" he asked quietly. Guchin crouched down and carefully examined the corpse of the Star River entity. He reached out to touch the metal skeleton, discovering that it was interwoven with the flesh like armor sewn into the body. The metal skeleton's hardness was comparable to star-grade materials, which was astonishing. Star River entities are an artificial genius army created by the Hallyu civilization to conquer the universe, an elderly man nearby explained. There aren't many left, but they are incredibly powerful. Their talent, strength, and combat skills far surpass our Xia nation's geniuses. Just yesterday, the goddess He from the capital killed a Star River entity and used its head to declare war on the Hallyu civilization. Now, Xia's martial arts candidates are actively fighting against these Star River entities. Jiang Feishuan watched as Guchin easily bent the star-grade metal skeleton, cold sweat forming on his forehead. This person's physical strength is terrifying, he thought to himself. "Thank you for saving my life," Jiang Feishuan said urgently. "There are 2 Star River entities here. Please, help us save our companions." Guchin stood up, a flicker of anger in his eyes. He had just seen a disdainful look in the eyes of that second-generation Star River entity, as if it was looking down on ants. "Take me there," he said tersely. "Okay." Jiang Feishuan nodded excitedly, thinking that with this formidable martial arts candidate, the Star River entity wouldn't be able to escape. They quickly headed to the battlefield. Along the way, many warriors attempted to assist, but were no match for the second-generation Star River entity. Its moves were wide and powerful, with its vitality approaching the 3rd limit break, at the peak of the 2nd limit break. Boom. With a loud crash, a martial arts candidate attempting to cover the retreat was punched and sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. He was coughing up blood, his eyes full of fear, yet he still roared, "Get lost! The Hallyu civilization has already been destroyed. You are merely the dust of history. The stars hold infinite possibilities, blooming with countless flowers. It might be Xia Nation, but it will never be Hallyu. You are finished." A murderous glint flashed in the eyes of the second-generation Star River entity. Coldly, it said, "You deserve to die, insect." Its voice carried the arrogance of a higher civilization. Suddenly, the Star River entity's pupils contracted sharply. Whoosh. Boom. With a loud explosion, endless lightning transformed into a crystal-clear divine whip, lashing out wildly in all directions. The ground shattered instantly, and a shadow shot forward like lightning, embedding itself into the ground. Amidst the flying dust, a long spear was firmly planted where the Star River entity had stood moments before. From a distance, a calm voice echoed. "Indeed, the Hallyu civilization's insect deserves to die." The second-generation galactic body seemed to be struck by lightning, retreating abruptly. His gaze was fixated on the long spear embedded in the ground. Cold sweat pouring down his face. Had his reaction been a moment slower, he would have been pierced through. He looked up warily at the newcomer, a young man with flowing black hair, dressed in simple clothes yet exuding an undeniable sharpness. This scene left him utterly shocked. As a creation of the most advanced technology of the Hallyu civilization, he always harbored a sense of superiority over the martial arts examinees from the Xia kingdom. Yet now, facing this young man, he felt his blood freeze, as if he were staring at a colossal giant that blotted out the sky. Jiang Feishuan, who followed closely behind, felt this even more intensely. As he approached the area, he witnessed Guchin, like a drawn bow suddenly releasing its power. His spear strike was as fierce as thunder, overwhelmingly dominant. These past few days, they had been hunted by the second-generation galactic bodies, living in constant fear like lambs to the slaughter. The female examinees secretly wept at night while pretending to be calm during the day. But now, standing behind this mysterious martial arts examinee, Jiang Feishuan felt an incredible sense of security, unconsciously straightening his spine. In the live broadcast room, the audience was in an uproar. "Impressive, young man," they exclaimed, clenching their fists in excitement. "That spear strike was incredible. It feels like the roles have reversed. The hunter has become the hunted." Many were astonished to learn that the Xia kingdom possessed such a top-tier martial arts examinee who had remained hidden until now. The past few days of the broadcast had been so oppressive that many chose to stop watching. Even a brief glance at the second-generation galactic bodies was enough to induce shivers, leaving some unable to sleep and haunted by nightmares of being hunted. Now, Guchin's appearance was like a stabilizing force for the entire Xia Kingdom. Are you from the Xia Kingdom too? The galactic body's tone was filled with disbelief, as if unable to comprehend that such a formidable presence could emerge from the Xia Kingdom. Guchin did not respond, simply drawing out the thunder spear. The martial arts examinee behind him was already on the ground, mouth full of blood, breathing weakly. Leave the rest to me, Guchin said, his words reassuring everyone present. He then turned to face the so-called second-generation galactic body. As their eyes met, both sensed the intense power contained within each other. In the ongoing evolution of the human body, the energy accumulated within was like a brilliant star. Whoosh! Two figures vanished from sight in an instant, and the next moment, the cosmos resounded with an earth-shattering clash. The spectators were dumbfounded as they witnessed Guchin and the second-generation Xinghe Physique, Wang Xianchong, engage in a battle beyond ordinary comprehension in the void. Their movements were as swift as lightning, and the extravagance of their maneuvers was awe-inspiring. Every action of Guchin surpassed that of the second-generation Xinghe Physique, as if he had broken through the limits of the human body. The roaring sounds were incessant, shockwaves surged, and the entire battlefield trembled. Suddenly, a colossal bang reverberated through the starry sky. Wang Xianchong was sent flying back like a cannonball, slamming heavily into a massive asteroid. His face was filled with disbelief, bruised and battered, bleeding from his eyes and nose, in a pitiful state. Wang Xuanchong's heart was in turmoil. As a meticulously crafted artificial genius of the Hallyu civilization, he had always considered himself superior. Yet at this moment, he was utterly crushed by Guchin in terms of cellular strength, blood energy, and physical capabilities. Those advanced techniques he prided himself on seemed utterly feeble in the face of absolute power disparity. The Xinghe Physique, not much after all. Guchin's calm words pierced Wang Xuanchong's heart like a blade. Wang Xianchong struggled to escape, but Guchin's voice echoed across the vast starry sky. Why bother? You know you can't escape. Guchin's Tianlei spear transformed into a bolt of lightning, pinning Wang Xianchong to his spot. With a thunderous crash, Wang Xianchong fell, turning to stardust. The entire audience was stunned, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Wang Xianchong, once deemed invincible in their eyes, was so effortlessly defeated. As they gazed at Guchin's retreating figure, they felt a surge of emotion. Big brother, what's your name? Someone couldn't help but shout, knowing that such a formidable presence could not remain unknown on the star rankings. Guchin gently wiped the blood from his spear and slung it over his back. The spear's tip gleamed with a chilling sharpness. He calmly replied, I'm Guchin, from the imperial capital of the Xia Kingdom. An imperial capital genius? With these words, everyone present felt their spirits soar. The astonishing spear strike by Guchin not only vanquished a formidable foe, but also invigorated the hearts of all. Guchin, the name echoed in the live stream, immediately stirring up a storm of excitement. Viewers were reminded of the martial arts candidate who had recently been in the spotlight on the official platform. Hasn't he been inactive for 6 days? I thought he was gone. His name was even moved to the gray section of the star rankings. Even the officials believed he had met with an accident in the alien star realms. However, not only did Guchin reappear, but he also showcased astonishing strength. He effortlessly defeated 2 Xinghe bodies, the innate warriors that the Hallyu civilization took pride in. This scene left all the viewers utterly speechless. Sharp-eyed viewers quickly noticed that the live stream seemed to have been blurred. Even with high-frame display, Guchin's appearance remained indistinct. This must be the work of the officials. Many realized that the protection of talents by the Xia Nation was indeed thorough. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the Gu family was tense. For days, Gu Dongshan and Qin Yuru had been sleepless, especially when members of the preparation department came to talk with Gu Dongshan, advising him to prepare mentally. His heart sank even further. For parents, their son's safety is far more important than achievements. For 6 days, Guchin's score on the star rankings remained unchanged, almost announcing that he had met with misfortune. However, when a familiar voice sounded in the live stream, Guling jumped up excitedly. That's my brother. My brother is fine, she shouted with excitement. Mom, Dad, did you see that? My brother killed all those Xinghe bodies. The war machines of advanced civilizations were no match for him. Guling explained eagerly. These Xinghe bodies have always looked down on our Xia Nation's warriors, treating us like inferior beings. These days, they've oppressed everyone in Xia Nation. But now my brother has killed them all. Ha ha. She proudly waved her phone, showing the discussions in various martial arts groups. Guchin is invincible. Long live Guchin. Such comments filled every chat window. The Gu family's joy was immense. Gu Ling proudly announced in the group, to be honest, I am Guchin's sister. However, her pride was quickly dampened by a reply. Oh, noted. You're the 38th sister of Guchin I've seen today. Guchin's family is indeed quite influential. Gu Ling's nose scrunched slightly in anger as she couldn't help but complain. You people are shameless. Just because Guchin brought glory to Xia country by defeating the Xinghe bodies of the Haoyu civilization, you start riding on his coattails. Telling everyone you know Guchin, it's just too much. Meanwhile, in a distant foreign star, Guchin was intently listening to Jiang Feishuan and others report recent developments. As they spoke, the events outside gradually became clearer in Guchin's mind. The actions of those higher civilizations, Xinghe bodies, were truly intolerable. They regarded the people of Xia country as inferior, treating them as worthless cosmic trash, and who knows how many compatriots from Xia country they had killed recently. At the mention of this topic, anger flared in the eyes of everyone present. This shared sense of indignation deeply affected Guchin. He looked around and spoke in a gentle yet firm tone. Xia country is only at the nascent stage of martial arts, like a seed newly planted in the universe, full of hope and potential. If a civilization that perished 1,000 years ago can extinguish Xia country's budding growth, how will we face the endless civilizations and nations in the cosmic expanse? This is a test, perhaps a test from the universe for Xia country. We will fight on the front lines of the future. Guchin's words carried immense power, compelling everyone to clench their fists. He continued, let's bury Haoyu in this foreign star, let everything return to dust. These words were not only addressed to the martial arts candidates around him, but also to the people of Xia country watching the live broadcast. It was as if, with Guchin's declaration, everything would be settled. The feeling was awe-inspiring. Although people had seen geniuses from the top 100 in the battle zone defeat Xinghe bodies through live broadcasts and heard their inspiring words, none were as stirring as Guchin's. This was likely because of the overwhelming strength he displayed when defeating those two Xinghe bodies, truly bringing the higher civilizations' Xinghe bodies down from their pedestal and dispelling everyone's fear of them. Guchin stood up and slowly walked away, his back straight like a spear. Jiang Feishuan and the others watched him leave, remarking, wow, it feels like we should be following him. The young man, about their age, seemed to have a special charisma that made them want to follow. Once we're on the battlefield, we'll all be comrades, destined to follow him then. Let's go. They quickly got up to catch up, but Guchin's figure had already disappeared. At that moment, Guchin glanced at the star rankings, muttering to himself, I've fallen to this ranking. Looks like after dealing with the Haoyu civilization's Xinghe bodies, I need to quickly earn some points, or this result will be too far behind. However, Guchin was unaware that at that moment, outside the office of the elder in the Zishuan pavilion of Xia country, there was a sudden, urgent knocking. Pavilion master, are you there? Pavilion master? The elder paused, seeming to realize something, then opened the door to find several mature but anxious faces outside. Master Zhang, Master Li, Master Wang, why are you here? These three were the heads of the top 3 genetic academies in the imperial capital of Xia country. For a person, they said in unison, this Guchin, if we're not mistaken, must be a genetic warrior. Although the results aren't out yet, we want to settle this warrior's school choice issue first. The three heads, with their sharp eyes, could discern from the blurry live broadcast of the foreign star that Guchin's potential was truly formidable. The representative from Yoshing Advanced Genetics Academy stepped forward, eyes gleaming with ambition. Standing tall, he proudly declared, our Yoshing has made the greatest contributions to genetic research with the most advanced technology. Nearly half of the members of the Cosmic Sequence Department come from our academy. His gaze fell on Guchin, and with a hint of greed in his voice, he added, this young man, Guchin, possesses immense genetic potential. If he joins Yoshing, we can surely maximize his genetic capabilities. No sooner had he finished than another representative sneered and bluntly exposed. Oh, let's be honest, you just want to use him as a test subject, right? I've heard that those who go to your Yoshing as genetic warriors end up on your little white beds. The Yoshing representative's expression changed, and he hastily defended. That's just routine physical examination. At this point, the representative from Tianyue Genetics Academy interjected, can't you all see? Guchin's physical capabilities are astonishingly powerful. The physical attributes of the Xinghe body are already terrifying, but Guchin might surpass even them. He elaborated, we've studied the combat methods of the Xinghe body. They can perform actions impossible for many humans. Simply put, in a flash of combat, the Xinghe body can achieve a level of 5, while ordinary humans can only reach a 2. That's why there's such a vast difference in strength. The Tianyue representative continued, if Guchin joins Tianyue, we will tailor combat techniques to his physical capabilities, transforming him into a true ultimate solo warrior. Just then, the representative from Shenyue Academy could no longer hold back. No matter what you say, neither Yoshing nor Tianyue can compete with us at Shenyue. We are determined to have Guchin. The elderly man's office descended into chaos. The 3 academy heads were prominent figures in the Summer Nation, each arguing their case. Meanwhile, many members of the preparation department, who were under these 3, remained silent, watching the intense debate unfold. After a long pause, the elderly man finally spoke, his voice calm, yet authoritative. Ultimately, which genetic academy Guchin chooses should respect his own wishes. He paused, his tone turning stern. But he absolutely cannot choose any of your 3 academies. I fear you might dissect him for research. The elderly man was well aware that although these 3 advanced genetic academies were top institutions in the capital, each with its own strengths, their fervor for Guchin's secrets was unsettling. He knew Guchin came from an ordinary background, with a family unable to support the growth of a warrior. Even with the secret support of Xianting martial arts school, it was impossible to develop such an extraordinary talent. Guchin undoubtedly harbored a significant secret, a certainty the elderly man held. Sitting in his position, having led the Summer Nation to rapid development, he naturally had exceptional vision and skills. He spoke firmly. I've seen many with secrets, and as long as they can make outstanding contributions to the Summer Nation, they are worth nurturing. This young man is a child of the Summer Nation, which makes him my child too. His words carried a resolute determination, understanding deeply that protecting and nurturing Guchin was crucial for the future of the Summer Nation. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, true geniuses are as countless as the stars. In this boundless universe, each genius standing at the pinnacle of the starry sky harbors unknown secrets. An old man understands this well. He firmly believes that forcibly probing a genius's secrets is not only foolish but could also lead to catastrophic consequences. Recently, this old man has been in an exceptionally good mood. Although the divine plan of the Xia Kingdom records 100 genetic warriors, he has a special intuition about Guchin. Perhaps it is because Guchin has dominantly crushed the Xinghe body, or maybe for other reasons, but he believes Guchin is extraordinarily unique among them. Just moments ago, 3 masters were quarreling in the old man's office over Guchin. The old man, with a touch of authority, waved his hand and said, "Enough, go back. Arguing here is unseemly." Despite their reluctance, the 3 masters eventually left. They were shrewd enough to understand that besides their 3 academies, only the Martial Battle Gene Academy might have a chance to recruit Guchin. The Martial Battle Gene Academy, recognized as the supreme academy in the Xia Kingdom, has a deep foundation. Even though the Xia Kingdom has vigorously developed other academies in recent years, the status of martial battle remains unshakable. However, the martial arts entrance exam is not yet over, and anything is possible. At this moment, Guchin is unaware that he has become the target of fierce competition among various academies. Meanwhile, in the distant alien stars, a greater storm is brewing. Guchin's feat of decisively killing 2 Xinghe bodies was like a heavy blow, intimidating the remaining Xinghe bodies of the Haoyu civilization. Witnesses claimed that a Xinghe body genius stood there for a long time, looking grave. In recent days, the Xinghe bodies of the Haoyu civilization have become more restrained, no longer engaging in widespread slaughter. However, the crisis is far from over. At this moment, on the alien stars, dozens of shadowy figures are plotting something. Wang Xianchong, Zhang Duanqiu, Mu Dongxing, and Jiang Kuei have fallen. Mu Dongxing was killed by Yi Qingxian, Jiang Kuei by Chu Xian, while Wang Xianchong and Zhang Duanqiu were slain by the same mysterious person. Among this group of shadows, one figure stands out. He is Jiang Zixuan, and unlike other Xinghe bodies, he is equipped with advanced technology from the Haoyu civilization. His left eye is a pale blue lens, continuously flickering with data. This is the Haoyu Star Moon engine, capable of analyzing energy fluctuations, combat frequencies, and even discerning a genius's combat habits and weaknesses. Jiang Zixuan coldly analyzed. Our momentum has weakened, while those Xia Kingdom scum grow bolder. From initially fleeing at the sight of us to now daring to charge forward as if defeating us would bring them glory. These recent battles, especially that mysterious Xia Kingdom genius who slew 2 Xinghe bodies, have utterly shattered our intimidation. The other shadows echoed. We must take action. Eliminate one of their top geniuses. That Yi Qingxian is formidable. Daring to declare war suggests he is a key figure in the Xia Kingdom. A glint of cold light flashed in Jiang Zixuan's eye as he asked in a deep voice, "What do you suggest?" The shadows responded in unison, "Kill. Kill." The word echoed in the air, seemingly solidifying into a palpable intent to kill. Jiang Zixuan spoke slowly, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Yi Qingxian is indeed the most suitable target. She holds a prominent position in the Xia Kingdom and is a key figure in provoking conflict. Killing her will undoubtedly deal a severe blow to the morale of Xia. His words caused a subtle ripple among the Star River entities. The high-tech aura emanating from Jiang Zixuan silently asserted his leadership status. Suddenly, Jiang Zixing broke the silence, asking, "The person who killed Wang Xianchong and Zhang Duanxian, we analyze their information?" Jiang Zixuan shook his head gravely. "It's impossible to analyze. I tried using the Star Moon engine within me for technical analysis, attempting to recreate the scene through battle traces. However, I could only capture a vague shadow, with no concrete information obtainable. This response elicited shock among the surrounding Star River entities. Someone incredulously remarked, "How is that possible? The Xia Kingdom, a mere low-level civilization where martial arts have just begun to emerge, should be easily analyzable by the Star Moon engine. The Hallyu civilization once recorded data from countless civilizations, and even those more advanced than Hallyu could be analyzed by the engine unless they were top-tier entities." Jiang Zixuan spoke in a deep voice. "There's only one possibility. Within the Xia Kingdom's martial candidates, there is an extremely formidable presence. Their life level far surpasses that of a low-level civilization like Xia, even exceeding all civilizations Hallyu has encountered." These words were like a heavy blow, shattering the arrogance within the Star River entities. Shock spread across their faces. Jiang Zixing coldly interrupted their thoughts. "Stop overthinking. Let's deal with the immediate problem first." Meanwhile, within the foreign stars, the martial candidates of the Xia Kingdom were filled with fighting spirit. However, at that moment, someone noticed that the Star River entities seemed to be organizing a large-scale operation. Witnesses saw many Star River entities gathering together, a sight that instilled fear. The Star River entities have always fought individually, and even then, they've caused us significant casualties. Now, with dozens gathering together, how terrifying will their power be? Someone whispered. They must be planning something big. While speculation ran rampant on the Xia side, a Star River entity suddenly made a public declaration. "Yi Qingxian of the Xia Kingdom, we mean what we say. Within 3 days, we will take your head." With these words, the entire foreign star realm fell into a deathly silence. The champions across the celestial realm erupted in fervor. The declaration from the Hallyu civilization was like a heavy hammer striking the heart of every martial arts candidate from the Xia Kingdom. "Within 3 days, we shall take the head of the Xia Kingdom's goddess Yi." Such audacious words were brazenly proclaimed. Amidst the uproar, supporters of Yi Qingxian were incensed. How dare they? Our goddess Yi is of noble status, not to be desecrated by such lowly ants. Yet beneath the clamor, many quietly speculated about the true intentions behind the Hallyu civilization's bold move. With over 2 million martial arts candidates from the Xia Kingdom scattered across the celestial realm, finding Yi Qingxian among them was like searching for a needle in a haystack. This high-profile proclamation by the Hallyu civilization seemed reckless, but it concealed a deeper strategy: to force Yi Qingxian to reveal herself, or to devastate the Xia Kingdom's morale if she chose to avoid the battle. As tension mounted, from a peculiar place in the northeast of the celestial realm came Yi Qingxuan's cold and resolute voice. "I am here, waiting for you to come and kill me." Her solitary figure stood atop the dark mountain, with starlight cascading like a waterfall, adding a touch of mystery to the desolate land. Yi Qingxuan's response was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of the Xia Kingdom's candidates. "Goddess Yi has broken the limits for the 4th time. Her strength is unmatched among us. We will defend Goddess Yi to the death." The shouts echoed, reverberating through the starry sky. Meanwhile, in another part of the celestial realm, Guchin was wandering alone. With a sweep of his long spear, a few sudden starry beasts met their end. Several martial arts candidates who narrowly escaped death thanked him and informed him of the latest situation. Upon hearing the news, Guchin immediately decided to follow these candidates to the battlefield. Along the way, more and more candidates joined them, quickly swelling their numbers to over 300. Voices rose with determination. "We must fight the Hallyu civilization without hesitation." Standing among the crowd, Guchin was moved by the unprecedented unity of the Xia Kingdom's candidates. He straightened his back unconsciously, his eyes shining with resolve. This battle was not only Xia Kingdom's first direct confrontation with a higher civilization, but also laid the groundwork for future conquests across the stars. "Xia Kingdom will prevail." Guchin silently shouted in his heart as he and his companions marched toward the unknown battlefield. Yi Qingxuan's voice echoed from the northeastern corner of the foreign star. There stood a strikingly black mountain, adorned with brilliant starlight that cascaded down in vibrant hues. At this moment, the prodigies of the Xia Kingdom gathered en masse, encircling the area completely. The team that included Guchin finally arrived on the scene, their numbers having swelled to over 1,000. Excitement was palpable among them, but they realized the perimeter was already heavily guarded. Stepping forward from the crowd was a young man with a handsome face and tidy short hair. Chu Qing, a promising talent from the Chu family. Chu Qing spoke in a grave tone. "Everyone, I understand your eagerness. However, this is a crucial battle against the galactic bodies of the Hallyu civilization. Their strength and experience surpass ours. To prevent unnecessary losses, we will select only those whose combat abilities exceed the average." He continued, "Those whose strength is below the second limit-breaking threshold, please step back. The cultivation of the galactic bodies is generally beyond this level, and those who have not reached it should not participate." As soon as he finished speaking, a synchronized shuffle was heard. Out of the 1,000+ martial arts examinees, only 13 remained, including Guchin, who stood tall with a spear on his back, drawing attention. Chu Qing's eyes gleamed as he addressed those who stayed. Thank you for remaining. The galactic bodies we face are from the Hao civilization, far more powerful than us, and ruthless in their methods. Many examinees have already fallen to them. This battle will be brutal, so please consider carefully. The remaining examinees voiced their determination. We came here fully aware of the risks. This is a battle for civilization, for the dignity of Xia's martial arts examinees. How could we retreat? The goddess he stands up for us. How can we back down? Chu Qing's eyes flickered with a different light, and he nodded. Well said. But we must still test your combat strength. In this war, the Xia Kingdom's examinees must prevail. He continued. Please unleash your strongest attack towards the front, so we can assess your strength. Remember, do not hold back. Facing the galactic bodies unprepared could be disastrous. Time is of the essence, and this is our only way to select. The surrounding second limit-breaking talents expressed understanding and prepared to showcase their abilities. Chu Qing stood at the martial arts examination site, scrutinizing the young martial artists before him with a keen eye. As an outstanding representative of the Chu family, he wasn't the most gifted, but his charisma made him the most popular figure in the family. At this moment, he was evaluating each participant's abilities with a seasoned gaze. Not bad, brother. That move was impressive. Chu Qing praised a candidate who had just demonstrated a martial skill. You've passed, but remember to proceed with caution and prioritize safety. He then turned to another martial artist who seemed unsteady, speaking with concern in his voice. Brother, your energy seems a bit chaotic. I advise you not to enter the battlefield. You've all done well to reach this point. Don't risk it for a moment of bravery. Chu Qing's demeanor radiated leadership, making others feel at ease. Just then, his gaze fell on Guchin, and his expression became serious. Guchin took a long spear from his back and, without using any special techniques, simply swung it forward. Yet, this seemingly ordinary strike unleashed astonishing power, causing the air around to vibrate. The nearby candidates recoiled in fear, worried they might be harmed by the terrifying spear energy. Wow, exclaimed a candidate who had previously been saved by Guchin. This guy is incredible. I feel like that simple strike could send me to meet my maker. Another candidate agreed. Yeah, that beast couldn't withstand even one blow from him. These candidates, who had not yet reached the second limit break, could only watch from afar, witnessing the true top-tier talents of the Xia Kingdom preparing to enter the battlefield. A hint of surprise flashed in Chu Qing's eyes as he stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. The Xia Kingdom truly hides many talents. I've never seen this brother before. I'm Chu Qing. May I know your name? Guchin returned the gesture. Guchin, from the Imperial Capital. The Imperial Capital? Chu Qing's eyes lit up. That's excellent. After the martial exam, we must get together. He silently noted the name, convinced that Guchin was among the top combat forces of the Xia Kingdom, even though he had never heard of him before. With a serious expression, Chu Qing said, The upcoming battle is in your hands, Brother Gu. Guchin nodded slightly, then turned and walked toward the dark mountain, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Chu, you haven't assigned him a region yet, a nearby martial artist asked in confusion. Chu Qing smiled calmly. He doesn't need one. People like him, my Chu family, and those true top talents of the Xia Kingdom are our hidden aces. They are the ones who have mastered the energy and blood realm to its fullest, capable of delivering a fatal blow to the galactic body at a critical moment. Has Brother Chu Xian also come? Someone asked excitedly. I hadn't heard anything about him and thought he wouldn't attend this time. Chu Qing didn't answer directly, only offering a meaningful smile. He gazed in the direction Guchin had disappeared, pondering. Could this unexpected surprise be a move planned by those top talents of the Xia Kingdom all along? Perhaps Yi Qingshuan's declaration of war was also part of their calculations. Guchin wandered through the area where the top young martial artists of Xia Kingdom gathered. Each individual here had achieved the second limit breakthrough, with stable vitality and solid skills, making them among the best of their level. His gaze quickly fixed on Yi Qingshuan. She was seated cross-legged atop a dark mountain, eyes closed in meditation. A gentle breeze stirred her long hair, and even in profile, she exuded an astonishing allure. At that moment, Yi Qingshuan's aura was bold, her powerful vitality from the fourth limit breakthrough filling the air, with faint traces of blood energy swirling around. Guchin understood that Yi Qingshuan was boosting the morale of the troops. Her strength undoubtedly inspired these martial exam candidates from Xia Kingdom, bolstering their courage to face the advanced civilization of the Hao stellar body. After all, confronting a higher civilization was no trivial matter. Suddenly, a chilling, uncomfortable aura permeated the air. Yi Qingshuan abruptly opened her lively eyes, her aura surging outward. With a thunderous clash, an invisible collision triggered a violent disturbance in the void. All the martial exam candidates from Xia Kingdom were immediately on alert. They realized that Goddess Yi had just engaged in an aura clash with the adversary. These stellar bodies lived up to their reputation, able to withstand the aura of the fourth limit breakthrough from Goddess Yi. Everyone had felt the immense power of Yi Qingshuan's aura before, knowing that only a handful in the entire Xia kingdom could reach the fourth limit breakthrough. This level was far beyond what effort alone could achieve. Not far away, a group of figures slowly approached. The sight was intimidating. They were tall, resembling standardized robots clad in mechanical metal exoskeletons, with cold expressions like deities looking down on mortals. This was the oppressive presence of an advanced civilization, a severe test for the budding martial arts of Xia Kingdom. The leader, Jiang Zishuan, spoke, his voice gentle yet hair-raising. We have been observing your every move these past days. For a low-level civilization just beginning in martial arts, the courage and organization you've shown are indeed surprising. But unfortunately, the gap between civilizations can't be bridged by mere slogans. Setting foot on this land is an infringement on Haoyu. Although we are insignificant survivors of Haoyu's downfall, we still have the power to annihilate you all. Jiang Zishuan's words were filled with menace. Leave, or perish here. Today, we only want Yi Qingshuan's head. However, the only response from the martial exam candidates of Xia Kingdom was a unanimous word. Battle. Boom. Amidst a deafening explosion, a cataclysmic battle erupted on the battlefield where the top geniuses of the Xia Kingdom gathered. The Xinghe entities shot forth like arrows, transforming into cold, killing machines, hurtling toward the crowd. What about advanced civilizations? We, the Xia Kingdom, have spirit. No one can break our resolve. A martial arts examinee roared, his voice filled with unyielding determination. Boom, boom, boom. The figures of Xia Kingdom's examinees were blasted back like cannonballs, yet more geniuses pressed forward fearlessly. A nimble figure seized an opportunity, and a short dagger flashed like a cold gleam, piercing a vulnerability at the back of a Xinghe entity. With a ripping sound, avoiding the metallic skeleton, it tore through flesh. That examinee yanked hard, ripping out a metallic bone. The Xinghe entity reacted swiftly, instantly striking him away. The examinee spat blood, but his eyes gleamed with the light of victory. Ha ha ha. I opened a wound at its lower back. Focus fire there. Take it down. The surrounding examinees responded, launching a concentrated attack that finally destroyed the Xinghe entity. The brutality of the war was unimaginable. In a brief encounter, over 100 from the Xia Kingdom were already casualties. The Xinghe entities, like tireless machines, had eyes that flickered with inhuman speed, capturing every attack and delivering precise counterattacks. Each punch could severely injure a second-limit martial artist, leaving some unconscious and others wailing incessantly. Guchin's expression was grim as he weaved through the crowd like a swimming dragon, a spear in hand. At that moment, a Xinghe entity was rampaging, with the surrounding examinees unable to withstand it. It murmured, but suddenly sensed danger. Peril. A figure descended like the Grim Reaper, sweeping a spear with mountain-crushing force. Bang. The metallic skeleton of the Xinghe entity's abdomen shattered inch by inch, the terrifying sound leaving it shocked. Before it could finish speaking, it was flung away, crashing into the dark mountain. The mountain trembled, fissures spreading. An icy spear instantly followed, piercing it completely. Jiang Zishuan stood among the crowd, his pupils narrowing sharply. He tried to capture that figure, but only saw a blur. That dark figure caused his Star Moon engine to experience unprecedented lag. Be careful, there's a monster among the Xia Kingdom's crowd, he warned. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxian stood atop the dark mountain, her cold face breaking into a stunning smile. She gazed across the battlefield, suddenly feeling a sense of danger. Her brow furrowed, alarms ringing in her mind. Could there be an even stronger Xinghe entity hidden in the shadows? She murmured to herself, her expression grave. The battle was growing increasingly fierce, with the losses on the Xia Kingdom's side becoming more severe amidst the chaos. On the battlefield, a Xia warrior cursed angrily. Damn it! Do these ghostly things never tire? His gaze fell upon the Xinghe constructs, and a wave of uncontrollable fear surged within him. These enemies seemed endlessly tireless, their bodies covered in star-grade metal skeletons, virtually indestructible. The Xia warriors, lacking star-grade weapons, were unable to penetrate that layer of defense, inflicting minimal damage. A well-informed warrior quietly explained. These beings have bodies modified by advanced technology, modeled after top-tier geniuses. Look, their physical forms are incredibly attuned to spiritual energy, which constantly flows towards them. This makes their bodies like perpetual motion machines, never tiring. The spiritual energy within them continuously activates their vitality, providing them with a ceaseless energy supply. Another warrior, however, was unfazed, lowering his voice to say, "But it doesn't matter. As long as we can hold on and survive, we'll be fine. Have you noticed? Among us, there are true prodigies lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver fatal blows to those Xinghe constructs." Just then, a figure suddenly leaped from the crowd. A long sword descended from above, and with a chilling pressure, it swiftly decapitated one of the Xinghe constructs before disappearing back into the crowd. Another one, someone exclaimed. Indeed, Goddess Yi is just a front for our Xia kingdom, drawing attention. The true prodigies from the star ranking are hidden, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash their deadly force. The one wielding the sword, could it be Chu Xian from the Chu family? It must be him. TSK. There was also a mysterious martial arts candidate who struck earlier. Did you see? Moving like a phantom, they shattered a Xinghe construct with a single spear throw. Humph, these Xinghe constructs underestimate us in the Xia kingdom. But that's because our true talents have yet to reveal themselves. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed across the battlefield. At this moment, Guchin suddenly lifted his head, sensing a powerful presence far surpassing that of any Xinghe construct. That chilling aura lingered in everyone's hearts. Standing atop the dark mountain, Yi Qingxian suddenly rose, murmuring, "It's here. The hidden power has finally made its move." From the direction the Xinghe constructs had come, a figure slowly emerged. Initially concealed in shadows, the figure was tall and imposing, exuding an aura of intimidation. As he stepped into the sunlight, everyone could see his features clearly, a prominent nose and deep-set eyes. However, he lacked the golden metallic skeletons. Instead, his skin seemed to have a faint coating that made him shine brilliantly in the light. His appearance alone brought immense pressure to everyone. The kind of pressure that came from one's very bloodline made the martial arts candidates on the battlefield shudder. The second-generation Xinghe constructs instilled a fear rooted in the unknown, in the advanced technology of higher civilizations. Yet this individual induced a genuine sense of oppression, the kind of oppressive force akin to dominance, making everyone's blood freeze. What kind of creature is this? Yi Qingxian was startled, his gaze fixed on this unique presence before him. Although it emitted the characteristic aura of a Xinghe body, the sense of oppression it exuded was far beyond that of an ordinary Xinghe body. Its appearance was like that of a dormant ancient beast, ready to pounce on its prey at any moment. Yi Qingxian could vaguely hear the sound of rushing rivers, which turned out to be the surging blood coursing through its veins. The surrounding martial arts examinees couldn't help but show expressions of fear as an invisible pressure filled the air. Yi Qingxian suppressed his unease and spoke in a cool voice. "You're different from the others. Are you also a Xinghe body from the Haoyu civilization?" As her words fell, the powerful blood within Yi Qingxian surged like a roaring ocean, gradually calming the fear in everyone's hearts. The person responded nonchalantly, his voice carrying a hint of superiority. "Third-generation Xinghe body, Lu Xingyang. I didn't expect a lower civilization to produce a physical-level genius like you. Breaking through 4 times it truly opened my eyes. And it seems there are hidden talents among you martial arts examinees from the Xia kingdom." These words left everyone present in shock. A third-generation Xinghe body? There was still a third-generation Xinghe body left in the Haoyu civilization. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Zishuan pavilion of the Xia kingdom was tense. The high-ranking members discussed. Third-generation Xinghe body? Did the Haoyu civilization really create such a monster? And after surviving the cosmic storm, this third-generation Xinghe body managed to persist. Damn it. We know nothing about the third-generation Xinghe bodies. Their strength is completely unknown to us. They clearly target our top geniuses, and if even 1 or 2 of them were to fall, it would be a huge loss for the Xia kingdom. An elder spoke gravely. The gap between the third and second generation is like a massive chasm. Only one can emerge from millions of second-generation Xinghe bodies. Swallowing rivers, body like a blazing sun. This is the third-generation Xinghe body. Children, you must return safely. At the same time, countless people across the Xia kingdom watched live broadcasts of the terrifying figure. The comments flooded in. Is that the third-generation Xinghe body? The second generation was already so dangerous. How much more so is the third? Even through the screen, I can feel that overwhelming pressure. Damn, it makes my heart race. Those are just kids. It's hard to imagine the pressure they're under facing such an enemy. This generation of kids has faced so many crises. They're truly remarkable. I can only hope the martial arts exam ends quickly. Safety is the most important thing. This generation will be the backbone of the Xia kingdom, I have a feeling. Having faced such bloody trials at this age against advanced geniuses from higher universes, their future is limitless. Get out. I'd rather my son live a mundane life than face such danger. Just then, Lu Xingyang suddenly frowned slightly. His body, like a blazing sun, radiated terrifying vitality, each cell brimming with intense, volatile energy. His gaze swept over the group of Xia Kingdom martial arts examinees like a hawk and finally settled in a certain direction. This aura is very familiar, Lu Xingyang thought to himself. It seems someone has taken something that doesn't belong to them. In the crowd, Guchin also frowned slightly. Lu Xingyang, wasn't that the name carved on the stone tablet near the heavenly fire blood fruit in the star secret land? The third generation Xinghe body, Lu Xingyang. Lu Xingyang's voice, though soft, was like an invisible sword slicing through the silence of the scene. His gaze locked onto Guchin, and the crowd around them erupted in whispers, directing their attention to this stranger who had just demonstrated astonishing strength. Is that him? Is this the guy who just took down the second-generation stellar body in an instant? He looks unfamiliar. Could he also be a genius martial artist who has broken through the limits 4 times? Voices of discussion rose and fell as the martial arts examinees from Xia Kingdom felt both surprised and excited. Someone couldn't help but shout, "Hey, we found that thing. Why should we give it to him? Tell him to get lost." This remark sparked a chorus of agreement, as the crowd seemed to find an outlet for their pent-up frustration. Guchin walked unhurriedly to the forefront of the Xia Kingdom examinees, standing tall. His actions made those around him hold their breath, sensing an extraordinary presence. This guy is incredibly strong. I feel like his aura doesn't lose to the stellar body on the other side at all. Our Xia Kingdom has produced another prodigy. His companions behind him felt a surge of pride and shared honor. Lu Xingyang's lips curled into an amused smile, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. You don't seem afraid of me, which is unusual. My life form is beyond comparison to beings from ordinary civilizations. Even if you pretend to be calm, you can't completely suppress the inner pressure. It seems you are quite special, showing no sign of fear. He paused for a moment, then continued. You must have found my celestial fire blood fruit, right? It's a cosmic fruit specially cultivated for me, containing immense energy. You should be thankful you didn't eat it recklessly, or you'd have been blown to pieces by the energy. Hand over the fruit. Before he finished speaking, Guchin calmly shook his head. I already ate it. Lu Xingyang initially intended to mock him, but his brow furrowed suddenly. After sensing carefully, he displayed a look of astonishment. You truly are unique. Even a second-generation stellar body would be blown apart by consuming the celestial fire blood fruit. The fruit was cultivated to my third-generation stellar body standards, with extremely volatile energy. An ordinary person consuming it would meet a tragic end. His gaze sharpened. I originally intended to eliminate Yi Qingxian, but it seems today's target can change. As soon as he finished speaking, several terrifyingly powerful second-generation stellar bodies appeared instantly beside Lu Xingyang. He sneered and said, Your Xia Kingdom martial arts examinees are indeed impressive. Though just starting, they are worthy of respect. Both sides have suffered significant casualties recently, and I have a proposal to prevent this war from continuing. His voice suddenly turned icy. Hand over this martial arts examinee. Lu Xingyang's voice echoed across the battlefield, tinged with arrogance and calculation. This war can end immediately. As long as Xia Kingdom hands over Guchin, our Haoyu civilization's starry entities will no longer target your martial examinees. Once you complete the large-scale martial exam activities, you may leave Haoyu Star. As soon as he finished speaking, a clear voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned to see a handsome young man stepping forward, wielding a dark long blade, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a well-proportioned build. Lu Xingyang is it? The young man sneered. A higher civilization, and yet you resort to such despicable psychological tactics? He looked around, his gaze resolute. Though I don't know this comrade, we stand on the same front today. No matter whose life you wish to take, you'll have to step over my dead body first. My name is Chu Xian, from the Chu family of Xia Kingdom. Chu Xian from the Chu family, someone in the crowd exclaimed, the strongest talent of his generation in the martial exam. Lu Xingyang frowned slightly, thoughtful. Another warrior who has broken limits 4 times? For someone from a lower civilization to achieve this, it's already quite remarkable. At that moment, more voices rose from all directions. I am Li Tsangxuan, son of the head of Tsangtian Martial Hall of Xia Kingdom. I will fight to the death today, no retreat. Jiang Heng from the Jiang family of Xia Kingdom, fight. Since the day I became a warrior, I knew this was an extremely perilous path. In today's battle, we will uphold the glory of Xia Kingdom. One by one, geniuses emerged from the crowd, hailing from various parts of Xia Kingdom, some speaking of their lineage, others declaring their identities. Wang Hongshu from Jianghe Martial Hall, Song Jun, son of Master Tsang, he from the Frontier Battle Division, and more elite examinees who had broken limits 3 or 4 times. Their voices were strong and full of fighting spirit. Just then, a stunning figure gracefully descended from the dark mountaintop, standing in front of Guchin. She glanced at Guchin, then turned to Lu Xingyang, her voice cold yet firm. I declare war on Haoyu. All martial examinees from Xia Kingdom will respond. This is the cohesion of Xia Kingdom. So put away your despicable tactics, and don't make us look down on your Haoyu civilization. Before she finished speaking, translucent and evenly proportioned armor plates suddenly formed on Yi Qingxuan's body. Her tone was filled with murderous intent. Today, Xia Kingdom will completely annihilate all remaining starry entities of Haoyu civilization, leaving none behind. Lu Xingyang's expression gradually darkened. The surrounding starry entities, observing the fighting spirit emerging from these Xia kingdom examinees, fell into deep thought. Clearly, this Xia kingdom was far more complex than they had imagined. Guchin's gaze fell upon the exquisite armor worn by Yi Qingxian, and he couldn't help but show a look of surprise. This set of armor was the latest high-tech creation from the Xia kingdom, with an astonishingly high cost. Guchin thought to himself that it was only because he was about to participate in the martial exam that his father barely managed to get him a set. This armor can perfectly integrate with spiritual energy, significantly enhancing defense and the efficiency of spiritual energy flow. However, compared to the star-level metal skeletons of the Haoyu civilization, it still has a considerable gap. At that moment, Chu Xian's voice echoed in Guchin's ear, filled with envy. This armor is truly a masterpiece. I wish I could have a set too. Guchin softly explained. Although this is the latest technology from the Xia kingdom, it's not mature yet. The key issue is its terrifying cost. The Haoyu civilization is so advanced not because their metal skeletons are much stronger than this armor, but because they have the capability to fully equip tens of thousands of second-generation galactic bodies with gear of star-level hardness. In contrast, even if our Xia kingdom exhausts all resources, we can only produce a few sets. Yi Qingxian owning such armor was partly due to the prominent status of the Yi family and also indicated that she had caught the attention of some influential figures. As everyone marveled, Lu Xingyang suddenly let out a contemptuous sneer. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, as if a blazing sun had suddenly risen, with formidable energy spreading wildly around him. Is this the power of the third-generation galactic body? Guchin was secretly astonished. It's much stronger than the second generation, with a blood and energy intensity reaching over 3,900 calories, practically a monster. Whether it's blood and energy, life level, or cell strength, it's overwhelmingly powerful. At this moment, Guchin suddenly spoke up. Leave it to me. His eyes shone with battle intent. The third-generation galactic body was a perfect opportunity to test his strength. Since entering the alien star realm, Guchin's power had undergone a tremendous transformation, and even he wasn't sure of his current limits. The surrounding prodigies tried to dissuade him. Gu, Lu Xingyang is clearly targeting you. This third-generation galactic body is terrifying. His metal skeleton probably exceeds star-level hardness, perfectly adhering to his skin with nearly invincible defense. You should avoid confrontation and let us handle it. Yeah, just stay put and don't act rashly. Lu Xingyang's target is you, and in an unknown fight, none of us stand a chance, others echoed. Although they could sense that Guchin's blood and energy level had reached the third breakthrough, making him top tier among those present, against Lu Xingyang, it was clearly not enough. However, as soon as they finished speaking, a majestic aura suddenly erupted from Guchin. His skin began to glow with brilliant light, vibrant colors swirling around him. The sudden energy wave made everyone present feel a deep-seated fear from their blood and cells. Yi Qingxuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment as she whispered, "This is God-tier physical body level." Yi Qingxian was shocked as she looked at Guchin, recalling that when they first met, he was merely at the radiant gold level. Now, he had leapt to the fifth stage. The crowd gazed at this young powerhouse in astonishment, the air thick with tension. Guchin shot forward like an arrow, his speed so incredible that it made the void tremble and the earth quiver. Lu Xingyang was not to be outdone, disappearing in an instant, moving so fast that he was almost impossible to track. Boom. The two figures collided fiercely in midair, then retreated. Lu Xingyang frowned as he stared at Guchin, who suddenly emitted a peculiar aura. Dark prison armor, Guchin murmured. In an instant, pitch-black armor formed like scales across his skin, exuding a deep and mysterious presence. This armor seemed to embody a cosmic beast, imposing an overwhelming pressure. Lu Xingyang's expression darkened. The black armor was a tremendous source of pressure. He realized this was a terrifying existence that technology could not replicate. The martial arts students from Xia were also moved, surprised by this mysterious equipment that was completely different from Yi Qingxuan's starry sky armor. Yi Qingxian remained silent, knowing that her own starry sky armor was nothing compared to what Guchin wore. Hers was like regular clothing, while his was an unknown and fearsome entity. Guchin took up the thunder gun, its shaft faintly flickering with intense lightning. He stood atop the mountain like a god commanding thunder, the tip of his spear aimed directly at Lu Xingyang. "Oomph! Whatever you are, you're just trash from a lower civilization," Lu Xingyang scoffed, throwing a punch at Guchin. Guchin swung his spear, and the dark prison armor emitted a deep, resonant sound like thousands of cicadas. He executed his top-level spear technique, Azure Dragon Spear technique. With one thrust, the void shattered. Lu Xingyang's pupils contracted as he retreated frantically. He felt his cells being heavily suppressed, and Guchin's attack surged like a tidal wave. Each spear strike seemed capable of collapsing mountains. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Xingyang was struck 3 times in succession, his body accelerating wildly through the void. He finally crashed into a dark mountain, his face filled with shock and disbelief. As a third-generation galaxy body, Lu Xingyang was always confident. His cellular activity far exceeded that of ordinary people, allowing him to exert immense suppression over other beings. Yet now, he felt an absolute suppression from Guchin. Guchin's cold voice rang out, carrying a deadly rhythm. You should fear me. This statement ruthlessly countered Lu Xingyang's initial disdain. In their brief encounter, Guchin proved with his strength. You should fear me. Everyone was stunned. The martial arts examinees from Xia country were left in awe, staring at the scene before them. Guchin appeared like a war god descending, his spear in hand dancing like a dragon. The previously arrogant Lu Xingyang was now being flung through the air like a kite with a broken string, utterly defenseless against Guchin's spear. Holy cow, this is insane, someone in the crowd exclaimed. When did Xia country produce such a terrifying genius? Strange, I don't recall seeing him at the top of the star rankings, another person wondered aloud. An attentive spectator explained. Guchin had already made it into the top 50 during the second ranking update. I've been following him, but his score hasn't moved in the last 2 updates. Maybe he encountered some opportunity. His voice was filled with admiration for Guchin. Could he be a secret weapon that Xia country has been cultivating in the shadows? His strength is off the charts, someone speculated. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Xingyang's body was once again sent flying, crashing into the dark mountain. Yet the formidable defense of the third-generation Star River body was evident. His skin only showed cracks, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Despite his disheveled appearance, he still looked menacing. Lu Xingyang's expression was grim, a fierce glint in his eyes. Swish! Behind him, terrifying diamond-shaped projectiles suddenly appeared, hovering in the air. After a brief moment, these blazing projectiles shot towards Guchin, crackling with flames as they tore through the air, looking particularly frightening. Whoosh! 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 Guchin's figure moved like a phantom, dodging frantically. He skillfully avoided 2 of the flaming projectiles, but the third struck him in the chest. However, his black prison armor trembled violently, its scales opening and closing rapidly like those of a mysterious creature, preventing the projectile from penetrating the defense. Guchin reached out and grabbed the projectile, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. A moon-level weapon. Indeed, the third-generation Star River body of the Hallyu civilization could produce moon-level weapons effortlessly, and this was one of the rarest types. Such a weapon, driven by thought alone, could achieve instant assassination, a level of technology Xia country could not currently forge. Lightning surged from Guchin's palm, enveloping the projectile. Opposite him, Lu Xingyang's pupils contracted sharply as he suddenly lost connection with his projectile. Lightning attribute genes? Lu Xingyang was shocked. No, even with lightning attribute genes, it shouldn't completely sever my connection with the projectile. What kind of genes are these? The third-generation Star River body is comparable to the top 5 in the God River gene sequence, a proud achievement of the Hallyu civilization, rivaling the mysterious gene sequences of the grand universe. Yet, the genetic power Guchin displayed sent shivers down Lu Xingyang's spine. Could it be a gene beyond the God River? Before Lu Xingyang could ponder further, Guchin, like a specter, surged towards the sky, targeting the other 2 blazing projectiles. Is he a thief? Lu Xingyang gritted his teeth, frantically controlling the remaining projectiles. He punched, causing the void to tremble, unleashing endless divine flames. However, this fierce attack was completely neutralized by Guchin's black prison armor. Guchin stood proudly amidst the flames, his hair flowing, completely unaffected. With one large hand wrapped in lightning, Guchin seized the second blazing projectile in an instant. The last one attempted to escape, but was swept to the ground by Guchin's spear. Then, using the high-level genetic energy known as the power of divine punishment, Guchin enveloped all the projectiles. Guchin swiftly acted, enveloping 3 blazing sun divine shuttles with divine punishment power and tying them to his waist. This scene left Lu Xingyang dumbfounded. He had never seen such audacity, someone who would seize an opponent's weapon in the midst of battle. Without uttering a word, Guchin stared intently at Lu Xingyang, as if appraising a rare treasure. He sharply noticed a crystal-clear ring on Lu Xingyang's finger, which sparked his curiosity. Your divine shuttles weren't on you. How did they suddenly appear? Guchin asked directly. Instinctively, Lu Xingyang hid his hand behind his back, but it was too late. He flatly denied. The Hallyu civilization hasn't mastered spatial technology, let alone created small internal spaces. Guchin, disinterested in further argument, vanished in an instant, shooting forward like a precision-guided missile. With a spear in hand, he unleashed the Azure Dragon Spear technique, its power formidable. Flames erupted around Lu Xingyang, attempting to incinerate Guchin. However, the dark armor Guchin wore could withstand flames comparable to the top 5 of the Divine River genes, leaving him unscathed. Guchin's spear pierced through the flames, delivering a heavy blow to Lu Xingyang's chest. A cracking sound echoed as the elite armor plating on Lu Xingyang's chest began to fracture. Guchin's spear thrusts were unmatched in ferocity, making Lu Xingyang feel the threat of death for the first time. This scene inspired the martial arts examinees from Xia country. They shouted in unison, "Guchin is mighty. Brother Gu is truly the pride of Xia country." Enthusiastically, they rushed toward the enemies of the Hao Yu civilization. Upon witnessing this, Yi Qingxian appeared somewhat relieved. Although he had several trump cards, he still felt uncertain when facing Lu Xingyang. Now, with Guchin suppressing Lu Xingyang with a divine rainbow-level physical state and non-human cellular activity, the situation had completely turned. The morale of Xia country's warriors soared as they surged forward. The second-generation galaxy bodies, which initially had the upper hand, began to fall back. The top talents of Xia country joined forces, instantly withstanding the enemy's pressure. Jiang Zixuan observed this with a look of terror. His Star Moon engine couldn't analyze Guchin's weaknesses, with the progress bar crawling slowly, only reaching 1.1337, causing him to feel anxious. On the battlefield, Guchin's spear had already pierced through Lu Xingyang's seemingly perfect metallic skeleton. Lu Xingyang let out a heart-rending scream, desperately trying to execute the Star Shatter technique. However, Guchin gave him no opportunity to cast the spell. With a swift motion, he thrust his spear toward Lu Xingyang's forehead. "Stop your star shattering, just die," Guchin coldly remarked. With a thunderous boom, Guchin's spear penetrated Lu Xingyang's body. The scene was awe-inspiring. Guchin, from a lower civilization, wielding a thunderous spear, had impaled the pinnacle of Hao Yu civilization's Technologia third-generation galaxy body. This is an awe-inspiring scene. Despite the blurry livestream and the frequent shifts in perspective, the enormous attention on the martial arts exam keeps viewers glued to the screen, unwilling to miss a single detail. The battle unfolding is intense, underscoring its undeniable significance. Countless viewers hold their breath, engrossed in discussions. Though they struggle to catch every fleeting detail of the combat, they can still witness the examinees' frenzied charges and hear the thunderous battle cries. Some even catch the roar of thunder and the sound of bodies slicing through the air. Suddenly, the camera shifts, revealing an unforgettable sight. Lu Xingyang, the third-generation Star River entity, who had previously exuded immense pressure, is pierced by a figure wielding a long spear. Oh my gosh, has the third-generation Star River fallen? Who is this young man? He's incredible. Does our Xia nation have such a terrifying genius? Amidst their shock, the audience's excitement is palpable. The fall of the third-generation Star River means that the remaining second-generation entities are no longer a threat, and Xia nation's top elite talents will handle them with ease. Inside the Zixin Pavilion, everyone breathes a sigh of relief. An elder sternly orders, "Identify that person and further investigate his identity. Try to prevent the name Guchin from appearing online." Despite his serious tone, the elder's eyes gleam with delight. After all, this was the third-generation Star River entity of the Hao Yu civilization, said to rival the top 5 divine river gene holders, capable of swallowing rivers and transforming into blazing suns. Guchin not only defeated him but also demonstrated absolute dominance, even seizing Lu Xingyang's 3 blazing sun divine shuttles. Before Guchin, Lu Xingyang seemed unable to exert his full strength, a scenario not uncommon for Xia nation examinees facing Star River entities. The elder thought to himself, "This child is even more precious than we anticipated." The master of the pavilion gazed at the Sunflower divine shuttle, a complex glimmer in his eyes. Though this moon-tier weapon wasn't of the highest grade, it embodied a forging technique beyond the current capabilities of the Xia kingdom, making it invaluable. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a research coat hurried over. The master glanced at him, his tone displeased. He seized the Sunflower divine shuttle. "You're not suggesting he should hand it over, are you?" The middle-aged man's forehead instantly broke out in cold sweat, and he quickly clarified, No. I meant if we could borrow it for study, to see if we could create similar weapons. Its shuttle shape seems to best align with cosmic rules, allowing spiritual energy to flow smoothly, with speed and explosive power that are truly formidable. This could pioneer a new mode of weaponry, different from handheld ones." The man grew increasingly excited as he spoke. The master sighed, "I understand its value. I won't interfere, but your department must handle this properly." The middle-aged man trembled, sensing the threat in the master's words. He hastily assured, "Rest assured, Master, we won't let this genius be dissatisfied with our handling. The Divine Weapon Institute will certainly provide compensation that will satisfy him." Seeing the master's pleased expression, the man finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew the master's indulgence towards geniuses, though this time it seemed excessive. He noticed that recently the master had been smiling more frequently. Despite the Xia kingdom's outward prosperity, it was actually under immense pressure, with looming future crises. The middle-aged man speculated internally. Did the master see the key to breaking through these challenges in this young man? Or Or perhaps he had great hopes for this generation. He looked at the live broadcast of the courageous Xia Kingdom martial arts examinees, a comforting smile spreading across his face. His own child was also among the stars, and he felt both worried and proud. Meanwhile, on the distant stars, the Xia Kingdom martial arts examinees were engaged in fierce combat. After Guchin killed Lu Xingyang, he indeed found a spatial ring on his finger. This fantasy standard storage device appearing in the hands of a high civilization in the stars was a delightful surprise. With Lu Xingyang's death, the spatial ring became ownerless. Guchin easily explored it with his mental power, discovering about 20 square meters of space inside, containing some of Lu Xingyang's personal items. While most of the items weren't highly valuable, Guchin's attention was drawn to a translucent jade tablet. With a thought, the jade tablet appeared in Guchin's hand, emitting a glow. It recorded this star-crushing technique, a martial art capable of activating all body cells for an instantaneous energy explosion, causing massive destructive damage. If mastered to the extreme, it could even obliterate stars. Guchin realized this was a martial art that could grow stronger with him, surpassing even top-tier techniques. He put the star-crushing technique away, knowing it would be a powerful trump card for him. As he savored the intricacies of the star-crushing technique, Guchin felt a surge of joy. This technique was a perfect match for him. The stronger the cellular strength, the greater the power. If it could grow indefinitely, it might even trigger a cosmic storm. Guchin speculated that the star-crushing technique might have been created by observing cosmic storms. However, using it would leave him powerless, unable to harness spiritual energy, like an ordinary person. Despite this drawback, Guchin was still pleased with his acquisition. He placed the 3 divine shuttles into the spatial ring, then joined the battlefield, ready to make his mark. In the crowd, Yi Qingxian raised her delicate hand, and a spiral spike formed from blood energy shot through the air, piercing the forehead of a second-generation Xinghe body in an instant. Her expression was stern, like a cold and unfeeling celestial being, with unmatched combat prowess. More than 5 second-generation Xinghe bodies had already fallen at her hands, each strike precise and lethal. Meanwhile, Chu Xian wielded a dark long blade, cutting through all opposition. The strength of these second-generation Xinghe bodies was clearly inferior to Chu Xian and Yi Qingxian, who had both completed the 4th limit break. Their power far exceeded that of ordinary geniuses, and only the 3rd-generation Xinghe body, Lu Xingyang, could suppress them at the cellular level, preventing them from unleashing their full strength. Among the crowd, the first to awaken was Jiang Zixing, who was burning with anger but was cornered by several 3rd limit break geniuses from Xia country. Behind him, Jiang Zixuan was fully focused on analyzing Guchin's information, trembling and dripping with cold sweat, as if drained of all energy. Weakness analysis at 3.2423. 3.2426. Hurry up. Faster. Jiang Zixuan was on the verge of collapse, his Star Moon engine nearing its limit, yet unable to speed up the analysis of Guchin, nor could he halt the process. Even though the Star Moon engine was the most powerful computational engine of the Hallyu civilization, against Guchin, who seemed like a bottomless black hole, all computing power was instantly devoured. Suddenly, a loud explosion shook the entire scene. Jiang Zixing fell, marking the complete downfall of the second-generation Xinghe bodies. With Guchin's entry into the battlefield, all the Xia country martial arts candidates were invigorated, their fighting spirits soaring. The Hallyu civilization officially declared defeat, and the Xinghe bodies fell one after another. On the battlefield, Chu Qing calmly stated, "We must take these Xinghe bodies' remains back to Xia country. Perhaps we can develop this technology. Our generation may not catch up, but our descendants might become Xia country's Xinghe bodies." His words received considerable support. At that moment, a deafening explosion resounded throughout the area. All Xia country martial arts candidates were startled. Jiang Zixuan's body suddenly exploded, his Star Moon engine overloading due to computational exhaustion, causing his brain to burst. The High-Level civilization's most powerful Star Moon engine completely collapsed and self-destructed while analyzing Guchin's physical form. This scene was both shocking and expected. Although the Hallyu civilization was an advanced civilization in this part of the galaxy, it was not the pinnacle. Guchin's genetic level had reached the chaos tier, a dimensional difference that could not be simply described as a power gap. "We won." Someone whispered these words. Everyone was stunned, falling into a brief silence. Then, cheers erupted like a tidal wave, and everyone became ecstatic, celebrating this hard-won victory. Some were moved to tears, while others collapsed as if drained of all energy. At this moment, the joy of victory filled everyone's hearts. Advanced civilizations, supergalactic entities, and artificial geniuses, these mysterious and unknown beings had once put immense pressure on the martial arts exam candidates, chilling their blood. Now, with the exam concluded, their long-suppressed emotions erupted like a flood breaking through a dam. "We did it! We won! Hurrah!" shouted the martial arts candidates at the front lines, their voices trembling with undisguised excitement and joy. This cheer spread like ripples, quickly echoing throughout the entire examination venue. Over 2 million candidates joined in the chorus, causing the alien stars themselves to tremble. However, amidst the jubilation, someone suddenly noticed the absence of a key figure. It's all thanks to Brother Guchin. Where's Brother Guchin? They asked, looking around, only to find that the young man who had stepped up at the critical moment had already disappeared into the crowd. A true master. He leaves quietly after accomplishing his deeds, hiding his achievements and fame, someone remarked. He's such a mysterious man, so charming, I wish I could marry my Guchin. A female candidate couldn't help but shout. Get out of here, you crazy guy! What are you gay? Someone nearby teased. At this moment, Guchin wasn't basking in the joy of victory. He disliked being the center of attention, and more importantly, he was pressed for time. With 2 days left until the martial arts exam ended, his ranking had dropped significantly, and he needed to improve it quickly. Guchin found a quiet spot to sit down, pulling out 3 divine shuttles from his spatial ring. These diamond-shaped shuttles exuded a faint aura of danger, having been used by the third-generation galactic entity Lu Xingyang to slay countless foes. Guchin decided to refine these shuttles and turn them into his own deadly weapons. However, these shuttles, forged from special metals, resisted Guchin as if they had a mind of their own. Guchin unhesitatingly activated his divine domain genes, causing his cells to boil. In the face of this immense power, the shuttles trembled slightly, then lowered all defenses. Fierce lightning surged within the shuttles, and soon, all 3 had completely submitted to Guchin. They floated above his head and shoulders, with faint lightning sparks flickering between them, holding even more terrifying power than before. Whoosh! With a thought, Guchin sent the shuttles shooting out. A small black mountain in front of him exploded instantly, lightning spreading with destructive force, far surpassing Lu Xingyang's blazing sun shuttles. Since they are now my weapons, they deserve a new name, Guchin mused for a moment. Scorching Thunder Shuttles. After putting away the Scorching Thunder Shuttles, Guchin began reading the star-splitting technique. Although he wasn't in a hurry to master this skill, even a short study had already benefited him greatly. At this time, the martial arts exam entered its final 2-day countdown. The celestial leaderboard switched to real-time updates, making everyone's rise and fall exceptionally dynamic. The exam is finally coming to an end, someone sighed in relief. What a long and thrilling martial arts exam it's been, another remarked. Damn, I just want to get back to my bed and sleep for a whole week. Someone began dreaming about life after the exam. However, for those still fighting for their rankings, the final sprint had just begun. Guchin's exam score dropped to 195, ranking 4,858th in the war zone. This result made him feel a sense of urgency, realizing it was time to challenge more advanced danger zones. At this point, Guchin's abilities had reached the pinnacle among his peers in the Xia Kingdom. Coincidentally, in recent days, formidable class danger zones had appeared in the alien stars. The terror of these zones was beyond ordinary imagination. Even those top geniuses who had broken their limits for the 4th time were probably the only ones qualified to venture into them. Class danger zones? That's practically a death wish, exclaimed a martial arts examinee. We barely survived in class zones. I can't imagine how dangerous class zones must be. Another examinee chimed in. Have you heard? The new class danger zone is called the Heavenly Thunder Range. Each bolt of lightning there is like a spear capable of piercing stars, with incredible power. I just passed by, and a lightning bolt struck right next to me. It was truly overwhelming. As the final ranking period approached, many martial arts examinees witnessed top geniuses beginning to challenge advanced danger zones. However, when it came to those class zones, everyone kept silent, not daring to venture in easily. At that moment, a sharp-eyed examinee suddenly shouted, "Oh my God! Someone entered its class danger zone." "No way," another person said in disbelief. "Entering its class zone? That's insane. As far as I know, only Yi Qingxian of the Yi family and Chu Xian of the Chu family have broken their limits for the 4th time in the entire Xia Kingdom. Even they wouldn't step into its class zone lightly. Who is this person, so daring?" A nearby examinee scoffed. "You're so uninformed. Haven't you recognized who just entered the Heavenly Thunder Range?" "Who is it?" everyone asked curiously. Though he hasn't broken his limits for the 4th time, he's recognized as the #1 in the Xia Kingdom's combat power right now. He's the martial arts examinee who effortlessly defeated the 3rd-generation star river body, Lu Xingyang, yesterday. "Guchin!" everyone exclaimed. Guchin is the one who entered the Heavenly Thunder Range. No sooner had the words been spoken than a series of roars came from the direction of the Heavenly Thunder Range. Intense lightning fell like a waterfall from the sky, while a mysterious and powerful force surged from the ground, unleashing even fiercer thunder. The two forces were locked in a titanic struggle. Soon, a shocking piece of news spread. Guchin had cleared the Heavenly Thunder Range. What? He cleared it so quickly. No wonder he's our brother Gu. He's perfectly cleared in class danger zone. That speed, it's definitely a perfect clear. I remember the reward for the Heavenly Thunder range is a moon-grade weapon, and a very special one at that. The surrounding examinees were still reeling from the shock of Guchin entering this glass zone, only to be further astonished by how quickly he cleared it. Such speed was undoubtedly the hallmark of a perfect clear. Clearing its glass danger zone perfectly was truly unbelievable. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Guchin's ear. Congratulations on clearing this glass zone. Congratulations on obtaining the moon-grade weapon, Thunderbolt Bow. A pitch-black longbow suddenly appeared in Guchin's hand, its body entwined with strands of lightning, exuding a volatile aura. As Guchin gently drew the bowstring, a sound like thunder rolling echoed, leaving a profound impact. In the current Xia Kingdom, bow-type weapons are exceedingly rare. Typically, only master-level warriors are qualified to wield moon-grade weapons, which are mostly conventional arms like swords and knives. These are relatively easier to forge. However, the blazing thunder dart and the newly acquired thunderclap bow in Guchin's possession are beyond the moon-grade level, and even star-grade weapons are extremely scarce given the Xia Kingdom's existing forging techniques. Guchin lightly traced the bowstring with his fingertips, feeling its extraordinary resilience while it emitted a peculiar glow. He speculated that the bowstring might be crafted from the tendons of some unknown exotic beast. As he drew the bow, he immediately felt his spiritual energy deplete rapidly, condensing swiftly into a thunderbolt arrow. The moment he released, the arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning. Boom! A loud explosion erupted as a small mountain was instantly shattered. Witnessing this astonishing power, Guchin couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. A system notification then sounded. You have gained 100 points, clearing this level danger zone. These 100 points propelled Guchin's ranking on the real-time updated stellar leaderboard, skyrocketing to 993rd place at an astonishing speed. Many who were keeping an eye on the stellar leaderboard were shocked to see Guchin's name climb so swiftly. Yet, upon realizing it was Guchin, they were surprised but found it within the realm of expectation. Guchin thought to himself, the Thunder Arena gives me a significant advantage because of my lightning attribute gene and divine punishment power, allowing me to clear it so perfectly. It wouldn't be as easy in other level danger zones. He couldn't help but nod in agreement with his judgment. Over the next 2 days, Guchin embarked on a frenzied points-gathering journey. Meanwhile, Gu Ling and her family closely monitored the changes on the stellar leaderboard. Since Xia Kingdom deliberately avoided broadcasting Guchin's progress, they could only keep refreshing the leaderboard to track his performance. My brother is back in the top 500 of the battle zone. Now he's at 230. In the top 100. He's at 50. Gu Ling's excited exclamations echoed one after another, her excitement palpable. This martial arts entrance exam brought immense emotional upheaval to the family. Previously, when Guchin was placed on the gray list, members of the preparation department even visited to offer comfort, preparing them for the worst. However, when the galactic body pressured Xia Kingdom's candidates, Guchin rose to the occasion, becoming the most sought-after super genius in Xia Kingdom. This dramatic shift from despair to joy made the family experience extreme emotional swings, almost questioning their mental state. On the final day of the Xia Kingdom's martial arts exam, Gu Ling exclaimed again, my brother made it to the top 10. Wow, he's in the top 3. Guchin's score soared like a rocket. Meanwhile, in the foreign star realm, Yi Qingxian and Chu Xian unexpectedly crossed paths. At this moment, all 3 of them were in the top 3 on the stellar leaderboard. Chu Xian said helplessly, it seems we can't compete with him. Guchin's score is increasing too fast. It's clear he's been relentlessly clearing danger zones without a break. Yi Qingxian remained silent, her eyes fixed on the ever-climbing name on the stellar leaderboard. Suddenly, she smiled with relief, thinking to herself, the once impoverished student is finally on his way to becoming the top martial exam scholar in Xia Kingdom. As the Xia Kingdom's foreign star realm martial arts exam officially concluded, the stellar leaderboard would be displayed on the Xia Kingdom's official platform for 7 days. The final announcement from the officials was, the path of the warrior is long and unending. A brilliant evolution awaits you all. Countless martial arts exam candidates in Xia Country looked up to witness the collapse of the void, where foreign stars once shone. Fragments like dragon scales fell from the sky, gradually disintegrating in the void, marking the complete demise of the once dazzling higher civilization. The martial arts entrance exam had finally come to an end. The candidates' faces were etched with exhaustion and relief. These 14 days of exams were not only perilous, but a baptism by blood. They had confronted a higher civilization heathen, and their eyes now held a newfound determination, their youthful features shedding some of their innocence. Everyone felt a sense of transformation. In previous years, the exams would always see the emergence of many brilliant talents, their names shining like stars in the sky for the entire year. However, this year, only one name resonated throughout Xia Country Guchin. This national martial arts exam champion single-handedly defeated the third-generation galaxy body, destined to stir up a storm in universities across the nation. Starlight fell on Guchin's face, his eyelashes shimmering with a faint glow. The thunder spear on his back had vanished, replaced by a crystal-clear ring on his palm, radiating a mysterious light. The martial arts candidates present had an inexplicable feeling. A special era was about to begin. With a soft sound, young people from various regions began to return through the portals. The master who had opened the portals stood firm, exuding a brilliant golden light. The candidates cheered. We're finally back. This exam was so intense, we need a good rest. Amidst the rising discussions, someone remarked, the geniuses this year are terrifying. Any one of them could easily overshadow the top contenders from previous years. I bet if this year's top 100 were to face last year's, they would absolutely dominate. At that moment, the appearance of a figure instantly silenced the entire camp. That young man was none other than the top of the celestial rankings, Guchin. Someone exclaimed, is he really from our camp? Is he really the one from 13 high school? Incredible. Guchin ignored the surrounding exclamations, instead directing his gaze towards Yang Ro in the crowd. This girl from 5th high school was the only person who had been kind to him when he first arrived at the camp. At this moment, Yang Ro's mouth was slightly open, her eyes filled with shock. She sensed Guchin's gaze, her expression tinged with uncertainty. For most people, the main battlefield of the final showdown was beyond reach. Yet, Guchin not only stood at the center of the battlefield, but also slew the most formidable prodigy of the higher civilization, leading a group of geniuses to ultimate victory. It was hard to fathom that such a formidable figure was only separated from them by a wall. Just then, the master, radiating golden light, suddenly walked towards them, and the young people around revealed complex expressions. In Xia country, the status of a master was supreme. The master slowly approached Guchin and spoke. You must be Guchin, right? After the martial arts exam concluded, a master strode over to Guchin, giving his shoulder a firm pat with a broad hand. The master's eyes gleamed with approval as he spoke in a booming voice. You did well this time, bringing glory to the Xia kingdom. Your contribution is the greatest. A wave of joy surged in Guchin's heart. The master's praise was an immense affirmation. Just as he was basking in this sense of accomplishment, a familiar shout reached his ears. Brother! Guchin turned to see a regular sedan approaching slowly. In the driver's seat was Gu Dongshan, visibly excited, and in the passenger seat was Qin Yuru, her face beaming with a smile. From the back seat window, Gu Ling's excited little face peeked out, almost her entire upper body leaning out as she waved vigorously at Guchin. This heartwarming scene filled Guchin with a sense of warmth, as if the fatigue of the past few days was being washed away. He waved goodbye to Yang Ro and then walked briskly towards his family's car. Onlookers couldn't help but marvel at the ordinary family car. In the bustling capital, next to the martial artist's arena, Guchin's family car seemed particularly plain. Yet, it was this seemingly ordinary young man who had become a rising star in the martial arts world. This contrast only deepened people's respect for Guchin. All my resources went to waste, someone muttered quietly. Is the gap between people really this wide? Inside the car, the atmosphere was lively, and the family couldn't contain their excitement. They were bringing home the top scorer of the National Martial Arts exam. In this era that revered martial artists, the title of top scorer held immense weight. Gu Dongshan's hands trembled slightly on the steering wheel, unable to suppress his inner excitement. Back home, friends and relatives came in an endless stream. Wu Donghai, Guchin's aunt, and various relatives came with their families to congratulate them. Throughout the evening, the same phrase echoed in Guchin's ears. Your little Chen has made it. He'll be among the top martial artists in society. Seeing his radiant parents, Guchin couldn't help but smile with relief. He stayed by their side, hosting guests and savoring this hard-earned joy. The next day, the news of Guchin becoming the top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam spread like wildfire across the country. First place on the star rankings, Guchin. Even Yi Qingxian, who broke the limit for the 4th time, could only rank 2nd. A dark horse has emerged, truly astounding. The major genetic academies must be scrambling to recruit him. Online, discussions buzzed incessantly. Wow, Guchin is my senior from 13 High, someone boasted excitedly. Are you stupid? Did 13 High produce any martial artists this year? Came a skeptical reply. However, upon verification, people were surprised to find that Guchin was indeed a student from 13 High. This information further ignited public discourse. 13 High? Isn't that a place full of underachievers? Oh my god, a regular high school student became the top scorer in the martial arts exam. This is truly a dark horse. Guchin's background added even more intrigue to his status as the top scorer. Various headlines began to spread wildly online. A true dragon emerging from a resourceless, backgroundless, impoverished high school. Will the martial arts top scorer from the slums, Guchin, become the future star of the martial world? How did a poorly clad impoverished student become the top scorer who dominates the stars? While these exaggerated headlines painted Guchin as a dragon rising from the garbage heap, they undeniably sparked immense public interest. Guchin's story continued to ferment online, stirring wave after wave of heated discussion. Ding dong. The morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, and Gu Ling, rubbing her sleepy eyes, opened the front door. What she saw outside instantly woke her UPA group of impeccably dressed individuals, exuding an air of authority, stood neatly at the entrance. Gu Ling's eyes widened, her heartbeat quickened, and she quickly turned to call, "Dad, come and see." Hearing her, Gu Dongshan hurried over, and he too gasped at the scene before him. Living in a secluded corner of Jing'an district in the capital, it was rare to even see a cycling office worker, let alone a group of such distinguished figures. At the front stood a middle-aged man with a commanding presence. Gu Dongshan recognized him as a prominent figure in Jing'an district. He remembered seeing this man from afar at an event, where he had sternly reprimanded people whom even Gua Haitang would go to great lengths to flatter. However, at this moment, the man wore a gentle smile and asked warmly, "Is this the home of Guchin, the top scorer in the martial arts examination of Xia country?" Gu Dongshan nodded repeatedly, stammering, "Yes, yes. Please come in." At that moment, Guchin emerged from the inner room. The group's attention was immediately drawn to him, and their eyes lit up with admiration. Despite their worldly experience, the unique vitality emanating from this young man caught them by surprise. "Young man, you are the pride of Jing'an district," the leading figure said enthusiastically, with others chiming in, expressing their warm regards to Guchin. Clearing his throat, the prominent figure continued. "Firstly, Jing'an district has decided to award you a 2 million yuan scholarship in recognition of your outstanding performance in the martial arts examination." This figure made Gu Dongshan and Qin Yu's hearts skip a beat. They knew that scholarships for those admitted to prestigious universities typically amounted to just over 200,000 yuan, so a reward in the millions was unheard of. The prominent figure went on, "Additionally, we have decided to gift you a property in Rongqing Huazhu community for your family's use." Guchin understood that the value of this property was likely close to 10 million. Clearly, these prominent figures were making such a grand gesture to ensure his family wouldn't move to another district when relocating. "Thank you, uncles," Guchin said sincerely. The prominent figures exchanged pleasantries for a while longer, repeatedly urging Guchin to reach out to Jing'an district if he ever faced difficulties, before reluctantly departing. After seeing off the distinguished guests, Gu Dongshan collapsed onto the sofa with a long sigh of relief. His eyes reflected both gratification and a touch of complexity. This sudden stroke of luck was hard for him to digest all at once. These are some of the most influential figures in Jing'an. Normally, your old man here wouldn't have the chance to be called big brother by them, but thanks to you, son. Gu's father stood at the door, eyes gleaming with pride, as he patted Guchin's shoulder. He continued with admiration, "I have an eye for talent, and Guchin's future is limitless. The spirit he possesses surpasses any martial arts prodigy I've ever seen." At that moment, the leaders of Jing'an district hadn't left yet. They stood outside the Gu family's door, their eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. One prominent figure, with a deep gaze, spoke slowly, "It's not just because he's the top scorer in the martial arts exam." Those around were leaders within Jing'an district, still a bit taken aback. A 2 million scholarship and a house worth tens of millions were given away just like that. Someone whispered, that house was already reserved for someone else. Yet the district chief insisted on giving the best to Guchin, offending quite a few people in the process. The prominent figure surveyed the crowd, his tone firm. "As long as Jing'an can keep Guchin, he will be our golden asset for the future. In your positions, you need vision and perspective. Will the top martial arts scorer care about this 2 million scholarship and a 10 million house in the future? When he reaches that level, and you try to connect with him, do you think he'll still care about these small tokens?" Everyone smiled wryly, realizing their lack of foresight. The figure continued, "He's already caught the attention of the Zishuan Pavilion. This morning, Zishuan Pavilion summoned me to that elder's office. You should understand what I mean. Typically, Zishuan Pavilion only approaches potential talents shortly before graduation from top genetic academies. Yet, the martial arts exam just ended, and the elder has already made a move. Could he be the next divine figure for Xia Nation?" "The next divine figure?" Someone gasped, recalling past events. "Remember when Xia Nation faced the pressure from foreign tribes? It was just the beginning. Xia Nation poured all its resources into creating a true martial arts king using the spiritual plants that emerged at the dawn of the spiritual energy resurgence. This was how they withstood the external pressure and bought time for development. A new phase of divine creation." They exchanged glances, aware of some insider information. Xia Nation's divine plan for a new wave of creation had long been conceived, but they had yet to find the right candidate. Could it be him? This question lingered in everyone's mind. As they prepared to leave, a few ordinary cars suddenly stopped at the Gu family entrance. Those who stepped out were plainly dressed, but exuded an extraordinary aura, each radiating a powerful martial artist's presence. "They're all martial artists." The leaders of Jing'an district were visibly shocked. and their strength is terrifying. Someone recognized one of them. That's the head of the Wang Mansion from the Shengyan High Genetic Academy. I saw him at a conference in the southern region before. Shengyan is one of Xi'an Nation's top academies. I didn't expect them to come here personally. Indeed, the top genetic academies are here to recruit, someone marveled. For a headmaster to visit personally, this must be unprecedented. Previously, having a director attend was already impressive, but now even the headmasters are here. In the following time, heads from various genetic academies arrived one after another. Renowned academies from the 4 regions and the 3 super academies in the capital Yoxing, Tianyue, and Xinyue all had their headmasters come in person. This made the influential figures in Jing'an district smile with relief. Thankfully, we came early. The leaders of various prestigious academies gathered in the old, modest house of the Gu family, filling the room with the most prominent figures of the Xia kingdom. These powerful and influential individuals were all crowded together, each eager to extend an olive branch to Guchin. If you join our Advanced Genetics Academy, we promise a scholarship fund of 5 million for martial artists, annual grade scholarships, and full monthly resource support, one leader proposed. Another quickly added, our Genetics Academy offers the same conditions, plus free access to all equipment and a custom-made star-level weapon. We have 45 advanced martial arts books and 7 top-tier ones. You can choose one to study for free each year. The offers became increasingly extravagant. Someone even proposed, if you train at our academy, we'll provide 10 million in funding annually, ensuring you reach the Liuli realm within 3 years. Liuli realm? I can get you to the Grandmaster realm in 3 years, another leader immediately countered. Guchin could only smile awkwardly, nodding occasionally, and exchanged uneasy glances with these influential figures. During a brief pause, Gu Dongshan discreetly called Guchin over, giving him a look that suggested he should continue to wait. At that moment, the door of the Gu house opened once more. An elderly man with white hair and beard, yet exuding vigor, entered. He radiated an aura as vast as an abyss, astonishing everyone present. Even Chief Ji is here, someone exclaimed. Chief Ji of the Martial Arts Academy, a grandmaster, personally recruiting students? The Martial Arts Academy, the premier genetics academy in the Xia Kingdom, boasts deep roots and an exceptional status. Even the 3 currently rising academies cannot compare. The Martial Arts Academy has always held itself as the highest institution, never actively recruiting, as students usually apply voluntarily. It is said that the true martial king of Xia Kingdom, now a pillar of strength, once emerged from this academy. Chief Ji's arrival caused many leaders to leave in resignation. The remaining heads of higher academies greeted Chief Ji before also departing in disappointment. The noise in the Gu family's old house gradually subsided, leaving only an atmosphere of anticipation and tension. The old man gazed at Guchin, a hint of a smile breaking through his serious demeanor. He first praised Guchin for his inspiring battle on the Foreign Star, then revealed his identity. I am the head of the Martial Arts Academy of Xi'an Nation. The old man admitted that his visit was an exception. The Martial Arts Gene Academy had never visited a candidate before school selection. Guchin was the first. Moreover, the academy had offered a scholarship for the first time. 10 million annually for martial artist training, specifically for purchasing training resources. This staggering number made Guchin's heart race. The old man continued, you don't need to worry about martial arts techniques. Our academy is filled with masters, and we have several grandmasters. As long as you show enough potential, these masters will collaborate to tailor the most suitable techniques for you. He emphasized that these promises were genuine. He also mentioned the true king of martial arts in Xi'an Nation, a great figure who withstood the pressures of an era. He is my disciple, the old man said calmly. When he has time, I can arrange for him to mentor you. Both of you possess extraordinary genes. Guchin was shaken, realizing this was the academy he should join. The Martial Arts Gene Academy, the supreme institution of Xi'an Nation. For someone like him, without a background, joining the academy meant gaining the strongest backing. After the old man left, the spectacle of the headmaster vying for talent concluded. Gu Ling was incredulous upon hearing about the 10 million annual scholarship. Guchin corrected her. It's not a scholarship, it's a martial artist training fund, with restricted use. What's the difference? Gu Ling asked innocently. Isn't it faster to use that money to get stronger, and then earn more? Guchin chuckled, ruffling the little girl's hair, thinking to himself that there was some truth in her words. That night, the promised apartment in Jing'an district was delivered. After signing, Guchin officially owned a residence in a high-end community in Jing'an. Gu Ling cheered excitedly. Yay! We're going to live in a big house. When do you start school? Gu Ling asked. The day after tomorrow. Then I'll see you off. Gu Ling's eyes sparkled. You're the idol of all young martial artists in Xi'an Nation now. That's got to be impressive. The Xian Yuan community in Jing'an district is an old residential area with outdated facilities and low-rise buildings, where Guchin's family resides. As night fell, Gu Haidang and his son walked under the dim glow of streetlights to this place. Gu Haidang turned to his son, his eyes filled with anticipation. Ayong, Did you meet your brother Chen in the exotic stars? Guyong heard this and let out a faint smile. Dad, you're thinking too much. In the exotic stars, I've only heard legends about brother Chen. He flawlessly cleared high-level dangerous zones, while I had to gather a team and prepare all day just to enter a clevel zone. In the final battle, I didn't even qualify to be a bystander. Guyong couldn't help but reminisce. When they first met, he thought Guchin was just the son of his father's subordinate who needed his care. Who would have thought that in just half a month, Guchin would transform into the hottest talent in the Xia Kingdom? Gu Haidang patted his son's shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of consolation. Ah, it's good enough that you came back safely. Getting into a genetics academy already met my expectations for you. He paused, then continued. I heard that today, all those big shots in Jing'an district who usually ignore me were scrambling to give your brother Chen money and houses. This society is so realistic, with warriors being the top priority. If Guchun can be kept in Jing'an, our district might see a rise in status, as it means we'll have at least a master-level super warrior. Gu Yong was stunned, finding it hard to imagine the sensation caused by the emergence of a martial arts champion in the Xia Kingdom. He couldn't help but fantasize about such a scene, his eyes gleaming with envy. As the father and son entered the community, Gu Yong suddenly frowned and stopped his father. Wait a minute, Dad. Gu Haitang was taken aback and looked at his son in confusion. What's wrong? Gu Yong glanced around cautiously and whispered. Just now, I felt an inexplicable shiver. It seemed like a figure flashed by. Did you see it? There's no one there. Don't scare me, Gu Haidang said, but instinctively stepped behind his son. He knew that Gu Yong had increased his blood energy to 450 calories during the martial arts exam, and after 14 days of experience, it had reached over 700 calories. His sense of danger had greatly improved due to encounters on the exotic stars. Gu Yong insisted. There was definitely a figure that flashed by. It was just a moment, but I'm sure I saw it. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could it be an assassination? Brother Chen is the martial arts champion of the Xia Kingdom, the current treasure of the whole country. Could someone be trying to harm him? The father and son were instantly filled with fear, the air thick with tension. At that moment, several figures moved silently through the night. They wore light purple robes that covered them entirely, their faces obscured, only their eyes filled with murderous intent glinting in the darkness. One of them whispered, those two must be visiting Guchin's family. Let's kill them too. Another responded briefly, as if deciding the fate of two innocents was as simple and casual as slaughtering livestock. Be cautious, the leader reminded. This time, the organization has deployed 4 experts at the 9th level of the Divine Force realm to ensure a kill. Even if it causes an uproar in the Xia Kingdom, there will be no mercy. The night deepened, the air thick with a stifling murderous intent, like the calm before a storm, ready to erupt into a cataclysmic battle at any moment. The ninefold Divine Force signifies the pinnacle of mastery in the realm of divine strength. This ultimate power courses through the body, unleashing a formidable force with a mere flick of the finger. The purple god cult lurks in the shadows of human martial society, like an invisible serpent. Their decision to deploy such power, risking exposure, underscores their fear of this top martial exam candidate, a fear that transcends regional boundaries. In the darkness, for members of the purple god cult stood, their eyes gleaming with fanaticism. They understood well that if this genetic warrior, capable of slaying the 3rd-generation Star River body of advanced civilizations, were to rise, it would spell disaster for the purple god race. For the sake of the purple god, they silently performed a mysterious and meaningful gesture. At that moment, a voice tinged with disdain suddenly broke the silence. What? Are the brainwashed fools of the purple god cult having a meeting here? Sending out 4 ninefold divine force experts to assassinate the top martial exam candidate from the Xia Kingdom? If that's the extent of the purple god cult's prowess, without even sending out a single Lioli or Grandmaster, it's really not worth our attention. We were hoping to enhance our resumes by exterminating the purple god cult, but if this is all they have, it's truly disappointing. To their horror, the heretics of the purple god cult realized that 3 figures had quietly appeared before them, mocking them with derision. Alarm bells went off in their minds. Have we been exposed? Suddenly, the dark night sky seemed to flicker with the light of Lioli lamps. Boom, boom, boom. Several figures appeared above the heads of the purple god cult members, their bodies as radiant as Lioli, shining brightly in the night like flames. These intimidating figures were evidently Lioli realm experts from the battlefield, each exuding a fierce aura. So many Lioli realm experts? Damn the Xia Kingdom. The members of the purple god cult were instantly filled with despair and began to curse. However, they were merely at the divine strength level, no match for the overwhelming number of Xia Kingdom's Lioli realm experts. In almost an instant, they were all slain on the spot. The 3 top Lioli realm experts who had initially appeared wore skeptical expressions. To attack the top martial exam candidate right after the exam ended, is the purple god cult really this foolish? They meticulously searched the area, looking for any hidden traps. After all, following the exam, Guchin had become a focus of attention in the Xia Kingdom, with countless protectors in the shadows. The network of connections in Jing'an District was fully activated, and top experts from major martial arts institutions were patrolling nearby. However, after thorough investigation, they were both amused and frustrated. It turned out to be merely a straightforward assassination attempt, devoid of any conspiracy or cunning. In retrospect, the Purple God Cult, a group cultivated in the shadows of the Xia Kingdom, brainwashed from a young age to worship the alien Purple God, had gained little actual benefit and yet served as traitors for the alien race. Rational analysis revealed them to be a group of brainless individuals. A middle-aged man from the Border Battle Division gave a cold order. Investigate their identities within the Xia Kingdom, then follow the trail to conduct a comprehensive investigation and root out the entire Purple God Cult. The Purple God Cult has been lurking in the Xia Kingdom for about 20 years, and these two actions have exposed their foolish nature. Although they're incredibly foolish, there's still an annoying thorn. It's time to remove it. He paused, then added, also, ensure the utmost protection for Guchin's family. This is the imperial capital of the Xia Kingdom, and we must not allow anyone with ill intentions to approach or threaten them. We want the children of the Xia Kingdom to evolve on the path of martial arts without distraction. Meanwhile, all of this was witnessed by the Gua family father and son, causing a storm of shock in their hearts. Gua Haiyong and his son witnessed a shocking scene. A few powerful individuals, dressed in strange attire, barely approached the perimeter of Guchin's home before being instantly struck down by a mysterious force that appeared out of nowhere. This left them deeply shaken, stirring a tumult of emotions within. Is that what they call a Lioli realm expert? Guiyong couldn't help but murmur in awe, his eyes filled with longing. I don't even know when I'll break through the Xinjiang realm, and the Lioli realm is a lifetime pursuit for ordinary people. If I could reach that level and join the Border War Department, it would solve all the future cultivation issues for my descendants. Gua Haidang was silent for a moment before sighing softly. Too many important figures in the Xia Kingdom have taken notice of Xiao Chun. It's not surprising, really. Out of over 2 million martial arts exam candidates, there's only one top scorer. In past years, the top scorers have mostly been descendants of elite financial families. Xiao Chun, however, comes from a humble background with no connections. This alone is enough to drive many people crazy and proves his limitless potential. Gua Haiding couldn't help but recall that he had been the one providing Guchin's nutritional meals. Compared to the resources enjoyed by those family prodigies, what Guchin received was truly minimal. He suddenly felt grateful for at least having this connection with Gu Dongshan. That evening, Gua Haidang and his son visited the Gu family. During the meal, Gua Haidang asked, Yong, which school are you planning to attend? Gua Yong looked embarrassed and replied softly, I ranked 1,094,040 in the war zone. I'm afraid I can't stay in the capital. The genetic schools in the capital require much higher scores, so I might have to attend a mid-tier genetic school in the Four Realms. A hint of disappointment crossed his face. Growing up in the capital and now having to travel far for education was a significant emotional adjustment. Gua Haidang turned to Gu Chun with a tone of helplessness. Xiao Chun, you should take care of your brother Yong in the future. He's too simple-minded and straightforward. This small boss, who always seemed capable of anything in Gu Chen's eyes, now showed a vulnerable side. Clearly, the path their children were about to embark on was beyond the reach of ordinary people like them. Gua Haidang and Gu Dongshan talked late into the night before leaving with Guiyong. The following morning, Gu Ling turned on the TV, which happened to be on the news channel that old Gu had watched the previous night. The news anchor's voice came through clearly. According to this city's morning news report, it is well known that the Purple God Cult is a traitorous organization within the Xia Kingdom, posing a constant internal threat. However, last night, martial experts from the preparedness department and various martial arts schools identified the headquarters of the Purple God Cult and decisively crushed it. The operation resulted in the elimination of over 300 cult members. It is reported that the breakthrough in locating the Purple God Cult can be attributed to Gu Chun, the recently announced top scorer of the Xia Kingdom's martial arts exam. Brother, Gu Ling exclaimed excitedly upon hearing her brother's name. Gu Chun had just returned from his morning exercise and approached the television, wearing a perplexed expression. Gu Ling bombarded him with questions. Brother, did you go after the traitors last night? I heard that the preparedness department was able to take down the Purple God Cult thanks to you. They're even going to award you a bonus and a third-class merit. Guchin sat on the sofa, utterly bewildered by the unexpected news, clearly unprepared for such developments. Guchin awoke from a deep sleep to find himself inexplicably awarded a third-class merit. Just as he was puzzling over this, a call from a senior member of the preparedness department came in, revealing the mystery. It turned out that last night, the Zishan sect had dispatched several martial artists of divine strength level to infiltrate Guchin's home and assassinate him. This news sent shivers down Guchin's spine. If not for the preparedness department's timely discovery and neutralization of these assassins, his entire family might have met with disaster. Even more astonishing was that, in the same night, the preparedness department, in conjunction with major extreme martial arts schools, uprooted the Guchin sect, which had been lurking in the Xia kingdom for over 2 decades. Reportedly, a grandmaster of the Guchin sect had fallen, causing a sensation in the martial arts world. Guchin was astounded by the efficiency of the preparedness department's actions. The awarding of the third-class merit had deeper implications. It was both a way to discreetly compensate Guchin and a warning to interested parties nationwide. This is the stance of the Xia kingdom, the preparedness department, the Zishuan pavilion, and the 3 great sacred realms of extreme martial arts schools. Unsurprisingly, the official martial artists forum of the Xia kingdom was abuzz with heated discussions. Popular posts were almost unanimously focused on the eradication of the Zishan sect. Wow, our Xia kingdom's strength is mighty. The Zishan sect, a thorn in our side for years, uprooted overnight? That's impressive. Witnessing the Grandmaster's battle was like watching a one-sided crushing. That Zishan sect Grandmaster, hiding like a mouse all these years, was no match for our battle-hardened Grandmasters. He was blasted in the air, his golden bones bursting into a splendid golden firework, marking the fall of a Grandmaster. It was exhilarating. However, some were puzzled by Guchin's third-class merit award. Wait, why was Guchin awarded this merit? I didn't see him yesterday. Can anyone explain? Soon, someone offered their analysis. I'm not an expert, but I can see some clues. Why was the Zishan sect, after lurking for so long, suddenly uprooted overnight? They've always been low-key. We've only heard of them, never seen them. Their ability to remain hidden was due to their caution. Now that they've been exposed, it must be because they took action. The only action I can think of is the assassination attempt on Guchin. Guchin is this year's brightest talent in the Xia kingdom, a genetic martial artist, top scorer in martial exams. These accolades mean he is destined to become a grandmaster, and even a great grandmaster is only a matter of time. Moreover, a grandmaster who unlocks genetic potential will be a key figure in turning the tide of battle. Let me break it down for you. Zishan sect assassination attempt on Guchin angered the preparedness department. Zishan sect eradicated Guchin awarded third-class merit. Get it? Some still didn't understand. What does that mean? I don't get it. Someone immediately explained. It's about stance. It's the Xia kingdom's stance, a warning. It's telling everyone that Guchin's identity can no longer be hidden, so it might as well be made public. The top martial exam scorer is here, and he represents the future hope of our Xia kingdom. Anyone daring to harm Guchin or plot against him will face the full might of the Xia kingdom. This is to ensure Guchin can train without any worries. This explanation sparked more fervent responses. Wow, I'm so proud. This is exhilarating. The Xia kingdom is so formidable. It's our fortune to be born in the Xia kingdom. Upon learning all the details, Guchin sat on the sofa, a look of shock on his face. He recalled the thrilling scenes from the previous night, when Xia country mobilized unprecedented power to protect him. With 3 grandmasters and 50 experts at the glazed realm, such a lineup would intimidate any adversary. Guchin glanced down at his phone, where his conversation with Yi Qingxian was displayed. Yi Qingxian, with her unique perspective, analyzed. The Purple God cult is merely a pawn for the Purple God clan to irk Xia country. Within Xia's borders, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. She further cautioned, but now you're in the spotlight. While most people wouldn't dare to touch you, if someone is determined to target you, it would be a reckless endeavor. Guchin nodded thoughtfully. Xia country's firm stance reassured him, at least on his home soil. He didn't have to constantly watch his back. Online, discussions about Guchin spread like wildfire. Xia country timely issued a statement, declaring, "Geniuses are the nation's most valuable assets, and any threat to their safety will be regarded as an act against the entire country." After a day's rest, the next morning, Gu Dongshan got ready and called Guchin. It was a special day. Gu Ling was heading to report at the 3rd Martial Arts High School in the capital. The little girl, Gu Ling, unusually set aside her usual mischievousness, appearing both nervous and excited, standing obediently behind Guchin. The Martial Arts High School, with its vast grounds and imposing presence, underscored the nation's commitment to nurturing martial artists. The Gu family's car seemed out of place among the luxury vehicles at the school gate, like an old tin box squeezed into an exhibition of exotic sports cars. Yet, this did not diminish their joy. They drove into the campus full of anticipation, ready to embrace the new chapter in Gu Ling's life. This made old Gu sweat profusely and extremely nervous. The 3rd Martial Arts High School is prestigious, and only families of great wealth or status can afford to send their children there. After all, the resources required to prepare a child to meet the admission standards are considerable. It is exceedingly rare for someone like Gu Ling to pass the exam purely on talent. Standing in front of the grand, imposing entrance of the high school, Gu Ling couldn't help but feel uneasy. Luxury cars arrived one after another, and the students stepping out were brimming with confidence, their eyes shining with a special light. In contrast, Gu Ling felt increasingly self-conscious. This usually lively and active girl now clung closely to her brother, Guchin, feeling at a loss. Many cast curious glances their way, but most were too busy with their own children's enrollment to pay much attention. At that moment, a group of figures hurried out of the school gates. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a crew cut, whose stern demeanor commanded respect without a word. A nearby businessman greeted him obsequiously. "Discipline director, what brings you out here personally?" The middle-aged man merely nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the entrance. Soon, he approached Guchin and asked kindly, "Are you Guchin?" Guchin was momentarily taken aback before nodding. "Yes, may I ask who you are?" The man's face broke into an appreciative smile. "I am the discipline director for the first-year students at the 3rd Martial Arts High School. I've heard that this year's top martial arts exam candidate is exceptional in both ability and talent, a standout in the history of our exams in the Xia Kingdom. Meeting you today, I see the reputation is well-deserved." He then turned to Gu Ling. "And you must be Gu Ling. You've been assigned to Class 1A, with Mr. Li as your homeroom teacher, one of our star educators. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me." It turned out that the discipline director, Wang Tianfeng, had been waiting there since early morning. The potential of the top martial arts exam candidate's sister was evident. Having learned some undisclosed information from the preparation department, he paid even more attention to the siblings, especially after discovering their family background. Gu Dongshan quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Director, for your efforts." Meanwhile, Gu Ling was stunned. In the chat group for the 3rd Martial Arts High School, she had heard that Wang Tianfeng had a fiery temper and was the most feared figure among students. Yet, the director in front of her was unexpectedly gentle. This scene left the surrounding businessmen dumbfounded. They wondered, what kind of family is this to warrant a personal welcome from Director Wang? In front of the entrance to the 3rd Martial Arts High School, a group of middle-aged men in suits stood observing with keen interest. They were parents there to enroll their children, each arriving in luxury cars and dressed impeccably. All of them hoped to find an opportunity to connect with Wang Tianfeng, the head instructor, but had yet to meet him. Wang Tianfeng held a significant position at the 3rd Martial Arts High School. Not only was he involved in the preparation department, but he was also a martial artist of the divine power level, with extensive teaching experience. He was renowned for his meticulous educational approach and his principle of focusing solely on talent, never accepting any gifts, which earned him great respect. Suddenly, the crowd saw Wang Tianfeng personally come out to greet a family. This family was modestly dressed, and their car seemed like a clunker ready for the scrap heap in the eyes of the wealthy onlookers. People began to speculate about the family's background. Wang Tianfeng, showing no hesitation, led Guchin and his family into the school, drawing even more attention. Some speculated that they might belong to a mysterious family, as the young man exuded an extraordinary aura, standing tall and confident, with a spirited look in his eyes. At that moment, a few teachers who had just arrived recognized Guchin. They whispered among themselves, "Isn't that young man this year's top martial arts exam candidate, Guchin? His reputation is well-deserved. His presence is as radiant as the stars. No wonder the preparation department holds him in such high regard. After all, his feat of standing against the advanced civilization's galaxy body is truly inspiring." Before the teachers had finished speaking, the surrounding people widened their eyes in surprise. Someone exclaimed, "He's Guchin, the top martial arts exam candidate." A young man excitedly shouted, "I'm a fan of Brother Guchin. Can I ask his sister for an autograph?" He was about to rush forward when his father held him back. Upon learning of Guchin's identity, the crowd erupted in amazement. They suddenly understood Wang Tianfeng's actions. After all, Wang Tianfeng was known for recognizing talent, and it was said that for truly gifted martial artists, he was even willing to personally invest in resources. Guchin's younger sister, being admitted under special conditions, was likely also exceptionally talented. People couldn't help but wonder if another prodigy like Guchin could be nurtured. Amidst this lively atmosphere, Guchin and his family, accompanied by Wang Tianfeng, slowly entered the gates of the 3rd Martial Arts High School. Generally speaking, if an older brother is a top-notch genius, the younger sister's talent is usually not far behind. Guchin, as the top scorer in the martial arts exam, bears 3rd-class honors, and there's even a rumor that the galaxy body from another realm has been brought back. If the Haoyu incident is resolved satisfactorily, he will receive additional rewards. Such talent naturally attracts a lot of attention. Wang Tianfeng looked at Guchin, admiration shining in his eyes. "Guchin, how many times have you surpassed your limits in terms of blood energy?" "The 3rd time," Guchin replied calmly. "At which point do you plan to enter the divine power realm?" Guchin pondered for a moment. "I'll keep pushing. The 3rd or 4th time might not be my limit." Wang Tianfeng nodded approvingly. "Good, that's the spirit. The highest record for surpassing limits in Xiagua is 5 times, set by that martial king of the past. In those desperate times, he shouldered the burden alone and became a hero of Xiagua." Before he finished speaking, a group of Suntobe students rushed over, their faces filled with excitement. Brother Gu. Brother Gu is so handsome. You're my idol. Can I get your autograph? Guchin broke into a cold sweat, but patiently signed for them and offered some encouraging words. Gu Ling quickly mingled with the others, joking, my brother's achievements are thanks to me constantly pushing him from behind. Sister Ling is unbeatable, the surrounding students chimed in. Guchin helplessly picked Gu Ling up by the collar like a small chick. Ah, brother, what are you doing? Not the face. So many people are watching, let me go. Seeing this, Wang Tianfeng sternly told everyone, hurry up and complete your enrollment. You're almost adults entering the third martial arts high school. The path of a martial artist is tough, and Guchin's achievements are the result of unimaginable effort. If I remember any of your faces lingering here, you'll regret it once school starts. The students dispersed upon hearing this. Guchin breathed a sigh of relief, unaware that the real challenges were just beginning. As they entered the teaching block, every window was crowded with curious faces. That's Guchin, the top scorer in the martial arts exam. So handsome. What an aura. Teacher, can we go down and get his autograph? Bang! A shout echoed in the classroom. Sit down, all of you. What's the use of getting an autograph? If you don't work hard now, how can you achieve what Guchin has? He takes down galaxy bodies like it's nothing, and you? On the battlefield, you wouldn't even be worth cannon fodder. You are the worst class I've ever taught. However, while this teacher was sternly reprimanding the students, his fingers were quickly typing on his phone. Director Wang, can you help me get Guchin's autograph? I need it. After sending, he received an unexpected system notification. Director Wang, the recipient has friend verification enabled. You are not friends yet. Please add them as a friend to chat. The teacher was stunned, disbelief written all over his face. After helping Gu Ling with her enrollment at the 3rd Warrior High School, she officially embarked on the path of a warrior. Gu Dongshan and Qin Yuru looked at their daughter with concern, and even Guchin showed a worried expression. The path of a warrior is fraught with unknown dangers and requires enduring unimaginable hardships. Sensing her family's worries, Gu Ling clenched her fists and resolutely said to Guchin, brother, I will train hard and never let you down. Guchin silently watched his sister, feeling a strong sense of responsibility welling up inside him. He realized that the belief in becoming stronger was growing within him, no matter the time or place. Initially, he wanted to become stronger to improve his family's situation. Now, Guchin's goal was even grander, needed to become strong enough not only to protect his family, but to safeguard the entire Xia kingdom. What are you thinking about, brother? Gu Ling asked curiously. Nothing, Guchin replied with a faint smile, unaware that his sudden change in demeanor was keenly observed by Wang Tianfeng, standing beside him. Wang Tianfeng sensed a burst of energy and spirit emanating from Guchin, a transformation that momentarily startled him. He thought to himself, true strength often comes from unwavering belief. Wang Tianfeng then explained the divisions of martial arts realms to Guchin, from the Qi and Blood realm to the Divine Power realm, and then to the Glazed realm and the Grandmaster realm. Once one refines their entire body to golden bones, they can be called a Great Grandmaster, possessing absolute power on the battlefield. Beyond the Great Grandmaster lies an entirely new realm, the martial Dao True King realm. Practitioners must visualize the stars, absorb their power, and ultimately achieve the title of king. Guchin was intrigued by the martial Dao True King realm, and Wang Tianfeng elaborated further. He recalled with a sigh, it was a dark era. The northern and western borders fell one after another, with alien tribes at the gates of the imperial capital. Our warriors were just beginning. There were only a few grandmasters in the entire Xia kingdom. Although it was a war between humans and myriad tribes, in reality, we were continually defeated. At that time, the invading tribes were weak, yet we had no strength to retaliate. Wang Tianfeng spoke with admiration. In that moment of despair, a warrior broke through the limits of the great grandmaster, merged with the Dao, visualized the starry sky, and successfully entered the martial Dao True King realm. He single-handedly fought against the invading aliens, driving them all away. This victory gave the Xia kingdom a chance to breathe. Guchin listened intently, deeply moved by the sacrifice of the martial Dao True King. Wang Tianfeng continued. That battle left this talented warrior severely injured, forever trapped in the martial Dao True King realm. He possessed star-level genes and could have had a brighter future, but he burned his potential for the sake of the Xia kingdom. Visualizing the starry sky should have been the beginning of his evolutionary path, but it became his endpoint. Guchin was profoundly affected, inspired by the selflessness of this unnamed hero, and became even more determined to grow stronger. The new era calls for new heroes. Wang Tianfeng gazed out the window, his brow furrowed as he spoke in a low voice. The Zishan tribe is far more powerful than the races that invaded our Xia kingdom before. They once battled 4 tribes simultaneously and even sent strong warriors to invade our country. Now, with their full-scale attack, the future looks even darker. Guchin gave an encouraging smile. Keep going, young man. After paying the tuition for Gu Ling's martial arts studies, Guchin also deposited 500,000 in martial resources for her at the 3rd Martial Arts High School. This money was entrusted to Wang Tianfeng, and the school had plans to create a special training resource supply plan for Gu Ling. After seeing Gu Ling into her class, Guchun and his group left the 3rd Martial Arts High School. Mom, Dad, you go ahead home. I need to make a stop at the martial arts hall, Guchin said. He felt a sense of gratitude towards the Xianting Martial Hall, as its master had gifted him a star-level Spear the Sky Thunder Spear before the martial exams, which had proven extremely useful in the alien star realm. Arriving at the entrance of Xianting Martial Hall, Zhang Hui was guiding a few newcomers through their duties. Seeing Gu Chun standing at the doorway with a smile, she was momentarily stunned. Just over half a month ago, Gu Chun had been an anxious would-be martial artist, worried about not having enough money to activate the blood and energy traction device. Now, he was the top scorer in the Xia Kingdom's martial exams. Is Master Feng here? I've come to return the spear, Gu Chun said, with a slight movement of his finger, making the Sky Thunder Spear appear in his hand, its silver gleam causing the pupils of the present martial artists to contract. Zhang Hui snapped back to reality. Master Feng and Instructor Chun are both here. They said you could go directly to them when you arrived. All right, we'll catch up later. Guchin smiled as he walked deeper into the martial arts hall. Once Guchin left, everyone in the hall finally breathed a sigh of relief. The seemingly gentle young man had enveloped the entire lobby in an intense, oppressive aura the moment the spear appeared in his hand, leaving everyone in awe. The new employees whispered among themselves, Sister Jiang, who was that just now? He looks so young, but his presence is terrifying, even stronger than a Shenzhen-level martial artist. That's Gu Chun, the top scorer in the martial exams, Jiang Hui replied, her tone tinged with a trace of envy. Everyone fell silent. While working at a top 100 martial hall in the capital was already an enviable position, they were well aware that they were ultimately the ones who had fallen short on the path of martial evolution. But Gu Chun, his future was a bright path of evolution. How wonderful! Someone murmured softly. Farewell, Gu Chun. Feng Wu and Chen Feiyang stood still, watching the young man who had just topped the martial arts exam in Xia leave, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. They had witnessed Gu Chen's legendary journey of growth, and now, seeing this former boy become a pinnacle of martial excellence, they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Feng Wu gently caressed the thunder spear in his hand and spoke. Gu Chun, this thunder spear was sponsored by Xianing Martial Hall for you to take the exam. Now that it's over, you should keep it. He paused, a complex expression crossing his face. Although, with your talent, this star-level weapon might soon be outgrown, it's an honor for it to serve you for a while. Seeing that both men were resolute, Gu Chun accepted the thunder spear and softly thanked them. After a moment of contemplation, he took out an ancient manual from his coat and handed it to Feng Wu. Master Feng, I have another request for Xianting Martial Hall. Feng Wu raised an eyebrow, curiously taking the manual. Gu Chun explained, this is a top-tier sword technique I found in the Starry Realm Starlight, Sword Chi. I'd like to entrust you with selling it. A top-tier sword technique? And from the Starry Realm? Feng Wu and Chen Feiyang exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with shock and seriousness. They understood this meant it was a martial art from the vast civilization, unfamiliar and priceless in Xia. Gu Chun continued, you know my family's situation, and I'm accustomed to using a spear. This sword technique isn't very useful to me. I have a connection with Xianing Martial Hall, so I hope you can sell it on my behalf. Feng Wu's eyes gleamed as he quickly skimmed through the first few pages of the manual, confirming its extraordinary value. He looked deeply at Gu Chun and asked, how much do you want to sell it for? Guchin replied, a friend told me that ordinary top-tier techniques are priced around a few million. Considering this is a top-tier sword technique from the Starry Realm's vast civilization, 10 million seems appropriate. Feng Wu chuckled. Your friend doesn't quite grasp the market. He patiently explained. In the capital, most top-tier techniques range from 2 to 5 million. But at my level, they aren't sufficient. Masters use divine-level techniques, which are worth far more. He continued. Do you know why you rarely see top-tier techniques on the market? Guchin pondered. Is it because they're all collected by major martial halls and families? Feng Wu nodded, a hint of approval in his eyes. The more people know a martial skill, the easier its weaknesses are to discover. Therefore, when a family or martial arts school values a particular skill, they usually choose to buy it outright to prevent it from circulating in the market. This not only provides a strategic advantage against other forces for future generations and warriors at the glazed phase, but also accumulates a foundation of strength. Master Feng of the martial arts school carefully examined the starlit sword Qi in Guchin's hands, his eyes filled with admiration. He softly said, this starlit sword Qi is not just a top-tier sword technique. It's an unprecedented innovation. If I were to handle its sale, I would estimate the price to be between 15 to 20 million. Hearing this figure, Guchin's heart raced a little faster. Although the Martial Arts Genetics Academy promised him 10 million annually, that funding wasn't entirely at his disposal. A price close to 20 million was undoubtedly astronomical for him. How much commission would you take, Master Fong? Guchin asked cautiously. Fong Wu chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. I don't need a commission. Money doesn't hold much allure for me anymore. I value social impact more. You don't need to worry about that. Guchin nodded thoughtfully. He understood, well, that once one enters the master realm, the resources needed are beyond monetary value and depend on the allocation from the Purple Pavilion. To gain such allocation, one must create value and contribute to the nation. That afternoon, a piece of explosive news swept through the capital like a whirlwind. The top-tier sword technique, Starlit Sword Qi, was up for sale. This news quickly hit the trending list on the official platform of the Xia Kingdom, drawing widespread attention. It was rumored that the Xianting Martial Arts School even ceased external business for the day, with many prominent figures visiting. The next morning, Guchin's phone suddenly rang. Master Fong's excited voice came from the other end. Xiao Gu, good news. Your Starlit Sword Qi is highly valued. We initially planned to sell it to the Sanctuary Limit Martial Arts School for 16 million, but the Purple Pavilion folks came. After a series of evaluations, they finally bought it for 22 million. Gu Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Is the Purple Pavilion that wealthy? Raising the price by 6 million just like that? Fong Wu's voice was filled with envy. It's not just about wealth, young man. The high price is mainly because the seller is you. You're definitely the first for whom the Purple Pavilion would offer such a high price. He paused and continued. This kid comes from a modest background, with limited help to offer. During this time, the Purple Pavilion has found countless ways to send Guchin money, whether through scholarships or the price of Starlit Sword Qi, showing their regard for him. Finally, Fong Wu earnestly advised, work hard in your cultivation and give back to the Xia Kingdom. Guchin deeply understood this principle. Looking at the 22 million displayed on his phone, even with his current mindset, he couldn't suppress his excitement. He immediately gave his father, Old Gu, 1 million, hoping he could relax a bit from his constant hard work. Old Gu naturally declined, but Guchin simply placed the bank card on the table and turned to leave. Then I'll save it for you. All right. Guchin flashed a bright smile and took his family to the best restaurant in the capital for a feast. This was the last indulgence because, starting tomorrow, he would fully commit to preparing for breaking through the fourth limit of Qi and blood. The fourth breakthrough for a martial artist was no easy feat for Guchin. He ventured alone into the ancient god forest, seeking powerful beasts to challenge in hopes of surpassing his own limits. Boom. One beast after another was sent flying through the air like a kite with a broken string. Guchin moved through the forest like a thunderous dragon, unstoppable. Even beasts comparable to those who had undergone the third breakthrough, or close to the fourth, were no match for him. At this moment, Guchin's strength had reached an astonishing level. His entire body seemed to emit a faint divine glow, intertwining with the golden sunlight piercing through the canopy, creating a mystical aura around him. Crash! Beast after beast was sent skyward by Guchin, meeting their end upon hitting the ground. These beasts, which should have been formidable forces comparable to martial artists who had achieved the third breakthrough, were insignificant before him. With a glint of anticipation in his eyes, Guchin encountered another beast of divine strength. He gathered his divine thunder force and struck. Boom! The thunder tore through the air, shredding the beast into pieces. Damn, so weak, Guchin muttered, somewhat frustrated. These beasts weren't even worthy of pushing him to his limits. He pressed deeper into the forest, searching for stronger opponents. Along the way, Guchin mercilessly dispatched any beast he encountered. With 2 million in hand and an annual 10 million in cultivation funds upon entering the Gene Academy, he was no longer concerned with the value of these beasts. Meanwhile, a group of martial artists with divine strength was following the path Guchin cleared. They were astonished by the trail he left behind. Beasts that should have posed great danger were effortlessly swept aside. Look at these wounds. One martial artist pointed to a corpse on the ground. They were likely caused by a spear. Someone cleared this entire path for us. It's unbelievable. As they moved forward, the atmosphere grew tense. Everyone speculated about who could possess such power to clear the way so easily. To lighten the mood, someone started chatting. I heard this year's martial exam selected the strongest generation in the history of Xia. What do you guys think? Huh? Another scoffed. They say they're going to leave us veterans in the dust. The Gene Academy opens soon, and I can't wait to see what's so special about this new generation. Do they really have 3 heads and 6 arms? These students from the Gene Academy were clearly skeptical of the rumors about the new generation. They continued onward, unaware of what challenges might still lie ahead. This year, Xin Mengxian is supposed to start her sophomore year. She and her classmates are sitting under the cherry blossom trees on campus, discussing the new freshmen. Sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on them, and a gentle breeze carries the fragrance of the blossoms. Last year, our generation didn't have such talk, a male student remarked. Now everyone is saying that this year's freshmen are the strongest generation in the history of Xia country. But that top martial arts student is really something. Another female student chimed in, excitement shining in her eyes. There's word that he joined the Martial Arts Gene Academy, which means he'll be our junior soon. I watched some of his combat livestream. The male student continued, gesturing in the air. Even though it was blurry and specially processed, he's still a monster. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and turned to Shun Mingxian. By the way, what's the name of that top student again? I remember it being familiar. Guchin. Ah yes, Guchin. Mingxian, isn't he the one who turned down your poverty alleviation plan back then? At this moment, everyone's gaze was on Shun Mingxian. She remained as radiant and captivating as ever, her long hair gently swaying in the breeze, the epitome of a campus goddess. Yet her expression was somewhat complex. It can't be, right? There are so many people with the same name in Xia country. Someone beside her murmured, trying to ease the atmosphere. However, another person shook their head with a wry smile. Don't be so sure. They say this top martial arts student came from the 13th high school, the very school Mengxian visited for the poverty alleviation program. What? Everyone looked at Shun Mengxian in surprise. Shin Mingxuan's expression grew increasingly complicated. She hadn't expected that the proud young man from 13th high school would transform into the top martial arts student known throughout Xia country. She had confidently assumed back then that he wouldn't achieve much and gave up on the poverty alleviation plan for appearance's sake. Now, the reality was the most powerful echo. The three martial arts students she chose for the poverty alleviation plan ranked at the bottom of the battle zone. Without internal support, they might not even get into the Gene Academy. Meanwhile, Guchin had already joined the prestigious academy in the capital. Though she had only met Guchin once, Shin Mingxian couldn't shake a deep sense of shame and unease. If Guchin appeared before her now, she'd want to find a hole to hide in. Just then, the sound of a beast's wail came from the forest ahead, accompanied by flashes of intense lightning. Look, there's someone up ahead, someone exclaimed. Everyone focused their attention and saw a young man battling a second-tier divine power-level beast. Under his hand, the beast was being relentlessly subdued, the power of thunder sweeping around. So young, is he a gene warrior? What terrifying thunder power! A second-tier divine power-level beast being so easily overpowered. That beast must have just broken through its limits for the first time, but being thrashed like this is too much. Who would have thought the one clearing all obstacles for us along the way would be someone younger than us? Could he be this year's martial arts exam candidate? As everyone speculated, Shin Mingxian was momentarily dazed. Despite the drastic change in that figure from when she first saw him, she recognized him. It was Guchin. They had just mentioned Guchin, and now they encountered him? It seemed too coincidental. Although Shin Mingxian was already a fifth-tier divine power warrior, having initially broken through from the third limit state, her strength was exceptional. Yet now, she inexplicably wanted to curl her toes in embarrassment. He's changed so much, reaching the third limit, almost touching the fourth. Shin Mingxian murmured to herself, her gaze uncertain, her heart unsettled. Choosing the three candidates for the poverty alleviation plan from 13th high school felt like it was just yesterday. But the young man who had refused her had already become Xia country's most elite talent. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted in the forest, as if the earth itself were splitting apart. An unusual aura instantly enveloped the area, like an invisible giant hand clutching the hearts of everyone present, making it difficult for them to breathe and causing cold sweat to trickle down their backs. Is he crazy? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Isn't that the territory of the golden armored giant ape? The golden armored giant ape was the ruler of the ancient god forest's southwestern depths. Even a team of god-level warriors would choose to avoid it. This beast not only possessed the power of a twice-limit-breaking third-level god-strength creature, but its terrifying destructive and defensive abilities were also fearsome. It's said to have devoured a Fortimus limit-breaking beast, showcasing its formidable strength. All eyes were on the young man who had intruded. They assessed that he must be in a similar state of having broken the limit 3 times, with a blood energy foundation comparable to the golden armored giant ape. However, the ape's strength was a full 2 levels higher. Should we help him? Someone suggested hesitantly. Although the golden armored giant ape is troublesome, it doesn't pose a threat to our team. That young man clearly has extraordinary potential, and forming a good relationship could be beneficial in the future. They calculated silently. The young man was likely a gene warrior, holding significant status in Xiagua. Moreover, the beast carcasses encountered along the way highlighted his astounding talent. Offering assistance could mean gaining a valuable ally in the future. They held their breath, waiting for the young man to show fear, ready to step in at that moment. Surprisingly, instead of fear, the young man displayed excitement upon seeing the golden armored giant ape. Without hesitation, he charged at the massive creature, provoking it into a furious roar that sent leaves fluttering down. Something's off, Shin Mingxian murmured, furrowing her brows in analysis. He's trying to use the pressure from the golden armored giant ape to push himself to his limits, to break through his blood energy limit and enter the next realm. What? Others gasped. Breaking the blood energy limit during a fight? Only a madman would come up with such an idea. The group was abuzz with disbelief. Breaking the blood energy limit was an extremely rigorous and difficult process, requiring absolute calm and focus. Yet this young man was attempting a fourth limit break in such a perilous situation? What kind of monster have we encountered? Someone marveled. This summer, only Chu Xian from the Chu family and Yi Qing Xian from the Yi family have reached the fourth limit break. Last year, there wasn't even one. And now, another Gene warrior aiming to break the limit appears. Wait, isn't the top martial exam candidate a lightning attribute Gene warrior? Another suddenly recalled. Can he really succeed? Someone questioned. Breaking the limit in such extreme conditions seems nearly impossible. Too reckless, an experienced warrior sighed, shaking his head. Those strong enough to be in the sacred realm wouldn't turn away a martial exam candidate with limitless potential. Why choose such a dangerous approach? The group exchanged remarks, astonished by the young man's courage yet puzzled by his choice. They held their breath, watching the impending intense battle, unsure of what miracle or tragedy might unfold. Seeking help from a mythical beast to break through limits, isn't that madness? Shen Mingxian watched the distant battle with a complex expression, recognizing the figure as Guchin. He was attempting his fourth breakthrough, and if successful, he would surpass her level. But could such a reckless method truly succeed? Suddenly, a deafening crash interrupted her thoughts. Guchin's figure was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, causing the earth to tremble. The giant golden-armored ape, with its blood-red eyes and fur gleaming like golden armor, was relentlessly suppressing Guchin. The physical strength of this mythical beast was indeed terrifying. However, excitement flashed in Guchin's eyes despite being thrown back. This was the perfect opponent for him to push his limits, a pure contest of physical strength. Boom. Guchin compressed all his energy, spirit, and essence into his body, engaging in a titanic clash with the golden-armored ape. He could feel the suffocating pressure of the opponent's mighty force, immediately putting him in a precarious position. But his mind held one thought. Stronger, stronger. I'm not at my limit yet. The incredible scene left the martial artists present in awe. They watched in disbelief as this young man directly competed in physical strength with the golden-armored ape, as if two mountains were colliding, causing the ground to crack. A martial artist relying on physical prowess competing head-on with a mythical beast possessing strength-based lineage. Guchin was nearing his limit. His skin began to crack, his eyes were bloodshot, and veins bulged all over his body. The onlookers hesitated, considering whether they should intervene and take him to the Holy Realm Extreme Martial Pavilion for a breakthrough. Just then, a crisp crack sounded, as if a special shackle had been broken. Instantly, a dense aura of blood filled the air, turning the sky a deep crimson. The golden-armored ape showed signs of unease, roaring as it tried to continue subduing Guchin. However, a fist emerged from the blood-filled sky. Boom. The massive body of the golden-armored ape was sent flying like a cannonball. The fourth breakthrough succeeded, the spectators exclaimed. How could he break the blood energy limit so quickly? What level is his physical prowess? They wore solemn expressions. Both Yi Qing Xian and Chu Xian, who had also achieved the fourth breakthrough, had reached the black source level in physical prowess. And this young man? A light voice drifted from the forest, finally broke through. No need to hold back in our battle now. The golden-armored ape roared and charged again at the upright figure. But suddenly, a spear appeared in Guchin's hand. Swish! The spear light shot out like a dragon emerging from the sea, piercing the golden-armored ape's skull instantly. Thud! The golden-armored ape fell heavily to the ground, defeated. The astonishing scene left everyone in shock. Even the seasoned Shen Mingxian was speechless at the terrifying spear technique. A top-notch spear technique, and one never seen before. Under the towering trees, as the thunder gradually subsided, the giant ape lay fallen, and dust filled the air. The young man stood with his spear, turning to face the crowd. Guchin had long sensed their presence, but he had been fully immersed in breaking his limits, savoring the thrill of the breakthrough. Using combat to reach an extreme state was indeed rare and could be considered madness. Yet, Guchin's cellular strength and physical level supported such an approach. The exhilarating battle left Guchin refreshed. He glanced at Shen Mingxian and the others, his gaze calm, as if they were mere passers-by. This look gave the martial artists, top students from the Martial Arts Academy, considerable pressure. Are all the new generation this monstrous now? Someone couldn't help but whisper in amazement. The ringing of the phone shattered the silence in the office of the preparation department. Jiang Yu, a newcomer to the department, sat at her desk, nervously staring at the communicator in her hand. Taking a deep breath, she answered the call. Hello, this is Xiaoyu from the preparation department. She tried to keep her voice steady. To her surprise, the voice on the other end was gentle and humble. It belonged to Guchin, this year's top martial arts exam candidate. Jiang Yu had feared he might be stern and difficult to deal with, but she felt slightly relieved. Mr. Gu, this is the resource list prepared for you by the preparation department. Jiang Yu quickly shifted into work mode. The list includes the most favorable prices available in Xia country and resources suited to your current stage. I can also provide some recommendations. Guchin carefully browsed the list, his eyes lingering on a few intriguing items. Star Source Morning Dew, 250,000 per drop, Guchin murmured. Dew from the starry sky, containing starlight power, enhances the boiling of vital energy and blood, accelerates their growth, and nurtures the body. It's recommended to use 10 drops at a time. He continued reading. Mysterious unknown iron block, 1 million. Iron brought back from a mysterious celestial body, suspected to contain exotic cosmic metals. Can be re-examined for metal composition after purchase. Guchin gasped at the prices, which were indeed steep. Using Star Source Morning Dew once would cost 2.5 million, and the mysterious iron block seemed like a gamble, with the possibility of wasting a million. He kept going through the list. High concentration blood tempering biological agent, 50,000 per vial. Blood tempering biological agent, 10,000 per vial. Divine Ape's Essence Blood, 100,000 per vial. Custom Star-Grade Weapon, 2 million. Seeing the high-concentration blood-tempering agent, Guchin was reminded of rumors he'd heard. The agents available on the market were diluted versions. The original high-concentration version was so potent that it once led to the accidental death of a Xia country martial artist, causing quite a stir. Guchin pondered deeply. Although the resources on this list were expensive, each held immense potential. As the top martial arts exam candidate, he knew these resources could be crucial for his breakthroughs. However, the high costs made him carefully consider the value of each investment. The high-concentration blood-refining potion was made available for purchase by Guchin. The Zixian Pavilion clearly had great confidence in Guchin's physical strength. 7 vials of high-concentration blood-refining biological potion, please, Guchin requested without hesitation, ordering a week's supply. Jiang Yu's pupils shrank in shock, her voice laced with undisguised surprise and concern. What? This stuff isn't easy to absorb. It's potent and aggressive. Be careful and don't act recklessly. It's best to take it once a month. Otherwise, it might harm your foundation. In her mind, a terrifying image surfaced. Was this guy planning to take 1 vial a day? That would be like drinking a regular potion, potentially even considering whether to take it before or after meals. Such an idea was too crazy. Even with diluted versions of biological potions, most people only dared to consume them once a month. The potency of these biological potions was too valuable, and the average body couldn't withstand it, let alone a high-concentration blood-refining biological potion. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Guchin replied calmly, though Jiang Yu's unease only grew. However, before taking on this job, her predecessors in the preparation department had already advised her, follow Guchin's plans. For geniuses like him, only they truly understand their own condition. What does the 10 drops of Star Source Morning Dew do? Guchin asked slowly. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and explained in detail. The 10 drops of Star Source Morning Dew can ensure an increase in your blood vitality over the next month, while also strengthening your physical foundation, making your body more resilient. In short, it's similar to a high-end supplement. In fact, anything that can boost the growth rate of any channel's blood vitality is already extremely precious. You can indeed exchange for Star Source Morning Dew. Frankly, at over 2 million, it's a good deal for you. Others would probably need at least 10 million to buy 10 drops, and even if they wanted to buy it, no one would sell it to them. Guchin nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the most important thing when buying resources is the channel. He recalled an example. For instance, the blood-refining biological potion that cost me 10,000 was obtained by Gua Haitang from other channels for 30,000, directly tripling the price. Jiang Yu added, the supply of Star Source Morning Dew in the Xia Kingdom is probably limited. If you don't demonstrate value, don't expect to see any purchasing channels for it. Then I'll buy 10 drops of Star Source Morning Dew and a vial of Divine Crane Essence Blood. Guchin decided decisively. All right, let's buy these for now. Jiang Yu quickly calculated and reported the final price. The total is 2,950,000. Guchin was secretly amazed. This was roughly the amount he had allocated for his resources for the upcoming week, spending 2,950,000. However, he could indeed support this level of cultivation now. Besides, the scholarship from Jing'an District was about to be awarded soon. In contrast, this feeling of spending money on resources was quite satisfying. After hanging up the phone, Guchin's gaze fell on the star-level spear in his ring. A star-level weapon cost around 2 million, which was the price offered by the preparation department, certainly much cheaper than the market price. He couldn't help but sigh. The favor from the Xian Ting Martial Hall is indeed substantial. For Guchin, now holding 20 million, 2 million might not be that expensive. But when he received the Sky Thunder Spear, he was just an unknown martial artist with savings of less than 100,000. The value of this favor was incomparable. In the following days, Guchin focused on practicing the star-shattering technique in his ring. He had been experimenting with it for days and had made some progress. At the same time, he patiently awaited the arrival of those precious resources to fully prepare for the upcoming training. 10 drops of Xingyuan morning dew, 7 vials of high-concentration blood-refining biological serum, and a gene from the divine crane known for speed. This list made the resource allocation manager gasp, his face etched with reluctance. Xingyuan morning dew, he murmured. Currently, only less than 10 people in the Xia kingdom receive this. If it weren't for Guchin, we wouldn't even disclose that using 10 drops at once yields the best results. We only managed to collect 3 drops a year from the stardust, so every use counts. He continued to scrutinize the list. 7 vials of high-concentration blood-refining biological serum? Wow, this kid is a real phenomenon. Our preparation department is really going to take a hit this time. Despite his constant complaints, the manager's hands kept working, preparing resources for Guchin. Listening nearby, Zhang Yu felt a unique sense of excitement. It was thrilling to serve the top martial arts candidate. The next morning, a large truck parked outside Guchin's neighborhood. 3 well-dressed individuals stepped out, each carrying a tightly sealed iron box. Neighbors peeked out, whispering, "Who are these people? They don't look ordinary. What are those iron boxes? I think I saw one glowing. Going to the Gu family's place again, huh? They've had so many important visitors lately." Guchin accepted the resources, amazed at the preparation department's efficiency. After a brief word with his parents, he headed straight to Xuani Martial Arts Hall and requested a secluded training chamber. Without hesitation, he applied the 10 drops of Xingyuan morning dew to his temples. The dense energy adhered to his skin like glue, then seeped into his body. A wave of comfort spread from within. Suddenly, a boiling sound filled the chamber. Guchin's cells seemed to ignite, and the room was instantly filled with a powerful life force. He felt his body become more resilient, as if he had adapted overnight to the state of the divine rainbow realm, even advancing to the mid-stage. A smile spread across Guchin's face, his life force particularly vibrant, as if he had taken a stimulant. He glanced at the life force monitor, which read 4,100 calories. Next, he consumed the high-purity blood-refining biological serum. Instantly, a storm of life force erupted within him, so intense it would have shattered an ordinary warrior attempting a third breakthrough. Yet, Guchin's body absorbed it effortlessly. With a sizzling sound, the life force monitor's reading jumped, 4,300 calories. A flicker of delight crossed Guchin's eyes. In a short time, his life force had increased by 200 calories. Guchin felt the surge of energy within him and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the power of 200 cards of energy after the 4th breakthrough. The quality is incredible. It's now comparable to 1,000 cards after the 3rd breakthrough. This high-concentration blood-refining potion is truly remarkable." Before he could finish speaking, a sudden roar erupted from within him. The upper universe body factor reappeared and was quickly absorbed by him. Instantly, his energy surged again, skyrocketing to 4,500 cards. Such an astonishing rate of improvement would surely make headlines if it got out. Meanwhile, the entire Xia nation was still basking in the excitement following the martial arts examination. All students had made their school choices, and the fervor brought by the exams had only intensified. The starting dates for the major advanced gene academies had been set, and the examinees were eager to embark on their new journeys. All across the streets, people were eagerly discussing, "Isn't it too early for the school year to start? The admission lists just came out. The martial arts exam lasted for half a month, so of course, they need to start early. Wow, the Gene Academy's starting is so thrilling. Back in our days, we learned through trial and error, following whoever improved fastest. These kids are really lucky. Does anyone know which Gene Academy Guchin is attending?" "No idea, the official announcement hasn't been made yet." At that moment, Guchin was fully focused on enhancing his skills, oblivious to the clamor outside. Finally, the opening day of the martial Gene Academies arrived. Early in the morning, Gu Dongshan and Qin Yuru reluctantly accompanied Guchin to the station. The vast expanse of the imperial capital meant a journey from one district to the furthest could take half a day. Thankfully, there was a dedicated railway line within the city, significantly shortening the distance. Qin Yuru held Guchin's hand, her eyes filled with reluctance and worry. "Son, make sure to visit home often after you go to the academy. Don't overwork yourself, and stay safe." Guchin smiled reassuringly. "I will. I'll come back during the holidays, don't worry." With that, he turned and entered the station, though his heart was not at ease. The station was bustling with students reporting for the martial arts exam. A rough voice sounded beside Guchin. "Young man, don't push, take it easy. These are the trains for the top academies. Only the elite ones get to book a dedicated line for their students." The speaker was an ordinary-looking exam student, his tone full of envy. "My academy is in the outskirts, in the Dongye district. I have to change trains 3 times. It'll be dark by the time I arrive." Just as Guchin was about to respond, the entire station fell silent. The exam student shouted excitedly, "The train for the Martial Gene Academy is here. The highest academy in our Xian nation. A group of impressive, well-dressed individuals disembarked from the train. One of them announced loudly, "New students of the Martial Gene Academy, please step forward when your name is called. The train will depart shortly, and it won't wait." The train from the Martial Gene Academy slowly pulled into the station, causing a stir among the martial arts examinees. A group of young people emerged from the carriages, each exuding a powerful aura, clearly having reached the glazed realm. "No wonder it's the most prestigious Gene Academy in Xia country," one of the examinees exclaimed. "These students look about our age, yet they've already attained the glazed realm." This remark sparked a wave of envy. Being accepted into the Martial Gene Academy meant a promising future as a top martial artist. These students were not only exceptionally talented, but would also receive the best training, with limitless prospects. A formidable-looking female martial artist stepped forward, holding a list, and began calling out names. When she saw the first name, she paused slightly and softly announced, "Guchin." The name seemed to have a magical effect, instantly quieting the entire station. Everyone who had participated in this year's martial arts exam knew that Guchin was the top scorer who had shone brightly on the exotic star. "Indeed, Guchin has truly joined the Martial Gene Academy," someone murmured. "Of course, I heard no other academy could lure him away, regardless of the price. This top scorer has his own ideas, and besides, Xia country wouldn't easily hand over such a treasure to another academy." Exactly. They're saying now that compared to other geniuses, Guchin is on a completely different level. There was hushed whispering among the crowd, but Guchin had yet to appear. Despite her fiery demeanor, the female martial artist remained patient and asked again, "Where is Guchin?" Suddenly, a calm voice came from the back of the crowd, "I'm here." Everyone turned to see an unassuming young man raising his hand. The examinee who had been looking around was stunned and stammered, "You're Guchin? I was just—" Before he could finish, the glazed realm female martial artist quickly approached Guchin. She offered a gentle smile and said, "Welcome to the Martial Gene Academy, Junior Guchin. You're special and don't need to undergo the entrance assessment. There's a dedicated rest area on the train for you, and we'll reach the academy's premises in about an hour and a half. Please follow me." Her gentle tone was in stark contrast to her previous authority, making those around even more envious. The examinee who had blocked Guchin earlier was now red-faced and at a loss for words. He never imagined that the person he casually spoke to was the renowned top scorer, Guchin. The battle on the alien star was intense. "Keep it up, brother. In the future, you'll lead us to charge against the other races." As Guchin boarded the train, an older senior gave him a thumbs up. This senior had a rugged appearance and a bold, carefree temperament, clearly an interesting person. The surrounding people also cast admiring glances, all aware that this young man before them was Guchin, who had valiantly fought against advanced civilizations in the battle on the alien star. The station was bustling, and Guiyong stood silently among the crowd. He had ultimately chosen the Northern Gene Academy, known for its harsh, cold climate. The train to the north would be the last to arrive. The conversation of a few alumni nearby caught his attention. "I heard Guchin's father works for your dad?" someone asked. Guiyong nodded. "Wow, it seems the rumors are true. A poor student rising to become the top genius of Xia country. This guy is a legend." Listening to the constant exclamations around him, Guiyong displayed a meaningful smile. A single train ride divided the bustling crowd into two distinctly different worlds. The different gene academies represented their future status in the warrior society. Throughout Xia's history, there have been very few who could rise against the odds in remote academies. Guchin entered a carriage prepared specifically for him, highlighting the Gene Academy of Martial Combat's regard for him. As the train slowly started, Guchin sat quietly, still focused on understanding the star-splitting technique. About an hour and a half later, the train arrived at the Gene Academy of Martial Combat. The campus, covering over 50,000 acres, unfolded before him, with its grand entrance over 30 meters high, showcasing Xia country's ambition to establish a warrior empire. The entrance was adorned with red banners, and welcome slogans were everywhere. "Welcome, class of 2051. Prosper in martial arts. Glorious evolution. The Gene Academy of Martial Combat welcomes new students. Wishing all martial candidates a brilliant evolution, with eyes set on the stars." Several banners were particularly striking. "Welcome, class of 2051 martial exam top scorer Guchin, to the Gene Academy of Martial Combat. Welcome, martial exam top scorer Guchin." Such treatment had not been extended even to last year's top scorer. The train slowly rolled into the campus, with tracks leading directly inside. Guchin couldn't help but admire, but he quickly noticed something unusual. The campus was eerily empty, with hardly anyone in sight. Meanwhile, in the train's control room, the powerful experts at the Glazed Realm exchanged meaningful glances. "It's starting, the unique admission feature of our Gene Academy of Martial Combat," one expert chuckled. "Aren't this year's freshmen supposed to be the strongest ever? How much damage do you think they'll cause the school?" another teased. "I'm not sure, but that Guchin is something else," one expert said seriously. "When I approached him earlier, My cells momentarily froze. It was only for an instant, but I felt a significant threat. Lu Fengfei's interest was piqued. If we don't release some high-level divine beasts this year, it's going to be quite embarrassing. The new students were initially filled with the excitement of starting their academic journey, but soon a sense of unease began to creep in. The eerie calmness of the Martial Gene Academy was puzzling. Aside from the welcoming banner at the entrance, the campus was eerily deserted. The vast playground lay silent, as if abandoned for a long time. Their hearts racing, a foreboding feeling spread among the freshmen. Suddenly, a shrill alarm shattered the eerie silence from deep within the academy. "Attention, level warning," blared the loudspeakers across the campus. "An incident has occurred at the Beast Iron City within the Martial Gene Academy. A total of 10,000 beasts have escaped. To prevent them from fleeing the premises, the entire academy is now under lockdown. All students and staff are advised to ensure their own safety and await further instructions as the academy investigates the breach." As the announcement concluded, a thunderous boom reverberated through the grounds. The academy's walls rapidly extended upwards like an iron cage, and metallic structures outside the main gate quickly assembled into a massive steel fortress, completely isolating the academy from the outside world. The faces of all the freshmen turned pale with disbelief at this sudden turn of events. They had just stepped onto campus, only to find themselves in such peril. 10,000 beasts of unknown classification were now roaming freely within the academy. Someone whispered, "The Martial Gene Academy has a special area called Beast Iron City, designed to house and contain beasts. If something goes wrong there, it spells disaster." Only then did the freshmen grasp the gravity of the situation, anxiously looking around. "Is anyone here to help us? Where are the seniors who welcomed us?" Yet, those senior students from the glazed realm were nowhere to be found. At that moment, the train doors suddenly opened with a loud, hissing steam sound. It was as if a trough had just been lowered in a pig pen, and all the examinees immediately stood on high alert. In the distance, the shadows of beasts loomed. The Martial Gene Academy was shrouded in a mysterious black mist, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The overcast sky blocked out the sun, and a deathly silence pervaded the entire campus. The freshmen were utterly panicked. "I came here to study, not to become beast fodder," someone shouted in terror. "I saw a divine strength-level beast, some even comparable to a third limit break. They're as large as hills. Are these beasts here to kill us?" The ferocity and brutality of the beasts were well known, and those with powerful bloodlines were even more terrifying. The freshmen looked at each other, bewildered. "What do we do now? Is anyone from the Martial Gene Academy coming to help us?" A wave of fear and anxiety washed over the young students. They had expected a hopeful start to their campus life, but on their first day, they were thrust into such a dangerous situation. The unknown fear loomed over everyone, as they worried about their safety and questioned the school's response. In this locked-down steel fortress, the freshmen were forced to confront the sudden crisis, their hearts filled with anxiety for the future and a desperate desire to survive. The sky above the Martial Gene Academy was shrouded in dark clouds, and a group of figures hid within them, looking down at the train below, which snaked through the landscape like an apocalyptic serpent. Their eyes were fixed on the anxious faces of the new students, and a mocking smile played on their lips. Last year there were only 2,000 beasts, but this year it's a full 10,000, with a few Beast Kings bloodlines added. "The school is really going big this time," one expert in the glazed realm remarked quietly. Another chimed in, "There's no choice. These kids have just returned from the interstellar battles. Their appetites have grown. But it does mean more work for us." A team of over 100 glazed realm experts and 5 master-level figures made up the oversight team. One master spoke calmly, "Stay vigilant. Step in when necessary. We can't let any of the new students get hurt." However, one person had a peculiar expression. "The outside world claims this is the strongest generation of the Xia Kingdom, but seeing them so frightened now. Let's hope they don't disappoint us." Heh, the Xia Kingdom getting stronger with each generation is expected, but as exaggerated as it's being said now, I don't believe it. A few young glazed realm martial artists who had recently graduated shook their heads, their tone laced with a bit of disbelief. On the train, the terrifying atmosphere of the approaching beasts threw the freshmen into chaos. Suddenly, a burly young man stood up, exuding an indescribable aura of authority. Song Jun. Many recognized him, the son of Song He, a master in the frontier battle department, and a warrior who had broken through 3 times. Song Jun calmly analyzed. "The possibility of a problem with the Beast Iron City is minimal. This is clearly a test from the Martial Gene Academy, and I'm sure someone is secretly observing us right now, assessing each person's potential." His words gradually quieted those around him. Several young warriors ranked in the top 100 of their battle zones approached, providing a stabilizing presence. Song Jun continued, "Staying here is as good as waiting for death. We must fight our way out, taking down the beasts one by one. But now we need someone to lead the charge." His gaze suddenly shifted to a certain direction on the train. "There's another on this train, the strongest of the young generation in the entire Xia Kingdom." His weapon of choice is a spear, the most fierce and dominating spear I've ever seen. As Tsang Jun finished speaking, the entire train fell into a hushed silence. Everyone's eyes turned towards that direction, anticipating the emergence of the mysterious warrior. Clang! With the crisp sound of the iron door opening, a figure slowly emerged from the exclusive carriage at the front of the train. The steady footsteps echoed through the compartment, instantly drawing everyone's attention. This young man was Guchin, the wielder of the legendary breaking formation spear, reputed as the strongest weapon throughout history. His presence seemed to cast a special kind of magic, immediately stabilizing the atmosphere in the carriage. Song Jun gave a slight bow. Brother Gu. Though he was always proud, after the battle on the Foreign Star, he couldn't help but feel admiration for Guchin. Guchin's sharp gaze swept across the carriage, silently observing everyone's reactions. He was somewhat surprised to find that the newcomers had quickly accepted the reality and begun discussing strategies. Brother Gu, you are the strongest of our generation in Xiagua, one enthusiastic newcomer said. With you here, the formation of 10,000 exotic beasts shouldn't pose a threat, right? Brother Gu will follow closely. You just charge forward, and we'll handle the rear. Another newcomer chimed in confidently. Everyone on this train is an elite among this year's martial arts examinees in Xiagua. Someone laughed. Just 10,000 exotic beasts? We have 13,000 people here. We can take them out one by one. What do you think, Godgu? Faced with the newcomer's enthusiasm, Guchin couldn't help but smile wryly. He turned to look out the window, seeing the exotic beast horde approaching like a dark cloud. He said in a deep voice, if we're surrounded and a large-scale battle breaks out, we'll suffer heavy losses. These beasts have a natural advantage in chaotic combat, so we must break through. But you all need to be extra careful. Guchin paused and continued. I sense a few beasts in the horde that are comparable to those in the third limit-breaking stage, entering the divine force realm. They possess strong bloodlines, likely making them formidable in combat. Beast King bloodline. Song Jun's expression turned serious upon hearing this. He explained, beasts with the Beast King bloodline are the darlings among exotic beasts, the elites on the path of evolution. Not only do they have combat power far beyond their peers, but they also exert a natural dominance over other beasts. Song Jun frowned. Brother Gu, are you sure? The Martial Gene Academy is playing it big, releasing even beasts with the Beast King bloodline? If these beasts were released individually, it would be manageable, but mixed with ordinary beasts, they're like hidden vipers, posing a significant threat to us. However, when he looked up and met Gu Chen's sharp eyes, an unprecedented aura overwhelmed him. Song Jun was visibly shocked. Brother Gu, have you successfully broken through the fourth limit? At these words, the newcomers in the carriage were all astonished. It was well known that after mastering the method, most people could reach the first limit break. Xiagua was even preparing to make the first limit break commonplace nationwide to enhance the quality of future warriors. However, the second limit break required extraordinary talent and some resources to achieve. The third breakthrough is already a mark of the top talent in the Xia Kingdom. Even for someone like Tsang Jun, the son of a master, reaching this realm with the guidance of powerful mentors is no easy feat. This is generally the limit that ordinary people, or even top-tier talents, can reach. However, the fourth breakthrough is a realm that only true prodigies can achieve. In the Xia Kingdom, only Yi Qingxian and Chu Xian have successfully achieved the fourth breakthrough. Now, Guchin has joined their ranks. Although Yi Qingxian has joined the Martial Battle Gene Academy, she has yet to enroll as it's rumored she's in seclusion at the Yi family, striving for an even higher realm. Chu Xian chose the Yoxing Gene Academy, given that the Chu family is its largest shareholder. At this moment, the new students have quickly stabilized the situation and are beginning to discuss strategies. Compared to last year's cohort, who were overwhelmed by 2,000 alien beasts, this year's students have demonstrated impressive on-the-spot adaptability and situational analysis skills. Yet, they still feel immense pressure when faced with a tide of 10,000 alien beasts. At this time, a figure stepped off the train. Following closely, students representing the new generation of the Martial Battle Gene Academy lined up neatly, each without a trace of fear. Among this group were 7 warriors who had achieved the third breakthrough, with most others having reached the second, showcasing the exceptional quality of this year's freshmen. Leading them was Guchin, the top scorer in the martial exam, whose aura had reached the fourth breakthrough. Gene warriors at this level are rare, as unlocking genes signifies an innate evolution of life, making it more challenging to push the physical body to its limits, thus adding to its prestige. As the strongest in combat, Guchin took on the role of assault vanguard, responsible for breaking through the formation. The 7 warriors of the third breakthrough followed closely, providing support and widening the breach. The rest prepared for action, each knowing their role. 4 masters hovered in the air, overseeing the scene, quickly understanding their strategy and showing smiles of approval. The cohesion and decision-making abilities displayed by this team were remarkable, especially with Guchin, the martial exam top scorer, leading them. His battle on the alien star left everyone with an almost fanatical trust in him. Standing at the forefront, the fears in the hearts of the freshmen vanished. At this moment, Guchin retrieved the Sky Thunder Spear from his space ring. The heavy weapon erupted with intense lightning, enveloping him as if a thunder god had descended. Ahead, countless alien beasts roared thunderously, like a surging sea of beasts. Their blood-red eyes were filled with violent killing intent, almost freezing one's blood. Faced with such a terrifying display, many freshmen couldn't help but swallow nervously. However, Guchin's calm voice rang out, "Don't fall behind." As soon as he spoke, the Sky Thunder Spear in his hand shot forth. Boom! Lightning surged, illuminating the dark sky instantly. Thud, thud, thud. The bodies of alien beasts exploded in midair. Lightning flickered around Guchin as he charged forward like a human-shaped bolt of lightning. Crimson blood energy gushed out, resembling a disaster descending. This was Guchin's first full-force outburst after his fourth breakthrough, and his astonishing power left the masters in the sky dumbfounded. Boom! The spear struck the ground, shattering the earth. Thunder roared, and the surrounding beasts were torn apart, their screams echoing through the air. Even the beasts known for their physical toughness couldn't withstand the intense lightning. A figure flashed into the horde like lightning Guchin. He pulled the spear from the ground and unleashed a stunning onslaught. The spear danced, and beasts fell one after another, creating a scene of utter devastation. The talents like Songjun, who had broken through 3 times, were left speechless. They had imagined Guchin's strength, but they hadn't expected it to be so terrifying. In just a moment, he had decimated the beast horde, displaying power far beyond his previous state. Having broken through 4 times, he was now unstoppable. Everyone was in awe, secretly relieved they weren't his enemies. They admitted with a wry smile that Guchin had left them far behind. In the entire new generation of Xia, perhaps only 2 others who had also broken through 4 times could challenge him. Yet, even so, they believed Guchin would still have the upper hand. Charge! The mighty Gu is invincible. With Gu leading us, what do we have to fear? I hail Gu as a god. Guchin's performance, like that of a war god, ignited everyone's fighting spirit. The once terrifying beast tide seemed insignificant before him. Inspired, the newcomers roared and charged at the beasts. This scene even amazed the masters present. The courage and strength of these youngsters surpassed that of the fierce beasts. They exchanged glances, their evaluation of Guchin rising even higher. Guchin's influence has surpassed ours, one master remarked. It's not just influence. Look at the beasts where he goes, they can't even resist. This level of dominance is more apparent than when the galactic body overwhelmed our Xia talents, another master added. It's hard to imagine, but this young man doesn't seem to be in a hurry to enter the divine strength level. It seems our Xia will soon have a genius breaking through for the 5th time. The 4 masters spoke in turn, while the Lioli realm experts behind them were stunned. To receive such praise from the masters, Guchin was indeed extraordinary. You needn't feel disheartened, a master said with a smile. Guchin will soon reach your level. The body-tempering realm is like laying the foundation for a skyscraper. The more solid it is, the greater the future achievements. The 9 levels of divine strength will likely be just a small hurdle for him, easily overcome. It won't be long before he surpasses us old folks one by one. The expressions on the faces of the powerful figures from the Lioli realm were complex, their eyes reflecting disbelief. The level they had painstakingly achieved was possibly being surpassed at an astonishing speed by that young man. If he truly managed to break through for the 5th time, he would likely become the next true king of martial arts. Someone in the crowd sighed. Though it's a blow to us, if another true king of martial arts emerges in the Xia kingdom, the nation's fortune will surely reverse. This is a tremendous blessing. On the battlefield, Guchin moved as if he were in an uninhabited land, reveling in the fight. His energy and spirit were in perfect harmony, and suddenly 3 streaks of lightning rose behind him. The blazing thunderbolts hovered for a moment before shooting out like arrows, instantly piercing the heads of 3 strange beasts. With a sweeping motion of his spear, Guchin exuded dominance. A flash of light at his fingertips revealed the thunder bow in his hand. This moon-level weapon exuded an oppressive aura upon its appearance. However, Guchin did not rush to draw the bow. Instead, his sharp gaze scanned the surrounding herd of beasts. By now, the beasts had been so intimidated by Guchin that none dared to attack. The onlookers were puzzled. What was he waiting for? That longbow gave off an ominous feeling. Could it be a moon-level weapon from an alien star? A master with keen eyesight exclaimed in surprise. In this chaos, he can actually sense the approach of a beast with the bloodline of a beast king. At that moment, Guchin suddenly drew the bow, thunder ready to strike. With a resounding triple boom, 3 lightning arrows shot through the air. Within the beast herd, a serpent instantly sensed the danger, skillfully weaving to evade. A faint purple glow seeped from its body, causing the ground to shatter wherever it passed. Yet the arrows were unfailing, piercing the serpent's head, body, and tail, pinning it to the ground. Approaching the still struggling serpent's corpse, Guchin marveled. The Beast King's bloodline is indeed extraordinary, with such tenacious vitality. Before he finished speaking, the thunder on the arrow had already extinguished its life force completely. The battlefield was chaotic. Fortunately, Guchin had created an opening, allowing the newcomers to catch their breath. They followed closely behind, continuing the fight. Suddenly, a new student found themselves surrounded. As the crowd gasped, just as the beasts pounced, the student vanished into thin air. Indeed, the Martial Combat Gene Academy wouldn't let these elites fall, someone whispered. These are the future pillars of the Xia Kingdom. The Martial Combat Gene Academy is truly audacious, another person remarked. But only with absolute power can they act so boldly. The onslaught of 10,000 beasts didn't seem to put much pressure on the freshmen of the Martial Gene Academy. In the sky, the Academy's experts couldn't help but marvel at the strength of this batch of new students. Guchin stood out prominently. He was like a sharp blade, piercing straight into the heart of the beast tide, instantly shattering the enemy's morale. Under his leadership, the combat effectiveness of the other freshmen grew exponentially. Another beast with the bloodline of a beast king fell under Guchin's spear. The young man's prowess was astonishing. Guchin didn't rest. He weaved through the beast horde, keenly sensing the traces of the beast king bloodline. A mist of blood filled the sky, staining it red. Suddenly, Guchin locked onto another target, a massive golden lion. This beast exuded an unparalleled regal aura, its power comparable to that of a warrior who had surpassed the third limit and entered the second stage of divine strength. Coupled with the beast king bloodline it possessed, it was undoubtedly the most dangerous presence on the battlefield. Even though Jun and the others were fighting fiercely, they couldn't help but show expressions of shock. However, Guchin remained fearless, charging forward with his thunderbolt spear. He first launched 3 scorching thunder darts to test the waters, but the golden lion's tail whipped them away effortlessly. Seizing the opportunity, Guchin closed in, and the lion roared as it swiped a massive paw imbued with mountain-crushing force. Electric sparks flickered in Guchin's eyes, and his aura suddenly sharpened. He executed the Azure Dragon Spear technique, transforming the Thunderbolt Spear into a swift shadow aimed straight at the lion's head. With a swift thrust, the top-tier spear technique unleashed astonishing power in Guchin's hands, instantly slaying the formidable Golden Flame Lion. The masters observing from above shook their heads with a light chuckle. They should have unleashed more powerful beasts with Beast King bloodlines, but their goal had been achieved to instill a sense of urgency in the freshmen. As Jun and the others were still reeling from the shock of Guchin's swift victory over the Golden Flame Lion, a commanding figure suddenly appeared in the sky. The presence of this person, exuding a Grandmaster-level aura, caused all the beasts to prostrate themselves, unable to move. This scene left all the freshmen dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the students who had been whisked away at the critical moment earlier reappeared nearby. The Grandmaster spoke with a steady, powerful voice. "Students, this was a little joke from the Martial Gene Academy." The clouds parted, revealing a bright and clear sky. The master of the Martial Battle Gene Academy announced that the new students had passed the final test. His booming voice echoed in the air. "Welcome to the Martial Battle Gene Academy. Here, you will be under the protection of all martial arts experts and receive the finest education and training in the Xia Kingdom." The new students breathed a sigh of relief, quietly discussing their recent thrilling experience. Someone exclaimed, "Wow, that was terrifying. I thought we'd have to go through another foreign star incident." Another voice chimed in. "Is this really the official enrollment? No more tests? That was quite a ride." Overhearing these comments, the master couldn't help but chuckle. He continued, "Since you've been given this challenge, the Academy has also prepared a surprise for you. All the beasts you defeated will be sent to the cafeteria and turned into energy-rich delicacies for you to enjoy." At this, the students erupted in excitement. The blood and flesh of these beasts are rare supplements for martial artists. Someone eagerly said, "That's quite a gesture. The carcass of an ordinary tempered beast can sell for thousands, let alone the beasts we just slew, comparable to those that have broken limits multiple times or even at the divine strength level." The master explained with a smile that this was actually a tradition at the Martial Battle Gene Academy. Last year's freshmen only managed to kill over 300 beasts, and there was quite a commotion when over 10,000 people shared the spoils. This year's new students performed exceptionally well, slaying thousands of beasts, prompting the master to marvel. You really can't underestimate today's youth. Soon, a group of experts descended from the void to clean up the battlefield. They drove the remaining beasts back to Iron City, while Academy staff came to collect the carcasses. The master's gaze fell on Guchin, and he praised, "You must be Guchin. Impressive. Your future is limitless." However, he also cautioned, "But don't get too arrogant. There are many prodigies in the Academy who have made great strides after a year of training." Standing amidst the relieved voices around him, Guchin allowed a slight smile to play on his lips. He thought to himself, the true martial arts journey is finally about to begin. The master concluded by announcing, "Next, the school will organize you into classes and assign dedicated mentors." A new chapter was about to unfold, and everyone was filled with anticipation. The voice of the Golden Flame Lion echoed through the spacious dining hall of the Martial Gene Academy. This beast, with 20 purity of Golden Sun bloodline, had meat that could significantly enhance the consumer's physique, making muscles more resilient, promoting cellular vibration, and greatly benefiting the enhancement of blood and cellular strength. From the crowd, Guchin stepped forward. As the one who defeated the Golden Flame Lion, he rightfully claimed the most precious parts of the beast, the brain and heart meat that emitted a golden glow. These professionally cooked delicacies exuded an enticing aroma. In the dining hall, thousands of slain beast meats were laid out on designated tables for students to freely choose. Ordinary beasts, though large, bore no special traits. However, those beasts with kingly bloodlines were a different story. The powerful figures in the sky had meticulously recorded the details of each such beast's defeat to ensure fair distribution. Guchin's table was piled with the most precious tissues from beasts with kingly bloodlines. He picked up a black iron python's gallbladder and put it into his mouth. Instantly, an indescribable taste exploded, transforming into a rich energy that surged through his body. Guchin felt a slight tremor in his cells, as if upper cosmic factors were about to be born, bringing a smile to his face. Despite the taste being less than pleasant, the chefs had done their best to remove most of the odor, making it barely palatable. More importantly, the bloodlines of these beasts could invigorate cellular activity. Consuming enough might even condense upper cosmic body factors within, crucial for enhancing one's power. The Martial Gene Academy is hailed as a holy place of martial arts and a supreme institution in the Xia Kingdom precisely because of its immense resources, providing all freshmen with such precious beast meat. This would undoubtedly significantly boost this generation's strength, with many expected to break through to the Divine Force realm by tonight. Most students deliberately suppress their realms before entering the Gene Academy, not stepping into Divine Force, to explore their limits in the body-refining realm. Now, having understood their limits, the energy from these beasts' meats was enough to propel them into the Divine Force realm. Guchin feasted heartily, consuming a large amount of beast meat with kingly bloodlines. His cells continuously absorbed energy, with upper cosmic body factors swiftly emerging and being absorbed by him. His blood energy, previously at 4,600 calories, surged to 4,999 calories with a muffled boom, reaching the fifth limit of blood energy. Guchin exhaled deeply, feeling the surging power within him. After consuming the beast's flesh, Guchin felt a surge of vitality within him, as if his blood was boiling, propelling him directly to his fifth blood energy limit. He understood that as his body's capacity increased, his cultivation would also advance rapidly. Unlike before when he fought alone, now the entire Martial Gene Academy was fully supporting him in breaking through his bottleneck. At that moment, an intense and terrifying aura erupted from Guchin, palpable even from a distance. Yet, this shock was quickly replaced by the thrill of their own remarkable progress. Wow, I've increased by 150 units of blood energy. I've gone up by 200 units and reached my third blood energy limit. Cheers erupted as everyone celebrated. Such significant progress would typically require months of hard training. Experiencing the miraculous effects of the beast's flesh firsthand, they couldn't help but marvel at the abundant resources of the Martial Gene Academy. However, as they reveled in their joy, a jarring voice suddenly cut through the air. Enough with the noise. The cafeteria fell silent as all the freshmen turned towards the voice. A group of stern-faced upperclassmen stood at the entrance, exuding an impressive aura, clearly sophomores. All this commotion over a meal. Just because you got lucky and gained some benefits, you think you can act this way? It seems the praise for your batch is overrated. You're just riding the wave of the times. They taunted, their words dripping with sarcasm, igniting anger among the freshmen. At this point, Song Jun stepped forward. Having seen battle before, he exuded an aura of righteousness that commanded respect from his peers. You're sophomores, right? Song Jun met their gaze directly. The three cafeterias are far apart. Do you really think our noise could reach you? If you're envious of our success against the beasts, just say so. Stop making lame excuses and embarrassing yourselves. Song Jun's words hit hard, leaving the sophomores with darkened expressions. The sophomore students, filled with jealousy and resentment, arrived at the cafeteria just as Song Jun had anticipated. The freshmen's performance this year was truly astonishing, having slain over 4,000 beasts, with the aroma of their meat permeating the entire Martial Combat Gene Academy. This achievement drove many to madness with envy, unable to comprehend how these freshmen had accomplished such feats. The laughter and chatter in the cafeteria only added fuel to the fire. Song Jun's words pierced through the sophomores' facade, instantly igniting their fury. Leading the group was Li Yu, a young man with sharp features and a dark gaze, who immediately showed his anger. These freshmen are really getting arrogant this year. It seems they need a good lesson, Liu said grimly, then launched an attack on Song Jun. His formidable prowess caused those around to turn pale, as his fist shot forward like lightning. Although Song Jun was talented, he was clearly no match for Liu, a genius warrior who had been training at the academy for a year. Just as Liu's fist was about to strike Song Jun's face, a hand suddenly appeared from the side, expertly catching Liu's fist and neutralizing its terrifying force. Everyone was shocked as they turned to see who the hand belonged to. It was a young man who had been sitting at a nearby reserved table, with plates still holding the rich energy of beast meat. He had moved with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, appearing like a phantom. This young man was Guchin. He hadn't expected that the freshmen enjoying their beast feast would provoke the sophomores' displeasure. Although Song Jun's words were sharp, they were satisfying, yet they also angered Liu. "You're courting death," Liu said darkly, immediately attacking Guchin with a vicious angle. If it landed, Guchin was sure to suffer. "You is being too overbearing," a sophomore nearby murmured. "That freshman really doesn't know his place. The first punch you used only 30% of his strength, which was enough to teach that loudmouth a lesson. Being able to take 30% means he's one of the best among the freshmen. But now you is worked up, and this punch is at full strength. This kid is in for it." However, the next moment, a scream erupted unexpectedly. To the shock of all the sophomores, it was Liu who cried out. His other fist had aimed at Guchin, but Guchin responded with a punch of his own. As their fists collided, Liu screamed continuously, his fingers breaking one by one, skin splitting, and his arm cracking audibly, clearly fractured. Behind them, Song Jun stood frozen, replaying the thrilling moment in his mind. The overwhelming pressure from the opponent at the divine strength level made him break out in a cold sweat instantly. At the Martial Battle Gene Academy, every warrior at the divine strength level is an elite among elites. This young man in front of him was likely a formidable figure who had reached this level through the third limit-breaking state, making his strength truly intimidating. Earlier, the man introduced himself as a representative of the freshmen. As a warrior, maintaining a unified spirit, energy, and essence is crucial. In such a clearly provocative situation, he couldn't afford to show weakness and had to mentally prepare for a tough encounter. However, Guchin stepped in. Watching Guchin's back, he felt a complex mix of emotions. The sophomore students were dumbfounded by the scene. Liu, a formidable warrior at the second level of divine strength, and a master who had reached this level through the third limit-breaking state, was a force to be reckoned with. Yet, they hadn't even seen how the young man made his move before Liu was already on the ground. Liu's fingers were severely deformed, his wrist bones nearly shattered, and his arm was broken into 3 parts, clearly having suffered a powerful blow. Despite the strong recovery ability of warriors, until Liu reached the glazed realm, this arm would significantly hinder him in battle. The most shocking part was that this terrifyingly strong individual was a freshman. The sophomore students stared at Guchin in disbelief, unable to fathom that such a monster had joined this year. They saw a fervent admiration ignite in the eyes of all the freshmen, suddenly reminded that this year, the academy had recruited the top scorer in the martial examination, a super monster who had slain a high-level civilization's galactic entity on an alien star. "Are you Guchin?" they asked, trembling. Initially, they hadn't given much thought to the martial exam top scorer. After all, every year had its top scorer, and every year's top scorer was heavily promoted by the Xia Kingdom. This year's promotion was just particularly exaggerated. The rumors about Guchin were so overblown that many dismissed them. They believed that even a top scorer would face a significant gap between new and old students after a year of academy training. Last year, they themselves had been bullied by the sophomores. "This kid's sharpness is both a blessing and a curse," someone sighed softly. "I have a feeling that the Martial Battle Gene Academy is going to be in complete chaos this year. Last year there were disturbances, and this year seems to be the prelude to a major upheaval. Last year, the sophomores were bullied by their peers, prompting them to train intensely over the year, and they had now begun to challenge the juniors. The academy even established a special war god ranking to record everyone who successfully challenged a higher level. This year, a hidden dragon emerged among the freshmen. At this moment, 2 teachers responsible for statistics in the cafeteria watched from afar, both sensing that a full-scale, grade-level battle was about to erupt at the school. The sophomore students, terrified out of their wits, carried Liu away, his cries echoing all the way. Other sophomores they passed showed angry expressions, their faces dark and uncertain as they looked at the cheering cafeteria. In the cafeteria, everyone watched Guchin with fervent admiration. "Brother Gu is awesome. My brother Gu is the eternal god." Cheers erupted one after another. "Thanks," Song Jun said sincerely, though a subtle change occurred in the way he looked at Guchin. Guchin merely waved his hand nonchalantly, his eyes shining with a profound light. It seemed that life at the Martial Battle Gene Academy was destined not to be peaceful. After enjoying the exotic feast, Guchin made his way to the dormitory. The towering buildings of the Martial Battle Genetics Academy symbolized a gathering place for the young elite of Xia country. A senior with glasses and a scholarly demeanor approached him, adjusting his frames and smiling. You must be this year's top martial exam scorer, right? Your reputation precedes you. Here is your dorm key. You've been assigned dormitory number 1. Guchin accepted the key, understanding the situation. As the top scorer, it was only natural for him not to share living quarters with ordinary martial artists. The academy had considered his unique status and the need to avoid disrupting his training, thus arranging a private dorm for him. The senior continued to explain. This year, there are 10 deluxe single dorms. Besides the number 1 dorm assigned to you, the other 9 will be allocated to students through competition. It's a fair approach. However, the senior's tone suddenly turned serious. Gu Jr., even though you're the top scorer, I must remind you not to be too conspicuous. Our batch's top scorer was also full of spirit at first, but this place gathers the nation's elite. After a year of nurturing, many have made remarkable progress. There was a deeper meaning in his words. The martial exam can influence one's life, but doesn't determine everything. There are too many stories of comebacks here. It's said that a freshman from our grade ranked over 1,000 in the Northern War Zone during the exam, entering the academy unnoticed. Yet, over the past year, he has advanced rapidly, with his rank skyrocketing. Many suspect he found some fortune during off-campus missions. Meanwhile, the former top scorer has dropped to 4th place. The senior looked at Guchin meaningfully. You're strong, even more outstanding than the top scorer from our batch. But if those monsters in their second year act now, it would be very unfair to you. Guchin understood the senior's good intentions. He knew well that everyone had their opportunities, especially in this initial stage of spiritual energy revival, where chances were everywhere. Some martial artists were beginning to unlock their genes, becoming genetic warriors with rapidly advancing abilities. His gaze swept over the diverse martial artists within the academy, each a representation of Xia country's elite. Everyone has their own opportunities. When the time is right, they can rise like dragons, he thought, acknowledging the truth in the saying. However, a slight smile played on Guchin's lips. He was well aware of his extraordinary advantages, which were beyond the reach of ordinary opportunities. Nevertheless, he showed no trace of arrogance, merely tightening his grip on the key in his hand, ready to face the challenges ahead. If this senior knew that Guchin had advanced from a prospective warrior to his current level in less than a month, he probably wouldn't have had so much to say. Guchin chuckled and said, "Thanks for the reminder, senior. I'll be careful." At this moment, the senior was leading Guchin to the dormitory. Along the way, he enthusiastically introduced, "This dormitory is newly built by the school this year. Each room is an independent apartment, fully equipped. There's even a dedicated area for warrior training in the building. It's really enviable." His tone was full of longing. Guchin couldn't help but feel excited as well. As a young person, the thrill of joining university was hard to hide. This would be his living environment for the next 3 years, naturally sparking his curiosity. Throughout the journey, Guchin kept asking about various matters. The senior patiently explained, "In your second year, the school will release a grade ranking list. Students will challenge each other for the rankings, as each position comes with different rewards. The rewards are distributed as pure resource purchase funds. This year, the top rank can receive a monthly fund of 1 million for resource purchases, and this amount doubles in the 3rd year." Guchin was astonished by the wealth of the Martial Gene Academy and couldn't help but ask, "Why does it start in the 2nd year?" The senior explained, "It's to give you a year to adapt to the training pace at the academy. Once the rankings begin, you'll face challenges from all sides, fighting daily to maintain your position." He added, "This rule is also to protect you. Imagine if dozens, even hundreds, of second-year god-level warriors challenged you daily. How would you cope?" Guchin thought for a moment and said, "I'd refuse." "You can only refuse 10 challenges a day," the senior corrected him. Guchin frowned and said, "Then in the 2nd year, won't 3rd-year students challenge us daily, causing the same problem?" The senior shook his head and laughed. "Don't worry, at most they might bully the freshmen a little. After spending over a year in the academy and going through various activities, everyone becomes comrades. Even if there are small conflicts, teachers will step in promptly. But it's different for freshmen. You're new, unfamiliar with the environment, and might come across as arrogant. So many want to teach you a lesson." The senior's expression suddenly turned serious. Take the case of Liu, for example. Right now, the 2nd-year students outside are itching to take action against you, only holding back because of fear of the academy's punishment. Liu, for attacking Songjun and Yu without permission, had his training funds docked by 100,000 this month, and is now complaining bitterly. He continued to warn, "Those high-ranking monsters, if they really disregard punishment to attack you, no one can stop them." Last year, a 2nd-year student was willing to be fined 1 million in training funds just to crush our grade's martial arts champion. "Be cautious, junior." Saying this, the senior patted Guchin on the shoulder, offering earnest advice. Guchin gratefully said, "Thank you, senior." Guchin stepped into the dormitory building named Dengfeng. his eyes sweeping over the modern structure. Its luxurious exterior and sharp, angular design were sure to attract the attention of every young martial artist. He realized that the Martial Arts Gene Academy clearly intended this building to be a symbol of power and status for the year, fueling the new students' desire to compete for one of the 10 elite dorms. The elevator took Guchin to the top floor, where a spacious suite awaited him. As he opened the door, he couldn't help but wonder if this was truly a student dormitory. The lavish decor, complete with all necessary furniture, included 4 rooms with different functions: a meditation room, bedroom, study, and walk-in closet. In the expansive living room, a massive television stood out. Curious, Guchin turned on the TV and found it stocked with a plethora of cultivation-related videos. Depending on one's access level, they could watch insights from experts at various stages. It felt as if he had unlocked all premium TV subscriptions from his past life, leaving him quite satisfied. In another direction, he discovered a dedicated training room, fully equipped with all sorts of strength apparatus, showcasing the academy's substantial resources. Such amenities were simply extraordinary. Lying on the comfortable bed, Guchin didn't rush into training. He had already reached the 5th blood and energy limit, and further training wouldn't yield improvements. In the evening, he reported this to a teacher in the cafeteria, who was shocked and promised to report it to the academy's higher-ups immediately. At this moment, Guchin relished a rare moment of idleness. Although the incident with Li Yu hadn't led to any repercussions from the school, it did stir up discontent among the sophomore students. Meanwhile, in a classroom at the Martial Arts Gene Academy, a group of distinguished young individuals gathered to discuss the topic. This freshman seems to be quite a troublemaker. The top scorer of this year's martial arts exam is already causing a stir by taking down a senior on the first day, one voice exclaimed indignantly. Seriously, does every martial arts exam top scorer need to be put in their place before they settle down? Another chimed in. These comments immediately drew a cold gaze from Fang Pingxing, the top scorer from the sophomore year. Last year, he had been the focus of the entire Xia nation, although not as widely publicized as Guchin this year. Fang Pingxing appeared unremarkable, but his eyes held a subtle glow, and his aura was extraordinary, having reached the advanced stage of divine strength. At this moment, he frowned slightly, rubbing his temples with a hint of frustration, and reminded them sternly, "I advise you all to watch what you say." Was I this insufferable last year? Guchin pondered to himself, wishing he could rush to the dormitory and give that Guchin a good lesson. The discontent among these young geniuses towards Guchin stemmed from the overwhelming praise he received online. Although they hadn't experienced the advanced civilization's galaxy body themselves, they felt that the online opinions were exaggerated. After all, the internet often turns 1 into 10, and for the sake of traffic, it had even portrayed Guchin as a monstrous figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, capable of speaking thunder and lightning. As night fell, Guchin slept peacefully. The next morning, a rapid knocking on the door startled him awake. "Is this Guchin?" A deep voice came from outside the door. Guchin opened the door to find a burly middle-aged man standing before him. His eyes were sharp and his presence commanding, clearly a formidable warrior, likely at least at the Glazed Realm. Guchin guessed this must be a teacher from the school. "I heard you've reached the 5th blood energy limit. Is that correct?" the man asked straightforwardly. Guchin nodded in confirmation. The man smiled with satisfaction. "Good, come with me. I'm your homeroom teacher, Wang Hai." On the way, Wang Hai shared his background with Guchin. He hailed from the Wang family in the Northern Territory, a battlefield family with considerable influence on the border. Wang Hai himself had fought on the battlefield and had only recently returned to the capital. Guchin was to be his only student. A hint of envy flashed in Wang Hai's eyes. The 5th warrior limit. Only one person in the Xia kingdom has surpassed this. "I'm taking you to meet him now." Guchin was taken aback. In the history of the Xia kingdom, he knew of only one person who had reached this level, the martial king, who had suppressed foreign tribes and created development space for the Xia kingdom. The thought of meeting this legendary figure filled Guchin with excitement. Passing through the many gates deep within the Gene Martial Academy, they arrived at a special place. The scenery was delightful, filled with exotic flowers and fruits, clearly not native to Blue Star. "Let him come in alone." A commanding voice resonated, seemingly causing the space itself to ripple. Guchin sensed an energy wave beyond the Grandmaster realm. Following the guidance, Guchin ventured in alone, but the sight before him was shocking. Instead of the imposing martial powerhouse he imagined, there sat an elderly, frail man in a wheelchair. Wrapped in a blanket, his right sleeve was empty, and his right leg was missing. The only remarkable feature was his eyes, which were astonishingly bright, as if containing countless stars, and a mere flicker could give the impression of stars collapsing. Guchin was taken aback. "This is the martial king of the Xia kingdom?" The old man seemed to read Guchin's thoughts and smiled faintly, surprised. "The martial king who brought hope to the Xia kingdom is but a crippled old man like me." To be honest, Guchin had countless fantasies about the image of the true king of martial arts. In his imagination, This legendary figure who saved humanity and conquered the stars should be radiant and full of vigor. However, the elderly man before him shattered all his expectations. Despite this, Guchin maintained his genuine respect. He realized that the fierce battle of the past must have drained the true king's life essence. A martial arts true king, who should be in his prime, was now white-haired and frail, a clear testament to his exhausted vitality. "Come in," the old man said softly, leading Guchin into the depths of a garden filled with exotic flowers and plants. "In the entire Xia kingdom, there are 13 of us, including you and me, who have reached the 5th limit of qi and blood." The old man began slowly, his voice unintentionally carrying an oppressive weight. "But so far, I am the only one who has successfully broken through. Therefore, you must carefully consider whether to continue pursuing the breakthrough." Guchin listened intently, and suddenly, a look of shock appeared on his face. "The human limit?" he blurted out. The old man nodded and continued. "In this vast universe, there are countless races, and each seems to have a defined upper limit. The universe operates on special laws and hidden rules." With a touch of regret in his voice, he said, "After breaking through the 5th limit, I seem to encounter an invisible barrier, like hitting a ceiling. Even when I raised my qi and blood to 5,999 calories, I couldn't enter the 6th breakthrough." The old man went on. "Later, I found the answer among the stars. For ordinary humanoid races, 5 breakthroughs are the limit. If one reaches the 6th, the body's potential exceeds what a humanoid form can endure. Those creatures with bodies like mountains and heartbeats like stars, lurking in the depths of the cosmos, are the most fearsome races." As he spoke, the old man led Guchin to an open area and said softly, "I will help you reach the 5th limit of your physical qi and blood, but whether you can successfully break through depends on you." The old man gently traced the air with his fingers, and several spiritual plants appeared before Guchin. "These are the great leaf profound watergrass, clear profound grass, and red fire spirit tempering fruit, collected from the stars. They will greatly aid in your breakthrough." Guchin looked at these rare spiritual plants in amazement, feeling the rich energy emanating from them. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Such wealth and resources, these are no ordinary items. In the past, Guchin had always relied on his formidable physical strength to break through the limits of his vitality. This time, he was attempting for the first time to use special spiritual plants to aid in surpassing his limits. Before he could fully adapt, the old man had already begun his actions. Boom! An unprecedented, vast pressure erupted from the old man. Instantly, the entire garden was shrouded in a terrifying gloom. In the void, dense energy coalesced into a frightening scene, crackling ominously. This was the pressure of a true martial king realm, beginning to touch upon the powers of the stars. Guchin was immediately plunged into a terrifying illusion. He saw countless stars falling toward him as he ran across an endless expanse of celestial bodies. With a gesture, the old man directed 3 spiritual plants to transform into streams of energy of different colors, surging toward Guchin. Buzz! Guchin felt himself entering an extreme state, his muscles swelling and his bones creaking. He knew the critical moment to break through the 5th limit had arrived. The old man suddenly opened his eyes in surprise, as if he had sensed something extraordinary. He recalled that old fellow personally coming to him, asking him to help a young man attempt to break through the 5th limit, a first in history. Could this be the next me recognized by the Xia kingdom? A complex look flashed in the old man's eyes. As he pondered, Guchin underwent astonishing changes. Crack! His outer skin fractured like shattered porcelain, and a dull roar surged within him, his cells instantly electrified like a startled cat, with fur standing on end. Whoosh! From the cracks in his skin, a pitch-black armor seeped out, covering him like countless little insects. The black prison armor emerged on its own, temporarily becoming Guchin's new skin. Subsequently, a series of sounds like shackles breaking echoed from within Guchin. The breakthrough of the 5th vitality limit was a success. Guchin was in excruciating pain all over. In that instant, all his skin had fallen off, and even much of his muscle and bone had fractured. Now, a gentle energy flowed from his abdomen to his limbs, quickly repairing everything. The black prison armor on his body continuously expanded and contracted like a living creature, seemingly integrating more closely with Guchin due to this breakthrough. Soon, Guchin's skin regrew, and his fractured bones and flesh were restored. With the successful breakthrough, a tremendous force of vitality surged into his body, causing all the spiritual plants in the garden to sway. Guchin looked in surprise at the black prison armor, which resembled a second layer of skin, and then retracted it. He looked up to thank the old man. "Thank you, true king." Yet, when he met the old man's deep and complex eyes, he clearly saw a fleeting trace of envy. Although the emotion was fleeting, it was vividly captured in Guchin's gaze. Swish! A streak of light suddenly shot towards Guchin. Instinctively, he reached out and caught it, finding a spiritual plant in his palm. This plant radiated a gentle energy, bringing a sense of comfort to Guchin. Guchin had just completed his fifth breakthrough, and his entire body was undergoing intense changes. His muscles and bones felt as if they were being crushed and then reformed, with every cell rejoicing. It was akin to recovering from a severe illness, feeling both weak and full of vitality. Guchin knew this was the inevitable path of evolution, constant tearing and healing, ultimately reaching a new form and level. He turned to thank the old man, but found that he had vanished without a trace. Guchin couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary abilities of a true martial king. Reflecting on their conversation, the seemingly frail old man harbored unimaginable power. Guchin realized that although there was only one level difference between a true king and a grandmaster, the disparity in strength was immense. To a true king, crushing a grandmaster was probably as easy as squashing an ant. The old man's words echoed in his ears. The academy's intention is for me to temporarily be your teacher. I am likely the only one in this academy capable of guiding you, and you are the only one qualified to receive my guidance. I dislike being disturbed. Come to me once every Wednesday. After saying this, the old man fell silent. Taking a deep breath, Guchin carefully placed the spiritual plant into his spatial storage ring and then left the mysterious place. Watching the young man depart, the old man's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He muttered to himself, "This kid is extraordinary. His genetic strength surpasses even mine." As a martial king of the Xia kingdom, the old man had roamed the stars for 3 years and had extensive knowledge. He noticed the layer of black armor on Guchin's body, akin to a living organism, and the cells that roared with explosive energy. This level of cell activity had reached a monstrous level, with his physical form attaining the divine rainbow realm. He achieved the fifth breakthrough much more easily than I did back then. Perhaps he can attempt to surpass the human limit? His traits exceed any species I've encountered in the stars. The old man mused. 6 breakthroughs, breaking the shackles of humanoid species rules, conquering the stars. He looked at his own battered body and suddenly smiled. What I couldn't achieve, I see hope in him. The new era, Xia Kingdom, needs new gods. Meanwhile, Wang Hai had been waiting outside. When he saw Guchin emerge, he couldn't help but gasp. Guchin's aura had become incredibly formidable, his skin as smooth as white jade, as if reborn. Wang Hai asked in shock, "Did you succeed in the breakthrough?" On the way, Wang Hai introduced the old man's achievements to Guchin. His name is Ning Xinyu, the most prodigious genius in the history of the Xia Kingdom. Without him, the rapid development of Xia Kingdom's martial artists over the past 20 years wouldn't have been possible, Wang Hai explained. At the true king level, as long as their heart is still beating, they won't truly die. They can instantly reconstruct their body, and even a single drop of their blood falling in the Xia Kingdom can trigger a storm of blood energy. Guchin listened in awe, stunned by the terrifying power of the true king realm. However, the Ning Xinyu he encountered was an elderly, frail man, appearing even more aged than the headmaster of the Martial Gene Academy. Guchin couldn't help but feel puzzled, considering Ning Xinyu was the headmaster's disciple. Wang Hai sighed deeply and slowly recounted the legendary past of Ning Zhenwang. This martial arts titan once harnessed the power of several heavenly spiritual plants, recklessly burning his potential to forcibly break through to the true king realm. His strength soared to rival the sacred beings of other races. In a cataclysmic battle, Ning Zhenwang single-handedly slaughtered 9 invading alien kings, and even decisively killed a sacred being. However, this glorious victory left Ning Zhenwang with irreversible injuries. His potential was exhausted, and his true core damaged, causing his body to age rapidly over the past 20 years. Throughout the Xia Kingdom, people privately speculated that this hero's life was nearing its end. Guchin, upon hearing this, fell into deep thought. He could imagine the ferocity of that battle, where Ning Zhenwang, at any cost, slaughtered the alien invaders, yet was left with severe injuries. A sense of respect welled up in the young man's heart for the elder who sacrificed so much. Ning Zhenwang visits every Wednesday. Wang Hai suddenly looked at Guchin in surprise, his eyes gleaming with envy. Does that mean he's agreed to be your mentor? Guchin was puzzled and asked, "Isn't this something arranged by the authorities?" Wang Hai shook his head with a bitter smile. "You're too naive. Who in the Xia Kingdom would dare order someone like Ning Zhenwang? If he's letting you visit every Wednesday, it means he's acknowledged you." He took a deep breath and continued, "With guidance from a true king of martial arts and your talent, I suspect you might reach the master level while still in school." Wang Hai's tone was filled with envy. He explained that over the years, no one had caught the eye of the proud Ning Zhenwang. Known for his arrogance, he later spent 3 years in the cosmic void, and no one knew what transpired during that time. They only knew that upon his return, Ning Zhenwang became reticent, living in seclusion within the Martial Gene Academy, emerging only for significant events in the Xia Kingdom. Despite many geniuses being sent to him over the years, none had received his approval, explaining Wang Hai's surprise. When they reached the dormitory building, Guchin was astonished to find it packed with visiting students, all freshmen, clearly arranged by the school. Wow, this dorm is so luxurious, exclaimed a freshman. It's like a villa, and my home doesn't even have such complete martial arts facilities. Our academy really is wealthy, another freshman chimed in. 10 rooms, one per floor, meaning those who live here are the top talents among freshmen. The atmosphere became lively as the freshmen excitedly discussed. Someone shouted, convenient for training, luxurious facilities, and you can access valuable lectures from Xia Kingdom's martial arts seniors. This is not just a residence. It's a symbol of status and prestige. Say no more, a confident voice declared. Room 1, the top floor, definitely belongs to Guchin. No one else should even try. The remaining 9, let's compete fairly. At that moment, Guchin calmly entered the dormitory building. Under the envious gazes of everyone, he walked straight to the elevator. The freshman watched his back and the slowly closing elevator doors with admiration and awe. To them, Guchin was a living legend of their generation. No one dared to challenge him, as his strength was beyond their imagination. Did anyone feel that Guchin seems even stronger than before? A freshman whispered. When he walked past me, I felt an overwhelming aura. A collective gasp filled the air as those around fell into contemplation. In the purple pavilion of the Xia Kingdom, an elderly man with white hair was intently studying the newly delivered documents in his hands. A gleam of joy flickered in his eyes, as the documents confirmed the success of the 5th limit-breaking attempt. The emergence of a genius who had achieved this feat brought new hope to the Xia Kingdom. The old man pondered silently, sensing that a great calamity was imminent. At this critical moment, the appearance of Guchin seemed like a beacon of hope. Guchin exuded an irresistible aura that reminded the old man of Ning Xinyu from years past, but even more intensely than Ning Xinyu had in his youth. As he carefully reviewed the documents, the old man discovered that Guchin might possess a mysterious gene related to the cosmic thunder hell phenomenon and had already completed the 5th limit-breaking attempt. This convinced the old man that, regardless of the crises the Xia Kingdom might face in the future, Guchin would withstand the pressure. Even more reassuring was the observation that Guchin had a reputable character, free from any vices. The old man's mood grew increasingly cheerful, especially upon learning that Ning Zhenwang had agreed to personally guide Guchin in his training every Wednesday. This news was exhilarating, as it signified Ning Xinyu's approval of Guchin. The old man knew that Ning Xinyu's vision extended far beyond the Xia Kingdom, encompassing the vast starry sky. Over the years, no other talent had caught his eye. That Guchin had gained Ning Xinyu's favor indicated he was an exceptional talent destined for the stars. The secretary, noticing the rare joy on the old man's face, felt relieved. However, he still had a battle report to present. Cautiously, he began. There have been new developments on the border battlefield. Grandmaster Chen has slain a true king of the alien race, securing a temporary victory. But the situation remains grim, as Grandmaster Chen is injured, and there are reports that the Zixin clan plans to send another true king to the battlefield. Hearing this, the old man's eyes flickered. He replied gravely, the border battlefield must not be lost. We need time 1 year, 2 years, 3 years until this generation of young people rises. We must withstand all pressures. Meanwhile, Guchin returned to his room and entered the body refining chamber. In his hand was the spiritual herb gifted to him by Ning Zhenwang's Qingfeng Minghua leaf. This herb was a pale green, with a faint white glow resembling moonlight, exuding a soothing and refreshing aura. Guchin carefully examined the gentle, body-strengthening, and bone-fortifying effects of the herb. Placing his palm on the Qingfeng Minghua leaf, his hand transformed into a furnace, beginning the process of refining this precious plant. Suddenly, Guchin felt as if a drop of water had fallen onto a mirror-like lake in his heart. He checked his blood energy monitor and found that his blood energy had reached 5,100 calories. This indicated that his 5th limit-breaking attempt had achieved perfection. Previously, his blood energy was at 5,099 calories, and this Qingfeng Minghua leaf had pushed him past the final threshold. Guchin felt the near-perfect power of his 5 limit-breaking attempts within him, with the gentle energy of the Qingfeng Minghua leaf continuously repairing his body, leaving him feeling better than ever. Suddenly, Guchin was jolted. The aura of his 5 limit-breaking level surged like an ocean, wildly spreading in all directions, causing the entire peak tower to tremble. At that moment, Guchin truly sensed the leap in his strength, fully prepared for the challenges ahead. What is this aura? Oh my! A sudden surge of oppressive energy burst forth from the summit tower, where Guchin was, engulfing the entire building. The new students touring the place felt as if they were being swept into a vast ocean of blood, leaving them dizzy and gasping for air as cold sweat drenched their clothes. Is this Guchin's aura? Someone asked, trembling. The terrifying aura came and went quickly, disappearing in an instant. The new students felt relieved, yet still shaken. If that's really Guchin, then he's a monster. Could this be the energy of a fourth breakthrough? No, it feels even more terrifying than a fourth breakthrough. Could Guchin have broken through again? Impossible, a fifth breakthrough? There's only been one in the history of the Xia kingdom. He just had his third breakthrough in the foreign star realm. How could he? The crowd was abuzz with disbelief. A fifth breakthrough signifies innate, limitless potential, a level unattainable through sheer effort. Currently, only one mysterious martial arts true king in the Xia kingdom has reached this level. Suddenly, a voice filled with hostility echoed from outside the summit tower. TSK, Summit Tower. It's certainly grand and well-named. But to house you arrogant, ignorant freshmen here is a complete waste. Where's Guchin? Get out here. A fierce, cutting energy accompanied the voice, enraging the freshmen inside the tower. Second-year students? I heard they were going to make a move against Guchin, but I didn't think they'd actually dare come. Outside the summit tower, a cold-looking figure led a group of aggressive second-year students. It's Jiang Hetsong. Someone recognized him. He's best friends with Li Yu and has already reached the third level of spiritual energy. Li Yu was seriously injured and had his training funds cut. Jiang Hetsong must be here to stand up for him. This is going to be interesting. Jiang Hetsong's eyes flashed with envy as he surveyed the impressive new summit tower. Who wouldn't want such a well-equipped dormitory? But today he was here for Guchin. This year's freshmen are too arrogant, injuring a senior on their first day. Jiang Hetsong, teach him a lesson. Every year's top martial arts exam student is a troublemaker. They need to be properly tempered. The surrounding students egged him on with their comments. At that moment, the elevator in the summit tower dinged open. A figure leisurely stepped out. It was Guchin. A look of delight spread across his face as he thought, just broke through the fifth limit, and I've got all this energy to burn. Perfect timing for a real test of strength. Honestly, after Guchin walked out of the Dengfeng building, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He had initially thought that the triple divine force would be an exciting challenge, but at this moment, this power seemed rather unimpressive to him. Having undergone 5 breakthroughs, Guchin had already experienced a complete transformation. He could feel the terrifying energy coursing through his body, with his vigor like a raging red river. This power far surpassed the realm that the triple divine force could reach. Jiang Hetsong noticed the disappointment in Guchin's eyes and was momentarily stunned. As the top martial arts exam candidate, Guchin was unlikely to fear him. But what did this blatant disappointment mean? Without any unnecessary words, Jiang Hetsong instantly made his move. Since he had already decided to face the Academy's punishment to confront Guchin, he wouldn't waste any time. With a step, his divine force surged, and in an instant, he attacked Guchin. All the freshmen around felt a tremendous force, representing the power of the divine force level. Gale winds arose, and the divine force roared. I'll make you suffer a bit. Jiang Hetsong's deep voice carried a threat as he attacked with full force. Seeing this, Guchin sighed slightly, as if saying, let's just make do with it. In the next moment, his aura exploded. Instantly, a crimson river of vigor surged from him, engulfing everything around. The immense amount of vigor caused both freshmen and sophomores present to show expressions of shock. How can his vigor be so terrifying? Jiang Hetsong's pupils contracted. The moment he felt this intense vigor, he had a bad premonition. However, he had already rushed to Guchin's side, throwing a punch containing all the power of his triple divine force, an arrow that could not be stopped. At that moment, he suddenly heard Guchin's devilish whisper. Can the triple divine force withstand a punch from me? This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, shaking Jiang Hetsong to his core. When a young man who hadn't yet reached the realm of divine force suddenly mutters whether the triple divine force can withstand his punch, it feels like he's afraid he might kill you with a single blow. You'd surely think this guy might be out of his mind. But standing before him was the top martial arts exam candidate of Xia country. Boom. When Jiang Hetsong met Guchin's punch, he instantly felt as if he had been struck by a massive mountain. Yes, that's exactly how it felt. A mountain seemed to have flown out of nowhere and hit him directly. The force he prided himself on, transformed by the triple divine force, was instantly shattered by Guchin's punch. Within that terrifying power, thunder seemed to surge, a frightening force flowing in Guchin's vigor. Everyone only saw Jiang Hetsong charge out with an impressive momentum, then fly back even faster, landing directly on the ground. This was followed by an earth-shattering scream. Jiang Hetsong could never have imagined that this was definitely not the power of a fourth breakthrough. He struggled to lift his head and looked at Guchin, stammering, You. Jiang Hetsong's arm was already twisted, clearly heavily injured. He was utterly shocked. The strength of a fourth breakthrough could never be this exaggerated. The aura from Guchin made his scalp tingle. Either Guchin had stepped into the realm of divine force, or the fourth breakthrough had led him into it, which would be an extremely terrifying realm. Yet, he didn't sense the aura of divine force from Guchin. A terrifying thought emerged in Jiang Hetsong's mind. Could it be the fifth breakthrough? As a student of the Martial Gene Academy, he naturally understood what the fifth breakthrough represented. It was a realm that defied common logic, a height that ordinary students like them might never reach in their lifetime. Fear rose in his eyes. Guchin approached step by step, each one seemingly treading on Jiang Hutsung's heart. The sophomore students who initially wanted to help Jiang Hutsung up now recoiled like frightened rabbits. Guchin looked down at Jiang Hutsung on the ground, his voice cold as ice. You sophomores have harassed me twice already. Is this an old tradition at the Martial Gene Academy? Seniors honing freshmen it was normal in the past. But this year, I want to change this tradition. Jiang Hutsung's heart skipped a beat, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Guchin continued. I know sophomores have a ranking list, which freshmen don't have. So, when sophomores attack freshmen, they face punishment from the academy, including deductions from their monthly training funds. I know many sophomores want to target me this year, but facing academy penalties is no fun. He curled his lips into a cold smile. I will personally challenge the geniuses on that list. His words were like a bombshell, leaving everyone present speechless. Past martial exam champions were arrogant, but none had dared to provoke the entire sophomore year like this. It was practically a declaration of war against the entire sophomore class. The surrounding students whispered incredulously. No way, has he really broken through the 5th limit? Even if he's at the 5th limit, the top sophomores have reached the 6th or even 7th level of divine strength. And they've all broken through the 3rd limit, making them incredibly powerful, experienced from frequent battles. After all, Guchin is still just in the body refining stage. This news spread like wildfire across the Martial Gene Academy. Over 40,000 students were abuzz with discussion. Most believed Guchin was overestimating himself. Jiang Hutsung and Li Yu, who lost to him, don't even rank in the top 1,000 among sophomores. One has 2nd-level divine strength, the other 3rd. It seems these two failures gave this overly confident kid some courage. Interesting, nothing like this has ever happened at the Martial Gene Academy. Freshmen always start off cocky, thinking they're all hotshots, only to be humbled by the seniors. This year's hotshot seems especially arrogant. The sophomores were furious. It was a slap in their faces. They had kept a low profile throughout their freshman year, only to finally reach sophomore year, where they could torment the new freshmen and repay the hardships they endured. Now, a freshman stood up and essentially said, "Why don't you guys stay humble for another year?" It was an utter humiliation. Meanwhile, outside the teaching building, a beautiful figure stood silently between the buildings. Shun Mingxian, upon hearing the news, had a complex expression in her eyes. She recalled witnessing Guchin's 4th limit break in the ancient god forest and realized that this former poor student was indeed a monster. Shun Mingxian pondered. With unparalleled talent, Guchin stood out among over 2 million candidates in the Summer Nation. She herself had reached the 6th level of divine strength, having broken through the 4th limit after the martial exam, ranking 2nd in the current sophomore year. Yet, facing this genius from 13 middle school, she couldn't help but wonder, can this monster really succeed? Arrogant, absolutely arrogant. Inside the Poji Pavilion, a group of sophomore students looked livid with rage. They had just learned that the freshman, Guchin, had the audacity to declare he would challenge the sophomores on the ranking list. This was nothing short of a public slap in the face. After a year of swallowing our pride, we finally have the chance to hold our heads high. And now Guchin wants us to keep being pushovers. One student said through gritted teeth. I heard Jiang Hutsung was defeated by him in an instant yesterday, another student added. Although it's just at the body tempering stage, to defeat Jiang Hutsung, who is at the 3rd level of divine strength, this guy definitely has some skills. So what if he has skills? Wang Liang, a top sophomore ranked 204th on the list, said with a frown. Before he said those words, we could endure. Now we have no choice but to act. What do you mean, brother Wang Liang? A few naive juniors asked, confused. Wang Liang sighed deeply. Being challenged by a freshman is a slap to our face. Even if we hold our ranks, we'll become the laughingstock of the Martial Gene Academy. Think about our freshman year, when we were trampled by the sophomores. That was a lesson learned at the cost of our dignity. Now, we're squeezed between the suppression from the juniors above and the provocation from the freshmen below. Our year is the most stifled in the academy's history. The students around nodded, sharing the sentiment. At that moment, someone rushed in with news. Brother Liang. Someone saw Guchin heading to the Poji Pavilion. Poji Pavilion? Let's go. Wang Liang immediately stood up, leading a large group toward the Poji Pavilion. At that moment inside the Poji Pavilion, Guchin stood in front of a senior with a gentle voice. After registering Guchin's name, the senior looked at him with surprise. Guchin, she said softly. I didn't expect you to come to the Poji Pavilion. I thought after you announced your challenge to the sophomores, you'd shut yourself into train and try to reach the divine strength stage as soon as possible. Guchin smiled and replied, understanding oneself is important, that way training is more grounded. Hearing this, the senior thought to herself. What he said is true, but coming from this martial arts champion, it sounds like he's saying, I'm too strong to even know my limits. At that moment, Wang Liang led the sophomores into the Poji Pavilion, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. Guchin maintained a gentle and humble demeanor, but the air around them seemed to freeze, as if a storm was about to break. Guchin stood inside the limit-breaking pavilion, feeling a bit puzzled. A senior student approached and patiently explained, "The system will comprehensively test your physical attributes, including the strength of your body, the power of your martial techniques, and your explosive force. The test results are absolutely fair and will tell you which level of combat strength you currently possess." Guchin suddenly understood and nodded. "I see. Can this test also analyze the ability to fight across levels?" The senior student smiled and added, "Exactly. Most students at the Martial Arts Gene Academy are elites among elites, and many geniuses have the ability to fight beyond their level. The system will analyze this ability in detail and tell you which realm your physical abilities compare to." As the explanation unfolded, the atmosphere around them became lively. Many sophomores recognized Guchin and gathered around. Someone whispered, "Is that this year's top martial arts exam score? I heard he's much stronger than our batch." The senior began the test for Guchin. Advanced instruments operated, and data rapidly flickered on the large screen. Soon, a series of astonishing figures appeared. Physical strength, 6,000 average for body tempering realm, 1,000. Martial technique power, 5,000 not recorded in the database. Explosive force, 7,500 average for body tempering realm, 1,000. Exclamations of surprise erupted around them. Physical strength of 6,000? My second level of divine strength is only 1,500. That martial technique must be a top-tier skill from an exotic star. Just look at those numbers. An explosive force of 7,500. That could shatter a small mountain with one punch. Amid the shock, someone skeptically asked, "Can someone in the body-tempering realm really shatter a mountain? That's impossible, right?" Another person explained, "Typically, only top-tier experts at the fourth level of divine strength can achieve that, and they need to harness divine strength. Guchin is relying purely on his physical power." The entire limit-breaking pavilion was drawn in, everyone incredulously staring at the young figure. At that moment, the system gave its final assessment. Comparable to a star beast cub, once fully grown, capable of rivaling the gods. This statement echoed through the silent hall, as if heralding the birth of a legend. Everyone stared at the massive screen in shock, unable to utter a word. The data from the Breakthrough Pavilion's state-of-the-art facilities in Xia country was undoubtedly accurate, and the system's evaluation couldn't possibly be fabricated. Starry Sky Beast Cub? This term exploded in everyone's mind. Legend has it that Xia country once detected traces of mysterious creatures in the vast cosmos. These beings were as massive as mountains moving through the dark universe, their eyes shining like stars. It is said that these starry sky beasts are terrifying, planet-destroying entities. Xia country had observed these creatures, and relevant data should be stored in the system's database. And now, the system had equated Guchin to a starry sky beast cub? It seemed unbelievable. Could Guchin, once he matured, become a planet-destroying existence? Those around shook their heads, unable to believe that Guchin could be comparable to a starry sky beast. To them, these beasts represented mystery and unprecedented power. Xia country's understanding of these creatures was limited to fleeting glimpses and fragmented phrases from ancient texts. A true starry sky beast could devour celestial bodies and was so colossal that only the universe could contain it. They couldn't fathom that a martial arts candidate like themselves could possess such astonishing potential. At that moment, Wang Liang approached, surrounded by a group of second-year students. He carried himself with confidence, his expression serious and intense. In a low voice, Wang Liang said, "Guchin is incredibly strong. I might not be able to defeat him right now, but I still have to step up. We've been pushed around as second-year students for too long, and we can't let a freshman do the same. Today, I want to see him use all his abilities." The second-year students behind him were invigorated by his words. "Brother Wang Liang, our role model," they shouted in unison. However, when Wang Liang and his group arrived at the Breakthrough Pavilion and saw Guchin's data on the screen, they were all stunned. Holy cow, physical strength 6,000, martial skills 5,000, explosive power 6,500, what kind of monster is this? Wang Liang's eyes widened, especially when he saw the system's evaluation, causing cold sweat to run down his back. A starry sky beast cub, growing to rival the gods? A second-year student shouted, "Where's Guchin? Brother Wang Liang wants to take you on. Guchin, you've been riding high lately, but don't get too cocky. Many of us in the second year have had enough of you. Brother Wang Liang is strong, and if he makes a move today, it could get out of hand. He's stepping up not for himself, but for the pride of all second-year students. Isn't that right, Brother Wang Liang?" By now, Wang Liang was drenched in cold sweat. He thought to himself, "I just tested a few days ago. My physical strength barely reached 2,500, explosive power 1,900, and my martial skills, after countless attempts to achieve the best state, only hit 2,400. He swallowed hard, unconsciously taking a step back, wondering if he really stood a chance. At this moment, Guchin noticed that the sophomore students who had followed him were caught up in a frenzy. One of them shouted loudly, Guchin, my brother Wang Liang is going to teach you a lesson today. After all the boasting yesterday, you dare to show up so boldly today? My brother Wang Liang is not happy. The group of students was about to continue their clamor when they suddenly realized that their brother Wang Liang was nowhere to be seen. They looked around and only saw a disheveled figure fleeing the Physique pavilion at the speed of a 4th-level god strength practitioner. Just then, Guchin walked out of the Physique pavilion, glanced at the group of sophomores, and calmly asked, did Wang Liang run away? He fled before the fight even started? So, who among you is here to challenge me? Faced with Guchin's inquiry, the sophomores fell silent, and soon they too scattered in all directions. This scene was witnessed by many juniors, who couldn't help but sigh. Did we suppress them too harshly last year? It seems like this new generation is making the sophomores look quite inadequate. Was I too ruthless last year? Someone joked. Either way, it feels like the sophomores are being thoroughly humiliated. People around nodded and sighed in agreement. At this moment, a senior walked up to Guchin and handed him a freshly printed document. This contains your specific combat abilities and various data. These are your trump cards, so don't let others see them. Guchin nodded, took the document, and left the Physique pavilion. It said that later that afternoon, the pavilion was packed with students eager to view the data on the big screen. The pavilion had a rule that the best comprehensive assessment data from the day's testing would be displayed on the big screen for a day. Even some teachers came specifically to view it, all exclaiming, this Guchin is remarkable. Back at his dormitory, Guchin took out the document and carefully examined the data. Physical strength, 6,000 average for body tempering stage, 1,000. Martial skill strength, 5,000. The tested martial skill is not recorded in the information database. Power burst, 7,500 average for body tempering stage, 1,000. Combat power comparable to God strength level 2, 4 times breakthrough. God strength level 3, 3 times breakthrough. God strength level 4, 2 times breakthrough. The document noted, this data analysis only considers energy level comparisons. If there are advanced martial skills, powerful genes, or other factors influencing combat, judgments can be made independently. Guchin mused, so, my current 5 times breakthrough strength is comparable to these levels of warriors, and this doesn't even account for the genes within my body. A glint of expectation flashed in his eyes. If the 5th breakthrough is already this impressive, what about the 6th? He recalled that King Ningzhen once mentioned that after reaching the 5th breakthrough, it felt like hitting a barrier, making further progress difficult. The subsequent cosmic journeys also made King Ningzhen realize that for humanoid creatures, 5 breakthroughs were the limit, and the 6th was beyond reach for humanoid races. However, Guchin did not feel this limitation. Determination shone in his eyes. The 6th breakthrough, perhaps I can give it a try. The ultimate limit for humanoid races is not necessarily my limit. Early the next morning, as dawn was breaking, Guchin pushed open the window of the training room, letting a cool breeze wash over him. He took a deep breath and unhesitatingly downed a vial of high-concentration body-tempering biological serum. With his rapidly improving physical condition, Guchin could now easily tolerate such a potent serum. He decided to make it a part of his daily regimen, taking 1 vial each morning, noon, and night. If the professionals in the war preparation department knew about this, they would be utterly shocked. For ordinary people, consuming undiluted biological serum was almost suicidal. Yet, Guchin not only could handle it but planned to consume 3 vials a day, a disparity that was truly astonishing. However, high risks often come with high rewards. After his 5th limit break, the quality of Guchin's qi and blood underwent a dramatic transformation. He noted that 1 unit of qi and blood now equaled about 100 units from before the limit break. Although the current quality of his qi and blood was extremely high, making further improvement more challenging, for Guchin, this rate of progress was quite remarkable. After consuming the vial of high-concentration serum, Guchin's qi and blood level increased from 5,100 units to 5,250 units. This 150-unit increase was equivalent to 15,000 units in a pre-limit break state. Immediately afterward, upper cosmic body factors began to appear within him. He quickly absorbed these factors, feeling his physical body become more resilient and his qi and blood level rise to 5,350 units. The upper cosmic body factors primarily enhanced Guchin's physical strength, with the increase in qi and blood being a secondary effect. Guchin could clearly sense that his physical level had advanced significantly within the divine rainbow realm. For other practitioners, reaching such a degree might require years of arduous cultivation and the assistance of various rare resources. For Guchin, however, the endlessly proliferating upper cosmic body factors within him served as a shortcut to higher realms. Later that morning, a school teacher came to the training room to conduct a routine qi and blood test for Guchin. When the test results showed 5,350 units, the teacher couldn't help but adjust his glasses, looking at Guchin with amazement. Even a qi and blood level of 5,000 units was already astounding. Rumors had already spread within the academy that Guchin had successfully completed 5 limit breaks, a feat considered legendary among the new generation in Xia country. Yet now, with Guchin's chi and blood reaching 5,350 units, the implications were clear to the teacher. He hurriedly noted down the data and rushed off. Watching the teacher's hurried departure, Guchin guessed he was going to report this astonishing discovery to the academy's higher-ups. Sure enough, the teacher soon appeared in the office of the first-year department head. He reported urgently, "Director, Guchin's chi and blood level has reached 5,350 units. This rate of improvement is truly incredible. After the 5th limit break, the quality of chi and blood reaches an unimaginable level, like extremely dense steel. Each step forward requires an immense amount of resources, yet he has achieved this in such a short time, which is simply unbelievable." Hearing this, the director's eyes flickered with surprise as he fell into deep thought. Guchin's remarkable progress was sure to create a sensation within the academy and throughout Xia country. "I remember when King Ningzhen advanced from breaking the limit 5 times to reaching the 6th blood energy limit. It required a tremendous amount of resources and time. However, Guchin's breakthrough speed is astonishing. In just one day, his blood energy has reached 5,350 calories. This news spread like a bombshell, causing a huge uproar within the Martial Gene Academy. The head and teachers of the first-year department exchanged shocked glances. "Should we report this to the higher-ups?" one teacher cautiously asked. "The master professors at the academy have all instructed us to keep a close eye on Guchin." The head frowned in thought for a moment, noticing it was already noon. He decisively said, "Let me take another look. Once I confirm the speed of his blood energy increase, I will report it to the masters. This matter is of great importance." As they walked, they discussed Guchin's situation. The Martial King once revealed that breaking the limit 5 times was the human form's extreme. The Martial Gene Academy originally planned a standard training program for Guchin. However, the 6th breakthrough is considered an unbreakable curse for humans, causing the higher-ups some concern. Some even suggested Guchin should directly advance from the 5th breakthrough to the Divine Essence realm to avoid a futile attempt at the 6th. By noon, they arrived at the peak building once more. As they approached, they could feel a strong surge of blood energy, indicating that Guchin was fully immersed in his practice. The concentrated blood energy fluctuations were impressive, and the head couldn't help but marvel. The 5th breakthrough truly lives up to its name. This is the pinnacle of the human race, a gap that separates him from other young people in Xia country. Knowing that disturbing one's cultivation is taboo, they patiently waited inside the peak building. An entire hour passed, and while other students might have had their practice interrupted, Guchin clearly had this privilege. Finally, Guchin finished his practice. The head approached him and asked, "Guchin, hello. Could we test your blood energy level again?" Guchin was momentarily puzzled, thinking that the teacher had already tested him in the morning. Why do it again? Nonetheless, he cooperatively extended his arm. "Blood energy, 5,700 calories?" the teacher exclaimed, even doubting the accuracy of the blood energy detection ring. He quickly checked it repeatedly, confirmed the device was fine, and tested again, showing that Guchin's blood energy indeed reached 5,700 calories. How is this possible?" the teacher stammered. "This morning it was 5,350 calories. How could it?" He was so shocked he could hardly speak. It turned out that at noon, Guchin used another vial of high-purity body refining biological potion. His physical strength had reached a new level, allowing him to absorb the potion's energy, which caused his blood energy to soar to 5,700 calories in just a few hours. The head stood there in shock for a long time before finally coming to his senses and confirming. "The blood energy detection ring is correct, right?" "Yes," the teacher nodded. I'll call the masters over," the head said, and the two hurried off. Guchin watched the teachers and head of the academy come and go in a rush, completely at a loss. Little did he know, the head was already terrified. 5,700 calories of blood energy? In just one morning? What does this mean? It's like he's a monster. Meanwhile, Guchin, who had increased his blood energy by 250 calories in the morning and another 350 calories by noon, planned to rest in the afternoon. Cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. He intended to use the 3rd vial of high-purity body refining biological potion in the evening. At the same time, the Martial Gene Academy was in turmoil. Several master professors, all powerful and highly accomplished in martial education, could not hide their shock. In the morning, he had 5,350 calories of blood energy, and by noon it was 5,700? One master said in disbelief. "I remember he just broke the 5th limit with the help of King Ningzhen's cosmic spiritual plant yesterday." "Impossible, absolutely impossible," another master flatly denied. "Take me to see." Thus, a group of normally dignified masters found themselves unsettled by Guchin's astonishing progress, each deciding to see for themselves. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, Please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.